broadcast. So Sharon, as far as this entire region is concerned, like I was saying, in 2017 BJP won 38 out of these 55 seats, but currently somewhere it seems on the back foot. That's what the critics are saying, because the Muslim Dalit vote bank is prominent in this entire region. Some of these seats also fall in Jat land. There is this, fear that the Jats are not happy with the promises not being fulfilled by the BJP. Do you see an impact of all of that on ground?
Swati, you absolutely rightly pointed out that there is going to be an impact as far as the Jat vote is concerned, because remember the kind of agitation that we have seen at the borders, be it the farmers' agitation that we have seen at Ghazipur border, majorly from these western UP, the farmers were majorly from these areas who were present, and now with SP and RLD coming together, that is of course going to impact a bit as far as the Jat votes are concerned. As far as Saharanpur, that from where I am reporting right now, it is also a Muslim belt. There are about 41% of the Muslim population that comes from this region. After that, there is 21% of Dalit. Now, in last assembly election in 2017, 4 of these seats from Saharanpur were won by BJP, the 2 were won by Congress, and 1 was won by Samajwadi party. But the equations have changed now. I'll directly go across to this inspiring woman here who has in fact been voting since the independence, is what she has been telling us. माता जी, आप कब से, आपने बताया कि आप 1947 से वोट कर रही हैं?
हाँ जी।
हाँ, तो इस बार आप यहाँ पे वोट करने आई हैं, किस मुद्दों को दिमाग में रख के वोट करने आई हैं?
देश की तरक्की के लिए।
और आपको क्या लगता है कि यहाँ पे क्या है, यहाँ पे इश्यूज क्या हैं, किस चीज़ को लिए ज़्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए सरकार को?
देश की तरक्की के लिए।
देश के सर, यहाँ पे इश्यूज क्या है एग्जैक्टली, लोकल इश्यूज जो है?
लोकल इश्यूज सबसे बड़े जो है सहारनपुर के लिए, एक तो सफाई व्यवस्था का था, जिसको बड़ी अच्छी तरह इन्होंने आगे लेके बढ़े और काफ़ी अच्छी तरह से कर लिया, और अभी बहुत काम होना बाकी है, लेकिन जिस गति से ये चल रहे हैं, लगता है कि सहारनपुर एक उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर पहले नंबर पर स्थान प्राप्त करेगा, जबकि इसकी कोई पहचान नहीं थी सफाई के मामले में।
एक मुद्दा हमेशा आता है सहारनपुर का, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, सिक्योरिटी एक अहम मुद्दा है। आपको लगता है कि क्या काफी तरीके से सही हुआ है, या अभी भी आपको लगता है कि नहीं गुंडाई राज चल रहा है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं। सिक्योरिटी तो बहुत अच्छी है, कोई गुंडा राज नहीं है। अब सब सेफली अपने घर से निकल सकते हैं, रात में लेट नाइट इजीली आ सकते हैं घर में, कोई भी किसी तरह की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। हमारी सरकार ने बहुत अच्छे से इसको हमें दिया है। एक फोन कॉल करने पे भी पुलिस एकदम हमारे पास पहुंचती है।
So law and order situation is of course what the people here have been saying has improved much, but of course the development and vikas is something that they have been concentrating on. I also want to point out this interesting poster over here, na jati pe na dharam pe button dabega karam pe. So these are the posters over here, but of course this belt that we are talking about majorly has Muslim population, Dalit population, Gujar population, but the equation since 2017 has on ground changed because of the kind of firepower leaders who have jumped the ship. We have seen how Dharam Singh Saini from the BJP, who was a cabinet minister, has now been contesting from the SP ticket from Nagpur constituency in Saharanpur. Apart from that, Imran Masood and Masood Akhtar, both the Masood brothers, who are in fact had a very major influence in this 7 constituencies of Saharanpur, has from Congress has shifted to Samajwadi party, though
right.
There has now been a little bit differences, because Masood brothers were in fact expecting a ticket from Samajwadi party, but both were denied tickets. Not denied, but they were not given tickets, and that is why there was a bit of disappointment. But at the same time, they are still saying that they are going to support Samajwadi party, and that is of course on ground will make a wave, is what they are saying. Because when we talk about Masood Asad, his clout, his influence is not just in Saharanpur Nagar, it also goes to Nagpur, it also goes to Behat, the Saharanpur Dehat as well. So he has a major influence over here. So that is of course going to impact as far as Congress is concerned, because Congress in this constituency has won 2 seats from this constituency. But this
also,
time,
as far as this belt is concerned, both the SP and the Congress would look, to bag maximum number of seats from this region. given that they may be expecting either consolidation of Muslim votes in favor of one party or that being divided between the Congress and the Samajwadi party. With that, we're slipping into a very quick break, but continuous coverage on Times Now on the second and the biggest phase of elections. Stay on with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the Newshour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the Newshour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch Newshour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं।
polling for 70 seats, 70 assembly constituencies in the state of Uttarakhand is underway as well. The big question is, will Uttarakhand hold on to the past trend of alternating between the BJP and the Congress, or will it change this time around? Remember, आम आदमी पार्टी भी इस बार चुनावी मैदान में, हालांकि 2017 में भी कोशिश की थी, लेकिन उस वक्त अपना खाता नहीं खोल पाई थी। इस बार पूरे जोर शोर से आम आदमी पार्टी ने उत्तराखंड में एंट्री मारी है। कई सारे पहले से ही वादे, फ्रीबीज लोगों के लिए घोषित कर दिए गए। We have Mohit Bhatt on the broadcast with us. Mohit, as far as Uttarakhand is concerned, BJP looks in a much better and a strong position. The Congress party has been dealing with infighting till the very last hour. Harish Rawat is contesting from Lal Kuan. Harish, okay, I believe we have a reaction coming in from Pushkar Singh Dhami. Let's listen to that first.
आप उम्मीद करें वापस आएंगे? नहीं, हमने यहाँ पर काम किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने उत्तराखंड राज्य के लिए बहुत काम किए हैं, जो पहले कभी नहीं हुए, उन कामों को किया है। चाहे हम आज सड़कों की बात करें, सड़कों के क्षेत्र में अभूतपूर्व रूप से काम हुआ है, रेलवे के क्षेत्र में काम हो रहा है, ऋषिकेश कर्णप्रयाग रेल लाइन चल रही है, टनकपुर बागेश्वर रेल लाइन ब्रॉडगेज सर्वे के लिए पैसा जारी हो गया है, ऑल वेदर रोडों पर निर्माणाधीन है, कुछ 90% पूरी हो चुकी हैं, भारतमाला श्रृंखला है, अनेकों काम। और स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में एम्स हमारा चालू हो गया, ऋषिकेश का उधम सिंह नगर कुमाऊं मंडल के लिए खुलने वाला एम्स, उसका भी शिलान्यास हो गया है। तो हर क्षेत्र में काम हुआ है। कोरोना महामारी में सभी को राशन मुफ्त में राशन दिया गया है। साथ में जो अवस्थापनाएँ सुविधाएँ हैं उनको बढ़ाया गया है। साथ में वैक्सीनेशन का काम दूरस्थ से दूरस्थ क्षेत्रों में फ्री वैक्सीनेशन हुआ है।
All right, so that was the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, who in fact is contesting from Khatima. We'll also try and connect with Mohit Bhatt to get you more details as far as this fight in Uttarakhand is concerned.
है कि सब लोग मतदान जरूर करें।
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is with.
Right, so that was another reaction coming in from Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. He is himself in the poll fray, contesting from Khatima, says that there is no competition to the BJP in the state of Uttarakhand because the Congress party is busy, the Congress leaders are busy fighting amongst themselves, and which is in fact the scenario on ground. Infighting in the Congress party only escalated. We have Mohit with us on the broadcast now. Harish Rawat himself spoke to the media and said, that he is finding it difficult to operate. Certain people are making it difficult for him to operate within the Congress party. He was dropping hints that his hands were perhaps tied, and questions were posed to him of whether he is also planning to quit the Congress party. That isn't the case. He's contesting from Lal Kuan, but he has been dealing with these issues of infighting. Is that going to impact Congress party's prospects on ground in the elections this time around?
Well, Swati, Harish Rawat definitely is the best bet for the Congress party in Uttarakhand, and we know for a fact that in the run-up to the elections, he was sent again and again to Punjab, where he had to act as a bridge between Charanjit Singh Channi and Navjot Singh Sidhu, and he was very vocal about it. He took on Facebook, he took on Twitter, and he said that he was not given proper charge of the Congress party in Uttarakhand. And after that, we have seen he met the top leadership of the Congress party, and he said that he has been a warrior of the Congress party. He will remain with the Congress. So these are the issues that could hamper the chances of the Congress party. But we know also for a fact that how the Congress has been attacking the BJP, saying that within a span of few months, 3 chief ministers have been changed. And after Pushkar Singh Dhami took oath as the chief minister, whether the discontent among the cadre of the Congress, of the Bharatiya Janata Party has died down or not, we have to wait and watch. Because just before the elections, we saw Harak Singh Rawat, a senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, switch over to the Congress side. Now, in some time from now, the polling, the people at the polling station,
कि सभी लोग आज बाहर आएं और राष्ट्र हित में, प्रदेश हित में नई सरकार बनाने के लिए, अच्छी सरकार बनाने के लिए अपना मतदान करें, और पहले मतदान करें, उसके बाद ही जलपान करें।
लाल कुआं सीट से हरीश रावत जी कितनी बड़ी चुनौती सर लग रहे हैं? क्या लगता है कि लाल कुआं विजयी हो रहे हैं?
देखिए, चूंकि मुझे जहां तक सूचना है कि हरीश रावत जी वहां बहुत पीछे चल रहे हैं, चूंकि वहां पर इशू है कि लोकल बनाम बाहरी, और मुझे लगता है कि लोकल में वहाँ पर हमारे जो प्रत्याशी हैं भाजपा के, और इस बार वैसे भी पूरे उत्तराखंड के अंदर लोगों ने भाजपा को लाने का मन बनाया है। ऐसी सरकार उत्तराखंड के अंदर लोग चाहते हैं, जो सरकार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ चलने वाली सरकार, डबल इंजन की सरकार। इसलिए कोई भी सीट है, हर सीट भाजपा जीतेगी।
पुजार चला करके निकले हैं और मतदान करने जा रहे हैं, तो क्या मुद्दा है सर इस बार?
नहीं, मुद्दे विकास के हैं, मुद्दे काम के हैं, एक तरफ काम करने वाले।
All right, so that was the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, who says that BJP will win every single seat in Uttarakhand. अभी मतदान चल रहा है, हरीश रावत आगे चल रहे हैं या पीछे चल रहे हैं, ये काउंटिंग डे के दिन पता चलेगा। एक छोटा सा ब्रेक ले रहे हैं, ब्रेक के बाद भी हमारी कवरेज जारी रहेगी। स्टे ऑन विद अस।
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था, क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance? You ask me whether he should lead. I think can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months.
Welcome back. Let's now shift our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, where polling is underway for the second phase of the elections. And this time around, the elections are being held across 9 districts, which include Saharanpur, Bijnor, Moradabad, Sambhal, Rampur, Amroha, Badaयूं, Bareilly and Shahjahanpur. Mayank is joining us on the broadcast from Bijnor. We have Akanksha reporting from Bareilly, and our reporters are getting us live reactions from people who've reached the polling booths to exercise their right to vote. Mayank, if you could speak to some people over there and understand the issues that they are facing. Also, tell us about the fight that is being witnessed as far as the Bijnor district is concerned.
ठीक है ना, 12 महीने में से कम 8 से 10 महीने पानी रह रहा है, इसकी सबसे बड़ी समस्या है।
आप इसी मुद्दों पर
हाँ, इसी मुद्दे पे वोट।
गांव में विकास का मुद्दा कितना बड़ा मुद्दा है?
विकास तो तभी होगा जब विकास हमारा खुद का पहले होगा, गांव का तभी तो होगा।
और कुछ और लोग हैं, हम उनसे भी बात करते हैं। सर आप बताइए, कौन सा मुद्दा है आपके लिए सबसे बड़ा?
हमारे सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा पानी का है।
और लोग
हाँ, इसी गाँव के हैं हम सब, और यह पानी का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है। दूसरा मुद्दा हमारा ये है कि इतने साल हो गए, हर गाँव में आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र है। हमारे गांव में एक आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र नहीं है, एक सरकारी स्कूल नहीं है। सरकारी
ये शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य भी आपके लिए बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा।
बहुत ही, कोई एक प्राइमरी इस साइड क्षेत्र में तो है, लेकिन एक गांव के होते हुए 1500-1600 वहाँ पे वोटर है, लेकिन वहाँ पे एक प्राइमरी जो स्वास्थ्य का होना चाहिए, प्राथमिक स्वास्थ्य का नहीं है वहाँ पे। अभी तक कुछ नहीं किया इस मामले में।
Right, so people are very concerned and worried about their crops, as accumulation of water is one of the biggest concerns. Some of the voters have also highlighted the lack of education and health facilities in the village, and they are voting on those agendas, and they are coming up to vote and select their MLAs on the specific agendas that they have mentioned. With video journalist Vijay and Manoj in Bijnor, Mayank reporting for Times Now.
Right. Let's go across to Akanksha now. Akanksha is reporting from Bareilly, and Bareilly district has 9 assembly constituencies, Akanksha. Please try and speak to people who are reaching the polling booth. Also tell us whether polling has gathered pace. Of course, it is the initial hour of the polling.
Yes, polling here has just started. It's been just 1 hour. People have started pouring in here. We'll just speak to a few people here and try to understand what the local issues are. भैया, यहाँ की local issues क्या है? किस मुद्दे पे आप इस बार वोट देना चाहेंगे?
विकास के मुद्दे।
विकास एक मुद्दा है, और कोई रोजगार?
रोजगार भी एक मुद्दा ही है कि जो भी को मतलब जो भी जीते वो विकास के साथ साथ रोजगार भी दे।
यहाँ पे सुरक्षा, विकास
जी।
और कोई मुद्दा आपका लोकल यहाँ इश्यूज क्या है बरेली में?
मैम यहाँ पे लोकल इश्यूज यही हैं कि मतलब विकास तो हुआ ही है ही, और प्लस जो पढ़े लिखे हैं उनको रोज़गार मिले जिससे वो अपना मतलब जीवन जो है यापन कर सकें। सबसे मेन मुद्दा यहाँ पे रोज़गार का ही है, क्योंकि आप देख रहे हैं कोविड में बहुत से लोगों की जॉब जा चुकी हैं, उनको जॉब नहीं मिल रही है, लोग घर में बैठे परेशान हो रहे हैं और जॉब का कुछ इस समय है भी नहीं कि जहाँ से कहीं से जॉब प्रोवाइड।
लोकल्स का कहना है कि यहाँ पे इंडस्ट्रीज कम है।
नहीं,
ये बिजनेस
यहाँ पे इंडस्ट्रीज तो हैं, पर वही है कि कोविड के चक्कर में जो लोग काम कर रहे थे उनको भी निकाल दिया गया है। कुछ टाइम तो इंडस्ट्री भी बंद रही हैं और जो बाहर के थे वो भी चले गए हैं, तो यहाँ पे मतलब रोजगार की थोड़ी बहुत है प्रॉब्लम, और थोड़ा वो है कि विकास को होना ही चाहिए।
We'll also go across and speak to some women here because in democratic electoral process it is very important that women come out. मैम, आप यहाँ पे आज वोट देने आई हैं, किस मुद्दे को आपने दिमाग में रख के आज आप वोट डालेंगी किसी कैंडिडेट को?
मैंने बोला
आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी? कुछ बोलिए कि किस मुद्दे पे आप वोट देने आई हैं आज?
किसी में डाल देंगे, ये थोड़े मुझे कि
सुरक्षा।
चलिए, कुछ लोग सोच कर आए, कुछ लोगों ने नहीं सोचा है कि क्या मुद्दा है, किस पैरामीटर को मद्देनजर वो वोट करने वाले हैं। स्टे ऑन विद अस। आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल आवर रिपोर्टर्स टू बी विद अस ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट। अ क्विक ब्रेक, विल बी बैक विद मोर अपडेट्स एंड ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट्स।
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, No bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
Welcome back. Good morning. You're watching a continuous coverage. I'm Swati Joshi. Polling is underway for the second and the biggest phase of election.
और मैं हूं आपके साथ ज्योत्सना बेदी। नमस्कार। लोकतंत्र का महापर्व इलेक्शन इस समय चल रहा है। सुबह 6 बजे मतदान शुरू हो गया था। उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड और इस समय गोवा में मतदान जारी है और मतदाता अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल पूरे उत्साह के साथ कर रहे हैं। वो चुनावी मुद्दे हैं जिसका ध्यान मतदाता ने अपने जहन में रखा हुआ है और उसको देखते हुए अपने प्रतिनिधि को वो लोग चुन रहे हैं।
And before we go across to our reporters, let's take a quick look at the headlines. Uttar Pradesh's phase 2 polling for 55 seats begins today. 586 candidates in fray. Samajwadi Party hopes for big gains. BJP eyes to hold on 2017 performance. Biggest election coverage only on Times Now.
With 301 candidates and 40 seats, Goa residents vote today. BJP looks to retain power. Aam Aadmi Party and Congress play as key challenges.
Polling on 70 seats today in Uttarakhand. BJP eyes historic return, but the Congress sees anti-incumbency wave.
जब काम और सोच ईमानदार है तो काम भी दमदार तरीके से हुए हैं और उसी दमदार तरीके से बोल भी रहे हैं।
तो विपक्ष कहता है कि आपके पास मुद्दे नहीं है, रोजगार पे आप बात नहीं करते, डेवलपमेंट पे आप बात नहीं करते।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने चुनाव के लिए अपना लोक कल्याण संकल्प पत्र जारी कर दिया है। लोक कल्याण संकल्प पत्र राष्ट्रवाद को लेकर, प्रदेश के समग्र विकास को लेकर, गरीब कल्याण को लेकर के पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ लागू हुआ है, लागू होगा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देश के अंदर भारत की राजनीति के एजेंडे को बदला है। पहले जाति, मत, मजहब, परिवार के इर्द गिर्द बनी भारत की राजनीतिक व्यवस्था आज विकास पर, सुशासन पर, गांव के लिए, गरीब के लिए, किसान के लिए, नौजवान के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, इन सभी मुद्दों पर चर्चा का विषय बना हुआ है। और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के जी विजन के अनुरूप उत्तर प्रदेश में कार्य भी हुआ है और अगले टेन्योर के लिए जो संकल्प पत्र हमने जारी किया है, संकल्प का विकल्प नहीं होता। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जनता के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता को दर्शाता है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपने संकल्प पत्र को विकास से जुड़ा हुआ, आस्था के सम्मान से जुड़ा हुआ, गरीब कल्याण से जोड़ करके वह भी जारी किया है। हमने किया है और हम कर रहे हैं।
सर तो फिर ये मुद्दे कहाँ से आते हैं कि अली के साथ हैं, बजरंग बली के साथ हैं, 80 के वर्सेस 20?
ये क्रिया की प्रतिक्रिया है। अगर कोई व्यक्ति, भाई मैंने तो 80-20 की बात की थी, मैंने कहा 80% बीजेपी के साथ होगा, 20% हमेशा विरोध करता है, विरोध करेगा। हमने जाति मौत मजहब की बात नहीं की थी, हमने तो 80 बनाम 20 की बात की थी। 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के सुरक्षा के एजेंडे से खुश हैं, 80 वे लोग जो सरकार के लोक कल्याणकारी और गरीब कल्याणकारी कार्यों से खुश हैं, जिन्हें विकास पसंद है, जिन्हें राज्य सरकार के द्वारा पारदर्शी तरीके से ईमानदार भर्ती की प्रक्रिया के माध्यम से अपने कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। उन लोगों को, जिन लोगों के जीवन में व्यापक परिवर्तन लाने का काम हुआ है और जो लोग प्रदेश सरकार के हर अच्छे कार्य को हमेशा समर्थन करते हैं, 80% वे लोग होंगे। 20% वे लोग जिनको हमेशा विरोध करना है, वे पहले भी विरोध करते थे, आज भी विरोध करेंगे, नकारात्मक सोच है, वे पेशेवर माफिया और अपराधियों के समर्थक हैं, वही रहेंगे। तो ये चुनाव तो 80 बनाम 20 का है। लेकिन मैं कह सकता हूं कि पहले चरण के मतदान के बाद स्पष्ट हो चुका कि वास्तव में चुनाव 80 बनाम 20 का ही है। 80% से अधिक समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्राप्त हुआ है और 20% जिसको विरोध करना था, जो वैक्सीन का विरोध करता है, अपराधियों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई का विरोध करता है, महिला सुरक्षा का विरोध करता है, गरीबों को दी जाने वाली अन्य योजना का विरोध करता है, हर एक जनपद एक उत्पाद की योजना का विरोध करता है, एक जनपद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज का विरोध करता है, एक्सप्रेस हाईवेज का विरोध करता है, वो हमेशा विरोध करते थे, विरोध करेंगे।
सर आपका आज एक ट्वीट मैंने देखा अभी आने से पहले कि गजवाए हिंद का सपना देखने वाले तालिबानी सोच के मजहबी उन्मादी की गांठ लें कि वो भारत में शरिया नहीं चलेगा, संविधान चलेगा। ये आज ट्वीट करने का मतलब और इसका
मतलब नहीं है ये। इसका मतलब है जो लोग सपना देख रहे हैं गजवाए हिंद का, मैं बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, ये नया भारत है। ये दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता से नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व का भारत है। इस नए भारत में विकास सबका, लेकिन तुष्टीकरण किसी का नहीं। सबका साथ, सबके विकास की भावना के साथ सरकार कार्य कर रही है। सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास को लेकर के सरकार चल रही है। ये नया भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। और मैं इस बात को भी स्पष्टता के साथ कह सकता हूं, गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
सर हमने देखा एक हिजाब को लेके कंट्रोवर्सी चल रही है, उस पर आपका कोई व्यू है कि हिजाब?
देखिए मेरा तो बहुत स्पष्ट मानना है, भारत की व्यवस्था संविधान के अनुरूप चलनी चाहिए। हमारी व्यक्तिगत आस्था, हमारे व्यक्तिगत स्वयं के अधिकार या हमारी स्वयं की पसंद नापसंद हम देश के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते, संस्थाओं के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते। ये नहीं लागू कर सकते हैं। क्या मैं उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सभी कर्मचारियों को या सभी लोगों को ये बोल सकता हूं कि आप भी भगवा धारण करें? ये उनका विषय है, जो उनको धारण करना करें। लेकिन ड्रेस कोड स्कूलों में लागू होना चाहिए, स्कूल का विषय है, स्कूल के अनुशासन का विषय है। आर्मी में कोई ये कहेगा कि हम लोग जो है अपने अनुसार चलेंगे, फोर्स में कोई इस प्रकार की बात करेगा, कहां अनुशासन रह पाएगा? व्यक्तिगत आस्था आपकी अपनी जगह होगी, लेकिन जब संस्थाओं की बात होगी तो संस्था के नियम कानून को हमें मान।
तो देश के सबसे बड़े सूबे उत्तर प्रदेश में आज दूसरे फेज का मतदान चल रहा है। एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए यहां पर हम रुक रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ को आप सुन रहे थे। बड़ी कवरेज टाइम्स नाउ पर जारी है।
Indians, watch me. Because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals.
समाजवादी पार्टी की सोच क्या थी? तो ये फर्क साफ है। हम बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर के एंटी रोमो स्क्वाड से लेकर के आज मिशन शक्ति के 3rd फेज तक, यूपी पुलिस में 1947 से 2017 तक जितने महिला पुलिस कार्मिक थे, इन 5 वर्षों में उससे 3 गुना ज्यादा आज के दिन पे कार्यरत हैं। आज हम लोग प्रदेश के सभी 58,000 ग्राम पंचायतों में महिला बीट पुलिस अधिकारी की तैनाती कर चुके हैं। वे वहां पे सुरक्षा पे चर्चा करती है, गांव की महिलाओं को केंद्र और राज्य सरकार से जुड़ी हुई महिला कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के साथ जोड़ने का काम भी करती हैं। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से महिला सुरक्षा, महिलाओं का सम्मान और उनका स्वावलंबन अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। सभी 58,000 ग्राम पंचायतों में बैंकिंग सुविधा हमारी सरकार ने दिया है, बैंकिंग कॉरेस्पोंडेंट सखी के माध्यम से। 1 करोड़ महिला स्वयंसेवी समूह से जुड़ी हुई बहनों को प्रदेश के अंदर महिला स्वयंसेवी समूह के माध्यम से जोड़ करके, कन्वर्जेंस के माध्यम से उनको कार्य पे लगा करके, रिवॉल्विंग फंड उन्हें उपलब्ध करवा करके उन्हें आर्थिक स्वावलंबन की ओर अग्रसर किया गया है। महिला सुरक्षा महत्वपूर्ण है और स्वाभाविक रूप से प्रथम फेज में जाति मत मजहब की सीमाओं को तोड़ करके माताओं बहनों ने, बेटियों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुरक्षा के इस एजेंडे को मुक्त कंठ से स्वीकारा है, उसकी प्रशंसा की है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में अपना समर्थन और आशीर्वाद दिया है।
सर, आपने सुरक्षा की बात करी तो मैं सुरक्षा पे बात करता हूँ। विपक्ष कहता है कि आपने ठोको राज बना दिया है। एक तरफ आप कहते हैं आपने गुंडा राज खत्म किया है, तो वो कहते हैं यहाँ पे कानून का कोई राज नहीं है, जिसका मन करता है उसको पकड़ के अंदर डाल देते हैं।
देखिए, कानून का भय हर उस व्यक्ति के मन में होना चाहिए जो सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है। यही फर्क है। 2017 के पहले हर 3-4 दिन के अंदर एक बड़ा दंगा यूपी में होता था। महीनों तक प्रदेश में कर्फ्यू रहता था, अराजकता चरम पर थी, गुंडागिर्दी होती थी। आज तो प्रदेश में 5 साल में कोई दंगा नहीं हुआ, कर्फ्यू नहीं लगा। आज प्रदेश के अंदर कर्फ्यू नहीं लगता है, व्यापारी और महिलाओं पर बमबाजी नहीं होती। आज तो प्रदेश में कावड़ यात्रा शानदार तरीके से निकलती है और हर हर बम बम का नारा लगा करके कावड़ यात्री जब निकलते हैं तो उसका दूसरा ही नजारा होता है। ये आस्था का भी सम्मान है और लोगों को प्रदेश के अंदर सुरक्षा का एहसास भी कराता है।
सर, अखिलेश यादव कहते हैं कि छोटे से गुनाह के लिए आजम खान को तो अंदर किया हुआ है, लेकिन जो टेनी है उनके बेटे, उनको जमानत मिल गई, जिन पर आरोप है कि उन्होंने फार्मर्स को मारा।
देखिए, आजम खान बाहर आए ये तो अखिलेश जी भी नहीं चाहते।
ऐसा क्यों?
क्योंकि अखिलेश जी की कुर्सी खतरे में पड़ जाएगी। वे स्वयं ही नहीं चाहते, उनसे पूछो ना ईमानदारी से क्या है। दूसरा, अखिलेश जी से पूछा जाना चाहिए कि ये जो मामले हैं, आजम खान के मामले हों या अन्य लोगों के मामले हैं, ये सब न्यायालय से जुड़े हुए मामले हैं। इनका राज्य सरकार से आज के दिन पे कोई लेना देना नहीं। जमानत देने का काम माननीय न्यायालय का होता है, राज्य सरकार का नहीं होता है। राज्य सरकार से पूछा जाता है, राज्य सरकार उसका सही जवाब उनको दे देता है, जो सही तथ्य होते हैं उनके सामने अवगत कराता है। इसलिए उसको राज्य सरकार के साथ जोड़ना गलत है, तथ्यों को तोड़ मरोड़ करके प्रस्तुत करने वाली स्थिति है।
सर, आप उनका ये भी कहना है विपक्ष का कि आपने सिर्फ आके फीता काटे हैं उन्हीं के प्रोजेक्ट्स पर।
ये तो हर व्यक्ति जानता है कि जनता ने उनको इस लायक छोड़ा ही नहीं कि वे फीता काट सके। यह जनता जनार्दन की अपार कृपा उन पर थी कि उनको जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी का संदेश भी दिया है। लेकिन हाँ, कुछ तथ्य मैं जरूर रखना चाहता हूं। एक तथ्य सर्वविदित है, 1947 से लेकर के 2017 तक 70 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश में 12 गवर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज बन पाए थे। 70 वर्षों में 12 और 5 वर्ष में हम इस समय 33 नए मेडिकल कॉलेज बना रहे हैं यूपी में, जिसमें 17 क्रियाशील हो चुके हैं, से 16 पर वर्तमान में कार्य चल रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश एक जनपद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की ओर तेजी के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। 70 वर्षों में उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 1.5 एक्सप्रेसवे बना था। 5 वर्ष में हम 7 नए एक्सप्रेसवे पे काम कर रहे हैं। अखिलेश जी के कार्यकाल में गरीबों को मिलने वाली आवास योजना में एक भी गरीब को नहीं मिला, लेकिन 18,000 लोगों को उन्होंने सैंक्शन जरूर किए थे। 25 करोड़ की आबादी में, उस समय 22 करोड़ की आबादी रही होगी, 18,000 को सैंक्शन हुए थे, मिला एक को भी नहीं। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विजन को आगे बढ़ाते हुए 43,50,000 से अधिक गरीबों को एक एक आवास दिया जा चुका है। नेम्ड है, पूरी सूची है। उन गरीबों के घर में, उन गरीबों को सिर ढकने के लिए एक एक छत मिला है। प्रधानमंत्री जी जिसके लिए कहते हैं कि या गरीब जिसके पास अपना मकान नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था, या झोपड़ी थी, या टूटी फूटी खबड़ेल की छत थी, आज उनके पास पक्का मकान बन गया है। 43,50,000 से अधिक गरीब आज लखपति हुए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री स्वामित्व योजना के माध्यम से प्रदेश के अंदर लगभग 25 लाख उन ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में लोगों को जिनके पास ग्राम सभा की जमीन पर जिन्होंने मकान बनाए थे, उन्हें उनका हक, मालिकाना हक प्राप्त हुआ है। 2,61,00,000 गरीबों को निजी शौचालय मिले। ये शौचालय स्वच्छता का प्रतीक तो था ही, नारी सुरक्षा और गरिमा के प्रतीक भी थे। 1,43,00,000 गरीबों को फ्री में विद्युत के कनेक्शन मिले। इसके लिए 1,21,000 से अधिक गांव और मजरों में विद्युतीकरण कराना पड़ा था। प्रधानमंत्री सौभाग्य योजना के कारण संभव हो पाया। 1,56,00,000 गरीबों को फ्री में प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना में रसोई गैस के कनेक्शन मिले। धुएं से उन्हें निजात मिली। ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के कारण। 9 करोड़ लोगों को हर वर्ष 5 लाख रुपए की सालाना स्वास्थ्य बीमा का कवर मिल रहा है। और कोरोना कालखंड में आपने देखा होगा, यूपी में इतनी बड़ी आबादी का प्रदेश, कब थर्ड वेव आई कब चली गई कोई पता ही नहीं लगने दिया। फ्री में टेस्ट, सर्वाधिक टेस्ट यूपी ने कराए हैं, देश के अंदर नंबर 1 है। फ्री में उपचार, फ्री में वैक्सीन, पहली डोज 100% लोगों ने ले ली है, सेकंड डोज 75% लोगों ने ले ली है। मैं जहां जाता हूं पूछता हूं वैक्सीन ली, लोग हाथ खड़ा करके बोलते हैं हमने ली। लोग आभार व्यक्त करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का कि मोदी जी के कारण जान बची है। और मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं, जो लोग वैक्सीन का विरोध करते थे, दुष्प्रचार करते थे, जनता ने वैक्सीन लेकर के मोदी जी के प्रति अपने समर्थन की अभिव्यक्ति इसी के माध्यम से कर दी है। और मैं कह सकता हूं कि 15 करोड़ लोगों को उत्तर प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार है तो डबल डोज राशन की भी दिया जा रहा है। ये पैसा पहले कहां जाता था? अखिलेश जी को संभवतः ये आंकड़ों की जानकारी होगी भी नहीं, वो रखना भी नहीं चाहते होंगे, क्योंकि इतनी फुर्सत ही कहां। मित्र मंडली से फुर्सत हो, सोने से फुर्सत हो, सपना देखने से फुर्सत हो, तो इन सब के बारे में सोचे भी। इसलिए उनको इन सब चीजों की जानकारी नहीं होगी। इनके जानकारी के लिए उनके लिए फिर एक अलग से कोई एक ऐसा व्यक्ति रखना पड़ेगा जिनको पहले आंकड़े रटवाने पड़ेंगे, फिर वह उनको रटवाए तो उनको जानकारी होगी। इसलिए बड़े बाप के पुत्र हैं, आराम से 12 घंटे सोते हैं, 6 घंटे अपने मित्र मंडली के साथ व्यतीत करते हैं, ताकि जो फुर्सत मिलती है उसके लिए अपना और भी उनकी व्यस्तता होगी। इसलिए उनको इन सब आंकड़ों से कोई जानकारी भी नहीं होगी, ना उनको इनकी जानकारी रखने की आवश्यकता ही है।
सर, डबल इंजन जब आप बोलते हैं तो एक इल्जाम ये लगता है कि जब भी चुनाव आते हैं, जैसे इस बार, तो सेंट्रल एजेंसीज विपक्ष के ऊपर छोड़ दी जाती हैं, रेड्स होती हैं, ईडी का इस्तेमाल होता है, सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल होता है। तो इस पर आपका क्या कहना है? और अभी हमने देखा कई रेड्स हुई भी, और ऐसा माना जा रहा है वो सब लोग समर्थक थे एक पार्टी के पर्टिकुलर।
हमें एक बात बताइए कि अखिलेश जी के खानदान के खिलाफ आय से अधिक संपत्ति का मामला है, क्या ये बीजेपी की सरकार के समय हुआ था? ये तो 2013 में तो बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट भी नहीं थी, न सेंट्रल में न स्टेट में। इनके खिलाफ बहुत सारे मामले और भी हैं, क्या ये बीजेपी के कारण हुआ है? इसका एक पक्ष तो ये है। दूसरा पक्ष, हमने 5 वर्ष के दौरान 33 मेडिकल कॉलेज बना रहे हैं, एक जनपद एक मेडिकल कॉलेज की तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं। सत्तर वर्षों में क्यों नहीं बन पाए ये मेडिकल कॉलेज? हम 7 एक्सप्रेसवे बना रहे हैं। हमने सभी 54 इंटरस्टेट कनेक्टिविटी को 4 लेन के साथ जोड़ दिया है। हर जिला मुख्यालय को 4 लेन के साथ हम जोड़ चुके हैं। हर तहसील और विकासखंड मुख्यालय को 2 लेन और 4 लेन के साथ जोड़ रहे हैं। हर गांव में बिजली दे रहे हैं, सबको बिजली, पर्याप्त बिजली, निर्बाध बिजली। प्रदेश के सभी 1 लाख राजस्व गांवों में, सभी 734 नगर निकायों में अनवरत बिजली है। 1 करोड़ युवाओं को हम लोग टैबलेट और स्मार्टफोन दे रहे हैं। 2 लाख कन्याओं का हम लोगों ने मुख्यमंत्री सामूहिक विवाह योजना के अंदर शादी करवा दिया है। 1 करोड़ गरीबों को वृद्धावस्था पेंशन, विधवा पेंशन और दिव्यांगजन पेंशन दे रहे हैं। ये कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर की है, प्रदेश के रेवेन्यू को बढ़ाया गया है। ये पैसा पहले कहां जाता था? क्या ये सच नहीं है कि यही गरीबों का पैसा, यही विकास का पैसा इनके इत्र वाले मित्र के पास चला जाता था। और आज जब जांच एजेंसियों ने इस बात की जांच करके पूरी पुख्ता व्यवस्था कर दी कि इत्र वाला मित्र तो प्रदेश में दीमक की तरह पूरा सोच रहा था, गरीब बेचारा भूखों मर रहा था, किसान बेचारा आत्महत्या कर रहा था, और इनके इत्र वाले मित्र मालो माल करके उत्तर प्रदेश की कमाई को विदेशों में ठिकाना लगा रहे थे। तो एजेंसियों का काम क्या है? यही तो काम है कि इस अवैध और अनैतिक कमाई को फिर से सरकार के खजाने में जमा करें और उस पर कार्रवाई करें।
चुनाव से ठीक पहले?
चुनाव के पहले नहीं, पहले भी होते रहे हैं, ये लगातार चल रहे हैं, एक लंबी प्रक्रिया है।
सर मेरा एक सवाल है, जैसे आप पे इल्जाम लगता है कि मेजॉरिटी इज्म हो रहा है यहाँ पर और माइनॉरिटीज सेफ नहीं है, आप इस पर क्या कहते हैं?
5 साल में कोई दंगा हुआ? 5 साल में किसी पर्व और त्योहार में कोई व्यवधान डाला गया? अगर हिंदुओं के पर्व और त्योहार शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से मनाए गए हैं तो मुसलमानों के भी पर्व त्योहार शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुए हैं। हिंदू शांति से है तो वे भी शांति से हैं, हिंदू सुरक्षित हैं तो मुस्लिम भी सुरक्षित हैं। हमने तो कहा सुरक्षा सबको, समृद्धि भी सबको, सम्मान सबको, लेकिन तुष्टिकरण किसी का नहीं। लोकतंत्र में कोई भी सरकार अगर जन भावनाओं को निरादर करती है, चेहरा देख करके योजनाओं का बंदरबांट करती है, जाति मत और मजहब के आधार पर भेदभाव करती है, तो इससे बड़ा लोकतंत्र का उपहास दूसरा हो ही नहीं सकता। हमने तो योजनाओं का लाभ प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के इस मंत्र के अनुरूप दिया, सबका साथ सबके विकास की भावनाओं के अनुरूप विकास कराया है, कोई भेद किसी के साथ नहीं किया।
सर एक और बात कही जाती है कि फियर साइकोसिस एक क्रिएट किया जा रहा है कि अगर आप इनको वोट देंगे तो यहाँ बंगाल बन जाएगा, यहाँ कश्मीर बन जाएगा, आपका एक बयान भी आया, उसको कैसे आप इस तरह से कर सकते हैं?
मुझे एक बात बताइए, उत्तर प्रदेश में चुनाव चल रहे हैं, फर्स्ट फेज का चुनाव संपन्न हुआ ना, शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हुआ है ना, कहीं हिंसा हुई? नहीं तो यहां दंगे होते थे, अराजकता फैलती थी, गुंडागिर्दी चरम पर चलती थी, ये होता था ना। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, क्या बंगाल में इतने शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से चुनाव होते हैं? अभी बंगाल में विधानसभा के चुनाव थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं पर कितना बर्बर अत्याचार हो रहा था, वहां पे बूथ कैप्चर किए जा रहे थे, अराजकता चरम पर थी, सैकड़ों लोग मारे गए थे। और केरल में भी ऐसे हुआ था, हिंसा, राजनीतिक हत्याएं जितना इन दोनों राज्यों में हुई हैं, कहां हुआ है? यूपी में शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से चुनाव चल रहे हैं, और ये लोग जो बंगाल से आकर के यहां फिर अराजकता फैलाने की बात कर रहे हैं, इसके प्रति जनता को अलर्ट करने के लिए आवश्यक था कि सावधान, जो सुरक्षा मिली है, जो सम्मान मिल रहा है, इसमें सेंध लगाने के लिए लोग आ गए हैं, यूपी को फिर से उस तर्ज पर आग लगाने के लिए, और ये कतई मत होने देना, ये मेरा दायित्व था, हमने अलर्ट कर दिया।
सर राजनीतिक मुद्दे पे वापस आता हूं, आपने पीछे बोला कि राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी पे कुछ बयान दिया, आज उन्होंने बोला मैं तो अपने भाई के लिए जान दे सकती हूं और हमारे बीच में कोई मतभेद नहीं है, तो इस तरह की बातें आप उनको इतना टारगेट क्यों करते हैं? अगर
हमने टारगेट कहाँ किया?
अगर वो इतने पॉपुलर है ही नहीं आपको जैसा आप बोलते हैं।
हमने टारगेट कहाँ किया? हमने कभी टारगेट नहीं किया। यूपी में तो कभी नाम उनका लिया नहीं, कांग्रेस है ही नहीं तो नाम ही क्या लेना। मैं उत्तराखंड में गया था, उत्तराखंड में मैंने एक बात कही थी, मैंने कभी देखे उत्तराखंड सीमांत राज्य है और उत्तर प्रदेश से भी जुड़ी हुई सीमा है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से उत्तराखंड का अपना महत्व है। उत्तराखंड का जब गंगा यमुना का पानी आता है, उत्तराखंड से वहां का जवान जब सीमाओं पे रक्षा के लिए खड़ा होता है, देश की रक्षा भी होती है, और उत्तराखंड से आने वाले पानी से हमारे खेतों में सोना उगलने का काम भी होता है। तो उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड तो आपस में जुड़े हुए हैं। कहां हम एक दूसरे से मतभेद है, लेकिन सुरक्षा महत्वपूर्ण है। और कांग्रेस को डुबोने के लिए किसी और की आवश्यकता नहीं, भाई बहन पर्याप्त हैं डुबोने के लिए। वहां आप लोग काहे बेकार कांग्रेस को सपोर्ट करके कांग्रेस को अनावश्यक उत्तराखंड के लिए एक बोझा बनाना चाहते हैं। मैंने ये अपील की थी वहां की जनता से।
सर, एक और अनयूजुअल चीज दिख रही है। पिछले चुनाव में बीएसपी आप पे हमला करती थी, आप लोग बीएसपी पे हमला करते थे, और अभी हमने देखा नहीं कि बीएसपी
ऐसा नहीं हमने बोला है।
लेकिन अभी बहन जी कुछ नहीं बोल रही हैं भाजपा के खिलाफ, क्या कुछ?
बहन जी भी रोज बोलती, बहन जी तो मेरे मठ पे उंगली उठा चुकी है। बहन जी ने तो कहा, मैंने भी इसी बात को, मैं तो इसी बात को कहता हूं, बार बार कहता हूं कि आज जो गरीबों को डबल डोज राशन का मिल रहा है ना, या तो सपा के गुंडे खा जाते थे, और दूसरा बहन जी का हाथी का पेट तो इतना बड़ा है कि उसके लिए सब कम पड़ जाता है। इसलिए ये बात भी हमने कहा है।
तो अब मैं आपसे आखिरी सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ। अब आपने जैसा हमने पूरा आंकलन दिया कि अच्छा कर रही है, महिलाएं सपोर्ट कर रही हैं, सुरक्षा है, कितने नंबर देते हैं आप अपने?
मैंने कहा, देखिए
कैमरे पे बोल रहे हैं आप।
मैं कैमरे में बोल रहा हूं, 10 मार्च के बाद फिर आपको इंटरव्यू दूंगा, और मैं फिर कह सकता हूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार फिर से आएगी। 80 बनाम 20 की तरफ चुनाव जा चुका है। सपा बसपा कांग्रेस हताशा और निराशा पहले चरण में उनके मन में छा चुका है। उनके लिए जनता जनार्दन के सामने अब कोई स्पेस, जनता जनार्दन के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है।
आपने नंबर नहीं बताया अभी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो एक लक्ष्य दिया है कि फिर एक बार 300 पार, तो हम 300 पार के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
शुक्रिया सर बात करने का। आपसे 10 मार्च के बाद दोबारा एक इंटरव्यू करेंगे।
धन्यवाद जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, स्वागत आपका।
तो योगी आदित्यनाथ ने कांग्रेस पार्टी पर हमला बोला। योगी आदित्यनाथ ने कहा कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को डुबोने के लिए दोनों भाई बहन ही काफी हैं, और इस तरह का बयान उनकी तरफ से पहले भी आ चुका है। वहीं समाजवादी पार्टी से जुड़े जो लोगों पर जो इत्र का कारोबार करते थे और एक बड़ा बड़ा खजाने का पर्दाफाश हुआ था, उसको लेकर भी हमलावर दिखे योगी आदित्यनाथ। उन्होंने कहा कि गरीबों का पैसा हड़पने की कोशिश की गई, अपना खजाना भरा गया, उस पैसे को दूसरे देशों में सेटल किया गया, और अब गरीबों का पैसा गरीबों के लिए ही इस्तेमाल होगा, और समाजवादी पार्टी सरकार में किसी कीमत पर नहीं आएगी। तो देखिए, दूसरे फेज का मतदान आज उत्तर प्रदेश में जारी है। उत्तराखंड में भी इस समय चुनाव चल रहा है, वहीं गोवा में भी मतदान इस बीच जारी है। लोग बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि देखिए, जनता के पास 5 साल के बाद एक मौका आता है अपने प्रतिनिधि को चुनने का, जो उनके राज्य को, उनके क्षेत्र को आगे लेकर जाएगा, उसका विस्तार करेगा, उसका विकास करेगा, और तमाम बड़े चुनावी मुद्दे हैं जिसके मद्देनजर वोटिंग इस समय चल रही है।
Right, now we also have some ground reports coming in. Let's take a look at the ground reports as far as this second and the largest phase of the polls is concerned.
उत्तर प्रदेश के दूसरे चरण के विधानसभा चुनाव के लिए मतदान शुरू हो चुका है। इस वक्त हम जिस सीट पर हैं वो सबसे ज़्यादा चर्चा में रहने वाली पश्चिमी यूपी की सीट देवबंद विधानसभा है, और यहाँ एचवी इंटर कॉलेज जिस लोकेशन पर हम मौजूद हैं, यहाँ पर जो मतदाता हैं वो सुबह 6:30 बजे के आसपास से ही यहाँ पर आना शुरू हो गए थे, और इस वक्त आपको एक लाइन देखने को मिल रही होगी। और सुबह के वक्त अच्छे खासे मतदान की तस्वीर हमने पहले चरण में देखने को मिली थी। और मैं आपको बता दूं कि देवबंद के इतिहास की बात करें तो 1952 में अस्तित्व में आई ये सीट जो है सबसे ज्यादा जो है वो कांग्रेस के पास रही। 9 बार यहाँ से कांग्रेस के विधायक बने और 3 बार बीजेपी के विधायक बने और 1 बार जनता पार्टी के। वहीं अगर मतदाताओं की संख्या की बात करें तो देवबंद विधानसभा पर 1/3 से ज्यादा संख्या जो है वो मुस्लिम लोगों की है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद जो है यहाँ से जो विधायक रहे हैं वो राजपूत विधायक ही रहे हैं, और यही एक वजह है कि यहाँ पर ज्यादातर प्रत्याशियों ने राजपूत कैंडिडेट्स पर अपनी किस्मत आजमाई है। अगर भाजपा से बात करें तो यहाँ पर उन्होंने वर्तमान विधायक ब्रजेश सिंह और इसके अलावा गठबंधन की बात करें तो उन्होंने कार्तिक राणा, इसके अलावा चौधरी राजेंद्र सिंह को उम्मीदवार बनाया है। बसपा ने खलील साहब हैं वो कांग्रेस में। इसके अलावा अगर हम AIMIM से बात करें तो मौलाना महमूद मदनी के भतीजे उमर मदनी मैदान में।
ज्वाइनिंग विद मी पुष्कर सिंह धामी। सर, सबसे पहला सवाल, आज बड़ा चुनाव है, क्या क्या स्टेक पे है सर आपके लिए आज?
नहीं, उत्तराखंड की देवतुल्य जनता हमें अपना आशीर्वाद देगी और हमने जो काम किया है काम पर हमारे मोहर लगाएगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उत्तराखंड राज्य के लिए काम किए हैं, हमारी सरकार ने काम किया है, उस काम के आधार पर हम जनता के बीच में जा रहे हैं और जनता काम को पसंद करेगी और प्रचंड बहुमत की भाजपा की सरकार बनाएगी।
सिविल कोर्ट के मुद्दे पे क्या कहेंगे सर?
सिविल कोर्ट के मुद्दे पर मैं यही कहूँगा कि उत्तराखंड देवभूमि है, दो राष्ट्रों से हमारी सीमाएं लगी हुई हैं और देवभूमि है, सैनिक बाहुल्य प्रदेश है और पूरे देश में, दुनिया में इसको देवभूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है, अध्यात्म की भूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है, संस्कृति की भूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है। इसलिए संरक्षित रहनी चाहिए, सुरक्षित रहनी चाहिए। इसलिए सभी के लिए एक समान कानून देवभूमि में होना चाहिए और सरल सा हमारा फंडा, हमने संकल्प लिया है कि नई सरकार के गठन होते ही हम जो है इस पर प्रबुद्धजनों की, विधि विशेषज्ञों की, स्टेक होल्डर्स की, सबकी कमेटी बनाएंगे। कमेटी एक ड्राफ्ट तैयार करेगी, उसको सरकार लागू करेगी।
सर, आम आदमी पार्टी ने
हो गया, बस आप रिक्वेस्ट है सर। नहीं सर।
So that was Uttarakhand CM Pushkar Singh Dhami, who's currently going to cast his vote with video journalist Yogesh Bharadwaj. This is Sabyasachi Roy Chaudhary for Times Now.
आज के दिन फिर से एक बार डबल इंजन की सरकार लाने के लिए गोवा के मतदार, मेरे पूरे सभी भाई बहन तैयार हैं और इस जो डेफिनेटली कॉन्फिडेंट है कि 100% लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार और कमल को फिर से एक बार वोट दे देंगे। आज सुबह ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सुबह फ़ोन करके मुझे बेस्ट विशेस दी, हमारे संगठन को बेस्ट विशेस दी, गोवा के लोगों को बेस्ट विशेस दी। इससे डबल इंजन की सरकार यानी फिर से आने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की विशेस हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थी। मुझे पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है 22 में 22+ सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आ जाएंगे।
Well, the BJP is confident of the return of double engine ki sarkar in all the three states, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Goa, where the polling for the second and the largest phase is currently underway. It's a single phase election in Uttarakhand and Goa. Okay, we're getting a live reaction from Harish Rawat. Let's listen in.
कह दे रहे केवल कुत्ता शब्द में संकोच क्यों कर रहे? मैंने कहा कुत्ता तो कुत्ते में भी हम तो भैरव का अंश देखते हैं और उत्तराखंड का कुत्ता होना भी मेरे लिए गर्व की बात है। भौंकूंगा भी तो उत्तराखंड के लिए भौंकूंगा और हाँ, मैंने कहा इतना ध्यान रखना, ज़्यादा नुकसान पहुँचाओगे उत्तराखंड को तो काटूंगा भी।
क्या आज जो वोट डाले जा रहे हैं, जो वोटर हैं, उनसे क्या अपील करते हैं आज के दिन?
मैं उनसे प्रार्थना करना चाहता हूँ निर्भीकता से आप सारी परिस्थितियों में एक विवेचन कर अपने मत का उपयोग करें और हम भी जो है जो आपकी मनोभावना के अनुरूप एक अच्छी सरकार देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है, हाथ जोड़े खड़े हैं, हमको अवसर दी।
एक अंतिम सवाल, आपने वोट डाला, कब आप वोट डालने के लिए जा रहे हैं?
मेरा वोट यहाँ नहीं है, यहाँ नहीं है, देखता हूँ।
चलिए, धन्यवाद। हरीश रावत हमारे साथ थे बात करते हुए और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हैं। जिस तरह से यहाँ विजय भव के जाप के साथ उन्होंने अपनी जो पूजा है वो संपन्न की और वो उम्मीद भी कर रहे हैं कि उत्तराखंड में जिस तरह से वोटर आज वोट डालेंगे, एक बदलाव के लिए वोट होगा और उम्मीद करेंगे कि उत्तराखंड की जो जनता है वो जागरूक है, वो समझती है कि उनके लिए क्या बेहतर है और उसी तरह से वो वोट डालेंगे। विजय आर के यादव के साथ रंजीता झा, टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत, लालकुआं।
All right, so you heard Harish Rawat there. He in fact was responding to the jibe that was taken at him by Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
एक ब्रेक के लिए यहाँ पर हम रुक रहे हैं। बड़ी कवरेज टाइम्स नाउ पर जारी है, आप देखते रहिए टाइम्स नाउ।
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first, because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation, right information that helps them make the right choices, hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy and survival.
राम मंदिर बनने से खुश हैं?
समाजवादी सरकार हो तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देगा।
मैं हिंदू हूँ मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूँ।
Elections that set the tone for 2024.
Just coming in, BJP candidate from the Gill Assembly constituency, S.R. Ladhar, was attacked by a group of men in Kheri village. In fact, his convoy came under attack.
जी हाँ, तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की लुधियाना रैली से ठीक पहले बीजेपी के प्रत्याशी हैं सुच्चा राम लाढ़र, जिन पर हमला हुआ है। अस्पताल में ये भर्ती है। हालत इनकी फिलहाल स्थिर बताई जा रही। गुरप्रीत मेरे सहयोगी मुझे और जानकारी देंगे। गुरप्रीत, क्या अपडेट है अभी? किसने हमला किया, कुछ सामने आया?
जी बिल्कुल, जो तस्वीरें हैं जो टाइम जोन भारत के पास है, वहां पे ये पता चला है कि कैसे वहां पे जब ये वापस आ रहे थे रात को लेट नाइट अपनी कैंपेनिंग खत्म करने के बाद, तो अचानक पत्थरबाजी होती है, अचानक अटैक होता है। उसके बाद जो इनके साथी थे वो हॉस्पिटल में लेके जाते हैं। और जो पुलिस का अभी तक कहना है कि अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है, अभी क्योंकि सेंसिटिव मामला है, क्योंकि इलेक्शंस चल रही हैं, इस समय कोई भी डिटेल पुख्ता सबूत के बगैर दी नहीं जा सकती। और लगातार जैसे ये अटैक हुआ है और देख रहे हैं कि आज का दिन पंजाब की पॉलिटिक्स के लिए अहम है। प्रधानमंत्री खुद आ रहे हैं और पिछली बार जब आए थे तो सबको पता है कि सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच हुआ था, पुलिस कहीं ना कहीं प्रॉपर सिक्योरिटी नहीं दे सकी। और उससे पहले एक दिन रात को ऐसा अटैक होना, इसको पुलिस भी बहुत सीरियसली ले रही है। अब देखना यह है कि कौन लोग थे, कौन से शरारती अंसर थे। वो पुलिस कह रही है कि जैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन कंप्लीट होगी उनको पकड़ा जाएगा, उसके बाद इस बात को डिस्क्लोज करेंगे। लेकिन गाड़ी टूटी हुई है, सब कुछ पुलिस ने अपनी कस्टडी में ले लिया और लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टार्ट कर दी है।
All right, Gurpreet, thank you very much for getting us those details. We're moving on now to more breaking inputs on the broadcast, and this is what we're picking up from the Election Commission of India. No repoll in the first phase of polling which took place in the state of Uttar Pradesh, and this recommendation has come in after scrutinizing the entire event. After scrutiny, the Election Commission of India has recommended that there will be no repoll as far as the first phase of elections that were held in Uttar Pradesh is concerned.
तो धांधली की भी खबर निकलकर सामने आई थी। इस बीच लगातार सवाल भी खड़े हो रहे थे, तो इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से साफ कहा गया है कि पहले फेज का जो चुनाव हुआ है उसके बाद जिस तरह के आरोप लगाए जा रहे थे, पूरा स्क्रूटनी किया गया है इस पूरे मसले पर और दोबारा से रिपोल नहीं होगा, ये इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से कहा गया है। मेरे सहयोगी मेरे साथ जुड़ेंगे और जानकारी हम तक पहुंचाएंगे इससे मुतल्लिक। लेकिन इस बीच ये बड़ी खबर है।
Right. In fact, Jyotsna, moving on to news just coming in from the state of Punjab, where the infighting in the Congress party is only escalating, and in fact it has now come out in the open in the presence of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra as well. Yesterday, remember, Priyanka Gandhi was in Dhuri constituency addressing a rally, and when Navjot Singh Sidhu was invited to speak to address the rally, he pointed towards Charanjit Singh Channi and refused to address.
बिल्कुल, सिद्धू ने कहा था कि चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी स्पीच देंगे, मैं नहीं दूंगा। हुंकार भरी थी। आप मंच से उस महिला को भी सुन रहे थे जो नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को कह रही थी कि पंजाब का शेर अब आएगा और संबोधित करेगा, और पंजाब के शेर ने साफ मना कर दिया, मैं नहीं, मुख्यमंत्री का संबोधन होगा प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा की मौजूदगी में।
बब्बर शेर कक्कड़ा लाला बब्बर शेर थोड़े विचारे है, नवजोत तेरी सोच ते, सिद्धू तेरी सोच ते, जिन्ना दी थोनू बहुत बेसब्री तो इंतजार सी। चन्नी सरकार, चन्नी सरकार, चन्नी सरकार। सिद्धू साहब कहने मैं तो थोड़े वाला ही हां, कहने मैं हुण रहन देना, मैं तो थोड़े वाला ही हां, थोड़े नाल गल करदा। चन्नी साहब थोड़े विच आ गए जिन्हां दी बहुत देर तो इंतजार सी। चन्नी सरकार, चंगी सरकार, चन्नी ते हुण बब्बर शेर कक्कड़ा लाला ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਨਵਜੋਤ ਤੇਰੀ ਸੋਚ ਤੇ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਤੇਰੀ ਸੋਚ ਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੇਸਬਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਰ ਸੀ ਚੰਨੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੀ ਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੀ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਚੰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਗਏ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੇਰ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਰ ਸੀ ਚੰਨੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਚੰਗੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਚੰਨੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਚੰਗੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ
Well, it certainly was a very awkward and an embarrassing moment, and all of that played out in front of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Meanwhile, in more breaking inputs from Punjab, it's a big blow, a massive blow to the Congress party. Punjab Women's Commission chairperson Manisha Gulati is all set to join the Bharatiya Janata Party in presence of Prime Minister Modi.
और ये बहुत बड़ा कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए झटका है और हाल ही में मनीषा गुलाटी को स्वाति वुमेन कमीशन का ये पदभार संभाला था उन्होंने और उनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड भी अच्छा है देखा जाए तो। कल कई ऐसे मसले हैं जो उन्होंने बीते कुछ महीनों में हल भी किए हैं। लोग खुश हैं मनीषा गुलाटी के काम से, तो इसका फायदा कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिल सकता है। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए बहुत बड़ा झटका है गुरप्रीत।
जी बिल्कुल, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये वही मनीषा गुलाटी है जो कमीशन की चेयरमैन थी और जिसने चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी के खिलाफ जब ये मंत्री होते थे, एजुकेशन टेक्निकल एजुकेशन के मिनिस्टर होते थे, उस समय इनके खिलाफ एक कंप्लेंट आई थी। उस कंप्लेंट के बाद इन्होंने तहकीकात की थी और इस मुद्दे को लेके कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह को भी मिले थे और उन्होंने कहा था कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। जो मी टू का केस था, ये मनीषा गुलाटी लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेट करती रही और लगातार पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर होने के बावजूद भी आवाज उठाती रही। तो आज मनीषा गुलाटी अगर बीजेपी में जाती है प्रधानमंत्री के होते हुए, तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा झटका है और आने वाले दिनों में क्योंकि लगातार कमीशन में काफी एक्टिव थे और लगातार काफी मुद्दे जो पंजाब में लड़कियों को लेके जो अत्याचार होते थे, बुजुर्गों को लेके अत्याचार, ये लगातार उनके लिए लड़ाई लड़ते थे और कमीशन को लगातार उसके लिए एक्टिवेट करके रखते थे ताकि लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा जस्टिस मिल सके। तो कहीं ना कहीं आज इट्स अ बिग डेवलपमेंट फॉर बीजेपी एंड इट्स अ बिग जोल्ट फॉर द कांग्रेस
Right,
party.
it is a setback for the Congress party and it continues even ahead of the elections. Today, Manisha Gulati will join BJP in presence of Prime Minister Modi. Thank you, Gurpreet, for getting us those details.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9 only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देती।
मैं हिंदू हूँ मगर हिंदुत्वादी नहीं हूँ।
Elections that set the tone for 2024. Five state elections, one destination. Times Now, your election news headquarters.
The path to Delhi runs through Lucknow.
गलती होने पर ये कहकर ना टाल दे कि लड़कों से गलती हो जाती है।
The biggest build-up.
जिस दिन भगवान हमारे सपनों में ना करके कहते हो कि आपकी सरकार बनेगी।
उनके सपने में भगवान आ रहे होंगे और कह रहे होंगे कि भाई अपनी नाकामयाबियों पर अब तो रो जाओ।
आप अपने दरमियान में तय कर लो कि इन सबसे बड़ा हिंदू कौन है।
The biggest news breaks first. The best analysis exclusively. Ladai for Lucknow on Mandate 2022. Only on Times Now on India's election news headquarters.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the
Welcome back. Good morning. You're watching the Morning News Hour. I'm Swati Joshi. You're watching a continuous coverage on the second and the biggest phase of elections.
और मैं हूं आपके साथ ज्योत्सना बेदी. अपने रिपोर्टर्स के पास हम जाएं, जमीनी हकीकत आपको बताएं. उससे पहले इस वक्त की हेडलाइंस पर एक नजर.
Uttar Pradesh's phase 2 polling for 55 seats begins today. The polling is underway. 586 candidates are in the poll tray. Samajwadi Party hopes for big gains. BJP eyes to repeat the 2017 performance.
With 301 candidates and 40 seats, Goa residents vote today. BJP looks to retain power. Aam Aadmi Party and Congress play as key challenges.
Polling on 70 seats today in Uttarakhand. BJP eyes historic return, but the Congress sees anti-incumbency wave.
Ahead of crucial hearing on hijab today, curbs imposed on protest in Udupi, but radical group incites claiming judiciary pressured. Is it another bid to create unrest again?
Cong leader Zamir sparks big row ahead of hijab hearing. Defends regressive mindset, says veil shields from buri nazar.
Top court to hear Tamil Nadu government petition challenging Madras High Court's order directing CBI probe into death of Tanjavur teen Lavanya.
Weeks after a security breach issue, Prime Minister Modi to address first physical election rally in Jalandhar in Punjab. Farmer union threatened to protest.
Russia-Ukraine tension grows. India steers clear of conflict. Delhi mulls diplomatic options.
ISRO successfully launches the Earth observation satellite. 2 other co-passengers on PSLV C-52. Well, amid the hijab row and ahead of the crucial hearing in the High Court today, Mangaluru City Police has imposed Section 144 within 200-meter radius of all the schools and colleges within the commissionerate limits.
बिल्कुल कोर्ट ये पहले ही साफ कर चुका है कि जो भी फैसला कोर्ट लेगा वो संविधान के आधार पर लेगा. आप अपनी भावनाओं को बाहर रखें. लेकिन हमने देखा किस तरह बवाल इस पूरे मसले पर बढ़ता चला गया. फिलहाल जो तस्वीरें आपके टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर आप देख रहे हैं, ये उडुपी की 8 फरवरी की तस्वीरें हैं, जब भगवा वर्सेस हिजाब हम देख रहे थे शहर के अलग अलग हिस्सों में.
Right. Let's go across to Neha. She's joining us on the broadcast with more details. Neha, of course, all eyes are on the High Court as the hearing will resume from today. Meanwhile, prohibitory orders have been passed in Udupi as high schools are all set to open.
That's absolutely right. Not just in Udupi, but even in Shimoga district of Karnataka, we're seeing how Section 144 has been imposed in a 200-meter radius of all educational institutions. We're standing outside one of the schools in the district of Shimoga, which is likely to see students trickling in just some time from now. Not only is there police presence inside the premises of the school, but even around the entire 200-meter radius. This is the BH Road in Shimoga district, which is in fact today seeing heavy police presence around this entire area. You can also see how the police van has been kept here on standby. Let's tell you that it was only 2 days back here where we saw stone pelting that took place after a saffron flag was hoisted inside the premises of one of the colleges. So as far as the prohibitory orders are concerned, it seems like for the moment at least, things seem under control. The law and order situation doesn't seem to be an issue right now, is what the police personnel tell us. As far as, of course, the High Court hearing is concerned, now let's come to that. The Karnataka High Court today, the 3-judge bench, would be hearing the issue. They had issued interim orders on Saturday that said that no students should wear religious symbols to the colleges, of course, at least until such time that the hearing is underway. But apart from that, also today, interestingly, all eyes would be on the Karnataka Assembly session, where we're expecting fireworks with the opposition attacking the ruling BJP over here in the state over the entire hijab row. That's now become, a matter of concern globally and not just restricted to the state of Karnataka.
बिल्कुल छात्राओं की तरफ से जो दलील दी गई थी उसमें साफ कहा गया था कि सरकार के जो आदेश हैं उसमें कुछ अदालती फैसलों का हवाला दिया गया है और छात्रों को हिजाब पहनने से रोका जा रहा है, लेकिन कुरान में इससे जरूरी रवायत बताया गया। इमरान के पास मैं जा रही हूं। इमरान, लगातार आप कोर्ट की जो प्रोसीडिंग्स है उसे आप ट्रैक कर रहे हैं, कितने बजे आज सुनवाई होगी?
जी बिल्कुल ठीक 2:30 बजे आज जो हाईकोर्ट की 3 जज बेंच है वो बैठेगी और इस मामले पर काफ़ी विवाद ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, लेकिन अब पूरे निगाहें हैं कि हाईकोर्ट की क्या फैसला होगा। क्या आज इंटरिम जजमेंट आएगा या फिर केस इसकी सुनवाई आगे बढ़ेगी। इसको लेकर काफ़ी इशू अभी है कि अब तक जो कोर्ट ने जो कहा है कि हिजाब अलो नहीं है स्कूल्स और कॉलेजेस में, इंस्टीट्यूशंस चालू हो सकते हैं, लेकिन कोई ड्रेस रिलीजियस अटायर जो है, जो रिलीजियस जो कपड़ा है जिससे आधारित केंद्र होता है कि ये रिलीजियस आइडेंटिटी होता है, उसको अलो नहीं किया जाएगा या कॉलेजेस में या स्कूल में। इसको लेकर भी काफ़ी नाराज़गी है कुछ सेक्शंस में, खासकर जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं उडुपी में और कुंदापुर में कि हमको क्लास में अलो करना चाहिए स्कार्फ के साथ। उन लोगों से थोड़ी नाराज़गी है कि कोर्ट ने कोई सीधी डायरेक्शन उनको नहीं दिया। इस बीच उनके वकील ने हाईकोर्ट भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाने की भी कोशिश की, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि जब तक हाईकोर्ट में मामला ये फैसला नहीं होता आप वहां पर पेशेंस रखिए। अगर कोई हाईकोर्ट में अगर ऐसा मामला आता है कि आपको लगे कि आपके साथ नाइंसाफी हुई हो तो फिर वो वापस सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आए। इस बीच हमने देखा कि काफी स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने पुलिस को काफी जगह पे डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ बातचीत की है। चीफ मिनिस्टर ने कहा है कि होम मिनिस्टर ने कहा कि उनको के काफी स्कूल्स अभी कॉलेज है, लेकिन कॉलेजेस जो है वेडनेसडे से शुरू हो रहे हैं कर्नाटक में।
Right, Imran, stay on with us. Yes, the Supreme Court refused to intervene when the interim order of the Karnataka High Court was challenged in the top court. We have Deepak joining us from Udupi. Like Neha was telling us, yes, Section 144 is in place. Meanwhile, some peace meetings were also held. Deepak, what is the situation on ground in Udupi?
Well, I'm at the government school here, Swati, in Udupi, and here you can see that students, of course, are walking into the class. These are class 9 and 10 that have, of course, started. You can see one of the girls, of course, who walked in with a hijab, but, of course, as she enters the classroom, she will be asked to remove it. And more importantly here, of course, yesterday a peace meeting was held. A lot of important discussions were, taking place in that particular peace meet. We had the BJP legislator from Udupi, Raghupati Bhatt, who took part in that meeting. We had he's also, of course, the president of the CDC of the PU government college here in Udupi, where the entire controversy, of course, is swelling up. Most importantly, we should understand one aspect of the Karnataka High Court order has clearly mentioned that while they say that no religious wear should be worn to any of the educational institutions, this is specific to those colleges which have a college developmental committee, and they have they have a specified uniform that's in place. But of course, we've seen protests break out in private colleges which allowed hijab as well, and a lot of issues that took place last week. So yesterday in the peace meeting, it has been of course decided that if there was a college where there is no uniform rule in place, or if the uniform specified the hijab would be allowed, no issues should come up in these institutions. And this was something that came up during discussions at the peace meeting that took place. Such peace meetings of course have taken place in various districts. As far as schools are concerned, we have not seen issues up until now. As a precautionary measure, police force as well has been deployed in and around the campus here. You can see at the gate a couple of police officers there as well.
Reopen, these precautionary measures are in place. Section 144 also is in place, 200 meters in and around the high schools that are reopening from today. Thank you very much, Neha, Deepak and Imran, for getting us those details. We do have some reactions lined up.
लाखों का हिसाब में हमारा वर्कर है, तो हम लोग को नहीं मालूम वो कौन है, कौन सा वर्कर है बोल के। ये कुंदापुर के बारे में पूछ रहे हैं आप। कुंदापुर का शायद हो भी सकते, नहीं भी हो सकते, क्योंकि ज़्यादा करके ऐसा कुछ उल्टा सीधा काम आएगा तो डायरेक्ट एसडीपीआई का ऊपर लेके आ जाता है, तो ऐसा ही हो सकता है। ये बात भी एसडीपीआई न्यूट्रल है अभी तक।
तो उत्तर प्रदेश में इस समय दूसरे दौर का मतदान चल रहा है। सुबह 7 बजे ये मतदान शुरू हो गया था और लगातार एक एक अपडेट ग्राउंड जीरो से हम आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। लोगों से भी जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि किन मुद्दों को वो अपने जहन में रखकर अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। मेरे साथ तमाम सहयोगी इस समय ग्राउंड जीरो से मौजूद हैं। बरेली से आकांक्षा हमारे साथ हैं, खटीमा से सभ्या साची हमारे साथ हैं, आकांक्षा भी नहीं जुड़ी है। हमारे साथ ऐश्वर्या हैं बदायूं से, शेरिन हमारे साथ है सहारनपुर से, और मोहित भट्ट हमारे साथ उत्तरकाशी से जुड़े हैं। मोहित, सबसे पहले मैं आपके पास आ रही हूं। मोहित, मुकाबला उत्तरकाशी का बेहद दिलचस्प है और यहां से जो परिणाम सामने आएगा वो पूरे राज्य के लिए निर्णायक साबित होगा। तस्वीर क्या है ग्राउंड जीरो से?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए गंगोत्री की जो सीट है, एक हाई प्रोफाइल बैटल यहाँ पे है। कर्नल अजय कोठियाल जो कि आम आदमी पार्टी के सीएम फेस है, वो कुछ ही देर में यहाँ पे वोट डालेंगे। वो यहाँ से उनके कैंडिडेट हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जो सजवान है, जो उनके 2 बार के पुराने एमएलए रह चुके, उनको यहाँ से खड़ा किया है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुरेश चौहान जो है वो यहाँ पे उनके कैंडिडेट है। गोपाल सिंह रावत ने कांग्रेस के कैंडिडेट को यहाँ से हटाया था, पर उनकी बीमारी के बाद, मौत के बाद ये जो पूरी जो सीट है ये खाली हो गई थी। उसके बाद बायपोल्स की बात हो रही थी, लेकिन वो जो है अजय कोठियाल नहीं लड़े। लेकिन आप देखिए कि चुनाव की तैयारी यहाँ पे पूरी हो चुकी है। सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग के सारे मेजर्स यहाँ पे लिए जाएंगे। यहाँ पे सर्कल्स बनाए गए हैं जो कि लोग यहाँ पे खड़े रहेंगे। आप देखिए जो आ रहा है उनके हाथ सैनिटाइज कराए जा रहे हैं, जो भी पोलिंग के लिए यहाँ आ रहा है। यहाँ पे पूरे देखिए आप हेल्थ वर्कर्स यहाँ पे हैं और उनसे बात करेंगे, पूछेंगे हम जो आ रहे हैं सब आप उनको मास्क दे रहे हैं, पूरा सैनिटाइज करके अंदर जाने दे रहे हैं।
हाँ जी, आशा कार्यकर्ती हैं और बिना मास्क के, बिना सैनिटाइज के और बिना टेम्पर वो नाप के हम किसी को अंदर जाने, बिना
तापमान के नाप के आप किसी को अंदर नहीं जाने दे रहे हैं। तो देखिए कि सारी जो कोविड गाइडलाइंस है वो यहाँ पे मेजर की जा रही है। यहाँ जो उत्तराखंड पुलिस है वो भी स्पॉट पे है और पूरा एक तरह से नजर बनाए रखी है कि सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग के नॉर्म्स का पूरा पालन किया जाए। हालांकि अभी स्लो वोटिंग है क्योंकि यहाँ पे मौसम जो है बेहद सर्द है और उसके बाद ही आगे जाएगा। अब कुछ लोग आए हैं वोटिंग के लिए, आप बात करेंगे सर वोट देने आए हैं, अब क्या मुद्दे हैं और खास तौर पर अगर यूथ की बात करें तो उत्तराखंड में उनके क्या मुद्दे रहते हैं? क्योंकि सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा उनका रोजगार का रहता है और कहा हमेशा से ये जाता है कि पहाड़ का पानी, पहाड़ की जवानी पहाड़ के काम नहीं आती, क्योंकि जो यंगस्टर्स हैं वो नौकरी की तलाश में नीचे चले जाते हैं। पानी की भी काफी समस्या होती है, हेल्थ केयर की भी समस्या होती है।
देखिए हमारा जो पहाड़ का जो सबसे बड़े मुद्दे हैं वो है एक तो रोड जी। यहाँ पर अगर अच्छी रोड होगी तो हमारे को सारी फैसिलिटीज मिलेंगी। बिल्कुल। एजुकेशन लेवल यहाँ पर अच्छा नहीं है, हमेशा टेंशन रहती है कि यार 10th कर लिया, 12th कर लिया, अब नीचे ही जाना है।
उसके बाद आपको देहरादून हरिद्वार ही जाना है,
देहरादून जाना है, दिल्ली जाना है, कहाँ जाना है, सबसे बड़ा यूथ के लिए प्रॉब्लम है। आप देखेंगे हमारे उत्तरकाशी में सबसे बड़ा तो प्रॉब्लम ये भी है कि यहाँ सारे लोग पलायन कर रहे हैं। जितना यंग है,
पलायन तो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा उत्तराखंड का रहा ही है।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, पलायन है। आप देखेंगे हमारे यहाँ के जितने नौजवान हैं सारे लोग कहीं होटल में काम कर रहे हैं, कोई कहीं काम कर रहा है, तो वो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा हमारे लिए है। हेल्थ यहाँ पे अच्छा नहीं है, आप देखें हमारे हॉस्पिटलों का क्या हाल है, हमारी रोडों के बुरे हाल है। तो इस बार का जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है वो हमारे लिए एजुकेशन है, हेल्थ है और जो हमारी मूलभूत जो सुविधाएं हैं वो है।
अच्छा एक सब बात आप ये बताइए कि दूर दराज के जैसे उत्तरकाशी शहर है, जो शहर है, यहाँ पे तो सड़क आ जाती है, लेकिन दूर दराज के जो गाँव है वहाँ सड़क अभी भी मुद्दा है। लोगों को पैदल जाके चलना पड़ता है। महिलाएं हैं जो है, अगर सिलेंडर आता है तो उन्हें ऊपर तक ले जाना पड़ता है, पानी के जो पीपे हैं वो ऊपर तक ले जाना पड़ता है। सड़कों का बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा रहता है।
देख रहे होंगे आपने, क्योंकि रोड आजकल देखिए शहरों में भी बुरे हाल है। आप इधर से ऊपर आए होंगे, कितने गड्ढे रास्ते में आपको मिले। तो जब शहरों के जो विकास भवन के नजदीक जो शहर हैं उनके ये हाल हैं, तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि गांव में कितने बुरे हाल होंगे। एक महिला
This is the biggest issue of the people of Uttarakhand. We have our reporters joining us from UP as well. Let's go across to Sharon. Sharon, you're reporting from Saharanpur, and one of the seats to watch out for in that battle in Saharanpur is the Bihar seat. Naresh Saini, who won on a Congress ticket in 2017, is now contesting on a BJP ticket. He's a BJP candidate now.
Well, that is right, and that is why Saharanpur is, of course, one of the most talked about constituencies, because in these there are 7 assembly constituencies, and we have seen how there has been turn courts within.
Seeing you there for a bit, stay on with us. Akanksha is reporting from Bareilly, and she's joined by Mr. Santosh Gangwar. Yes, over to you, Akanksha.
Yes, we are at Bareilly, and here there are 9 assembly seats which the BJP won in the last assembly election. Here the fight is between SP Alliance and BJP. We have here with us Lok Sabha MP and former Union Minister Santosh Gangwar. Sir, जहाँ तक यहाँ बीजेपी की जीतने की बात है, इस बार किस मुद्दों पे आपको लग सकता है कि जनता का वोट मिलेगा?
नहीं, वास्तव में जिस प्रकार से पिछले 5 साल से उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार काम कर रही है, खासतौर से अपराध मुक्त उत्तर प्रदेश और खासतौर से विकास को दिशा मिलने का काम उत्तर प्रदेश और एक देश के राज्यों में उत्तर प्रदेश अपने तरक्की की रफ्तार में आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये भी बातें हैं जिनको लेकर उत्तर प्रदेश का मतदाता, खासतौर से हमारे जिले का मतदाता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहना और उनके साथ ही जाना चाहता है।
सर, जहाँ तक विकास की बात आती है, यहाँ पे मेट्रो की बात चल रही है, स्मार्ट सिटी की बात चल रही है, एयरपोर्ट आ गया है, पर ऑपोजिशन का कहना है कि विकास नहीं हुआ है पिछले 5 सालों में। तो आपका इस पे क्या कहना है?
विकास विपक्ष तो ये कहेगा ही कहेगा। जैसे आपने कहा कि मेट्रो की बात भी चल रही है और इस समय आप देखें पूरे शहर के अंदर विकास को दिशा मिल रही है। जिस ढंग से 100 शहरों में बरेली का चयन भी हुआ है, तो अब इतना बदलाव बरेली में दिखाई दे रहा है। लोग जो 5 साल पहले बरेली आए थे, अब आए हैं तो उन्हें लग रहा है कि बिल्कुल बरेली पहचान में नहीं आ रहा है। NH आप देखिए, अब 3 घंटे में आप दिल्ली से बरेली आ सकते हैं और विकास के हिसाब से यहाँ पर पूर्वोत्तर रेल ने एक अच्छे ढंग से स्थान बनाया है। यहाँ पर बाकी शहर, पूरा शहर में फ्लाईओवर्स और ये सारे काम हो रहे हैं और सबको लग रहा है कि वास्तव में अब दिखाई देता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में काम हो रहा है और बरेली इसमें अगुवाई कर रहा है।
So as you say here, he's saying that the key issues that are development, employment, all these issues are something people will be relying upon while casting their vote. So we'll have to see, because opposition is differing on this opinion. Back to the studios.
तो यहाँ की राजनीतिक हवा इस बारी बदली हुई है। स्वाति, यहाँ पर सबसे पहले कांग्रेस पार्टी का देखिए आजादी के बाद 7 बार कब्जा रहा है, 2 बारी फिर समाजवादी पार्टी आई, फिर निर्दलीय आया, फिर बसपा आई, और उसके बाद हम देख रहे हैं जब से परिसीमन हुआ है तब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कब्जा रहा है। इस बार बीजेपी ने संजीव अग्रवाल को चुनावी मैदान में उतारा है। हवा बदली हुई है, यहाँ का वोटर जो है बहुत शांत है। प्रत्याशी जब जाता है तो वो ना नाराजगी जताता है, ना कोई मांग करता है। ऐसे में चुनावी नतीजे 20 तारीख को सामने आएंगे। क्या होगा देखने वाली बात है। बहुत छोटा सा ब्रेक, लौट रही हमारे साथ।
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
राम मंदिर बनने से खुश है?
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देती।
मैं हिंदू हूँ मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूँ।
Election.
Polling for 40 assembly seats in Goa is currently underway. We have Arunil is reporting from Sanklim, from where in fact the Chief Minister of Goa is contesting. Arunil, this time around, it is very interesting to see how the regional parties have also entered into alliances. The Gomantak party is in an alliance with the TMC, Forward party is in an alliance with Congress, and BJP is on its own.
Well, that is right, Swati. In fact, you can see in the background CM Pramod Sawant. He just cast his vote some time back. In fact, we spoke to CM Pramod Sawant, particularly about the regional parties. He said that they are not going to make that much of a difference. Last time, MGP and the BJP had contested together. BJP will be contesting individually now, and this is the first time they will be contesting an election without Manor Parrikar ji as well. One more important development that happened last night was that BJP Mandal Adhyaksh's car was torched as per the BJP, as per the CM of Goa, Pramod Sawant. He said that the violence politics that has been seen in West Bengal, that has been brought in Goa by the TMC. So direct allegation being made by CM Pramod Sawant. Similarly, in Panjim, which is the capital of Goa, Utpal Parrikar cast his vote. Utpal Parrikar, the son of Manor Parrikar ji, the person who groomed and built the BJP party in the state of Goa, he was not given a ticket. He was denied a ticket, and he's contesting independent against Babush Montserrat, a candidate who basically originally belonged to the Congress party. He switched over during the last elections, post-elections, to the BJP. So yes, 40 seats, very mercurial situation, one can say. Will anybody be able to get a clear majority? That is the big question that arises with respect to Goa.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अरुणिल जानकारी को और तस्वीर को हम तक पहुंचाने के लिए। एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए यहाँ पर हम रुक रहे हैं, लौट रहे जल्द आप रहिए टाइम्स नाउ के साथ।
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Our Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above.
All right, we're getting live visuals now from Uttarakhand, from Uttarkashi, from where Mohit is reporting of Colonel Kothiyal, the CM face of the Aam Aadmi Party. Mohit, over to you.
Well, yes, we are now being joined by Colonel Kothiyal, who has come to cast his vote. Sir, what exactly are the chances of the Aam Aadmi Party? Because this time around, the Aam Aadmi Party is also in the fray, and you are the CM face.
Mohit.
What do you have to say? What do you have to say, sir?
People are looking for a change. Till now, in last 21 years, there was no alternative. Only parties which were existing in Uttarakhand were BJP and Congress. Today, Aam Aadmi, Aam Janta, Aam people, they want to have something which they expected 20 years, 21 years back when Uttarakhand became a separate state after a big battle fought against Uttar Pradesh. Aam Aadmi Party is that party, and this is Janta's party which is going to contest, and today is the day of battle.
Also, sir, you know, I also come from Uttarakhand, and the issues that I have been seeing since my childhood have been the connectivity of the roads, better infrastructure in terms of education and healthcare. Now, because still people who are living in remote areas, even in Uttarkashi, Rudraprayag or other districts, they have to go to Dehradun or to Delhi for their higher studies. What exactly is your vision?
You know, firstly, it is the employment.
Yeah.
So capable are these boys. This is the only state from where two regiments of Indian Army, the fighting regiments of Indian Army exist. Garhwal Rifle and Kumaon Regiment. Today, employment is the major issue. Women, mother, sisters, they are coming forward, questioning why is it happening that our children are becoming unemployed. Secondly is the issue of the education. Then is health.
Yeah.
And thereafter is so many things which are required to be given by the government to the society, like electricity. Uttarakhand is known as Urja Pradesh. Water. So tremendous water.
In remote villages, people are not getting access to the water also. That is also an issue, sir.
No, it's not that they are not getting access to the water. Issue is natural water is being supplied to them, but they are being made to pay for that water. Natural water, natural people. It is nature's water for the locals. and government is asking for money from their
Also,
roads.
sir, the issue of polarization has also come. We know for a fact that how the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand has also, just before 2 days before the elections, have talked about that they will form a draft committee to look into the Uniform Civil Code. How do you see this, sir?
No, they don't know what society requires. They always get into issues like polarization, communal rights. This is no way of making a society healthy society. Healthy societies, we should become Karam Yogi.
And one last question. The BJP and the Congress says that Aam Aadmi Party will not do good in the elections. They are just a vote katwa party. Do you think that Aam Aadmi Party is a vote katwa party, or this time around you'll make a change?
Yeah, it is something like a seat is known as A seat, B seat, C seat. C is the worst. C is Congress, first word is C, becomes C seat. BJP's first word is B, becomes B seat. Aam Aadmi's first word is Aam Janta's words, A seat.
So there you heard Colonel Kotial over here. He clearly says that he has a vision, and he also says that he will work on the ground regarding the basic issues of Uttarakhand, be it the infrastructure, be it the employment. Because you see, employment, infrastructure, health facilities are the top issues of the people of Uttarakhand, because they have to go to the other places. They have to go to Delhi if they have to study higher. In terms of employment also, people from the remote areas, people from the districts also, like Rudraprayag, Uttarkashi, Joshimath, they have to go to the other places, and hence this is the issue that people are voting for in these elections. Back to you in the studio.
वापस आपके पास लौटती हूं तो आम आदमी पार्टी ने चुनावी मैदान में कूदकर इस मुकाबले को और रोचक बना दिया है। आम आदमी पार्टी के प्रतिनिधि को आप सुन रहे थे। अब उत्तराखंड के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हरीश रावत और मौजूदा मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को आप सुनिए।
ज्वाइनिंग विद मी पुष्कर सिंह धामी। सर, सबसे पहला सवाल, आज बड़ा चुनाव है, क्या क्या स्टेक पे है सर आपके लिए आज?
नहीं, उत्तराखंड की देवतुल्य जनता हमें अपना आशीर्वाद देगी और हमने जो काम किया है, काम पर हमारे मोहर लगाएगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उत्तराखंड राज्य के लिए काम किए हैं, हमारी सरकार ने काम किया है, उस काम के आधार पर हम जनता के बीच में जा रहे हैं और जनता काम को पसंद करेगी और प्रचंड बहुमत की भाजपा की सरकार बनाएगी।
सिविल कोर्ट के मुद्दे पे क्या कहेंगे सर?
सिविल कोर्ट के मुद्दे पर मैं यही कहूंगा कि उत्तराखंड देवभूमि है, दो राष्ट्रों से हमारी सीमाएं लगी हुई हैं और देवभूमि है, सैनिक बाहुल्य प्रदेश है और पूरे देश में, दुनिया में इसको देवभूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है, अध्यात्म की भूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है, संस्कृति की भूमि के नाम से जाना जाता है। इसलिए संरक्षित रहनी चाहिए, सुरक्षित रहनी चाहिए। इसलिए सभी के लिए एक समान कानून देवभूमि में होना चाहिए और सरल सा हमारा फंडा, हमने संकल्प लिया है कि नई सरकार के गठन होते ही हम जो है इस पर प्रबुद्धजनों की, विधि विशेषज्ञों की, स्टेक होल्डर्स की, सबकी कमेटी बनाएंगे। कमेटी एक ड्राफ्ट तैयार करेगी, उसको सरकार लागू करेगी।
सर, आम आदमी पार्टी ने
हो गया, बस आप रिक्वेस्ट है सर। नहीं सर।
So that was Uttarakhand CM Pushkar Singh Dhami, who is currently going to cast his vote, with video journalist Yogesh Bharadwaj. This is Sabyasachi Roy Chaudhary for Times Now.
उत्तराखंड के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हरीश रावत हमारे साथ है बात करने के लिए। हरीश रावत जी, लाल कुआं से जो चुनावी ताल है वो ठोक रहे हैं, ईश्वर को मनाने की कोशिश हो रही थी रावत जी?
ईश्वर की आराधना के बिना तो जीवन में सार्थकता है ही नहीं। तो ये तो मेरे दैनिक जीवन का हिस्सा है, लेकिन आज विशेष दिन है तो इसलिए जो है वेद पाठी ब्राह्मणों के द्वारा जो है हमने विशेष पूजा करवाई।
विजय भव के जाप भी चल रहे थे, तो ये पूरे उत्तराखंड के विजय की या हरीश रावत जी के अपनी कंस्टिट्यूएंसी की विजय की?
हरीश रावत अब संपत्ति उत्तराखंड की है तो निश्चित तौर पर मेरी जय पराजय में उत्तराखंड की भी जय पराजय किसी न किसी रूप में जुड़ी हुई है।
वोटिंग शुरू हो गई है 70 सीटों के लिए, क्या उम्मीद रखते हैं? आज वोटरों से हमारी बात हो रही है, वो कह रहे हैं कि बदलाव के लिए हम वोट कर रहे हैं, रोजगार मिलना चाहिए। जो नए वोटर है उससे अभी बात करके हम आए हैं, उनका कहना है कि जो शिक्षा नीति है वो बदलने की जरूरत है। पहाड़ से लोग पलायन कर रहे हैं, बच्चों को बेसिक शिक्षा तक नहीं मिल पा रही है। ये सब मुद्दे हैं आज वोट करने के लिए।
आज उत्तराखंड का मतदाता बहुत ही जागरूक है और जिस तरीके का उत्साह मतदाता के अंदर है ये अभूतपूर्व है। और मुझे तो ये लग रहा है इस चुनाव में कि हम तो खाली निमित्त मात्र हैं। जैसे कृष्ण ने अर्जुन से कहा था, तू गांडी उठा, बाण चला, तुझे बाकी कुछ नहीं करना है, बाकी तो सब मैंने कर दिया है। तो उत्तराखंड की जनता भी कांग्रेस से कह रही है कि बाकी तुमको कुछ नहीं करना है, बाकी तो सब हमने कर दिया है, तुम तो अपना कर्तव्य पूरा करो। तो हम तो अपना एक कर्तव्य पूरा कर रहे हैं, बाकी तो उत्तराखंड की जनता तय कर चुकी है, बदलाव लाना है और भाजपा को जाना है, कांग्रेस को आना है।
हरीश रावत जी कहते हैं ना कि जला भी फूक फूक कर पीता है। पिछली बार 2 विधानसभा चुनाव से आपने चुनावी ताल ठोकी थी और दोनों जगह से हार हुई। अब की बार आपने अपनी सीट बदली है, कितनी उम्मीद है, कितने आश्वस्त हैं आप इस जीत के लिए?
चिंता मत करिए, गिरते हैं सहसवारी मैदान जंग में, और हम तो लास्ट तक जो है तलवार हाथ से नहीं छूटनी चाहिए, प्राण छूट सकते हैं तो छूट जाए, तो उस वाले लोग हैं। हम हार जीत की चिंता नहीं करते, और फिर हारों से किसी के सेनापति होने के जज्बे का मापन थोड़ी होता है।
सेनापति हैं आप?
योद्धा है।
योद्धा है। अच्छा ये बताएं, एक सवाल ये भी उठ रहा है, जिस तरह से यहाँ चुनावी कैंपेन हुए, अलग अलग नेताओं ने अलग
coming in from the Porvorim constituency in Goa. A letter has been written by the election agent to the presiding officer. Complaint has been raised against malpractice and interference inside the polling station. Booth number 8 and 10. This news break is coming in from Porvorim constituency in Goa. The election commission, the presiding officer, has been apprised of the situation at booth number 8 and 10. Now let's listen in to the Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant, who's contesting from the Sanklim constituency.
I'm 100% confident the third time the Bharatiya Janata Party government is coming in the state of Goa. In our mission in 22 plus seat we are getting, so 100% the Goa's getting the majority for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Double anti-incumbency against you, 2-time anti-incumbency. How are you planning to counter it? Do you think you will be able to counter it, or on what basis you will counter it?
It is a double engine Sarkar is coming, because the double engine had did the infrastructure development for the human development, and last for the 50 years whatever had not infrastructure had happened in the state of Goa, that for last 10 years the infrastructure development which we have did with the help of the Modi's government, with the central government. So definitely the people will vote for this infrastructure development for the again to come the back in power the double engine Sarkar.
But tell us one thing, that last time the Congress had managed to win 17, BJP 13. Congress had made a serious charge of horse trading against the BJP. They say that this time हम वो चोर को अलाउ नहीं करेंगे। इस चार्ज को कैसे देखते हैं?
मैं फिर से आपको बता देता हूँ, हमें किसी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। पूरे मेजोरिटी के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आ रही है। 22 प्लस सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जीत के बहुमत की सरकार हम बना रहे हैं।
और जो लास्ट टाइम आप एमजीपी के साथ लड़े थे, इस बार एमजीपी नहीं है, उससे कुछ इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है आपको?
कुछ इम्पैक्ट नहीं होने वाला है, क्योंकि एमजीपी ने जिस तरह से टीएमसी के साथ युति की है उसका फायदा ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी को होगा, क्योंकि एमजीपी के वोटर उससे नाराज हो गए हैं, रूट के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आ गए हैं, और उसका फायदा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ज्यादा मिलेगा।
आपका एक मंडल अध्यक्ष की गाड़ी को जलाया गया, क्या वेस्ट बंगाल की पॉलिटिक्स भी गोवा में एंटर कर रही है, ऐसा आपको लगता है?
मैं वही बोल रहा था, एक्चुअली जब टीएमसी गोवा में आई है और टीएमसी ने एमजीपी के साथ युति की है, तो वेस्ट बंगाल की राजनीति गोवा में आने लगे हैं। गोवा ने अलर्ट रहना चाहिए, गोवा के लोगों ने इस तरह से यानी अलर्ट रहना जरूरी है, और इस तरह की राजनीति गोवा में न आने के लिए मुझे लगता है कि सभी लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ही वोट करें।
और शिवसेना ने ऐसा बोला है कि हम दोस्ती की वजह से अभी तक गोवा में घुस नहीं रहे थे, बट अभी हम सबक सिखाने वाले बीजेपी को।
डेफिनेटली वो मैं तो बेस्ट विशेष देता हूं शिवसेना को, उनका काम बढ़ाए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। यानी हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी यहाँ के कार्यकर्ता समर्थ हैं, अपने अच्छी तरह से कार्य यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं।
शुक्रिया टाइम्स नाउ से एक्सक्लूसिवली बात करने के लिए। So this was the CM of Goa, Pramod Sawant. He will be leaving to the polling booth now to cast his vote, but he has expressed his confidence, saying that we are going to get the majority this time around as well. This is Arunil Sadadekar with video journalist Ashish Delkar for Times Now in Sankli.
तो प्रमोद सावंत से अरुणिल मेरे सहयोगी बात कर रहे थे। अरुणिल, मैं आपके पास आ रही हूं। अरुणिल, ये तो पार्टी के प्रतिनिधि, राज्य के प्रतिनिधि की आवाज थी, उसकी आवाज गोवा में क्या कह रही है, जिसे 5 साल बाद अपनी शक्ति का इस्तेमाल करने का मौका मिला है?
अभी अगर हम देखेंगे कि डबल एंटी इनकम्पेंसी बीजेपी के अगेंस्ट है, क्या बीजेपी उसको काउंटर कर पाएगी? और एक ड्रॉबैक बीजेपी के लिए क्या होगा? जो मनोहर पर्रिकर जी, जो यहाँ की एक डायनामिक टालिस्मान लीडर माने जाते हैं, वो फर्स्ट टाइम बीजेपी के साथ नहीं होंगे। उनके बेटे ने भी इंडिपेंडेंट लड़ने की घोषणा की है। वो पंजिम से इंडिपेंडेंट लड़ रहे हैं। तो क्या सारस्वत ब्राह्मण जो वोट बैंक है, जिसको मनोहर पर्रिकर जी और उत्तर पर्रिकर जिसको बिलोंग करते हैं और जो काफी एक क्लाउड रखता है पूरे गोवा में विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू मनी पावर, विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू ओपिनियन पावर ऑल्सो, क्या वो उससे इंपैक्ट होगा बीजेपी को? उसका एक बड़ा प्रश्न उभर के आता है। अगर कांग्रेस की बात करें तो कांग्रेस काफी कॉन्फिडेंट दिखाई पड़ रही है, बट लास्ट टाइम उन्हें 17 सीट मिले थे, बीजेपी को सिर्फ 13 मिले थे। मनोहर पर्रिकर जी और नितिन गडकरी जी यहाँ पे पहुंचे थे और उन्होंने पूरा पाला पलट दिया था और गवर्नमेंट बना दी थी गोवा में। तभी कांग्रेस ने हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग की बात की थी। अभी सभी नए चेहरे कांग्रेस ने उतारे, क्योंकि तभी उनका सिर्फ एक ही एमएलए जो दिगंबर कामत है वो बचे थे। तो कांग्रेस के साथ नए एंट्रेंस भी है, जैसे टीएमसी है, आम आदमी पार्टी है। क्या ये दो पार्टी कांग्रेस के वोट बैंक में डेंट करेंगे?
That's a very important point that you've raised, Arunil. That is something that will be monitored very closely if the entry of TMC and Aam Aadmi Party actually impacts the vote bank of the Congress party. Thank you, Arunil, for the moment. But we'll keep on going back to our reporters for live updates. The biggest team of reporters is on ground getting you reports on the second and the biggest phase of polls which is underway.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो एक साथ
Welcome back. We have a news break coming in from the state of Karnataka where amid the hijab row, now pictures are being circulated on social media by the Campus Front of India showing involvement of right-wing groups and BJP in the students' protest.
तो सोशल मीडिया पर जो पिक्चर्स सर्कुलेट की गई हैं वही अभी आपके टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। दीपक इससे इस मुतल्लिक और हमें जानकारी देंगे। दीपक, ये जो तस्वीरें सर्कुलेट की जा रही हैं सोशल मीडिया पर, वो लगातार हम टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर दिखा रहे हैं, इससे क्या और विवाद नहीं बढ़ेगा? और ये कौन लोग हैं?
Yes, now the Campus Front, of course, which has come under the scanner in the last few days over their involvement with especially the 6 girls in Udupi Government College who have been protesting, now have put out a lot of images of involvement of right-wing groups and also some of the BJP leaders in the protests that were carried out by the students opposing the hijab. Now we of course had certain videos as well that emerged while protests were taking place that there were right-wing groups who were distributing shawls, distributing the saffron turbans to the protesting students. There are certain videos that emerged of them coaching the students to go and stage a protest in campuses. Now some of these videos, some of them verified, some of them unverified, have been picked up. They are being made into posters of sorts where they're marking certain right-wing leaders, certain BJP leaders as well, and then saying that these people were near the protest sites or spotted next to the students wearing saffron shawls who were staging protests at the campuses. This looks like now the Campus Front's rebuttal to the attack from right-wing groups which have been saying that it is them that is brainwashing the students to continue the protest for hijab, and this issue would have not escalated if it was not for them. So it now is taking quite a political turn, and it is becoming a more of a left versus right aspect here, even as today school campuses remain predominantly peaceful, and no untoward incidents have in fact been reported.
Sign peace prevails as of now, and all eyes meanwhile are on the High Court as the hearing will resume on the hijab row today. Thank you very much, Deepak, for getting us those details. We're moving on now. The ISRO has successfully launched Earth observation satellite along with 2 other co-passengers to other satellites on the PSLV C-52.
तो सुबह 5:59 पर ये PSLV C-52 को सफलतापूर्वक लॉन्च कर दिया गया है। तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और 2022 का ये पहला प्रक्षेपण अभियान है। फर्स्ट मिशन ऑफ 2022 टुडे। तस्वीरें आपके सामने। 3 सैटेलाइट्स इसके साथ उड़ान भरी हैं और सफलतापूर्वक ये प्रक्षेपित किया गया है।
The Earth observation satellite is a radar imaging satellite which has been designed to provide high quality images in all weather conditions for flood mapping, agriculture, forestry and plantations, soil moisture and hydrology as well. And it has a mission life of 10 years. PSLV C-52 also launched 2 small satellites into the orbit.
30 seconds. Minus 20 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
और वहीं इस बीच देश के 3 राज्यों में चुनाव भी चल रहा है। बड़ी कवरेज टाइम्स नाउ आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लौट है जल्द। आप रहिए हमारे साथ।
What are they? Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Up Front, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one.
Uttar Pradesh's phase 2 polling for 55 seats underway. 586 candidates in the fray. Biggest coverage on Times Now. 301 candidates across 40 seats. Voting in Goa continues. BJP looks to retain power. AAP and Congress play key challenges. Polling on 70 seats kicks off in Uttarakhand. BJP eyes historic return, but the Congress sees anti-incumbency wave. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath makes scathing attack on the opposition that is backing hijab, says constitution not Shariat will be followed. Dream of Ghazwa-e-Hind will never come true in India. Ahead of crucial hearing on hijab, curbs imposed on protests in Udupi, but radical group inside claims judiciary is pressured. Congress leader Zamir sparks row ahead of hijab hearing. Defense regressive mindset says not wearing hijab leads to rape cases. Top court to hear Tamil Nadu government's petition challenging Madras High Court's order directing CBI probe into death of Thanjavur teen Lavanya. Weeks after security breach issue, Prime Minister Modi to address first physical election rally in Jalandhar in Punjab. Russia-Ukraine tension grows. India steers clear of conflict. Delhi mulls diplomatic options. And ISRO successfully launches Earth observation satellite. 2 other co-passengers on the PSLV C-52. Good morning, hello and welcome. You are watching Times Now, India's election news headquarters. We are getting you minute-by-minute coverage of polling which is underway in phase 2 in Uttar Pradesh and across Goa and Uttarakhand. Let's get started with some breaking inputs that we are tracking this minute. Daljit Singh, Special DG CRPF. He is addressing on Pulwama terror attacks 3rd anniversary. First pictures coming in from Lethpura Memorial. Let's start live. Remember, post the dastardly attack, tensions flared up between India and Pakistan. Viewers, in the wee hours of February 26, the year was 2019. The Indian Air Force jets bombed the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror camps in Balakot in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region of Pakistan. 40 Indian bravehearts were martyred in one of the deadliest terror attacks. India had then launched a counter-terror airstrike against terror camps in Pakistan. Abhinandan, piloting a MiG-21 Bison aircraft, shot down a much advanced F-16 of the Pakistani Air Force. And now 3 years later, Ishan, in fact, Ishan Wani now joining us. Ishan, 40 of our brave hearts were martyred in what was one of the most dastardly attacks. And 3 years later, we are remembering their supreme sacrifice.
Well, yes, absolutely. This is that day when one of the biggest attacks that took place in the history of Jammu and Kashmir, and something which shook the entire nation, took place here in Pulwama. We're at the memorial of that particular place, and few kilometers away from this location. That's where the attack took place. But today, all these CRPF Jawans are remembering of those brave hearts who laid down their lives during that particular attack, where this vehicle laden with explosive rammed into a CRPF convoy coming from Jammu. And today, every Jawan you can see on your screens is remembering and laying wreath at this particular memorial, which was built, in their memory. Now, we spoke to Special DG of CRPF, who said that they want to install peace in Jammu and Kashmir and don't want any sacrifice to go in vain. And you can see there are all the names, who actually were martyred during that particular attack are inscribed on this wall. And today, CRPF and other paramilitary forces also remembering all those men who actually were part of that convoy. If I remember correctly, that day it was shocking, very shocking for everybody to absorb the fact that such huge attack had taken place. We later on saw NIA cracking the case, producing charge sheets, civil arrests being made. But today you can see Jawans in numbers are remembering all those who sacrificed their lives for the safety and security of the nation. And today you can see that every top official coming here and trying to make sure that they not only remember them but also pay a tribute to all those who lost their lives during that particular attack.
All right, Ishan, thanks for joining us with your inputs. Times Now salutes, India salutes the supreme sacrifice of our braves. We move on. Let's tell you about the elections now, because Times Now is India's election news headquarters with a strong narrative built around the issues ranging from farmers, agriculture, caste, communal polarization, even COVID fight back. The stage is now set for phase 2 polling to 55 assembly constituencies spread across 9 districts in Uttar Pradesh. Also today, Goa, 40 seats, and Uttarakhand, they are voting. We have the biggest spread of reporters on the ground. Let's start with Mohit Bhatt. Yes, Mohit.
Well, yes, Pranesh, voting is undergoing over here at a polling station in Joshiada, which comes under the Uttarkashi district. And you can see strict measures for COVID protocols are being taken. Every single person who is coming here, their hands are being sanitized. They are being provided with the mask, and sanitizers are also here. The temperatures are also being checked. मैं हर किसी का टेम्परेचर चेक कर रहे हैं आप लोग अभी पूरे को बिना किसी को मास्क के अंदर नहीं जाने दे रहे और सैनिटाइज करके भेज रहे हैं
बिना मास्क के बिना सैनिटाइज के हमें किसी को अंदर नहीं तापमान लेके किसी को अंदर नहीं दे रहे जा रहे
सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग पूरी करी जा रही है so there you heard these are the healthcare workers over here who have been deployed over here and you can see this is the I'll just ask my camera person to follow me now this is the polling booth though the polling is bit on a slower side because it's cold weather over here today but we have voters over here we'll talk to them sir आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि मुद्दे क्या हैं युवाओं के यहाँ पे उत्तराखंड में जिन मुद्दों पे युवा वोट दे रहा है
सर कई मुद्दे हैं जैसे कि रोजगार है काफी लोग बेरोजगार घूम रहे हैं
अच्छा सबसे बड़ी बात ये होती है कि उत्तराखंड के जितने भी नौजवान हैं वो पढ़ाई कर लेते हैं रोजगार के लिए या तो देहरादून जाते हैं या दिल्ली जाते हैं रोजगार यहाँ पे नहीं मिल पाता
वही सर यहाँ भी और क्या
अच्छा सड़कों का मुद्दा और विकास का मुद्दा हॉस्पिटल्स का मुद्दा भी बड़ा मुद्दा है यहाँ पे
सर वो तो सही है पर हमें तो बेरोजगारी से मतलब बेरोजगारी बहुत है कोई रोजगार है ही नहीं
आपको लगता है 21 साल हो गए उत्तराखंड को बने हुए यहाँ पे रोजगार के लिए कुछ करा नहीं गया है खासतौर पे कितनी भी सरकारें आई हैं रोजगार के युवाओं को लोग बाहर ही जाना पड़ता है
बाहर ही जाना पड़ता है सर
जी
रोजगार है ही नहीं यहाँ पे बेरोजगारी है और नौकरी के लिए रिश्वत देनी पड़ती है 20 लाख 10 लाख ऐसे देना पड़ते हैं
तो ये सब मुद्दे जो है युवा आज आप वोट कर रहे हैं ये सब मुद्दे आपके ध्यान में रहेंगे
जी
We also have few more people over here. We'll ask them that what exactly are their issues. सर, एक मुद्दा जो हमने यहाँ पे देखा है उत्तराखंड में कि जो दूर दराज के क्षेत्र होते हैं वहाँ सड़कें नहीं जाती हैं. अगर कोई बीमार होता है तो हॉस्पिटल के लिए भी उन्हें नीचे देहरादून, हरिद्वार या रुद्रप्रयाग या दूसरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट जाना पड़ पाता है और वहाँ भी ठीक से सुविधा नहीं हो पाती है इलाज की.
काफी सुविधा नहीं है यहाँ पर. और जैसे छोटे व्यापारियों की भी सुविधा नहीं. छोटे व्यापारियों को भी बहुत वो करना पड़ता है. कोरोना के टाइम भी छोटे व्यापारी में बहुत ज्यादा हो रही है.
कोरोना के बाद जो व्यापारियों के क्या हालात हैं?
छोटे व्यापारी तो वहीं के वहीं है सर. उनको तो कोई ऐसी कोई आर्थिक मदद या कोई ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं.
सरकार की तरफ से मदद मिली?
नहीं मिली सर, कोई मदद नहीं मिली.
So there you heard Pranesh. There are issues. So Pranesh, I come from Uttarakhand and this is my village in a remote area. Now the road facility is not proper over there. Even the water facility is not proper. Even if somebody gets ill at my village, they have to go 30 to 40 kilometers by road to another district, and then he or she will be sent over to Dehradun or Haridwar. The healthcare facility is a big issue, and also the employment, because the youth over here says for the education, for higher education, they have to go to Delhi or to Dehradun, and after that, when they complete their education, if they want to work, they again have to go to the other districts or the big cities. So that will also be an issue. We also have the young voters over here. We'll talk to them. पहला वोट है आपका?
Yes sir.
अच्छा, तो किन मुद्दों पे आप वोट करेंगे? आप महिला हैं, किन मुद्दों पे वोट करेंगे? क्या इशू हैं आपके? क्या सोच के वोट करेंगे क्योंकि पहली बार आप वोट कर रहे हैं?
मैं अपनी जॉब के लिए वोट दे रही हूँ. मेरा करियर बना और हमारे जो यहाँ पे है, हमारे मोहल्ले में है, तो हमें वहाँ पे सुविधाएं चाहिए.
अच्छा, क्या सुविधाएं आपको चाहिए यहाँ पे? क्या
हमें वहाँ पे सिविल लाइन की सुविधा चाहिए.
तो पहला वोट है आपका, और पहला वोट जो है आपका रोजगार पे, सुविधाओं पे जाएगा?
यस सर.
आपका भी मैम पहला वोट है?
यस.
अच्छा, क्या इशू रहेंगे, किन इश्यूज पे आप वोट करेंगे? एजुकेशन का इशू रहेगा, क्या इशू रहेगा?
Keep talking to the voters. We'll keep coming back to you. Let's go to Badayu in Uttar Pradesh, where my colleague Aishwarya Jain is standing by. Yes, Aishwarya, good morning.
Well, that's right. Over 24 lakh voters will seal the fate of almost 60 candidates in Badayu. There are 6 assembly constituencies which are going under the poll in the second phase of Uttar Pradesh elections. And it's a very tough and close fight that's been seen here in Badayu between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Samajwadi Party, RLD and Mahandal alliance. People have been queuing up in large numbers here at this polling booth in Ujani in Badayu. This is the Bisli district which comes where there has been a straight fight between the BJP contestant Harish Maurya and the SP candidate, between the SP candidate Chandra Prakash Gupta. Clearly, it's been seen that there are different issues that are also pertaining as far as the voters are concerned. I will straight away go to some of the voters and ask what are the local issues over here. Sir, क्या मन में रखकर आप आज वोट डालने आए हैं यहाँ पर? क्या इश्यूज आप देख रहे हैं?
अच्छी सरकार बनाने के लिए जो हमारी सुरक्षा दे सके हमें, वो बना रहे हैं और फुल पे ही वोट लगा रहे हैं.
आप अच्छी सरकार बनाने के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं. आपके क्या मुद्दे हैं, क्या दिमाग में रखकर आज आप वोट डालने आए हैं?
सर, हम चाहते हैं गुंडागर्दी खत्म हो, भ्रष्टाचार खत्म हो और हमारे देश का भविष्य और आगे उज्जवल हो, इसलिए हम उसी हिसाब से वोट देंगे.
तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर आपका एक अहम मुद्दा है. आप किस मुद्दे पर वोट डाल रहे हैं यहाँ पर, क्या सोच कर?
आई वॉन्ट डेवलपमेंट एंड बैंकिंग सेक्टर शुड बी इम्प्रूव्ड एंड सो मैनी थिंग्स एंड सेफ्टी फीचर्स शुड बी देयर इन द कंट्री एंड आवर कंट्री शुड बी ऑन द टॉप लेवल in the future. So here should be a matter of development only.
Development is the key factor that is on the mind of the voters here in Badayu. It's a straight fight yesterday as well when SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav came to Hathras. He raked up the issues of development and law and order situation, but it's very close. Yogi Adityanath, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, both have arrived in Badayu earlier before for the campaigning, and they went door to door and raked up the issues of both law and order and the development. Back to you.
Okay, that's what is happening in Badayu. Let's take you to Bareilly, where Times Now's Akansha is reporting from. Yes, Akansha.
Yes, we are at Bareilly, and here there are 9 assembly seats on which BJP won the last time, but the current assembly seat where we are, which is the Bareilly Cant seat, there is the SP alliance is going to give a tough fight to BJP here. BJP is saying that the key issues, that is development and women's security, law and order issues, they have taken care of all the promises. But on the other hand, opposition is saying that nothing has been done in the last 5 years and the present dispensation needs to be replaced. Now we'll go across and speak to some people here who have come out to vote. आप आज वोट देने आए हैं, किन मुद्दों के आधार पे आप आज वोट देंगे?
जी
आप किन मुद्दों के आधार पे आज वोट देंगे?
मैडम, मुद्दे क्या हैं? मेन चीज़, पहले जब सपा की सरकार थी तो उस समय बहुत लड़ाई झगड़ा, आपसी सौंदर्य नहीं बना रहता था. अब आपसी सौंदर्य अच्छा है, हम लोग आपस में मिल बांट के रहते हैं, क्योंकि जिस क्षेत्र में हम रहते हैं वहाँ 76% मोहम्मदन है, बाकी 22% गुजराती है और 2% पंजाबी है. लेकिन हम लोग सब आराम से रह रहे हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
ये बिजनेस हब है, तो यहाँ की फाइनेंशियल स्थिति कैसी है स्टेट की इस असेंबली सीट?
मैडम सही है, अच्छी है. अब तो मेयर साहब हैं यहाँ के, उमेश गौतम जी, वर्क कर रहे हैं काफ़ी. पहले गड्ढे ही गड्ढे थे, अब फिलहाल काम चल रहा है काफ़ी टाइम से.
आप किन मुद्दों पे आज वोट देने आए हैं? आपसे बात करते हैं, आप किन मुद्दों पे वोट देंगे आज? बोलिए प्लीज, किन मुद्दों पे आप वोट देना चाहेंगे?
विकास के नाम.
विकास के नाम पे?
विकास अच्छा होगा वोट.
और रोजगार?
रोजगार अच्छा होगा, उसे वोट देंगे.
और यहाँ की सुरक्षा स्थिति कैसी है?
सुरक्षा सही है, बढ़िया है.
So this is what people are saying here. They're really excited to vote, and they're saying that there's few key issues like employment, development, women's security, women issue, and law and order. So this is what they will be relying upon while casting their vote.
Akansha, thanks for that quick update. All our reporters are staying on. We'll have to take a short break. We return to this non-stop rolling coverage on India's election news headquarters, Times Now.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Our Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
Welcome back. As India marks 3 years of Pulwama attack, a dastardly terror attack by Pakistan in which we lost 40 of our braves, the doubters are once again insulting their supreme sacrifice and questioning the valor of our forces. After Congress leaders, it is Telangana Chief Minister KCR who wants to see proof of surgical strike. The BJP has latched on to his comments and is calling it insult of our braves. Let's play out what Telangana Chief Minister KCR said. Alright, we'll play that out in just a bit, but the BJP has launched a massive attack once again on those who are demanding proof. National spokesperson of the BJP, Shehzad Poonawala, has put out a tweet, and I'm quoting now. Telangana Chief Minister KCR says nothing wrong with Rahul Gandhi demanding proof of surgical strikes. I am also demanding. Is this not an insult of the brave men and women who serve in uniform? An attempt to strike at their manobel by echoing Pakistan stripped. Uttarakhand is watching, says the BJP. Let's quickly play out what Chief Minister KCR said.
What is your question? Sir, Assam CM reacted to your comments and he said, why didn't you question or tweet when Rahul Gandhi asked for proofs for surgical strike? This was his reaction. What's your reaction on that?
I couldn't follow, please. Can you?
Assam CM has reacted on your comments yesterday and he asked, why didn't you react or tweet when Rahul Gandhi asked for proofs on surgical strikes when he insulted the army and the commander-in-chief?
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi and asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking. Come on, let the government of India show. It is a responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king. Rahul Gandhi in the capacity of being the president of All India Congress Committee and MP. Thank you.
Sir, Assam CM reacted to your comments.
Telangana Chief Minister KCR, he says, come on, where is the proof? Show me the proof. People are asking. There is apprehension. Pradeep Datta, senior editor, is now joining us. Yes, Pradeep, what do you make of this?
It's very unfortunate, Pranesh, that once again the Sabut gang is out there asking for proof on a day when we are celebrating observing the anniversary of Pulwama bombing, on which during that brutal attack 40 CRP personnel were martyred. This is like politicizing valor of our braveheart. When you start asking for sabut, everybody knows that after Uri strike, there was a paradigm shift in the military strategy, and the first surgical strike was carried out in 2016. And after Pulwama bombing, finally, the air raid was conducted in which the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters were decimated. I think if we really need a proof, we should listen to what actually Imran Khan said just days after that air strike. He was in fact worried about the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. He said that they want to take that back. And just a few months back only, when all of a sudden the electricity went off in Karachi, that there was a buzz on social media because they thought that maybe India was going to conduct the third surgical strike. That means Pakistan knows about that surgical strike has been conducted. But unfortunately, our netas keep on asking for sabut, despite knowing that our Air Marshal has already said that this strike was conducted. Our army has already confirmed about the first surgical strike, but they will be doubting their forces. They'll be politicizing their valor just because they want to play a petty politics and they want to target BJP. It's really unfortunate. This thing happens because it's like sprinkling salt on the wounds of all those people who stand like a rock and they give life for the country. This is really unfortunate coming from a person who is a Chief Minister of Telangana and giving such a statement.
Pradeep, stay with us. Let me bring in Somit. Somit, as India is marking 3 years of Pulwama attack, people are saluting the supreme sacrifice of our braves, lauding their valor. You have the Chief Minister saying what is wrong and asking for proof. And this is not the first time that we are hearing such things. And Shehzad Poonawalla, the national spokesperson of the BJP, is joining us. Shehzad Poonawalla, what do you make of this? Coming from the Telangana Chief Minister, he says, come on, show me the proof.
This is betrayal. This is the worst act of anti-nationalism that somebody can contemplate on the anniversary of Pulwama. To doubt our brave, to doubt the men and women in uniform, to demand proof from your own armed forces, only and only to defend Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who made an obnoxious statement at that time calling surgical strike, Khoon ki dalali, calling our army chief Sadak ka Gunda, saying surgical strikes had happened. To defend this statement, Mr. KCR goes to the extent of saying that he demands proof from our armed forces. The DGMO had briefed the country about the surgical strikes. No other country in the world, the opposition or any other person, demands proof from their armed forces. When Osama bin Laden was killed, did you see the Republicans gather around and ask for proof that bataiye Osama bin Laden ko kaise mara, camera mein video dikhaiye? Nobody does that. But Mr. KCR, only to defend Rahul Gandhi's statements on Bipin Rawat ji, on the kind of statements that have come on surgical strikes and Balakot airstrikes, today they have crossed all the limits, and it has happened on the anniversary of Pulwama. This shows that Mr. KCR, the Congress party and all their ilk love to echo the voice of Pakistan. Today Pakistan on the anniversary of Pulwama must be celebrating that a person like Mr. KCR is actually echoing and parroting the line just like Rahul Gandhi has. And this is the most disgusting comment, and it comes on a day when Uttarakhand is going to polls. Uttarakhand, maximum number or a huge number of our soldiers come from Uttarakhand. Imagine the situation and the agony and the mental manobal that has been destroyed of our armed forces when such kinds of statements are being made against the people.
Let's see how many from the opposition rant, Shehzad, echo this or condemn this. They are all on test today. We have with that a short break on Times Now. Somit, Pradeep, thanks for your inputs. Lots more lined up on the other side.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first, because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation, right information that helps them make the right choices, hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India.
Welcome back to Times Now Live. I'm Siddharth Talia and we're bringing you all the updates in the build-up to that all-important hearing which will be held in the Karnataka High Court later today at 2:30 p.m. with regards to the hijab controversy. Let me immediately go across to our reporters Deepak Bopanna, who's joining us from Udupi, and Imran as well. Deepak, coming to you first. The hearing is scheduled to begin at 2:30, but you've got some students with you right now who want the schools to be reopened there as soon as possible.
Yes, Siddharth, unfortunately, the student who was here has just left and she was here for quite some time. She submitted a memorandum signed by about 22 students. She is, of course, a student of the government PU college. The classes have not started. She was here to request the management to reopen. She went on to even say that, their classes and academics are overall being affected. the memorandum that has been submitted also states that they have missed a lot of classes, and now it's the management's responsibility to open as soon as possible. While speaking to us, several other statements that she made that the protesting girls created this issue all of a sudden in the month of December. She even says that other issues were flagged off by them unnecessarily over languages that were being spoken inside the campus, and she says that the entire atmosphere in the campus has been vitiated, and right now it's time to focus back on education. And they say that even protests were not held wearing saffron shawls in this campus. So why are the students having to bear the brunt of classes not resuming, because they've lost out on classes because of the COVID already? So this was the request that was just made. She has just left. Of course, we'll of course put out that reaction while we spoke to her a few minutes earlier. But this is now another development that has taken place. Up until now, we've had the 6 protesting girls at the Udupi College who've been making statements to the media, and now we have students from the other side. Now we've also a couple of days ago spoke to 2 other classmates of these protesting girls. Now this is a commerce student girl, of course, who has in fact made this comment. Now there is an education department official who has just come here. Let's try and get in a word from him. Sir, can you tell us, we are live. Can you tell us what's the status? We are just live. What's the status right now? So you've come.
Status ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಆದೇಶ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು 25-26 ಜನ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 10th ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಟರಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲಿಂದಲೂ ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ದು ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ತೆಗೆದಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಂಟೈರ್ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್.
ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡಮ್ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳು ಜಲ್ದಿ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ತುಂಬಾ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ಸ್
ಅದು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಈಗ ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಏನ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ.
ಎಸ್. ಇವಾಗ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಹೇಗಿದೆ?
ವಾತಾವರಣ ಪೀಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಇದೆ, ಏನ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ನೀವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಈಗ 2 ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ BO ಹತ್ರ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲಿ ಪೀಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಇದೆ, ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
That's the education department official telling us that the entire taluk, the situation remains predominantly peaceful, nothing to worry about. And of course, till now we have not seen any sort of situation unfold in our school campuses at least, and we hope that such a situation does not arise as well. Police of course continue to be deployed outside the schools and some of the colleges as well. We should understand that even in Udupi there are prohibitory orders within 200 meters of every educational institutions. No protests or agitations are going to be allowed. So this of course will continue over the next few days as well.
And Deepak, a very important statement there made by the higher education official. He said that there are some students who are also taking the preparatory exams. He said this in Kannada for those belonging to class 10th. And some of these are Muslim women who are wearing hijab until they reach the college premises, but are taking it off while taking the exam and wearing it back again before leaving the premises. Can you just brief our viewers about what that higher education official specifically said about this?
Well, yes, exams are going on. There are, of course, some of them who have practicals in certain cases, preparatory exams as well. And, the education officials just reiterating what has been followed in this campus. As far as schools are concerned, there has been no issue. Anybody who is wearing burqas or even hijabs to college while they enter classrooms, in fact, remove it. We, in fact, a little while ago saw that happening inside the campus. And this has been something that has been followed. So it was never an issue that came up really in schools. Today, of course, there's no colleges. So this is... the education officials who are in charge of schools, 9th and 10th, of course, operational today. As per norm, the situation unfolds as it has been in the past.
Right, Deepak. We'll keep coming at you for all the updates in the build-up to that all-important hearing at 2:30, and of course the scenario in Udupi right now. Let me also go across to Neha, who's joining us from Shimoga. Neha, good morning. What can you tell us about the atmosphere there? Is there a sense of calm? And what are the reactions and the responses that you've been getting in the build-up to that hearing?
Well, interestingly, even in Shimoga district, you have the preparatory examination underway for the class 10 students. However, one thing that we've actually noticed over here that you can actually see is that while the examination is underway, the turnout of the students has been rather weak. As per, in fact, the school authorities over here, the school today in attendance should have had about 160 students. However, the turnout has remained very low. It's just about 30 or 40 students right now. And this is something that, of course, we'd have a a more clear picture on towards the end of the day is what the district administration also said here a little while earlier when I was speaking to the DC of the district. He did mention that they are going to have full clarity on the attendance across government schools today by the evening. However, from what we can see right now, yes, students have turned up to write the examination. However, other students who are supposed to be attending classes, in fact, haven't really turned up in big numbers. Now, this again raises the question of whether parents are hesitant at this point to send their students to school. Let's tell you that Shimoga district too last week did see stone pelting. We did see, police, of course, having to resort to lathi charge as well over there. A total of 9 cases that were registered from Shimoga district alone. About 15 people have been arrested, and we understand at this point that the police are also looking to make more arrests in these cases. So, as far as the situation today on ground is, we're seeing Section 144 being imposed in about 200 meters of all educational institutions, because it's not, let's tell you that it's not only the classes but even the examinations that are currently underway right now, and this would be very crucial today to see a law and order situation being maintained, that peace prevails, of course, across the entire district, and imperative that this comes at a time when we're seeing the High Court also that would be listening, of course, to the case.
Absolutely, Neha. Thanks for the update. And like you said, the turnout on the day that the schools have reopened in the state is still fairly low. Let me go across to Imran, who's joining us from Bengaluru. How's the scenario in Bengaluru, Imran?
Well, Siddharth, today the assembly session is starting, and Congress is looking at to question the government on the failure of the law and order on the hijab issue, and also, of course, to the 2:30 the bench will continue hearing where Chief Justice of Karnataka, along with Justice Krishna Dikshit and Jebunasa M. Kazi, the 3 judges will continue the discussions where the lawyers from the students are looking for an interim relief immediately. In fact, they had earlier approached the Supreme Court also. Dr. Lawyer Kamath had gone, but Supreme Court refused to entertain till the High Court gives any interim order. So first priority there for them is to get any relief as far as the students attending hijab is concerned, when then go into the larger debate. What will the court decide? We'll have to see, but the discussion will come up today at 2:30 p.m. and all eyes are on the High Court. The government is also looking to see to that at the earliest this is resolved and they can get a judgment in their favor.
Right, thanks. And I request our reporters to stay with us as more reactions keep coming in with regards to the hijab controversy, including from Yogi Adityanath, who gave an interview this morning expounding his view on the controversy that's raging in Karnataka. Let's listen in.
मेरा तो बहुत स्पष्ट मानना है, भारत की व्यवस्था संविधान के अनुरूप चलनी चाहिए। हमारी व्यक्तिगत आस्था, हमारे व्यक्तिगत स्वयं के अधिकार या हमारी स्वयं की पसंद नापसंद हम देश के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते, संस्थाओं के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते। ड्रेस कोड स्कूलों में लागू होना चाहिए, स्कूल का विषय है, स्कूल के अनुशासन का विषय है। आर्मी में कोई ये कहेगा कि हम लोग जो है अपने अनुसार चलेंगे, फोर्स में कोई इस प्रकार की बात करेगा, कहां अनुशासन रह पाएगा। व्यक्तिगत आस्था आपकी अपनी जगह होगी, लेकिन जब संस्थाओं की बात होगी तो संस्था के नियम कानून को हमें मानना होगा। देश की व्यवस्था होगी, देश के संविधान को मानना होगा।
ಎಂತ ಫುಲ್ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಸ್ಕೂಲಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜೆಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಶುರು ಆದ ನಂತರ ಯೂರೋಪ್ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು. ಯೂರೋಪ್ ಶುರು ಆಗಿ ಈಗ ಪುನಃ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಎಂತ ಸಹ ಅರ್ಥ ಸಹ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂರೋದ ಹಿಜಾಬ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಶುರು ಆಯ್ತು. ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೆಂತ ಮಾಡುದು, ಯೂರೋ ತಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೀಗ ಕುಣಿತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಯಾವ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು ಮೇಡಮ್?
ನಾವು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದು. ಇದೇ ಕಾಲೇಜ್. ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜ್? ಈ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಸೇರಿ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು. 8th ಇಂದ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಪಿ.ಯು.ಸಿ ವರೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕಲ್ತದ್ದು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರೇನಪ್ಪ?
कोई मायने नहीं रखता, लेकिन मैं एक ही सवाल पूछता हूँ, क्या भारतीय संस्कृति में महिलाओं का सर ढकना गलत माना जाता है? आप जिस संस्कृति की दुहाई दे करके लोगों को आप डराते हो, धमकाते हो, आप जबरदस्ती उनको कहते हो कि ये नहीं करो, ये करो, ये नहीं करो, उस संस्कृति के अंदर सर ढकना क्या बताया गया?
Actually, the hijab issue was there in one college, only 5 students. Other colleges were peaceful, and 90% colleges were allowing burqa also. Forget about hijab, the burqa was also allowed there. All of a sudden, some people came with the saffron shawl and they pelted stones. They did all kind of, heckling to the burqa girls. We requested police department, MLA and government that you have to be careful. Any college, if you have a links, if you have any intelligence report, you have to take care of that and you have to talk to the stakeholders.
लाखों का हिसाब में हमारा वर्कर है, तो हम लोग को नहीं मालूम वो कौन है, कौन सा वर्कर है बोल के। ये कुंदापुर के बारे में पूछ रहे हैं आप। कुंदापुर का शायद हो भी सकते हैं, नहीं भी हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि ज़्यादा करके ऐसा कुछ उल्टा सीधा काम आएगा तो डायरेक्ट SDPI का ऊपर लेके आ जाता है, तो ऐसे ही हो सकता है। ये बात भी SDPI न्यूट्रल है अभी तक।
No, who said that the CBI will bring out the truth? So CBI, in many cases, CBI has favored the ruling party and not the truth. That we have seen. When the center wants to take away a case from a state, they have to seek the permission of the CBI, the state police. But it is for the state police to hand it over to the CBI. But when the state police is investigating the case, they want the case to be transferred to CBI only because for their political gains.
Well, balloons now have propped up in different parts of Bengaluru city in the build-up to the Karnataka High Court hearing, and these are in support of the students wanting to wear the hijab into classrooms. And there are different visuals now that we've received from different parts of Bengaluru where balloons have now been propping up along with a note showing solidarity with the students who are insisting upon wearing the hijab and entering classrooms in the state of Karnataka. Now, these have surfaced in different parts of Bengaluru, and these are, of course, in support of the students wearing the hijab. They say hearts for the Constitution, and, of course, they also make a mention of Article 25, which is the fundamental right to freely practice and propagate your faith. Let me go across to Imran for more on this. Imran, what can you tell us about these balloons that have surfaced in different parts of Bengaluru city? Who's responsible for putting them out?
Well, it's not sure, Siddharth, who is as of right now, but balloons have come up across Bangalore city with messages saying that for peace and tranquility, and also in support of students who's protesting for asking for hijab inside classrooms. Across Bangalore, these balloon protests have come up. Today is Valentine's Day. A representative of it, it's got red balloons, and it's come up with messages saying that be like Savitribai Phule, and like for the education of girls should not be stopped. These messages have come up across Bangalore in markets, in shops, office places. So some activists in the city have put up these messages. As you see in the visuals, they are all in support of the students who've been for the past 1 month protesting, demanding that hijab or scarf should be allowed inside the classrooms. The cops are also seeing that who's done it. We have to wait and see whether they could find out through CCTV footage if any person or group is responsible for behind it.
Right. Thanks a lot for that update, Imran, and thanks to Deepak as well for bringing us all those updates from Udupi. We'll slip into a short break right now. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure. For dinner time debaters. From metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers. For daily commuters. For high flyers. For 9 to 5 professionals. From metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You asking whether he should lead? I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो एक साल। Welcome back. Punjab goes to the polls on the 20th of February and Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, will be visiting Jalandhar for his first physical rally in the state of Punjab today. And it's expected to take place in a short while from now. And there's massive security that's been deployed ahead of the Prime Minister's visit. Let me go across to Gurpreet Singh Cheena for more on this. Gurpreet, the authorities in Punjab not leaving anything to chance after that security breach on the 5th of January?
Well, yes, of course. This time we have seen that a lot of instructions had been given by the top officer to the down officer. And what we have learned from the local police, especially from the Jalandhar police, around 5,000 cops have been deployed. And this time the Prime Minister route is not from one road to another road, but no, this time he will come from the chopper. First he will come to the air base, and after that he will come to a PAP ground in Jalandhar, where he will come by chopper. But at the same time, what we have seen that the farmer union, they have decided to hold a protest at multiple locations in Punjab, and some of the farmer netas, they say that they have been detained in their places. They are not being allowed to come out of their places, so that there should not be any untoward incident the way last time it had been happened when the Prime Minister was visiting to rally ground in Firozpur. And after that we have seen that there was a security breach, there was a lot of hue and cry, and the farmers, they blocked various multiple roads at that time, and that's why there was a controversy which had been erupted, and Prime Minister security was breached at that time. But this time what we have learned from the top officer of Punjab Police, the proper briefing has already been given, and a huge number of security had been deployed at the various locations, especially where the rally is going to be happen. And what we have learned from the local administration, the Prime Minister will be reaching here in Jalandhar at about 3 p.m. and after that the rally will be started at around 3:45. So all the programs are being made, and a huge security had been deployed at the various locations, so that this time all the precautions should be taken. And the last time the incident of a PM security breach which had taken place in Firozpur, that should not happen at the same time. And what we have seen from the various locations, multiple frisking of the vehicle is also going on. A lot of precautions are being taken by the local police as well as the top officer. They are also planning the route map. They are looking up each and everything, so that even the farmers which they wanted to hold a protest at a multiple location, that should be avoided at this point of time. And as we have already told you, Jalandhar farmer neta, they are alleging, they are saying that they are not even allowing to move out of their houses, so that no protest should be happen in Punjab, and all the precautions are only being taken by the Punjab police, so that there should not be any security breach the way the security breach had taken place in Firozpur rally. So Prime Minister visit first time after that security breach. Let's see that how the things will be unfolding in the whole day. But one thing is very clear, around 5,000 cops have been deployed at each and every nook and corner, so that the proper law and order should be maintained. Nobody should be allowed to come on the roads, and specifically the farmers, they are not being allowed to move out of their houses, especially in Jalandhar area.
Thanks a lot for that update, Gurpreet. Around 25,000 people expected to attend at the PAP grounds in Jalandhar, where the Prime Minister of India will be addressing his first physical rally in the state of Punjab in the build-up to the elections there, which will take place on the 20th of February. We'll slip into a short break and we'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Over 30 years, they have been your years on the ground. They have tracked every election, every historic victory, every rising star, every surprising twist. For 30 years, they have witnessed Indian democracy dance. Be a part of history. Don't miss March 10. Be with Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, For the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ। हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You asking whether he should lead? I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all.
Good morning, hello and welcome. You're watching Times Now, India's election news headquarters. Phase 2 of polling in Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Goa also voting today. Times Now is getting you the latest. Let's get you started with the headlines. Uttar Pradesh's Phase 2 polling for 55 seats underway. 586 candidates in fray. BJP eyes 2017 gains. Biggest election coverage on Times Now. 301 candidates across 40 seats. Voting in Goa is underway. BJP looks to retain power. AAP and Congress key challengers. Polling on 70 seats kicks off in Uttarakhand. BJP eyes historic return, but the Congress sees anti-incumbency wave.
यहाँ भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath takes on hijab backer, says constitution not Shariat will be followed. Dream of Gazwa Hind will never come true. Ahead of crucial hearing on hijab today, curbs imposed on protests in Udupi, but radical group incites. Congress Neta sparks massive controversy ahead of hijab hearing, says not wearing hijab is leading to more rape cases. Supreme Court to hear Tamil Nadu government's petition challenging Madras High Court's order directing CBI probe into death of Thanjavur teen Lavanya. Weeks after the security breach issue, Prime Minister Modi to address first physical election rally in Jalandhar in Punjab. Russia-Ukraine tension grows. India steers clear of conflict. Delhi mulls diplomatic options. And ISRO successfully launches the Earth observation satellite. 2 other co-passengers on the PSLV C-52. And let's begin with updates coming in from Karnataka, where the High Court is set to hear the case that begins at 2:30. But ahead of that, look what's happening on the ground. Students who wanted to enter classrooms with the hijab on are being stopped by school authorities. They are being asked to remove hijab before entering school. This is happening in Mandya. Let me open this up. Deepak Bopana, Imran Khan joining us for more on this. Neha, our colleague, also live on the ground in Shivamoga. Yes, Deepak.
Well, Pranesh, now this is a school campus on the Mandya highway where the students who are walking in wearing a burqa or a hijab were stopped at the gate. They were told to remove it before they enter the campus. Some of the students themselves and some of the parents on behalf of them requesting that they be allowed to enter the campus, and like the rule suggests earlier, that inside the classroom that they will remove it. So you can see some negotiations and talks as well that's happening with some of the staff who are standing at the gate and saying that right now, to avoid any sort of untoward incidents or controversy, let's have the children remove the burqa or the hijab before they enter the campus itself. The parents are saying that they made multiple requests that they be allowed to walk in till the classroom where they will remove it. So as of now, the situation of course has been resolved, no issues whatsoever. You can see after the negotiation with the teachers, the parents also agreeing and asking the children to walk into the campus after they remove the hijab. Right now, predominantly in different parts of Karnataka, we've seen students. Today, of course, there are no colleges that have opened, and it is the class 9 and 10 and some of the students who are wearing the hijab to the school campuses. And predominantly, this has been the issue where, while the students have walked in, they've been told very politely to do this, and they have, in fact, adhered to it. We've not seen any sort of standoff in any place. We've not seen students protesting. Overall, the management of these institutions as well, managing the situation pretty well. Situation remains calm, especially here in Udupi and various other parts of the states, and we're hoping it remains that way.
Stay with us, Imran. What are you picking up? We also have a shocker from a Congress leader who says, look, if you don't wear hijabs, rape cases will increase. The BJP has latched on to that comment and is saying that Congress is once again trivializing rape.
Well, absolutely, Pranesh. In fact, many of the BJPs even spoke to the General Secretary. They slammed Zamir over this issue, saying that what does it mean that only Muslim women don't get raped, and also mean that people who don't wear hijab, especially Hindu women, get raped. This issue, as BJP has latched on to, as you rightly pointed out, and they've also slammed Zamir and asked whether Congress will take any action on Zamir. A short while before, we spoke to General Secretary of the party, Mr. Arun Kumar. He said that will Congress sack him? Will Congress take any action against Zamir? What does he mean by that statement, and whether he should first apologize for his statement for hurting the sentiments of Hindus?
Okay, stay with us. Let's play out what Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said on the hijab row.
देखिए, मेरा तो बहुत स्पष्ट मानना है, भारत की व्यवस्था संविधान के अनुरूप चलनी चाहिए। हमारी व्यक्तिगत आस्था, हमारे व्यक्तिगत स्वयं के अधिकार या हमारी स्वयं की पसंद नापसंद हम देश के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते, संस्थाओं के ऊपर लागू नहीं कर सकते। ड्रेस कोड स्कूलों में लागू होना चाहिए, स्कूल का विषय है, स्कूल के अनुशासन का विषय है। आर्मी में कोई ये कहेगा कि हम लोग जो है अपने अनुसार चलेंगे, फोर्स में कोई इस प्रकार की बात करेगा, कहां अनुशासन रह पाएगा। व्यक्तिगत आस्था आपकी अपनी जगह होगी, लेकिन जब संस्थाओं की बात होगी तो संस्था के नियम कानून को हमें मानना होगा। देश की व्यवस्था होगी, देश के संविधान को मानना होगा।
कोई मायने नहीं रखता, लेकिन मैं एक सवाल पूछता हूँ, क्या भारतीय संस्कृति में महिलाओं का सर ढकना गलत माना जाता है? आप जिस संस्कृति की दुआई दे करके लोगों को आप डराते हो, धमकाते हो, आप जबरदस्ती उनको कहते हो कि ये नहीं करो, ये करो, ये नहीं करो, उस संस्कृति के अंदर सर ढकना क्या बताया गया?
हिजाब मतलब मुसलमान के अंदर, इमाम के अंदर गोशा पर्दा बोलते हैं। वो शायद उनके घर में औरत बच्ची है, नहीं मालूम मेरे को। अगर औरत बच्ची होता तो मालूम होता था। ये हिजाब रखने का मतलब क्या है? ये हिजाब क्या, औरत बच्ची जो होती है, जो बड़ी होने के बाद जो है उनको गोशे पर्दे में रखते हैं, यानी उसकी खूबसूरती होती है। अब उसकी खूबसूरती दिखना नहीं चाहिए, उसकी खूबसूरती छुपाने के लिए वो रखा जाता है। आज आप देखे होंगे कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
Now you heard what Zamir Ahmed said, and Times Now confronted the Congress leader. Deepak Bopanna asked him straight questions. Listen to this conversation.
तो आप बता रहे हैं कि जो लोग सब लड़कियों को इंडिया में हिजाब पहनना चाहिए तब रेप नहीं होगा क्या?
सबको जो हिफाजत से रहना, सबको पहनना करके नहीं बोलता नहीं, कंपल्सरी पहनना करके। अभी मुसलमान के अंदर भी जो है हर एक दिन हिजाब पहनना नहीं। जिसको अपनी फिक्र होती, जिसको डर रहता है, जिसको अपनी खूबसूरती के सामने वाले को नहीं दिखाना चाहिए, वो लोग हिजाब पहनते, जिसको पहनना पहनो, नहीं पहनो।
तो आपको लगता है कि कोई जो लड़की हिजाब पहनी हुई लड़की विक्टिम नहीं हो सकती? क्योंकि
से क्या रहता है, तो उसका सेफ साइड होता है उसका। अभी बुरी नजर किसी पड़ती नहीं।
Deepak, you tried to reason with him, but he is not getting the point.
Well, Pranesh, in fact, he hung up while I wanted to ask him another question, particularly because, he's now bringing this entire issue of hijab, and he's bringing in a rape analogy all of a sudden to this. More importantly, this emanated from a college campus here in Udupi, which is an all-girls college. So what is he really trying to imply? Because the issue was them wearing hijab inside a classroom. So is he trying to imply that, the other girls should also be worried about their teachers who are teaching them, because the others who are sitting in the classroom and all their classmates were all women. So, this analogy, of course, is bizarre. We, of course, try to ask him multiple questions. He hung up before that and once again justifies what he says, draws parallels to crime rates in India, and also makes a statement that the number of rapes on women the crime is very high in the country because the girls don't wear hijab or the system doesn't exist. So, it's quite bizarre. While we have a situation that's unfolding in such a big controversy, unnecessary statements like this only make the situation even worse.
Thank you, Deepak Imran, for joining us with your updates. We'll keep coming to you as we build on to the countdown to the hearing that begins at 2:30. We move on to the other big story that was broken first on Times Now. As India marks 3 years of Pulwama anniversary, as we pay our tributes to the supreme sacrifice of our braves, Chief Minister of Telangana, KCR, is demanding proof of surgical strike. He was addressing the media, was asked a question on what Rahul Gandhi had said about surgical strikes, and he said, why not? Come on, show me the proof. Listen to this, viewers. All right, we'll play that reaction in just a bit, but that's the big story we are tracking. The BJP is calling it betrayal of braves. They are demanding action, an apology from KCR. Will the Telangana Chief Minister have a rethink? And this comes on a day, viewers, like I said, when India is marking 3 years of Pulwama attack. Let's listen to what the Chief Minister said.
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi on asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking. Come on, let the government of India show. It is the responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king.
Show me the proof. And this is not the first time that leaders from the opposition parties are saying this. Where is the proof? 3 years later, they are still wanting proof. Proof of what? Proof of valor of our braves. These are the people who demanded proof of Galwan. Our forces gave Chinese PLA a bloody nose. It's very well documented. But they wanted proof, and now, as India marks 3 years of Pulwama anniversary, the Doubters Brigade is back. Ishan Vani is joining us live from Srinagar, where wreath-laying ceremony is on. Tributes are pouring in for our braves who made the supreme sacrifice in that dastardly attack 3 years ago. Ishan, what do you make of this comment?
We have seen that before as well. Opposition parties questioning the surgical strike, while BJP and ministers have always maintained that the surgical strike was carried out with precision on these launching pads in response to Uri attack, in which 20 soldiers lost their life. Now, India has held a clear position that there was a growing rage among Indian armed police forces and Indian army that this attack that took place by Jaish-e-Mohammed in Uri had to be avenged, and that is why India showed a clear position that they can cross the line of control when needed and can precisely carry out surgical strikes like these, which happened in 2016 when these heavily armed militants actually crossed and then attacked the Indian Army's camp. Now, politics isn't new to this particular controversy, but every year we're seeing that this politics has grown, and today, as India marks the 3rd anniversary of Pulwama attack, the politics has once again started around questioning the surgical strike and proof once again being asked. We saw
Srinjoy
that...
and Pradeep also joining our broadcast. Reactions pouring in. This is Shehzad Poonawala, BJP's national spokesperson.
Mr. KCR, the Chief Minister of Telangana, on a day when we are commemorating the anniversary of Pulwama, when we are paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama, goes ahead and questions the surgical strike, demands proof for surgical strike, only and only to defend Rahul Gandhi's atrocious commentary against the Indian Army, calling the surgical strike Khoon Ki Dalali, and the most shocking act by a chief minister, and only because he wants to target Himanta Biswa Sarma. To echo the line of Pakistan, this has become the DNA of certain political parties like the Congress and KCR and his party.
Reactions coming in. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma is now hitting out at doubters. He says, on anniversary of Pulwama attack, opposition has chosen to insult our martyrs by again questioning the surgical strike. KCR and Congress is in competition to prove their loyalty to the Gandhi family. Our loyalty is with Bharat. Those questioning the armed forces will not be spared. That is what the Assam Chief Minister is saying. Srinjoy, what do you make of this controversy? The doubters once again wanting to see proof of surgical strike.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt that 2 surgical strikes happened. One, of course, was the one launched by the army against 7, and I repeat, 7 specific targets across the line of control. Some deep inside, closer to the line of control, meaning the launch pads. So those surgical strikes happened. Terrorists sustained huge casualties. Only 1 Indian soldier was injured, except the mine will come back. There's absolutely no dispute with that, and there is absolutely no dispute about the other one either. That, again, was a very clear decision by the Indian Air Force, primarily by the Indian Air Force, and this is something India and all the other realize.
Right, we have a bad audio line with you, Srinjoy. We'll try and fix that. Viewers, I apologize for that glitch. This can sometimes happen in live broadcast, but more reactions pouring in. Kanchan Gupta, who's a senior advisor, Ministry of Information Broadcasting, Government of India, has put out a tweet on eve of 3rd anniversary of Pulwama attack. KCR echoes, and let's quickly put out the tweet. KCR echoes Rahul Gandhi, questions 2016 surgical strikes across the line of control by special forces. That's the tweet by Kanchan Gupta. And this is not the first time, Pradeep, that we are hearing from the likes of KCR, Congress leaders who are seeking proof of strike.
Pradesh, this is really unfortunate. On a day we should have been celebrating the valor of our CRPF personnel who sacrificed their life for the country. But unfortunately, even today the Sabooth gang is asking questions. They're asking that they need a Sabooth in this regard. But everybody knows that there had been a paradigm shift in the military strategy. After the first surgical strike, after the Uri attack in 2016, India was able to carry out the first surgical strike in the month of September. Then again in 2019 on 14 February, when 40 of our CRPF bravehearts, they lost their life. Again, the second surgical strike was carried out by Air Force. They were able to decimate Mohammed headquarters. I am right now at here at the Channi CRPF center. It was from this place on that fateful morning when the bus had left along with the 40 CRPF personnel. It reached Lethpura. That was the time when suicide bomber banged into the vehicle and 40 CRPF personnel lost their lives. Right now I am joined by senior CRPF officer Kamal Sisodia. I'll be talking to her. Today is a very important day that everybody is paying homage. 1.3 billion Indians are paying homage to these CRPF martyrs.
Jai Hind. Myself, Kamal Sisodia from 76 Battalion CRPF. Today, it's definitely a great day to reckon upon and memorize the sacrifices of martyrs of Pulwama, where the 40 brave men of CRPF laid down their lives for the altar of their duties. And out of them, 5 martyrs were from our battalion, that is 76 Battalion from Jammu, Channi Himmat. At one point of time, where the people in the world are celebrating Valentine's Day on 14th February, we, the soldiers of the nation, and so many our citizens of India, we are all paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama.
Ma'am, how do you feel that many a time the politicians, they start asking for sabooth, they ask for that this thing had not happened, surgical strike and all those things. Do you feel bad? This hurts you as a soldier?
Absolutely, absolutely. A soldier, an officer, we belong to the nation. We are always ready to lay down our lives for the country. And when we see people asking for the evidence of the martyrdom, and you know, this is definitely is very, very...
India first, forces first has always been the stand of Times Now, and we salute the sacrifice of our braves, and we will never question their commitment, integrity and valor. With that, a short break. Lots more lined up on Times Now as we go along. Please stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For Chai Time Charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You asking whether he should lead? I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered, above all.
In other stories that we are tracking closely, the Election Commission has turned down UP Minister Suresh Rana's demand for re-election in Thana Bhavan Assembly constituency after he alleged irregularities in polling. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath defends his UP can become like Bengal, Kerala remarks as I alerted people of the state ahead of assembly elections. As per sources, BJP and Assam will file sedition cases against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for his Spirit of India tweet. After the snub from the Congress party, Navjot Singh Sidhu refused to address a rally in Dhuri in presence of party General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. In a crucial development ahead of state assembly elections, Punjab Women Commission chairperson Manisha Gulati is all set to join the BJP in presence of PM Modi today. With that, a short break on Times Now. Lavanya hearing will be taken up in the Supreme Court. Pratibha joins you next.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप
Hello and a very good morning to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. First up, let's get you the first headlines of the hour. Uttar Pradesh's Phase 2 polling for 55 seats underway. 586 candidates in the fray. Samajwadi Party hopes for big gains. BJP eyes to hold on 2017 gains. Biggest election coverage on Times Now. With 301 candidates and 40 seats, voting in Goa is also underway. BJP looks to retain power. Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party also play key challengers. Polling on 70 seats kicks off in Uttarakhand as well. BJP eyes historic return, but the Congress Party sees anti-incumbency wave. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath makes fiery comment over hijab row, says constitution, not Shariat, will be followed. Dream of Ghazwa-e-Hind will not come true even till Qayamat. Ahead of crucial hearing on hijab today, curbs imposed on protest in Udupi. But radical group incites, claiming judiciary has been pressurized. Is it another bid to create unrest?
रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये होशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
Congress leader Zamir Ahmed Khan sparks big controversy ahead of hijab hearing, defends regressive mindset and says veil shields from buri nazar. Top court to hear Tamil Nadu government's petition challenging Madras High Court order directing CBI probe into the death of the Thanjavur teen Lavanya. And while we are tracking the latest developments in the Lavanya case, today the Supreme Court will be taking up the issue as the Tamil Nadu government has challenged the Madras High Court order that handed over the probe to the CBI. Remember, the Madras High Court had clearly said that there is a case of subversion, that the police officials were not probing all angles, and now the Tamil Nadu government has challenged this order, and today the Supreme Court will be taking up the issue. So as of now, the Madras High Court has of course transferred the case to the CBI, but the Supreme Court will now be hearing the petition of the Tamil Nadu government. Let's go across to Harish, who joins us with more details on this. Well, Harish, a crucial day in the Supreme Court today. The Tamil Nadu government has challenged the Madras High Court order. What's expected?
Yes, that's right. Shortly, the Supreme Court will hear the appeal filed by Tamil Nadu government challenging the Madras High Court order directing CBI probe into the death of Lavanya, the 17-year-old class 12 student. And we all know that there are allegations that she was forced to take extreme step owing to pressure from her school to convert to Christianity. High Court had transferred the probe to CBI after raising several questions regarding the manner in which Tamil Nadu police went about the probe. High Court was of the view that the state police cannot ensure a free and fair probe, and therefore the CBI has to be entrusted the task. Remember, Madras High Court had observed that right from the stage of lodging of FIR, Thanjavur Superintendent of Police wanted to silence any discussion regarding the conversion angle, and remember, High Court had also criticized the press statement of SP ruling out conversion angle and said the official and also the several ministers and the education department had jumped to a conclusion that there is no conversion angle in it. But in its appeal, DGP of the state said in-depth investigation was being carried out into all angles and it was proceeding in right earnest, and mere statement by a minister and a superintendent of police can't be a ground to transfer the probe to CBI, and High Court's order in fact amounted to interference with the probe. State government also said in the appeal filed to the Supreme Court that the case was also being politicized and communalized by certain vested interests and maintained that the investigation was going on in the right track. The DGP claimed that one Muthuvel, who took the video of the statement of the girl before her death, was not cooperating with the investigation, and the government, the DMK government, also went on to say that the school management which intervened in the case dismissed the conversion allegations, and also quoted the school management which said that majority of its students are Hindus and there have been no complaints of conversion against the school. The appeal also quotes the school management which alleged that bogey of conversion was thrown to shield the real culprits and alluded that the girl was facing problem at her house. Hearing will take place in a few moments, and we'll have to wait and watch what will be the order of the Supreme Court. It's whether it will admit the petition, dismiss it, or whether it will issue a notice to the girls or the Lavanya's father, on whose petition the High Court had ordered a CBI probe.
Absolutely. We'll be looking at all those developments. Some more reactions coming in as well. Let's listen in.
For their political gains, that they want to say that there is conversion happening, so they will twist the case in their favor. Let the police, state police, if they had failed, of course it is for the CBI to investigate, but the BJP, for their political mileage and for their policies, Hindutva policies, they are trying to falsify the other religions in the state. So this same thing is happening here. We want the truth to come out, but we don't think that CBI has always brought out the truths.
It is unnecessary and unwanted in the part of Tamil Nadu government to challenge the CBI inquiry ordered by the Madras High Court. Because what is going to happen? If the government feels that nothing is there regarding Lavanya's case, that this communal thing is not there, then conversion angle is not there, why should the government feel that it should not be done? It means that the DMK government is afraid of the CBI inquiry. They are afraid that they have covered something during the initial investigation done by the Tamil Nadu police. So, we are of a very, very clear view that the conversion angle should be probed. That is what we have been saying. The Tamil Nadu government was not ready. Now the Honorable Madras High Court has ordered. I think Tamil Nadu government should not have done this. I hope justice will prevail and the Lavanya, Shiv, her family will get the real justice.
So in fact, any observation that comes in from the Supreme Court will also have a political bearing in Tamil Nadu. Let's go across to Shilpa, who's joining us from Tamil Nadu. Well, Shilpa, this case is going to be taken up by the Supreme Court, and we already see the DMK government in the defensive, the BJP mounting attack on the DMK as well. Take us through what's happening in Tamil Nadu.
Well, as far as the Tamil Nadu government is concerned, they believe that this is a fit case for appeal because they believe that the police investigation was headed in the right direction. The police had not ruled out any angle, including the forced conversion angle, and they were investigating this matter thoroughly is what the Tamil Nadu government believes. And apart from that, they've listed out several grounds on which they're appealing this, challenging the order of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, which transferred this case to the CBI. And in fact, the Tamil Nadu government in its petition, of course, goes on to say that mere statements from the SP of Tanjavur or the education minister cannot prejudge an investigation, and that cannot be a ground for transferring this case to the CBI. And that is one of the primary arguments that the Tamil Nadu government has made. And they also believe, in fact, the DMK, leaders, of course, believe that the case, of course, was transferred to the CBI at a time when the forced conversion angle was crumbling. More and more, evidences were emerging to show that this class 12 student who died by suicide recently, she was facing several other issues, especially at her home. There were allegations that her stepmother was ill-treating her. So several such angles have been coming forward. And while the police was, probing all that and looking into all that, that is when the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court decided to transfer this case to the CBI. And when we spoke to the government sources after the case was transferred to the CBI, is that what they told us was that several grounds that the Justice G.R. Swaminathan has cited in his orders very, very problematic, and that is the reason why they believe this is a fit case for appeal, and they have now approached the Supreme Court. And what we're given to understand is that the parents of the class 12 student and also the school authorities, they have also filed a caveat petition so that they can also be heard when this matter is taken up for hearing in the Supreme Court.
That's right. But the court had seen the police report and said it in as many words that the police officials are not looking into all the angles. Several more reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
But the angle of conversion seems to be the one angle that they have taken up. Now that is something that requires investigation also. The point that the Tamil Nadu government is making to say that they do not want a CBI probe is well established. The Tamil Nadu police have done an excellent, thorough job in investigating this. What more would one want in this particular case? The crime has to be addressed.
All right. Well, let's also go across to Muglian, who's joining us. There have been several failures from the police officials. This is something that the Madras High Court has observed as well. First is, of course, that they refused to probe the conversion angle. It was not mentioned anywhere. Apart from that, the person who shot the video had been booked. The police officials also allegedly harassed the person who had shot the video. So these are some of the questions that the court had also asked. Give us a sense of what's happening on ground.
Definitely, as you rightly pointed out, in the order, in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court's order, we have seen the court have cited several reasons. That is, they have also stated that there are selective leaks that have been made by the investigation agency, and it also pointed out that few ministers have already jumped to conclusion even before conclusion is arrived. So there were several reasons that was pointed by the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court before transferring it to the CBI, and it has also stated that there have been attempts made by the investigation officer to derail the entire investigation. But we have, during the argument, we have heard from the government stating that mere allegations that have been made by the petitioner side cannot be a sole basis for transferring the case to CBI. So even after listening to all the arguments, now we saw the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court moving to the Supreme Court. We have to wait and watch what Supreme Court will decide in this matter.
Absolutely. And the Supreme Court will now take up the issue today. Any observation from the Supreme Court will have a political bearing as well, and we will continue to bring in all the updates regarding the same. As we remember, the Madras High Court had handed over the case to the CBI, but the Tamil Nadu government has challenged it in the Supreme Court. Well, let's move on now. Weeks after the security breach issue, Prime Minister Modi will be travelling to Punjab today, and he will be addressing his first physical election rally in Jalandhar in the state. Now, huge security has been deployed in Jalandhar ahead of the Prime Minister's visit. Well, the last time around when Prime Minister Modi had visited Punjab, a controversy broke out as there was a massive security breach. Let's go across to Gurpreet, who's joining us with more details on this. Well, Gurpreet, interesting day ahead, of course. The key factor to look out for would be Prime Minister Modi's visit after the security breach that happened last time around. There has been a massive controversy that broke out regarding the same. Just yesterday, we also saw Amit Shah making a statement regarding the same. So today's visit extremely crucial.
Well, yes, of course, if we can talk about the security arrangement, huge security has been deployed here in Jalandhar. We are reporting from Jalandhar, where we can see that each and every nook and corner is being frisked by the police, and this time they are taking all the precautions, because last time we all know that there was a controversy which has been erupted when there was a security breach of the Prime Minister. He was not able to reach to the rally venue in Firozpur, and after that we have seen that the multiple political reaction has started pouring in. But this time, what we have learned from the top officer of Punjab Police, they have already done a mock drill. They have gone through each and everything, and specifically that rally ground helipad has been set up near the rally ground, so that there will be a walking distance from the helipad to the rally ground, and there should not be more problem for the local police as well as for the law and order situation. At the same time, if we can talk about the farmer side, yesterday we have seen that the farmers, they had already made an announcement that they will hold a protest all over Punjab because they were not able to get MSP, which was promised by Prime Minister and the central government, and for that they had decided to hold a protest all over Punjab. But what we have learned from the Jalandhar area, from the local administration and some of the farmer
netas,
so
they say tight security in place to ensure a smooth visit of the Prime Minister. We'll continue tracking the developments on that. Let's move on for now, shifting our focus. A medical college in Pakistan's national capital has issued Valentine's Day guidelines to its students, asking girls to wear hijab and the boys to wear white prayer caps while maintaining a distance of 2 meters from the opposite sex at all times. This is what it says, and I quote, "All female students should be seen with properly covered heads, necks and chest with a hijab according to the university dress code. All male students are strictly ordered to wear white prayer caps." This is what the circular says in the college. It also warned that the members of the college staff would be patrolling the campus to catch the students violating these guidelines. Those violating these rules would be fined, and this is what the college has said. Let's go across to Pradeep, who's joining us with more details on this. Well, Pradeep, this is quite a outrageous diktat that has been issued by the college, a circular that has been given out to the students to wear, and this is for Valentine's Day that has been given out.
See, more than circular from the medical college, this seems to be a Talibani farman where the students are being asked to wear cap, the boys are asked to wear cap, and the girls have been asked to wear hijab, and they have to keep their chest neckline properly covered. And there will be the staff has been asked to go for the patrolling throughout the day, and if anybody is found violating these norms, and they will be fined 5,000 Pakistan currency rupees. That is what they are going to do. This shows that how over the period of time the radicalization has increased in Pakistan. Radical Islamist elements call shots. We have seen that recently, and for that nobody else but the Pakistan administration is to be blamed. A reason being that we saw that they already had a quid pro quo with Tehreek-e-Labbaik, that Islamist radical organization. Many of their leaders were released because they wanted that the protest should end. So there was a kind of that handshake between the administration as well as Tehreek-e-Labbaik. So that only encourages and emboldens such elements, and now you see that this radical Islamist element, they are spreading their tentacles to an extent that they have entered the medical college also, where they are telling the students to do certain do's and don'ts are being asked for on the Valentine's Day. And see, they are forcing them to wear hijab, they are forcing them to cover their heads. But now the bigger question arises, and that means had it been a part of Islam, then I don't think that somebody had to enforce.
That's right, it's a very regressive mindset that's being pushed. Let's also go across to Pranesh, who's joining us. Pranesh, radicalization being institutionalized in Pakistan quite openly, a circular being given out, not just the dress code but also 2-meter distance between the genders.
And this is not the first time, Pratibha, which is why we should not be surprised. Two leading dailies of Pakistan have put out this. Islamabad University asking students to wear hijab and prayer caps on Valentine's Day. Here's another one from the Express Tribune. Islamabad Varsity circular with modest Valentine's Day dress code goes viral. It is imploring female students to cover their heads, neck and chest, while male students have been asked to wear a white prayer cap. So as the Karnataka High Court gets set to hear the hijab case once again, you have chorus from opposition parties that the Congress is leading, that hijab must be allowed inside classrooms. I am only wanting to leave our viewers and you with this thought, that are we suggesting this? Do we want to follow this template, Pratibha?
Absolutely, and the college now saying not just the dress code but also giving out these rules to the students on Valentine's Day. Well, on that note, we slip into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with lots more.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals. From metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You asking whether he should lead? I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उस...
Welcome back. The breaking news coming in. The Supreme Court hearing in Lavanya case begins. The top court is hearing DMK's petition. The DMK government has challenged the transfer of the case to the CBI. The Supreme Court has now taken up the petition. Let's go across to Shilpa, who's joining us with more details on this. Well, Shilpa, now the Supreme Court has started the hearing. Take us through the updates coming in. Shilpa, if you can hear me, take us through the updates that are coming in from the Supreme Court now that the case hearing has started.
Well, that's right. In fact, my colleague Harish, of course, is sending us, minute-by-minute updates from the Supreme Court. The case hearing has, of course, begun, and senior lawyer Mukul Rohatgi is appearing for the Tamil Nadu government. And I'm just going to take you through the updates that we're getting from my colleague Harish from inside the Supreme Court. In fact, Justice Sanjeev Khanna says there are two aspects of the matter. There are some observations, and then there's the issue of transfer to the CBI, which the Tamil Nadu government, of course, has, mentioned about in the petition. And the Supreme Court is asking, are you concerned about both? And Mukul Rohatgi, of course, says, yes, we are agreed both about the observations that the judge, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, Justice G.R. Swaminathan had made, and also about the transfer of the case to the CBI. And the Supreme Court, of course, says we wonder if we should intervene with the probe begun by the CBI. And Mukul Rohatgi of course, goes on to say that the dying declaration is on record. She had given a statement to the judicial magistrate. This is not a case where the police need to be blamed. They do not know why such a big issue is being made. And the bench, of course, then observes that it might not be appropriate for us to interject in the investigation of the CBI. We will issue notice on the first aspect, and it might not be appropriate for us to interject in the investigation, is what the Supreme Court, of course, has said as of now. And the hearing is continuing even as we speak, and we are, of course, expecting more updates from inside the court. But nevertheless, what the Tamil Nadu government essentially has said in its petition is that the police investigation was headed in the right direction. The police had not ruled out any angles, including the alleged forced conversion angle that the parents and the BJP and other right-wing groups had leveled. They say there was no need to transfer this case to the CBI because it was being thoroughly probed by the state police. And they also have objected to certain grounds, certain arguments given by Justice G.R. Swaminathan in his order. So all of that, of course, now being taken up in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, of course, is wondering as to whether it would be right to interject at this point in time when the case is already handed over to the CBI. But as far as the petitioners are concerned, the reason
in fact, the Supreme Court has already taken up the hearing. The Tamil Nadu government has said that there is no need to transfer the case to the CBI. At times now, we will continue to get you minute-by-minute updates from the court. Do stay with us. For now, a quick break. We'll be right back.
Over 30 years, they have been your years on the ground. They have tracked every election, every historic victory, every rising star, every surprising twist. For 30 years, they have witnessed Indian democracy dance. Be a part of history. Don't miss March 10. Be with Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, Not unnecessary aggression, persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Our Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुक्त?
The Supreme Court is hearing the Lavanya case. Times Now is getting you the latest. Good afternoon. You're with Times Now. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. Viewers, let's get you started with the headlines. In fact, it's a massive setback for Tamil Nadu government. News just coming in. Let CBI probe go on, says the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has refused to stay the CBI probe. It's a massive setback for the Tamil Nadu government. Just days after the High Court ordered a CBI probe and pulled up the state police which was looking into the Lavanya investigation, the state moved Supreme Court, and now we can confirm that the Supreme Court has refused to stay the CBI probe, says for time being notice only, plea to expunge remarks against state police, no notice on plea against CBI probe, which means the CBI investigation in this case will go on. It's a big setback for the state government. Shilpa.
Well, that's right. In fact, my colleague Harish, of course, has been sending us updates from the Supreme Court hearing, and what we are given to understand is that the CBI probe in this case, of course, will go on for the time being, and the Supreme Court has said, we are issuing notice only on the first issue, which is, of course, that Justice G.R. Swaminathan of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court had made very harsh remarks against the state government, against the state police, and the Tamil Nadu government in their SLP had raised this issue as well, saying that these remarks need to be expunged. So with regard to that, the Supreme Court has now issued a notice which is returnable in 3 weeks. But as far as the CBI probe is concerned, what the Supreme Court, of course, said during the hearing is that they don't, they wonder if it's right to interject in the CBI probe at this point in time. So for now, the CBI investigation.
That's right, and let's get a response from the BJP. Narayan Tirupati now joining us. Mr. Tirupati, what do you make of this? The state had gone up in appeal. The Supreme Court says nothing doing. Let the CBI probe.
See, in the recent history, we have never seen a government going for a, challenging the Madras High Court for, the order or the judgment given by the Honorable Justice. It is very clear that the Tamil Nadu state government was inclined towards to the management of the school, when we can see the accused are being, felicitated and all those things. So definitely it's a slap on the government of Tamil Nadu by the Supreme Court.
Okay, first reaction from the BJP. Why do you think, Mr. Tirupati, allow me to ask you, do you believe that after the Supreme Court's intervention now that the court has underlined that let the probe go on, you think the state government will have a rethink?
No, I don't think they will have any rethinking on this. They will stick to their plan and they will stick to their version. That's what. Because that is the reason we have asked for a CBI report. The girl's father had asked. Right. We have supported it. So definitely the CBI will give the justice.
Okay, thank you for joining us. First reaction from the BJP. CBI will do justice to Lavanya in this case, and more details coming out of the court. Handover papers to the CBI. This is what the Supreme Court has asked Tamil Nadu government. Point number 1, let the CBI probe this. We are not interfering at this stage. And point number 2, the Supreme Court has asked Tamil Nadu government to hand over papers to the CBI. Sumansi Raman, political analyst, also joining us on Times Now. Mr. Raman, good afternoon. What do you make of this, sir?
Well, I think it's a bit of a setback for the state government, and this was sort of avoidable because one was hoping that better sense would prevail and the state government would not appeal. But they decided to go ahead on appeal, and the Supreme Court has upheld the CBI probe. So I think it is definitely a setback for the state government. But I think it is a bit of a self-inflicted wound because they could have let it go at the CBI probe stage when the High Court gave the order, and the issue would have faded from public memory. Instead, the Honorable Court is now only looking at the issue of the remarks made in the order against the state police, but will not alter the Madras High Court's decision ordering a CBI probe. So I think it's a setback for the state government.
Now, Mr. Raman, allow me to ask you this. Instead of, focusing its energy on appealing against the order that it did, should the state government now focus on ensuring relief for the family, ensuring that they get the compensation that they deserve?
Well, it is very unfortunate. Right from the beginning in this case, the approach of the state government has not, been the way it should have been. With the religious conversion angle being alleged, and the state government very keen to sort of come out and, deny that conversion was ever the cause. It may or may not have been the cause, but that's for the investigation to find out. Unfortunately, the way they have approached this seems to have unnecessarily created a political setback for them. And perhaps we have to wait and see whether it will reflect to some extent in the local body elections coming up in a few days' time.
Thank you, Mr. Sumansi Raman, for speaking to us. Mr. R. Rajgopalan will be also joining us, senior journalist. But Shilpa, are you hearing anything from the DMK on this yet?
Well, Pranesh, the DMK is yet to react because the Supreme Court hearing, of course, just got over a short while back. And the DMK government, of course, had challenged the order of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, transferring this case to the CBI and also challenging certain remarks, certain observations that were made by Justice Riya Swaminathan with respect to the state police and the state government. And that is the reason why they challenged the transfer of the case to the CBI and also seeking removal of these harsh remarks by the justice, and that is the reason why the Supreme Court has now issued notice returnable by 3 weeks with respect to the remarks made by the Madras High Court judge. But as far as the CBI investigation is concerned, the Supreme Court says the government should hand over the papers to the CBI and let the CBI investigation go on.
And for more on this, we are joined by a legal editor, Harish Nair, who was present when the hearing was going on. Yes, Harish.
Yes, Pranesh, we can see it as a setback for the DMK government because while hearing the petition, the appeal filed by the Tamil Nadu government challenging the transfer of probe to CBI, Justice Sanjeev Khanna led bench said that at this juncture, we do not deem it appropriate to intervene in the CBI probe, and has in fact gone on to direct the Tamil Nadu government to hand over all papers to CBI, and for the time being, prima facie, the Supreme Court has said that we are of the view that the High Court has complete power to hand over a particular case to CBI in the interest of free and fair probe, and also instill confidence in the minds of the people. These are very, very important observations, and Supreme Court has said that for the time being, we will be issuing notice, but only on one aspect: your prayer for seeking expunging of certain remarks, very strong remarks made regarding the probe against the state police and the police, and also against some ministers. But on the second aspect, to seeking cancellation, quashing of the order, transferring the probe to CBI, the Supreme Court said we will keep it pending. We will hear on the next date of hearing. So as of now, the Supreme Court has issued notice returnable in 3 weeks only on one aspect regarding for removing certain very strong scathing restrictions against the way the state police had gone gone about the probe. So as of now, the Supreme Court has said that at this juncture, we will not intervene in the direction for a CBI probe. Remember, Pranesh, even in the Madras High Court's judgment, the bench had said that given the situation in the state, we cannot, we are sure that it doesn't inspire confidence the manner in which the superintendent of Tanjavur and some ministers and also the education ministry, the education board had given a clean chit to the school even before the investigations began. That does not inspire confidence. Therefore, in the free and fair interest, free and fair probe, we deem it that the CBI should probe. And in the appeal, the DGP has said that the court should not have merely gone by the statement of
more
the
reactions coming in. Vanati Srinivasan of the BJP now joining us. Ms. Srinivasan, what do you make of what the Supreme Court has said?
It is a prima facie. The Supreme Court has accepted that the CBI probe will bring justice to the victim's family. From the beginning, we were saying that the Tamil Nadu government investigation is one-sided. It is not only the police officials, even the powerful ministers in the government, they were saying that there is no conversion angle. Even before the conclusion of the investigation, because of their statement, a strong doubt has been created among the minds of the people that definitely the state government is not going to give a justice to the family. Now we are very happy that the Supreme Court has not given stay for this proceeding, and we hope that the CBI investigation would bring the truth and justice to the family.
Okay. Are you hopeful, ma'am, now that the Supreme Court has said that we are not interfering with the CBI investigation, the state government will move towards ensuring justice, at least begin with compensating the family appropriately?
Yes, we hope that at least hereafter the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, he would understand how his investigation agency is completely ignored the facts of the conversion angle. So I hope that the Chief Minister would understand, and he will direct the investigation, the Home Department, to cooperate with the CBI investigation. And we are expecting that the the police department, who is having the investigation papers, immediately they must hand over the papers, consent papers, and they must cooperate the investigation.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Ms. Vanati Srinivasan there. Harish, what are we expecting on the next date of hearing now?
Yes, Pranesh. So as of now, as per today's order, the notice has gone to Lavanya's father on a very limited issue. That is, the Tamil Nadu government had also, apart from seeking quashing of the order, whereby the probe was transferred from the Tamil Nadu police to the CBI, there was also another prayer, that is to expunge the remarks made in the High Court judgment against very strictures passed by the High Court against the state government, state police, and the education ministry. So, only on that prayer and notice has been issued, and Lavanya's father has to reply within 3 weeks.
All right. Thanks for that information, Shilpa. Harish, thanks for joining us. With that, a short break on Times Now. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You're asking whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो 1 साल में
As India names and shames bully Beijing, the Quad nations are backing India's line. In an exclusive interview with Times Now's Srinjoy Chaudhary, Barry O'Farrell, Australia's High Commissioner to India, has spoken on what unfolded at the Quad meet.
Australian High Commissioner Barry O'Farrell, right after a successful Quad meeting. Your Excellency, good Quad meeting?
Well, Sir Enjoy, it was a good Quad meeting, but more importantly, the fact that foreign ministers from Quad countries turned up in person speaks to their commitment to the Quad, to the importance of the work that it does, the practical work across the Indo-Pacific, and to an understanding that you can't, without face-to-face meetings, address some of the challenges at a time of rising tensions.
You spoke about rising tensions, but we also had vaccine diplomacy, you also had economic integration, and you also had several other things like global warming. But apart from that, you had a panda in the room, not an elephant. And the Chinese are not happy with the Quad.
Well, firstly, the Quad's activities are shared with other countries across the Indo-Pacific. But secondly, I think the concern is that there are different values out there, and Quad partners share similar values. In particular, when we seek to work across the Indo-Pacific, we're encouraging countries to become independent, to make decisions that suit them, to grow their economies in a way that provides their citizens with opportunities, and of course to sign up to the rules of diplomacy. Other countries with different philosophical approaches don't share the same perspective. They provide assistance to increase dependence, not independence. They only stick to the rules when those rules suit them. So there are differences in the region that creates some tensions, but the Quad continues to deliver a practical vision for the Indo-Pacific.
Differences in the region which create tensions. Rightly, you've heard what Beijing has said about the Quad, that it's against them. It's a strategic alliance against China.
Well, I think the practical initiatives, whether announced by the Quad foreign ministers or previously by the Quad leaders, talks to that positive agenda that we always talk about post-Quad meetings. But overnight, my Prime Minister has made clear that Australia will always stand up to autocratic bullies who seek to coerce. Australia will resist efforts from those that seek to coerce or bully it, and will stand by those who are subject to that sort of action. Now, we know that collectively, collective action is better than single action, and whether that's humanitarian assistance or addressing some of the strategic challenges, that's what's at the heart of the Quad.
Autocratic bullies. Well, we know what autocratic bullies are about. We know what Scott Morrison was talking about. You have the Malabar, and is Australia going to continue to be in the Malabar? Will these naval exercises be part of Australia's DNA now in the future? Because you were in Malabar, then you were out of Malabar, you're back in Malabar. And that is a way of countering autocratic bullies.
Happily, Australia, having been invited back to Malabar, is participating wholeheartedly. Indeed, we've got another naval exercise towards the end of this month here in India that Australia's fully participating in. And the more we do this, the more we not only get to assist each other in joint operations, whether those operations relate to humanitarian crises or other issues, but again it reflects the shared values, the shared vision. Prime Minister Modi said 2 years ago when he spoke to Prime Minister Morrison that we both had a sacred vision for the Indo-Pacific to deliver. Dr. Jaishankar has made clear that Mr. Modi wants the Quad to be a body of global good, and that's what Quad members are seeking to deliver.
So Malabar and more exercises, message to autocratic bullies. Thank you very much, High Commissioner O'Farrell.
Thanks for enjoying.
With that, a short break on Times Now. Remember the important hearing that is set to resume at 2:30 in the Karnataka High Court on the hijab row. Times Now is getting you the biggest coverage. Stay with us.
Over 30 years, they have been your ears on the ground. They have tracked every election, every historic victory, every rising star, every surprising twist. For 30 years, they have witnessed Indian democracy dance. Be a part of history. Don't miss March 10. Be with Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You're asking whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states.
a very good afternoon to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. First up, let's get you the top headlines of the hour. Ahead of the crucial hearing on hijab today, curbs imposed on protests in Udupi, but radical group incites claiming judiciary pressurized. Is it another bid to create unrest?
भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath makes fiery comment over hijab row, says constitution, not Shariat will be followed. Dream of Ghazwa-e Hind will not come true even till Qayamat.
रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
Congress MLA Zamir Ahmed Khan sparks big controversy ahead of hijab hearing. Defends regressive mindset, says rate of rapes in India high because women don't wear the hijab. And it's a big setback to the Stalin government. Top court refuses to stay CBI investigation in the Lavanya case. Asks Tamil Nadu government not to make it a prestige issue by opposing High Court order.
कि जो जवान हमारे साथ ड्यूटी कर रहे थे वो आज उस कंडीशन
BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof.
Third anniversary of dastardly Pulwama attack. Opposition continues to doubt the valor of our braves. Now KCR joins the Saboot gang. BJP hits back. Weeks after security breach issue, Prime Minister Modi to address the first physical election rally in Jalandhar in Punjab today. Former Union Minister had threatened to protest. And it's the big election day today. Second phase of polling in Uttar Pradesh, Goa and Uttarakhand also go to polls. Watch the updates, controversies and news breaks on India's election headquarters.
3, 2, 1, 0.
And ISRO successfully launches Earth observation satellite. Two other co-passengers on board PSLV C-52. And Russia-Ukraine tensions grow. India steers clear of conflict but closely monitors the situation. Delhi mulls diplomatic options after France. Now Germany intervenes to build consensus. And well, it's a day that India will never forget. Today marks 3 years of the Pulwama attack in which 40 personnel of the CRPF were killed after a Pakistan terrorist rammed an IED-laden vehicle into the security convoy carrying them. As India salutes their supreme sacrifice, doubters strike yet again. On the third anniversary of Pulwama attack, KCR echoes Rahul Gandhi and seeks proof of the surgical strike.
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi on asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking. Come on, let the government of India show. It is a responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king.
Mr. KCR, the Chief Minister of Telangana, on a day when we are commemorating the anniversary of Pulwama, when we are paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama, goes ahead and questions the surgical strike, demands proof for surgical strike, only and only to defend Rahul Gandhi's atrocious commentary against the Indian Army, calling the surgical strike Khoon ki dalali, and the most shocking act by a chief minister, and only because he wants to target Himanta Biswa Sarma. To echo the line of Pakistan, this has become the DNA of certain political parties like the Congress and KCR and his party.
Well, absolutely shameful remarks being made, but the doubter lobby must listen to these braves for whom the nation comes first. They appeal to netas not to politicize surgical strike.
The second surgical strike was carried out by Air Force. They were able to decimate Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. I am right now at here at the Channi CRPF center. It was from this place on that fateful morning when the bus had left along with the 40 CRPF personnel. It reached Lethpura. That was the time when suicide bomber banged into the vehicle and 40 CRPF personnel lost their lives. Right now I am joined by senior CRPF officer Kamal Sisodia. I'll be talking to her. Today is a very important day that everybody is paying homage. 1.3 billion Indians are paying homage to these CRPF martyrs.
Jai Hind, myself Kamal Sisodia from 76 Battalion CRPF. Today, it's definitely a great day to reckon upon and memorize the sacrifices of martyrs of Pulwama, where the 40 brave men of CRPF laid down their lives for the altar of their duties. And out of them, 5 martyrs were from our battalion, that is 76 Battalion from Jammu, Channi Himmat. At one point of time, where the people in the world are celebrating Valentine's Day on 14th February, we, the soldiers of the nation, and so many our citizens of India, we are all paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama.
आज अपने लोगों
साथियों, आज उत्तर प्रदेश में दूसरे चरण और उत्तराखंड में और गोवा में मतदान हो रहा है। मैं सभी मतदाताओं, विशेषकर फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर से आग्रह करता हूं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में वोट देने का उनका ये पहली बार मौका, उस मौके को जाने न दें, ताकि अपने जीवन में उनको याद रहेगा कि कितनी छोटी उम्र में पहला वोट डाला था। आज उत्तराखंड में भी चुनाव हो रहा है, आज गोवा में भी चुनाव हो रहा है, और अब जब गोवा में चुनाव हो रहा है तो मैं देश के मतदाताओं के सामने और विशेषकर जहां चुनाव चल रहा है वहां के मतदाताओं को भी एक बात से अवगत कराना चाहता हूं। मैंने कल गोवा के एक अखबार का इंटरव्यू देखा। देखिए, चुनाव गोवा में चल रहा है और टीएमसी, ममता बनर्जी की पार्टी, उनके एक नेता, उसने गोवा में वो चुनाव पहली बार लड़ रहे हैं और उनको पूछा गया कि यहां आपकी पार्टी का कोई वजूद तो है नहीं, आप यहां चुनाव लड़ने क्यों आए हो? तो उन्होंने क्या जवाब दिया? वो जवाब देश के इलेक्शन कमीशन के लिए भी गौर करने जैसा है, हिंदुस्तान के मतदाताओं को भी गौर करने जैसा है और मेरे उत्तर प्रदेश के मतदाताओं को भी गौर करने जैसा है। क्या जवाब दिया? बंगाल की टीएमसी पार्टी जो गोवा में चुनाव लड़ने गई है, वो कहती है हमने तो उस पार्टी से इसलिए गठबंधन किया है क्योंकि हम गोवा में हिंदू वोटों को बांटना चाहते हैं। आप देखिए, ये हिम्मत, क्या ये लोकतंत्र, ये सेकुलरिज्म है क्या? आप खुलेआम कहें कि हम हिंदू वोटों को बांटना चाहते हैं, तो आप किसके वोट इकट्ठा करना चाहते हो? ये भेदभाव, क्या ये भाषा लोकतंत्र की है क्या? मैं गोवा के मतदाताओं को कहना चाहता हूं, ये मौका है इस प्रकार की राजनीति को दफना देने का। मेरे प्यारे साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश में दूसरा चरण का जो ट्रेंड आया है और पहले चरण की वोटिंग जो हुई है, इसने 4 बातें बहुत साफ कर दी है। पहला, भाजपा की सरकार, योगी जी की सरकार फिर से आ रही है, जोर शोर से आ रही है, गाजे बाजे के साथ आ रही है। दूसरा, हर जाति, हर बिरादरी के लोग, हर वर्ग के लोग बिना बटे, गांव और शहर बिना बटे, आज बिना किसी भ्रम में पड़े एकजुट होकर यूपी के तेज विकास के लिए वोटिंग करके पहले फेज में बीजेपी को बहुत आगे बढ़ा दिया है और दूसरा फेज भी बढ़ रहा है। तीसरा हमारी माताओं बहनों ने, हमारी बेटियां ने बीजेपी की जीत का झंडा खुद उठा लिया है। माताओं बहनों ने सुरक्षा के नाम पर सम्मानपूर्वक जो जिंदगी मिल रही है, उसके लिए माताओं बहनों ने बीजेपी को जिताने का झंडा उठा लिया है। चौथा, ये पहले 2 चरण के आधार पर मैं विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, चौथा, मेरी मुस्लिम बहनें चुपचाप बिना किसी शोर शराबे के मन बनाकर मोदी को आशीर्वाद देने के लिए घर से निकल रही है। हमारी मुस्लिम महिलाएं, हमारी मुस्लिम बहनें, बेटियां जानती हैं कि जो सुख दुख में काम आता है वो ही अपना होता है। इन 4 बातों ने इन गौर परिवारवादी लोगों का चारों खाने पर चित्त कर दिया है भाइयों, उनको पराजित कर दिया है। यूपी के लोगों ने इन्हें 2014 में हराया, 17 में फिर से हराया, 19 में फिर एक बार हराया और अब 22 में भी गौर परिवारवादी फिर से हारेंगे। इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश में रंगों वाली होली 10 दिन पहले ही मनाई जाएगी। 10 मार्च को ही जब चुनाव नतीजे आएंगे, धूमधाम से रंगों वाली होली शुरू हो जाएगी। भाजपा की प्रचंड जीत की खुशी मनेगी। हर बार ये लोग चुनाव में आते हैं तो नया पार्टनर लेकर के आते हैं, नया साथी लेकर के आते हैं। नए साथी के कंधे के भरोसे चलने की कोशिश करते हैं। आप लोग ऐसा लोगों पर विश्वास करेंगे कि जो हर चुनाव में जिस साथी को लाते हैं उसको भी धक्का मार करके निकाल देते हैं, दूसरे चुनाव में दूसरा साथी लाते हैं, तीसरे चुनाव में तीसरा साथी लाते हैं। जो साथी बदलते हैं वो आपका साथ देंगे क्या? वो आपका साथ देंगे क्या? जो चुनाव में साथ जिएंगे साथ मरेंगे के वादे करते हैं, चुनाव समाप्त होते ही लात मार देते हैं, वो आपका भला करेंगे क्या? अरे जो अपने साथियों पे भरोसा नहीं करते वो आप पे भरोसा करेंगे क्या? आपका भला करेंगे क्या? आपको साथ देंगे क्या? तो ऐसे लोगों पर हम भरोसा कर सकते हैं क्या? ऐसे लोगों के साथ हम चल सकते हैं क्या? जो सिर्फ गौर परिवार का भला करना चाहते हैं, वो कभी हमें के युवाओं का भला करेंगे क्या? यहां की माताओं बहनों का भला करेंगे क्या? यहां की बेटियों का भला करेंगे क्या? और इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, मैं आपसे आग्रह करने आया हूं, सारी समस्याओं का समाधान विकास में ही है, हमें विकास के रास्ते पर चलना है। मतदाताओं को गुमराह करते हैं और पराजय के बाद में हार का ठिकरा जिसको साथ में ले आए हैं ना, उसी पे गले पर मर देते हैं जी। आप देखिए 10 मार्च के बाद कैसे ये लोग अपने नए साथी को कोसना शुरू करेंगे, दोनों एक दूसरे को तू मैं करेंगे। साथियों, पहले की सरकारों ने यूपी के सामर्थ्य के साथ इंसाफ नहीं किया। इन लोगों ने यूपी को लूटा, दिन रात लूटा और यहां के लोगों को अपराधियों, दंगाइयों, माफियाओं के हवाले कर दिया। ऐसा हुआ था कि नहीं हुआ था? आप ऐसी मुसीबतें में जीते थे कि नहीं जीते थे? असुरक्षा थी कि नहीं थी? इन लोगों ने तरीका ऐसा बनाया था कि परिवार के हर सदस्य को इनकी राज करने का तरीका मालूम है ना आपको? ये गौर परिवारवादी जब राज करते थे तो परिवार के सदस्यों को अलग अलग इलाका बांट देते थे। भतीजा इस जिले में से रुपये कमाएगा, भांजा यहां से लूटेगा, बहन उस इलाके की मालिक, चाचा उस इलाके का मालिक। उन्होंने इलाके बांट दिए थे कि नहीं? लूटने के तरीके खोज लिए थे कि नहीं? लोगों का भला करने के लिए नहीं, लूट करने की व्यवस्था बनाई थी कि नहीं बनाई थी? वही आपका एरिया लूट लो। भाइयों बहनों, इन लोगों का बस चलता, इन लोगों का बस चलता तो कानपुर और कानपुर की तरह ही यूपी के और शहरों में एक एक मोहल्ला माफियागंज के नाम से बना देंगे। क्या हर शहर में माफियागंज मोहल्ला चाहिए क्या? हर नगर में माफियागंज मोहल्ला चाहिए क्या? ये माफियाओं से मुक्ति चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए? याद करिए पहले किस तरह गरीब के, मध्यम वर्ग के, व्यापारी कारोबारी के घरों पर, जमीनों पर अवैध कब्जा हो जाता था। योगी जी की सरकार ने इन भू माफियाओं पर ऐसी शक्ति दिखाई कि उनकी माफियागिरी आखिरी सांसें गिन रही है। उनकी माफियागिरी आखिरी सांसें गिर रही है। अगर उनको सपा जैसा डॉक्टर मिल गया तो फिर से सांसें दौड़ने लग जाएगी। अब ये परिवारवादी इन माफियाओं को नई ताकत देने का बहाना ढूंढ रहे हैं, इसलिए उनको सरकार चाहिए। आपने देखा कि बीते कुछ दिनों में कितने ही वीडियो निकले हैं। आपने देखा होगा वीडियो, इनके गुंडों ने उनकी जो वीडियो आई है, उन्होंने पत्रकारों को भी छोड़ा नहीं है। भाइयों बहनों, पत्रकारों को भी बुरी तरह से पीटा है, क्योंकि उस पत्रकार ने सच बोलने की हिम्मत दिखाई है। यूपी के लोगों को इनसे सतर्क रहना है। इन लोगों का सरकार भी लौटने नहीं देनी है। भाइयों और बहनों, गरीब का कल्याण, उसका सशक्तिकरण भाजपा की सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। आप याद करिए, 2017 से पहले जब इन घोर परिवारवादियों की सरकारें थी, तब आए दिन यूपी में राशन घोटाले की खबरें आती थी कि नहीं आती थी? राशन घोटाला होता था कि नहीं होता था? गरीब का राशन मार लिया जाता था कि नहीं मार लिया जाता? इन लोगों ने लाखों फर्जी राशन कार्ड बनाकर राशन माफियाओं का दानव ऐसा पैदा कर दिया था जो गरीब को भूखे रहने के लिए मजबूर करता था। डबल इंजन की सरकार ने फर्जी राशन कार्डों के इस खेल को खत्म कर दिया। आज यूपी के करोड़ों नागरिकों को मुफ्त राशन का डबल बेनिफिट मिल रहा है, पूरा बेनिफिट मिल रहा है। यही कारण है कि 100 साल के बाद इतने बड़े संकट में, इतनी बड़ी दुनिया की महामारी, दुनिया की इतनी बड़ी बीमारी में भी गरीब का चूल्हा जलता रहा है भाई। और मेरी माताओं बहनों, संकट अगर आ भी गए हैं, ये मोदी है, मेरी गरीब मां बहन का चूल्हा कभी बुझने नहीं देगा। वन नेशन वन राशन कार्ड योजना भी मदद कर रही है। अगर यूपी का कोई परिवार किसी दूसरे राज्य में जाए, अगर वो उत्तर प्रदेश से मानो गुजरात चला गया, महाराष्ट्र चला गया, कर्नाटक चला गया, पंजाब चला गया, तो उसको अब उसके राशन कार्ड भले यूपी का होगा, उसको पंजाब में भी राशन मिलेगा, महाराष्ट्र में भी राशन मिलेगा, मुंबई में भी राशन। एक राज्य से दूसरे राज्य कोई जाएगा, गरीब आदमी भूखा नहीं मरेगा। भाई और बहनों, डबल इंजन की सरकार का काम कैसा होता है? एक गरीबों को पक्के आवास की योजना में भी दिखता है। पहले की सरकार ने पूरे कार्यकाल में गरीबों के लिए घर बनाने में कितनी उदासीनता रखी। मुझे बताइए, भारत सरकार पैसे भेजे, गरीब को घर चाहिए, मोदी घर बनाना चाहता है, लेकिन 2014 में यहां ऐसी सरकार थी, वो गरीबों के लिए घर बनाने के लिए तैयार नहीं थी। ये योगी जी की सरकार बनने के बाद काम हुआ और मुझे खुशी है हमने जो पैसा दिल्ली से भेजा पाई पाई का उपयोग हुआ और उत्तर प्रदेश में 34 लाख आंकड़ा सुन लीजिए भैया 34 लाख पक्के घर गरीबों को बना करके दिए गए 34 लाख कितने कितने भैया कितने 34 लाख और आज एक घर की कीमत होती है कितनी भाई लाखों में होती है कि नहीं होती है इसका मतलब उत्तर प्रदेश में 34 लाख गरीब जो उनको घर मिला वो लखपति हुए कि नहीं हुए मोदी ने आकर के 34 लाख गरीबों को लखपति बनाया कि नहीं बनाया योगी जी ने लखपति बनाया कि नहीं बनाया और इसमें भी 13 लाख घर हमारे दलित भाई बहनों को मिले हैं भाइयों कोई भेदभाव नहीं भाइयों और बहनों गौर परिवारवादियों ने उत्तर प्रदेश की महिलाओं की कभी इज्जत नहीं की कभी उनका दुख दर्द नहीं समझा किसी भी मजहब की महिलाएं हो किसी भी पंथ की बेटियां हो हमारी सरकार बिना भेदभाव उनके हितों की रक्षा में जुटी है जन धन बैंक खाते खुले सबसे ज्यादा लाभ बेटियों को हुआ मुद्रा योजना हो सबसे अधिक लोन बेटियों को मिले स्वयं सहायता समूहों के बिना गारंटी ज्यादा पैसा देना हो सबसे अधिक लाभ हमारी मां बहन बेटियों को मिला नल से जल हो बेटियों की सुविधा सबसे अधिक बढ़ी घर घर शौचालय बने इज्जत घर बने तो बहनों बेटियों को अपमान से पीड़ा से मुक्ति दिलाने का काम भी मोदी और योगी सरकार ने किया जिस पीएम आवास योजना के बारे में मैंने अभी बताया उसमें जो घर दिए जा रहे हैं उसमें ज्यादातर महिलाओं के ही नाम और सबसे बड़ी बात योगी जी की सरकार की शक्ति से मंचलों गुंडों दबंगों दंगाइयों में जो डर पैदा हुआ है वो हमारी बहन बेटियों के हौसले को बुलंद करने में बहुत उपयोगी है और इसलिए यूपी की हर बहन बेटी कह रही है यूपी के लिए योगी उपयोगी है और साथियों महिलाओं के लिए जो काम हमारी सरकार ने किया है उसकी बहुत बड़ी लाभार्थी मुस्लिम बहन बेटियां भी हैं हमारी मुस्लिम बेटियों को भी पढ़ाई के लिए जाते समय रास्ते के मंचलों की वजह से बहुत दिक्कत होती थी जब यूपी में अपराधी कंट्रोल में आए तो इसका लाभ मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों को भी मिला मुझे खुशी है कि पिछले 7 सालों में स्कूल में कॉलेजों में मुस्लिम बेटियों की संख्या भी बढ़ रही है मेरा निरंतर प्रयास रहा है कि कैसे अपनी मुस्लिम बहन बेटियों का जीवन मैं आसान बना सकूं आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, आप जरा कल्पना करिए, हर पुरुष कल्पना करे। मैं जो बात बताता हूं, मैं मुसलमान पुरुषों की भी कहता हूं, आप जरा कल्पना कीजिए, मायके से अगर औरत खाली हाथ लौटती है तो फटाक से 3 तलाक दे दिया जाए। ससुराल से पत्नी बाइक लेकर के नहीं भाई तो 3 तलाक दे दी जाए। ससुराल से अपनी पत्नी सोने की चेन लेकर के नहीं आई तो 3 तलाक दे दो। घड़ी मंगवाई, घड़ी नहीं आई, 3 तलाक दे दो। मोबाइल मंगवाया, मोबाइल नहीं आया, 3 तलाक दे दो। कोई भी छोटी सी बात पर तलाक तलाक तलाक कहकर मुस्लिम महिलाओं का पूरा जीवन बर्बाद हो जाता था। और सिर्फ उस मुस्लिम महिला का ही नहीं, आप उस बेटी के पिता का दर्द समझिए, उस बेटी की मां का दर्द समझिए। जब बेटी वापस चली आए तो उसके मन पर कितनी गुजरती होगी। वो हमेशा इस डर में जीती थी कि कहीं बेटी 3 तलाक ना हो जाए। साथियों, आज देश की हर मुस्लिम बहन बेटी के पास 3 तलाक के खिलाफ कानून की सुरक्षा हमने दी है। एक रिपोर्ट में सामने आया है, 3 तलाक का कानून बनने के बाद यूपी की हजारों बेटियों का घर टूटने से बचा है, तबाह होने से बचा है। मेरी बहन बेटियां बच गई है और उनके मायके वाले भी बच गए हैं। गौर परिवारवादियों ने किसानों और खासकर छोटे किसानों को भी हमेशा धोखा दिया है। ऐसे छोटे किसानों की चिंता पूरे देश में सिर्फ और सिर्फ भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है। हमने छोटे किसानों के लिए पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि शुरू की, उसके बैंक खाते में सीधे पैसे भेजना शुरू किया। हमने फसल बीमा के नियमों में बदलाव किया, उनके लिए विशेष हमने पेंशन योजना शुरू की। हम किसानों के क्रेडिट कार्ड के दायरों को बढ़ा करके पशुपालन करने वालों को, मछली पालन करने वालों को भी हमने किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड का लाभ दिया। हम उत्तर प्रदेश में डेयरी सेक्टर को भी तेजी से विस्तार कर रहे हैं। ये डेयरी प्लांट अपनी बिजली की जरूरत गोबर से बनी बायोगैस से पूरी कर सके, इसकी भी व्यवस्था की जा रही है। इससे किसान को आय का एक और अतिरिक्त विकल्प मिलेगा और दूध न देने वाले पशुओं का उनको गोबर बेच करके भी कमाई का एक नया विकल्प हम पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में देने जा रहे हैं। बूढ़ा पशु भी किसान को, पशुपालक को आय कराएगा। योगी जी की सरकार पहले ही ऐसे बेसहारा पशुओं के लिए गौशालाओं के निर्माण में पूरी ईमानदारी से काम कर रही है। 10 मार्च को दोबारा सरकार बनने के बाद इस अभियान को और गति दी जाएगी ताकि किसानों को कोई दिक्कत न हो। भाइयों और बहनों, गन्ना किसानों के हितों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारी सरकार बायोफ्यूल के इस्तेमाल को भी लगातार बढ़ा रही है। यूपी के किसानों को हजारों सोलर पंप ये भी हम मुहैया करा रहे हैं। जब खेत में ही सोलर पावर से बिजली पैदा होगी तो आप अंदाज कर सकते हैं कि किसान का कितना लाभ होने वाला है, कितना पैसा बचने वाला है। हमारी कोशिश है हमारा अन्नदाता ऊर्जा दाता भी बने, इसके लिए भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। इस बार भाजपा ने संकल्प पत्र जारी किया है, उसमें भी बिजली से लेकर खेती किसानी से जुड़े बड़े संकल्प लिए गए हैं। 10 मार्च को सरकार बनने के बाद इन संकल्पों पर तेजी से काम किया जाएगा। भाजपा सरकार गंगा जी के किनारे बसे लोगों में प्राकृतिक खेती, केमिकल फ्री खेती को भी प्रोत्साहन दे रही है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार यूपी को आधुनिक सुविधाएं देने में भी जान से जुटी हुई है। आप सोचिए, अगर इनकी सरकार होती तो यहां से गुजरने वाले यहां पर जो डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ता क्या? अगर इनकी सरकार होती तो क्या पूर्वांचल एक्सप्रेसवे, बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेसवे इतनी तेजी से काम कर पाता क्या? कोरोना काल में भी कानपुर मेट्रो पर कितनी तेजी से काम किया गया, ये आपने भी देखा है। इनके रहते क्या यहां डिफेंस कॉरिडोर के निर्माण संभव हो पाते? इन लोगों ने जो फिरौती का, गुंडागर्दी का, कर्फ्यू का माहौल यहां बनाया था, दंगों का माहौल यहां बनाया था, लगभग कौन यहां निवेश करने आता? साथियों, माफियावादियों ने कानपुर में उद्योगों को तालाबंदी की तरफ धकेला। डबल इंजन सरकार कानपुर में मेगा लेदर पार्क बना रही है। जो पहले सरकारों में थे, इन्होंने विदेशी आयात को प्राथमिकता देकर जालौन के कागज उद्योग को भी बर्बाद कर दिया था। लेकिन योगी जी की सरकार ने कागज उद्योग के साथ जालौन के मटर को भी वैश्विक पहचान दिलाने के लिए कदम उठाए हैं। आज जब मोदी देश में वोकल फॉर लोकल, लोकल के लिए वोकल होने की अपील करता है, तो उसके पीछे आप जिन उद्योगों से जुड़े हैं, आपके उद्योगों को ताकत देने का हम काम कर रहे हैं। कुटीर उद्योगों का सामर्थ्य बढ़ाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, यही हमारा मंत्र है, यही हमारा संकल्प है। लेकिन इसके लिए सबका प्रयास भी आवश्यक है। आपके एक एक वोट का योगदान बहुत आवश्यक है। इसलिए याद रखिए भाइयों बहनों, आज इस सभा के बाद आप घर घर जाएंगे। आप इस सभा के बाद घर घर जाएंगे, घर घर जाएंगे, घर घर जाएंगे, हर परिवार को मतदान के लिए समझाएंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा मतदान करवाएंगे, भाजपा के कमल पे वोट डलवाएंगे, योगी जी की सरकार बनाएंगे, पक्का करेंगे। कमल निशान, कमल निशान, कमल निशान, ये घर घर पहुंचाएंगे। पहले मतदान, फिर जलपान, और कोई काम पहले नहीं करेंगे, पहले मतदान करेंगे। आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जो इस चुनाव में उम्मीदवार है वो जरा आगे आ जाए, जो उम्मीदवार है, और योगी जी आगे आ जाए। जो उम्मीदवार है आगे आ जाए, योगी जी आगे आ जाए।
All right, so Prime Minister Narendra Modi was addressing this massive rally in Kanpur Dehat, Kanpur Rural, where he also once again took a jibe at the Samajwadi Party, saying that if the Samajwadi Party is chosen by the people, if Samajwadi Party comes to power, it will be a return of the Gunda Raj, a return of Mafia Ganj. Moving on, the Election Commission has turned down Uttar Pradesh Minister Suresh Rana's demand for re-election in Thana Bhavan Assembly constituency after he alleged irregularities in polling. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath defends his UP can become like Bengal and Kerala remark, says I alerted people of the state ahead of assembly elections. As per sources, BJP in Assam will file sedition cases against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for his Spirit of India tweet. Post CM face snub, Navjot Singh Sidhu refused to address a rally in Dhuri in presence of Party General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. In a crucial development ahead of the State Assembly elections, Punjab Women Commission Chairperson Manisha Gulati is all set to join the Bharatiya Janata Party today in presence of Prime Minister Modi. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side are updates on the Hijab Row in Karnataka. Remember, the hearing is going to resume in the Karnataka High Court from today.
Over 30 years, they have been your years on the ground. They have tracked every election, every historic victory, every rising star, every surprising twist. For 30 years, they have witnessed Indian democracy dance. Be a part of history. Don't miss March 10. Be with Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Our Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
Can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter.
No.
Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states.
Welcome back. Today marks 3 years of the Pulwama attack, and while the entire nation pays tributes to the 40 personnel of the CRPF who were martyred in the attack, netas continue to politicize the issue and doubt the valor of our forces. And the doubters lobby today should listen to these braves for whom nation comes first.
The second surgical strike was carried out by Air Force. They were able to decimate Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. I am right now at here at the Channi CRPF center. It was from this place on that fateful morning when the bus had left along with the 40 CRPF personnel. It reached Lethpura. That was the time when suicide bomber banged into the vehicle and 40 CRPF personnel lost their lives. Right now I am joined by senior CRPF officer Kamal Sisodia. I'll be talking to her. Today is a very important day that everybody is paying homage. 1.3 billion Indians are paying homage to these CRPF martyrs.
Jai Hind, myself Kamal Sisodia from 76 Battalion CRPF. Today, it's definitely a great day to reckon upon and memorize the sacrifices of martyrs of Pulwama, where the 40 brave men of CRPF laid down their lives for the altar of their duties. And out of them, 5 martyrs were from our battalion, that is 76 Battalion from Jammu, Channi Himmat. At one point of time where the people in the world are celebrating Valentine's Day on 14th February, we, the soldiers of the nation, and so many our citizens of India, we are all paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama.
आज अपने लोगों को याद कर रहे हैं, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
भाई हमारे जवान को जो अटैक हुआ है वो पीछे से हुआ है, सामने से होता तो उनको अच्छा रिस्पांस करते। और दूसरा ये शहीदों पे जो पॉलिटिक्स होती है वो नहीं होनी चाहिए, इससे हम लोगों को बहुत हर्ट होता है।
उस टाइम का जो माहौल है, जो उस टाइम का, वो तो आज भी बड़ा दुख लगता है सर उस चीज़ को देख के कि जो जवान हमारे साथ ड्यूटी कर रहे थे वो आज उस कंडीशन सर जिन्होंने सर हमारे लिए खुद यहाँ से मिठाई का और उसका एक साथ हमने जो जश्न देखा था कि इकट्ठे बैठ के मनाएंगे, और वो इस हाल में मनाने का बड़ा बहुत ही दर्दनाक और उस बड़ा घटना हुई। जैसे ही मेरे को फ़ोन पर पता चला और मैंने इनको फ़ोन करने की कोशिश की तो ऑलरेडी सर इनका फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ, और जैसे पता चले तो बड़ी ही जैसे कि शरीर बिल्कुल साथ है दिए नहीं सर बिल्कुल।
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi on asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking. I am asking, come on, let the government of India show. It is a responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king.
Mr. KCR, the Chief Minister of Telangana, on a day when we are commemorating the anniversary of Pulwama, when we are paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama, goes ahead and questions the surgical strike, demands proof for surgical strike, only and only to defend Rahul Gandhi's atrocious commentary against the Indian Army, calling the surgical strike Khoon ki Dalali, and the most shocking act by a chief minister, and only because he wants to target Himanta Biswa Sarma. To echo the line of Pakistan, this has become the DNA of certain political parties like the Congress and KCR and his party.
So while Netas continue to demand proof of the surgical strike and doubt the valor of our forces, take a look at this ground report. Take a look at the message that is being sent by those braves for whom the nation comes first, appealing to these Netas to stop politicizing.
The second surgical strike was carried out by Air Force. They were able to decimate Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. I am right now at here at the Channi CRPF center. It was from this place on that fateful morning when the bus had left along with the 40 CRPF personnel. It reached Lethpura. That was the time when suicide bomber banged into the vehicle and 40 CRPF personnel lost their lives. Right now I am joined by senior CRPF officer Kamal Sisodia. I'll be talking to her. Today is a very important day that everybody is paying homage. 1.3 billion Indians are paying homage to these CRPF martyrs.
Jai Hind, myself Kamal Sisodia from 76 Battalion CRPF. Today, it's definitely a great day to reckon upon and memorize the sacrifices of martyrs of Pulwama, where the 40 brave men of CRPF laid down their lives for the altar of their duties. And out of them, 5 martyrs were from our battalion, that is 76 Battalion from Jammu, Channi Himmat. At one point of time, where the people in the world are celebrating Valentine's Day on 14th February, we, the soldiers of the nation, and so many our citizens of India, we are all paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama.
आज अपने लोगों को याद कर रहे हैं, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
भाई हमारे जवान को जो अटैक हुआ है वो पीछे से हुआ है, सामने से होता तो उनको अच्छा रिस्पांस करते, और दूसरा ये शहीदों पे जो पॉलिटिक्स होती है वो नहीं होनी चाहिए, इससे हम लोगों को बहुत हर्ट होता है।
उस टाइम का जो माहौल है, जो उस टाइम का, वो तो आज भी बड़ा दुख लगता है सर उस चीज़ को देख के कि जो जवान हमारे साथ ड्यूटी कर रहे थे वो आज उस कंडीशन उन्होंने सर जिन्होंने सर हमारे लिए खुद यहाँ से मिठाई का और उसका एक साथ हमने जो जश्न देखा था कि इकट्ठे बैठ के मनाएंगे, और वो इस हाल में मनाने का बड़ा बहुत ही दर्दनाक और उस बड़ा घटना हुई। जैसे ही मेरे को फ़ोन पर पता चला और मैंने इनको फ़ोन करने की कोशिश की तो ऑलरेडी सर इनका फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ, और जैसे पता चले तो बड़ी ही जैसे कि शरीर बिल्कुल साथ है दिए नहीं सर बिल्कुल।
Let's go across to Pradeep Datta, who in fact got us those reactions, and an extremely emotional moment for the Jawans, for the personnel of the CRPF who've lost their friends, their colleagues in the Pulwama attack, and they are also, extremely shocked at the kind of political developments that are taking place in this country. Still, Netas demanding proof of the surgical strike.
Yes, since morning I had been interacting with the CRPF personnel. They say it's really hurting and painful when they see how the opposition party leaders, they keep on asking for evidence and support. I interacted with wife of the martyr, Constable Nasir Ahmed. She said, what kind of evidence they really need? My husband sacrificed his life for the country, and I want my son also to don uniform and serve motherland India. That is the spirit that they are carrying in their heart. But unfortunately, these opposition party leader, whether it's Rahul Gandhi, whether it's KCR, they're all trying to politicize valor of our soldiers. Everybody knows that how after Uri bomb attack, that there was a paradigm shift in the military strategy. The first surgical strike was carried out by army. They crossed line of control when many of their launch pads were destroyed. And after that Pulwama bombing, another surgical strike was carried out, this time by Indian Air Force. They went deep inside the Pakistan territory, and in Balakot, headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed was decimated. So instead of in fact appreciating their role and paying homage to them, remembering their supreme sacrifice, what actually is happening is that these people are raising questions over the supreme sacrifice. They're questioning, they're asking for evidence, they're asking for support. That's really painful, and I agree with what one of the panelists said. That is not the DNA in the DNA, but this has become a standard operation procedure. Whenever elections are around the corner, they start asking this question because they feel that way they will be able to guard the votes.
This is not just an insult of the martyrdom and the bravery of our Jawans, Pradeep. This is also the opposition giving a handle to Pakistan by doubting the surgical strike.
Yes, you are absolutely right, because they are not serving the country. They are neither serving the interests of our soldiers. They're only serving the interests of people of Pakistan and their politicians. There, because Pakistan always wanted to raise doubts and question mark over the surgical strike, because they know that this had been conducted in the heart of heart. They very well know. Everybody remembers that what really Imran Khan did after the surgical strike. He addressed the assembly in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where he expressed concern that maybe India's next target will be to take away Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. That means they too have, in the heart of heart, admitted this thing. But when our politicians raise questions, they take up this matter in the United Nations Security Council, because after that second surgical strike, they kept on saying that only few trees were destroyed. And because initially they were saying no such thing had happened and not a single aircraft had crossed the line of control. Later on, they said, yes, the bomb was dropped, but only a few trees were destroyed. So they will keep on cooking stories, but our politicians are only providing them handle, and they are only helping, serving their interests rather than serving interests of the country. I think this is the time when we need to stand with the soldiers who are always there for the nation, for whom the nation comes first. They are the one who take bullets from their bodies, stand like a rock, and they always are there for the country, for the peace and prosperity. And CRPF is the largest counterinsurgency force so far, the terror operations in Kashmir Valley are concerned.
Stay on with us. We also have RSN Singh joining us in the broadcast, and it is because of that valor and bravery and the supreme sacrifice made by our warriors, our Jawans, RSN Singh, that Pakistan constantly lives in fear. They live in fear that India might strike again. And here in this country, there are politicians who are demanding proof of surgical strike. There can be no bigger insult to the martyrdom of those braves.
I'm inclined to believe that this culture, some politicians have inherited, is because there was a transfer of power from the British to India. And these politicians, they moved into the same bungalows that were vacated by the British. So patriotism cannot come to them easily. It will never come. It is not in the blood. It is not in the DNA. They are, if I may remind them, that Subhash Chandra Bose, you know how he was politically dealt by Azad, Gandhi and Nehru, yet he renamed his regiments after these three gentlemen because they were, leaders.
Right.
They were, top leaders. So he held the interests of the country.
Absolutely. RSN Singh, thank you very much for joining us in the broadcast with your perspective. Thank you to Pradeep as well for getting us all those reactions. We'll have a quick break on the broadcast. Stay on with us for more news and updates.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment.
Ahead of a crucial hearing on hijab today, curbs imposed on protests in Udupi, but radical group incites claiming judiciary under pressure. Is it another bid to create unrest?
भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath makes a fiery comment over hijab. Rao says constitution, not Shariat, will be followed. Dream of Gazwai Hind will not come true even till Qayamat.
रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
Congress MLA Zamir Ahmed sparks big row ahead of hijab hearing. Defends regressive mindset, says rate of rapes in India high because women don't wear hijab. Big setback to the Stalin government. Top court refuses to stay CBI investigation in Lavanya case. Asks Tamil Nadu government not to make it a prestige issue by opposing the High Court order.
जो जवान हमारे साथ ड्यूटी कर रहे थे वो आज उस कंडीशन
BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof.
On third anniversary of the dastardly Pulwama attack, opposition continues to doubt valor of our braves. Now KCR joins the gang, Saboot gang. BJP hits back. Weeks after security breach issue, Prime Minister Modi to address first physical election rally in Jalandhar in Punjab. Farmer Union threatened to protest. Big election today, second phase of polling in Uttar Pradesh. Goa and Uttarakhand also go to polls. Watch the updates, controversies and news breaks on India's election headquarters. In Kanpur, Prime Minister takes on secular lobby, slams Trinamool Congress Neta's remark on dividing Hindu votes in Goa, says poll panel should act against them. ISRO successfully launches Earth observation satellite, 2 other co-passengers on board PSLV C-52. Russia-Ukraine tension grows. India steers clear of conflict but closely monitors situation. Delhi mulls diplomatic options after France. Now Germany intervenes to build consensus. Ahead of the hijab hearing in Karnataka, massive showdown was witnessed. While in Mandya, students were asked to remove their hijabs before entering the school in Shivamogga. Students walked out of the class saying they will not attend the class if they are not allowed to wear hijabs. If they are asked to remove their hijabs, they will not attend the class. In Kalaburgi, students are wearing the hijab inside the classroom. Remember, in the interim order, the Karnataka High Court asked the students to go back to their classes and to refrain from wearing saffron shawls or hijabs or carrying religious flags inside the classroom. The Karnataka High Court also said that whether hijab is an intrinsic part of Islam needs a deeper examination. Till that matter is resolved in the court, till the hearing resumes, students should refrain from wearing such clothes. Take a look at the ground reports that we are getting.
वो बोल रहे हैं हिजाब काट के अंदर आओ, एग्जाम लिखाते हैं। हम नहीं करते हिजाब।
आओ बेटा। आपको पहले अभी हिजाब के लिए परमिशन दिया था? पहले
वो परमिशन था।
अच्छा। सर आप बता सकते हैं सर, एक सेकंड आप हमको बता सकते हैं आज क्यों ऐसे हुआ है? सारे स्टूडेंट्स अभी बाहर आए हैं सर।
मैडम एग्जाम के लिए लेके आए थे बच्चे लोग को, बच्चे लोग अंदर जाके बैठे थे। 13 बच्चे हैं ये एग्जाम लिखने के लिए बोले तो क्या ऊपर से आदेश आया है कि स्कार्फ निकाल के अंदर बैठो, नहीं स्कार्फ नहीं निकाले तो जा सकते हो करके बोले। उसके लिए हम लोग जब से बैठे लेके जाने के लिए बच्चों को, अब बोले वो कि ऐसा स्कार्फ निकाले, स्कार्फ रखेंगे तो एग्जाम, नहीं तो नहीं करके उसके लिए वापस लेते हैं।
Let's go across to our reporters. Neha is joining us from Shivamogga. Deepak is joining us from Udupi and Imran from Bengaluru. I first want to go across to Neha, who just spoke to the students. Neha, the Karnataka High Court in the interim order has made it absolutely clear that students should refrain from wearing either saffron shawls or hijabs or carrying religious flags in the classroom till the hearing resumes in the Karnataka High Court, till the matter is resolved. But what we are witnessing is students not attending classes because they were asked to remove the hijab once inside the classroom.
Well, that's absolutely right. These were about 13 students from, the government college over here in Shimoga district where we're reporting from. They refused to take off their hijabs as they entered the classrooms and said that they would only attend their examinations. Let's tell you that of the 13 students, about 10 of them are those who were supposed to write their class 10 preliminary examinations today. So the parents were in fact, called to the school and asked to escort the students out of the classrooms if they refused to take off the hijabs. Let's tell you that this comes at a time when the attendance in schools over here already in the district has been, quite minimal. We're seeing that only the students, in fact, who actually had to write their examinations have turned up in the other classes as well. Several other students haven't turned up. When we did, of course, speak to the college authorities, they said, school authorities, they said that this could possibly be that, a few parents too might have some apprehension sending their wards to school right now. So will it really pick up in the coming days is something that we have to wait and watch out for. However, apart from that, in Shimoga district, largely, of course, things have remained peaceful. Let's tell you that there are several schools that have been identified. The SP earlier did mention that there are a few sensitive schools that have been identified. Section 144 has been imposed across all educational institutions for a distance of about 200 meters in the surrounding areas of educational institutions. But, of course, this one instance really coming to light now just ahead of the Karnataka High Court's hearing. We'll really have to wait and see as to what happens.
Right. Neha, stay on with us. I want to bring in Deepak as well. Deepak, we also have visuals coming in from Kalaburgi where students were seen wearing hijabs inside the classroom. This comes at a time when the matter is in the court. The court specifically has asked students to refrain from wearing religious clothing, whether it's a saffron shawl, whether it's a hijab, and to go back and attend their class. It also said, by the way, that whether or not wearing of a hijab is essential, intrinsic to Islam, needs deeper examination. But on ground, it seems that the situation still remains tense.
Yes, Swati, pertaining to this particular incident where they were wearing hijab, we are of course trying to get more details because the order of the Karnataka High Court specifies that this interim order applies to those institutions which have a developmental committee and they, prescribe a uniform. So in a broader perspective, it does not apply to probably an institution which does not have such a committee or earlier allowed for the hijab. So this needs to be looked into. But nonetheless, we are looking at multiple colleges where there is a uniform which probably this applies to now. School children going there, not entering inside. We've just had another update coming in from Kodagu, where about 30 students, were not allowed inside out of about 45 Muslim girls who came in with a hijab. The remaining, of course, removed the hijab, were allowed to go inside. This is from an area called Nelhudikeri in Kodagu. So we are looking at multiple instances like this coming to the fore. Up until now, there hasn't been an issue really, Swati, in schools, but now looking at this issue really spill over to schools as well. Not a very good thing, but fortunately, up until now, the parents and the teachers have managed to keep the situation under control. We do not really want this spilling onto the streets like what happened in the colleges. The government, of course, has already imposed prohibitory orders around the 200-meter radius of these educational institutions. But nonetheless, it's unfortunate scenes that we're witnessing with students opting to boycott their examination, boycott their classes, especially considering the fact
that in fact was a big concern in front of the court as well. The impact on the education of these students. I want to bring in Imran as well. Now, the hearing is going to resume from today, but in the last hearing, several arguments were presented, both of course in favor of the directive and against it. Now, the Petitioners' Council have been saying that there is no provision for uniform in the 1983 Karnataka Education Act. Mr. Devdutt Kamath said that dress and attire is part of right to free speech and expression, and the state cannot impose such a decision. As far as the government is concerned, government's argument is that the state has not prescribed any uniform, but the educational institutes have a right to do so.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Sanjay Hegde made that argument and he said that he went through the entire Education Act of the Karnataka government, and there is no, it's only discusses about curriculum, and even if it discusses about administrative affairs, it discusses nothing related to the fundamental rights of practicing of faith. And he said that this is this arbitrary order by the state government on February releasing, saying that they will not decide, but they leave it on the campaign this CDC of the schools, that is the campaign department committees. They have the rights to decide what dress code will be. He has objected strongly to that, and then said that this committee or an MLA, they should not be left to the mercy of this college committees, college disciplinary committees, and all the MLAs. They should not be left to the mercy. The state should intervene and decide. And he said very clearly that wearing hijab, neither it does not violate any Education Act or also any rules of the state government, and also denying them, in fact, it's a denial of Article 25 of the Constitution, and also access to education. Now, these arguments have been done. So far, the High Court has asked maintain the status quo till they decide the matter. All eyes are on High Court today at 2:30 when the case comes up.
Right, Imran, stay on with us. In fact, we have experts joining us in the broadcast as well. We have Ashwini Dubey, advocate on record, Supreme Court, and Dr. Yusuf Iqbal Yusuf, advocate of the Supreme Court. Good afternoon to both of you. Mr. Dubey, the Supreme Court, of course, has refused to intervene at this stage because the matter is pending before the Karnataka High Court. The Supreme Court did say that constitutional rights will be protected, and not just of one community but of all the communities. But you filed a PL in the Supreme Court seeking directions to the centre and the state, asking them for a uniform dress code to be implemented to ensure equality and national integration?
Yes, see, uniform dress code not only is required for the purpose of the constitutional integrity, for the purpose of allegiance to the constitution, but in order to meet out the differences which are there because of the religious attire. Religious attire because India is a secular country. Secularism forms a part of the basic structure of our constitution. The Supreme Court, in a case SR Bomoi versus Union of India, has held that when the state allows citizens to practice and profess their religion, it does not either explicitly or implicitly allow them to introduce religion into non-religious secular activities of the state. Exactly. The schools are not the religious places where our religious beliefs should be propagated and preached. When there is a law, what I understand, the current dispute is between the state mandated law and my right to wear what I want. Freedom of religion and tolerance is the only extent of permitting pursuit of spiritual life, which is different from the secular life. Why have my right to profess, propagate?
Okay, stay on with us, Mr. Dubey. I want to take a quick reaction from Dr. Yusuf Iqbal. Sanjay Hegde, Petitioners Council, has said that there's no provision for uniform in the 1983 Karnataka Education Act, and that students must be allowed to practice their faith and to wear hijab. It's not as if there is a ban on hijab. The students were asked to remove it while they were in the classroom. How do you see this entire development?
So see, Article 25, as Mr. Hegde said, enjoins and gives the fundamental right to every citizen of the country to profess every religion, and this has been further confirmed by the Supreme Court in 1954 in the case of Ratilal Gandhi, where the Supreme Court has said that the right to profess religion is not restricted only to your prayers, but also to doing such overt acts as may be necessary or may be found to be expedient by that particular individual for the purpose of professing his religion, which also includes the dress code. Now, when we speak of uniforms in school, I would rather go one step further and see uniforms in, the armed forces. We have seen in the US, especially, there have been provisions which have been made by the Army as well as the Air Force to allow Sikh headgears as well as hijabs for Muslim women. In fact, as recent as November 2020, the UK has amended its police uniform to allow Muslim women to wear hijabs. So worldwide, when we are seeing this, where there is a much lesser Muslim population, I feel that, politicizing this issue, and where women have been wearing hijabs for the last several years, I think politicizing this issue here and blowing it out of proportion just before the elections is something real.
The issue is being politicized and being blown out of proportion. Stay on with us, sir. We also have Danish Qureshi, but I'll come to you, sir. We have some breaking inputs coming in on the broadcast. Now, on the 5th of February, the Congress party vowed stir for hijab, and now protests have erupted in Pakistan. and the BJP has slammed Congress party, alleging a link between the Congress and Pakistan as far as these protests are concerned. Let's go across to Pradesh, my colleague, for more on this. Pradesh, BJP has slammed the Congress party, says there's a clear link between Cong and Pak.
Absolutely. Kanis Fatima, who's a Congress MLA, Swati, had on 5th of February, like you said, openly vowed a massive protest. She said that if the verdict does not come in our favor, if the verdict does not allow hijab inside classrooms, we will launch a massive protest. And today, protests are taking place where? Not in Karnataka, but in Karachi in Pakistan. First pictures played out on Times Now. Look at the number of people there doing hangama over hijab on the streets in Pakistan. And this is after two Pakistani ministers put out a tweet on a day when Congress escalated the protest, and the BJP is linking the two. The BJP has linked the two to say that Congress started it here and Pakistan has now got a handle, which is why they are doing this. And look at the placards here. The placards, some of them, they are suggesting that we want justice. Who is doing injustice to people in Pakistan? Pakistan has got nothing to do with this. This is about India. It's about our laws here. It's about a case which is being heard by the Karnataka High Court. Hearing will resume at 2:30, and ahead of that, you have these scenes unfolding on the streets in Pakistan. And I want to open this up now, Swati. Pradeep Datta, Deepak Bopanna, Imran also with us. Pradeep, what do you make of this? Karachi, not Karnataka.
Pradeep, you're not audible. Can you switch on the mic?
Congress, the same Congress party.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Karnataka to Karachi, in fact, the template remains the same, and who is providing them handle? It's Congress party, because they are the one, as Pranesh rightly said, on February 5th, they had said that if the verdict will not be in their favor, they are going to come out on street. And one question should be asked to Pakistan: who are they to interfere and meddle into the internal affairs of the country? In fact, 3 days back, only spokesperson of Ministry of External Affairs, Arindam Bagchi, he gave a very strong response both to America as well as Pakistan, that this is an internal matter and India is a vibrant democracy. There's a system in place. If there is any issue, that will be resolved. And already court is looking into the matter is sub judice. So where is the question of just because the only reason is that Congress is trying to destabilize? For them, this is an issue. Not that they are really concerned about Muslims or they are really concerned about hijab. This is only their visceral hatred for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that they always look for rhyme and they always look for one
stay
reason
on with us. We have Shehzad Poonawalla and Brijesh Kalappa joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad Poonawalla, Congress party vows protest. Protests start erupting in Karachi in Pakistan. Now you're alleging that there's a direct link between Cong and Pak. Why?
देखिए, जब भी कांग्रेस का मिलता है साथ, तो पाकिस्तान को ही मिलता है साथ, whether it's 370 सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, बालाकोट एयर स्ट्राइक, एंड therefore today the question being asked is कि कर्नाटका में हिजाब की आग और पाकिस्तान में बना विवाद, कराची में बना विवाद, तो इसके पीछे क्या है हिसाब किताब? The हिसाब किताब is that Congress party and Pakistan time and again on various issues are the ones who sing in one tune. You remember how Priyanka Vajra tweeted about the hijab issue, and within an hour, Pakistan started raising it. Now, this is the same Pakistan that has no local standard to speak on issues of human rights or issues of Mahila Adhikar. But this is the Congress party that time and again gives Pakistan a handle to speak about issues in India. And therefore, it is the Congress party that has made this an issue and fed propaganda about it and is now allowed Pakistan a handle.
Okay, those are serious allegations. I request you to stay on with us, Shehzad Poonawalla, as we take a counter from Mr. Brijesh Kalappa. Please go ahead, Mr. Kalappa.
The first is that the BJP government, led by Mr. Modi, appears to, confirm the fact, and I think even the spokesperson today confirms the fact, that they are incompetent, inept, and completely useless. For the last 7.5 years, they've been making the same allegations. They have not been able to further these allegations. They should have taken these allegations before a court of law. What's the point of making these allegations in public channels like yours? You're not going to prove us that, we are traitorous and so on and so forth. First thing is, if the Modi government had any spine, they should have taken this to the court of law. They should have proved that there is a nexus between the Congress party and Pakistan. Instead of making these frivolous, silly allegations on television, I think the first thing that the BJP should do is actually take this up.
Go to the court of law, prove that there is a case of treason or there is a case of sedition, and do something on this. For the last 7.5 years, they've been doing exactly the same thing, coming and having all kinds of frivolous, stupid allegations made on national television, wasting people's time, and some of these channels also, they're pandering to these.
Well, according to you, it's a waste of time, but on ground, the impact and the way this is resonating in Pakistan is clear. Shehzad Poonawala, your counter.
Look, I am surprised Brajesh ji did not even once condemn Pakistan, that don't interfere in our internal affairs. This shows that Congress orders, Pakistan does. And as far as filing cases, it's not an issue of court of law, sir. It's an issue of court of public. And in the court of public, people have seen how Mani Shankar Iyer went to Pakistan and said that please help us remove Narendra Modi. People have seen how Shashi Tharoor runs to Pakistani platforms. People have seen how Rahul Gandhi has spoken in the same voice as Pakistan on Article 370, and Vijay Singh has done the same. And in the court of public opinion, the people have declared that Congress equals PPP, Pakistan Parast Party, and therefore, today Congress raises the issue of hijab. Pakistan mein lagate hain aag. This is the connection, this is the rishta of Congress and Pakistan, not on one issue, on every issue.
All right, stay on with us, Shehzad Poonawala and Brijesh Kalappa. Let's show our viewers what that link is that the BJP is talking about. Let's listen into the statement that was given by Congress MLA Kanis Fatima.
8 तारीख को कोर्ट में इसका जजमेंट है, उसके बाद इंशाल्लाह ताला हम कोई उम्मीद है पूरी कि हमारे हक में आएगा वो. अगर नहीं है बोले तो हम जो यहाँ पे जमा हुए हैं पूरे रोडों पे निकलेंगे, हम लोग रोडों पे निकल के हम लोग स्ट्राइक करेंगे और जहाँ तक हम जो है इंशाल्लाह ताला ये जगह हम जीतेंगे.
Let's quickly go across to Pradeep Datta. Pradeep, the Congress party once again ending up giving a handle to Pakistan. These are internal affairs of India, and it's not that there is a ban on hijab. Here is a matter which is being heard by the Karnataka High Court, which is about uniformity in dress code inside the classroom in an educational institute.
You're absolutely right. In fact, from day one, what we had been trying to tell here on channel, that this is not ban on hijab. Nobody is preventing or stopping Muslims from wearing hijab. It's only about the uniformity in classroom, because once you enter a classroom, you are neither Hindu, Muslim, Sikh or a Christian. All is what actually now what the people are trying to do. They are trying to even communalize the classroom and polarize the atmosphere for the vote bank. That's what exactly is happening. So that's one of the reasons that people are just pointing fingers towards Congress. Rightly said by Shehzad Poonawala, nobody is in fact condemning and criticizing and asking Pakistan not to meddle into the internal affairs of India. See, Pakistan cannot preach India. Everybody knows what they did today. There had been a Talibani diktat in one of the medical colleges in Islamabad, where they had been asking girls to wear hijab, cover their neckline, also cover their chest, and the boys are being asked to wear the white cap. So if it was a part of Islam, if it was mandatory, if it was obligatory, why the Muslims had not been wearing hijab there? Why somebody has to force them? That means this is an Arabic culture that is borrowed from Arab. Now the people in different parts of the world, they're trying to implement it. It's because of the rise of Islamist radical. And
right. And is the Congress party in that case promoting this culture and regressive mindset? Danish Qureshi.
Ma'am, I want to clear one thing, that instead of giving a message by politicians to the heads of the country that they are secular, Prime Minister of the country is going to take a part in the religious program, bureaucracy is doing the same thing, and we demand secular behavior from the student of the schools and colleges. How it is possible? First of all, we have to understand that...
How was it possible till December 2021? How was it possible till then?
It's not about 2021. Remember one thing, those who don't want to use hijab, they are not being forced.
There are committees in these educational institutions that prescribe uniform, that students abide by, that parents abide by. They give an undertaking to these educational institutions that they'll abide by the dress code, and then all of a sudden these protests start erupting.
To supersede the constitution of the country. Any law can be enacted by any educational institute.
Do you want to supersede the proceedings in the court?
This is not superseding. This is
the Karnataka High Court has said that we should deeply examine. We should deeply examine. This issue needs deep examination. Okay, stay on with us, Danish Qureshi. We have Maruf Raza joining us on the broadcast as well. Maruf Raza, the Congress party talks about protest against the Karnataka government's directive in favor of hijab, and you see protests erupting in Pakistan, in Karachi. Is Congress party once again giving a handle to Pakistan by raising these issues?
No, I don't think that will be a fair assessment. The Congress party has got its own agenda, and that is to oppose the government at every level. Pakistan's agenda is to look for areas where they can find some flaws or some dissent within the Indian system that they can highlight to show that Indian democracy is not as honky-dory as India makes it out to be. Both of them are misplaced, and both of them have got their basic focus wrong. The hijab issue is something that the more you play up, the more it will become a contestable issue. The more you play it down, the more there is likelihood that the courts will give a sensible decision, which I am confident they will. What Pakistan says and does is really of no interest to me, because Pakistan themselves have a lot of questions to answer about how the Punjabi Muslims treat the other communities of the Muslim community in Pakistan, whether the Baluchis, Sindhis or Pathans, Pakhtuns, and how they treat their women in a variety of areas where women have been...
Absolutely. Maruf, we have some breaking inputs coming in, but thank you very much for taking those questions. Thank you to our guest and Pradeep Datta as well. We are moving on now. Breaking inputs coming in. Ukraine has called for a meeting with Russia and the other members of a key European security group over the escalating tensions on its border. The foreign minister said Russia had ignored formal requests to explain the build-up of troops, and now a meeting has been requested with Russia within the next 48 hours for transparency about Russia's plans. Let's go across to Srinjoy Chaudhary, is joining us on the broadcast with more details. Amidst the massive build-up from the Russian side, Ukraine now demanding an emergency urgent meeting within 48 hours to know more about Russia's plans and seek transparency as far as de-escalation is concerned.
Well, that's the most important thing, to see how the Russians react. Is Sergei Lavrov going to meet his Ukrainian counterpart? That's really the important point. As long as people are talking, then clearly there will be no hostilities. We know that the French President, Mr. Macron, has been in touch with Mr. Putin. We know that there have been discussions at different levels. The Germans are involved, the French are involved, the Americans are involved. There, side by side, there is also a military buildup. The NATO forces, particularly the Americans, have moved troops to Europe, even Eastern Europe countries like Poland and so on. Now this is one more lifeline. In the middle of winter, in the depths of winter, along the Ukrainian-Russian border, there are hundreds and thousands of troops there. Now, if this conversation happens amicably, if it leads to problems, solving the problems, then hopefully this entire problem, which is perhaps the worst since the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, will actually come down. And that is what we have to see, because if these talks happen, it will be a crucial meeting. And if there is a solution, then the world will stand out and breathe a sigh of relief.
All right, Srinjoy, thank you very much for getting us those details. Well, that's a big development. Ukraine has now called for a meeting within 48 hours with not just Russia, but with other members as well of the security group to explain the build-up of troops from the Russian side and to seek more clarity over the escalating tension on its border. In fact, let's try and go back to Srinjoy. If you're still with us, okay, we'll try and connect with him again. As far as Russia is concerned, it has denied any plans to invade Ukraine despite the massive build-up which is being witnessed at the borders. 1 lakh soldiers. There is a presence, according to reports, of over 1 lakh soldiers on Ukraine's borders, but Russia has denied any plans to invade. Meanwhile, the President of United States of America, Joe Biden, has been warning American citizens in Russia about the invasion happening in a matter of days, if not hours. Okay, Srinjoy is back with us. Srinjoy, tell us about the build-up which can be seen on ground. According to reports, over 1 lakh Russian soldiers are present on Ukraine's borders.
Yes, undoubtedly. I mean, the fact that lots and lots of Russian soldiers with lots of weaponry, high-tech weaponry is on the Ukrainian border, about that there is no doubt. In fact, let's not forget that Russia, it may not be as economically strong as it anymore, but it's still a military superpower. And there is no dispute that this invasion, if there one happens, will be a particularly strong one and an effective one. There's no dispute on that one. The Americans are, as you rightly said, moving their citizens out of Kiev. That is one. Also, they have moved troops towards the Eastern European side. When the Americans have moved their troops, they have moved with their weaponry, they have moved in the expectation that maybe there will be a contingency. So that is something the Russians have to be careful about. As I said, we are getting to an eyeball-to-eyeball kind of situation, which was perhaps last seen in 1962, when Kennedy was president, when Khrushchev was the general secretary of the Soviet Union. This was the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the Russians had put nuclear-tipped missiles in Cuba. Now, that was an eyeball-to-eyeball conflict, which, after some very deft backroom diplomacy and lots of other things, got sorted out. The important point to see is now is these negotiations that the Ukrainians have asked for. Now we also work out. We also need to know if the Ukrainians are asking from a position of strength or not. Do they have something now? Do they have some kind of assurance from the Americans that if they are invaded, the Americans will hit back in some way? We do not know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, countries like America, France and Germany are trying their best to ensure negotiation happens. But according to the Vienna document, of which Russia is also a party, Srinjoy, the OSCE members, which is the Organization for Security and Cooperation, can seek this clarity, can seek this transparency and explanation from Russia when it comes to military activities.
Undoubtedly, the point is, even beyond that, even beyond all these treaties, let's not forget that President Macron has been on the phone with Putin, Mr. Putin, all the time. They have been talking again and again. The Germans have been involved too. They have been talking with the Americans. So every effort has been made to ensure that things get sorted out. But it hasn't worked so far. Both of us know that. The Russians are still there, as you said, 100,000 troops. And these troops are not just sitting around. They are well ready to attack. They have the weapons. They have everything in place. Now, they are in place where they should not be, all these troops. On the other hand, the Ukrainians have been supported by the Americans, by the NATO, by many other countries. So it's an eyeball-to-eyeball situation, very tense along that border and in much of the world, because the Russians also have nuclear weapons. They have probably more nuclear weapons than any country in the world. So that too has to be sorted out. That too has to be taken into
Former Ambassador to Ukraine, Mr. Davre, is now through with us. Mr. Davre, what do you make of this, the latest coming in from Ukraine?
Look, in this present very dangerous confrontation, the Ukrainians might be looking for exploring some kind of a possibility of dialogue with Russia, because under the Minsk agreement of 2015, you have Russia, Ukraine, Germany, and France, and OSCE. Given the effort made by President Macron, and now Chancellor Scholz is also visiting Kiev and Moscow, the Ukrainians might be, I think, trying to see whether the Russians can continue this dialogue under the auspices of the Minsk agreement, because the basic problem has been going on from 2014 in the Donbass area, where the Russian supported, that is what the Ukrainians have been, of course, claiming, that the Russian-supported rebels have captured large parts of the Donetsk and Lugansk area. And I think efforts have been going on. We had a few days ago a meeting again on this, which did not yield any results. But it seems to me, I think the effort is in that direction, that if there can be a breakthrough, and within that, ambit of this Minsk agreement, then you can go on with respect to the American pressure of NATO and the other European EU's pressure and so on.
Mr. Davre, stay with us. Pinat Ranjan Chaudhary, former diplomat, also with us. Mr. Chaudhary, what do you make of what's going on?
My name is Chakravarti, not Chaudhary.
I beg your pardon, sir. Please go ahead.
Basically, I think diplomatic, channels are very much open, and there is a lot of posturing going on. Both sides are sticking to their kind of positions. But Russia has a point in terms of saying, why are you extending NATO to my borders? And although there is NATO in Poland, etc. So this was an agreement which was there, which the West seems to have lost sight of. That but they are saying, look, an independent country can join any organization, it feels like. But then that's only a sort of a position which can be called it's an anodyne position.
Okay, but Mr. Chakrabarti, what do you make of Berlin's stance, the warning that Germany has given to Moscow that back off or mind the consequences?
See, what Biden has been saying and everybody else in the West has been saying, I don't see Russia backing off at this stage. Russia is not going to attack, I think. I don't think there will be a war. There will have to be some agreement on Russian demand. Some compromises have to be made.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chakrabarti, for speaking to Times Now, for putting that in perspective. Anil Triguniat now joining us, needs no introduction. Good afternoon, sir. What do you make of the developments taking place as far as Russia-Ukraine standoff is concerned?
I think everybody is trying to arrive at some kind of a diplomatic solution. And as I always maintain, that this is not a fight between Ukraine and Russia. It is a geopolitical contestation between the United States and Russia. And therefore, the Ukrainians are feeling short-shifted by both sides. They are not getting the right picture. And that is why when President Zelensky of Ukraine says that we would not, we should be told what Russia is actually doing and what Americans are doing. And they are telling the Americans to also not play up the hype.
Mr. Trigunia, just stay with us, sir. Our editor-in-chief Rahul Shivshankar also joining us on the broadcast. Rahul.
Thank you very much, Pranesh. Look, let me just give you the overview, as Mr. Triguniat was also saying. This is a contest of a particular idea of what Europe and America see themselves as doing as two very vital challengers to the global order begin to emerge. Russia and China. Russia has been expansionist in its own backyard. It considers the Central Asian republics as its own backyard. It is also now inching its way via Ukraine and the Crimea into what it believes is Eastern Europe, which is also its sphere of influence. And we are going back into a sort of Cold War narrative, to be honest, Pranesh. What is important here is the signals that China takes from this, because the compulsion or the dilemma for the West is the following. If they allow Russia to exert whatever influence it seeks to, and perhaps even invade Ukraine, then what is the message that goes out to China if the Russians succeed in doing so? That today there is nobody who can challenge rising antagonistic powers. And that message will reverberate through China, and they will see it slowly, may not be in the immediate, as a moment of profound weakness when it comes to either the United States or it comes to Europe or the so-called liberal democracies of the world in being able to contain countries like China, which are hegemonistic in a particular way. So the Chinese will see this as a welcome signal to perhaps even exert authority in the South China Sea, press for a large number of territorial claims that it has been trying to push forth, and most importantly, Taiwan. That is the test. Now, there are many people, including on Times Now, and on the weekend, we had the privilege of speaking with Kamal Sibal, we had the privilege of speaking with Mr. Brahma Cheleni, and of course, Maruf Raza, who was there as a consultant, as he has always been with Times Network. And the view was that, look, let's not allow the United States to get bogged down in another Waterloo-like situation. Why did the United States leave Afghanistan and Iraq? They left Iraq because they didn't have resources. They left Afghanistan because there was pressure on their bottom lines. And what were they trying to keep these resources for? What did they want to do with these resources that they would save? They would use it to contain China. If the Americans commit resources in big numbers, and that is what Biden has to calculate, how much will he be diverted from the larger task of containing China? China is really the main issue here. It's the elephant in the room, or the dragon in the room that no one wants to confront. It's the message to China. And therefore, even India's own stand will have to be very, very calculated. It cannot be seen to be obviously siding with a territorial expansionism of Russia. It will want to put pressure on, in fact, the NATO countries, including the United States, to perhaps ease off a little bit, give Putin the face saver he needs not to escalate this into a war. Because if that were to happen, India would be actually quite squeezed in the middle. It would have to choose between the Western alliances led by the United States and, of course, on the other side, an old friend, Russia, that contributes a lot to its defense. Remember, some of the biggest weapon systems that India has have not come from the United States. They have come from Russia. Russia and India have deep interests to protect here, because without spare parts, etc., those Russian weapon systems, a quarter or a third of your air force, a lot of your naval power is basically over and done with. So you have to keep the Russians happy. You also have to ensure that the Americans, through quiet diplomacy, ease off a little bit, allow Putin the face saver. I don't think that anyone wants to risk sanctions, least of all Mr. Putin, because then he falls deeper into the Chinese sphere of influence, and that perhaps is not something that he would want long term, because that will come with consequences of its own. So this is rather the larger picture here, and this is the main concern, Pranesh, that needs to be addressed. What to do with the dragon in the room, China?
What should India do, Mr. Tribhunia? What should India do? Anil Tribhunia, if you can still hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. What are the options for New Delhi?
Well, New Delhi has already exercised its options, and it's very clear. I mean, you know that we have to see what Delhi has done. Our External Affairs Minister was in Australia, and he was asked this question. He very clearly said this is a different geography that we're talking about. India has clearly articulated its position at the UN Security Council, which we are a member of right now. And we have said it is only through the dialogue that this can solve. And what you are looking today and in the last few weeks, despite the media hysteria as well as the build-up of the armed forces and all that, we are seeing that there is an effort to somehow reach at a more balanced position. You see, if Russia is expecting that the Americans can give you guarantees, they are not worth the paper they are written on, frankly. Similarly, if the Americans are thinking that they can get into the Russians like they could do to any other small country, they are living in a fool's paradise too. So therefore, both of them assess and know very well that the two biggest powers today, irrespective, China is very much there as an elephant in the room or whatever, a dragon. But what I'm saying is that Americans consider Russia, especially President Putin, as a geostrategic rival. And that is what they are trying to contain the Russian influence from spreading, because during the past few years, Russian geopolitical influence has increased quite substantially. And whereas Americans has reduced to a great extent. As far as India is concerned, so we want that there is Minsk agreements, then you have other formats, Normandy format and all. Their meetings have been taking place. The German Chancellor is visiting there. The French President has been talking. President Biden has been talking to Putin. The thing is that there has to be something substantive, because Russia's security concerns are genuine. There is no doubt about it. But at the same time, Russia's demands that the Ukraine choice in anything, that is something I think extraneous, and that will have a little problem. So both sides will have to come down from the high rooftop and see the reality, so that Russia's concerns are addressed, whereas sovereignty of Ukraine is not compromised.
Right.
And the Western countries, especially Europeans, know that it is going to be a terrible time for them if the war happens. And China obviously will benefit from it by default, not by design.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Triguniat, for speaking to us, for putting that in context. We move on, viewers, to the other big story Times Now has been tracking for the last 2 weeks, and this is the hangama over hijab. In just 10 minutes from now, the Karnataka High Court's larger bench will resume hearing, and this is a super exclusive news break. Ahead of the hijab case hearing, hijab provocation has been exposed. A member of a Muslim body is now exposing the dirty tricks, Rahul, of all those people who have so far put conflict over consensus. Times Now has spoken to one such person, and he has said, we've had several meetings, but members of the PFI affiliate are not ready to accept consensus. Listen to this.
एक तरफ से आप बोल रहे हैं कि उपुटा की तरफ एफर्ट्स डाला गया कि ये समस्या यहाँ पर ही हल हो जाए, कैंपस के अंदर ही, इतना ज़्यादा बड़े नहीं. हम अभी देख रहे हैं कि सिर्फ उडुपी में ही नहीं, बहुत सारे कर्नाटका में बहुत सारे जिलों में ये इशू बहुत बड़ा हो गया है. क्या आपको लगता है कि कैंपस फ्रंट जो ये इशू को सपोर्ट कर रहा है, उनको थोड़ा पीछे हटना था ये विवाद से, ताकि ये इतना नहीं बढ़ जाए?
ये जो कैंपस फ्रंट जो है, उनको जो लोगों को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो एक ऑटोनमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. हमारा जो मेंबर है वो हमारा एक कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम के तहत हम सब कुछ यहाँ के तक 10 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मिलके एक फेडरेशन बनाए, इसको उपुटा कहते हैं. इसमें हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के मस्जिद भी और दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट भी शामिल है. तो यहाँ कोई इंडिविजुअल इसका मेंबर नहीं बन सकता है. तो हमने उनको कहा था, लेकिन उन्होंने तकरीबन मान लिए थे. जो हमने कहा, हमने जो सजेशन दिया कि ये जो वो कलर वही जो उन्होंने अपने इसमें देते, यूनिफॉर्म में देते, वो दुपट्टा को ये लिए, वो मान लिए थे. तो हमने इसको तकरीबन उनको मनवाने में हमें कामयाब हुए थे. लेकिन वो यहाँ पे क्या हुआ, ये लोग तो बहुत रिजिड रहे कि वो भी बिल्कुल नहीं डालना चाहिए, ये कहा. ये तो इसमें थोड़ा रोड़ा बनाए.
Rahul, you heard that testimony. For the first time now, someone has gone on record to say that this is by design, that conflict is by design. And
well, this is not just someone, this is an influential Muslim body also in this particular area. And it says that another Muslim organization, the more radical or NIA designated radical Islamist organization, the PFI, has actually orchestrated this entire hysteria over the hijab. It's a very important, very important divulsion from this particular group. And I want to go across to Deepak. Deepak, let's just talk a little bit about this. This individual that has spoken to us is a very important stakeholder, also a Muslim, influential Muslim personage in this particular area, saying that it is the Campus Front of India, which is a student wing of the Popular Front of India, an NIA-designated radical organization that has orchestrated, curated these protests.
Well, Rahul, from the last 1 week, while we've of course spent a lot of time in Udupi looking into what happened, what led to the protests and various aspects around it, we've seen more and more involvement of the Campus Front of India, and also some of the details that they said earlier are not matching with the details that emerged later, in terms of initially saying that they were not in touch with the girls before the protest for hijab in the campus began, whereas we established that connection as well, that they were in touch with the girls after the ABVP protest that took place on the October 29th of 2021. After that, of course, the Campus Front themselves, in fact, confessed that they counseled the girls against that. They met them there. We also had information that there was an option for the girls to even join the Campus Front during that point in time, though the girls, of course, say that they're not affiliated directly with the Campus Front and they're just helping them. Now, the Muslim Okuta, for the last 10 days here, has been holding several meetings with the parents of these girls. In fact, it has been going on for more than 10 days, and over the last 10 days, because the issue has been heating up, multiple meetings were held where various Muslim organizations, political parties, including the Campus Front, parents, were all a part of this particular meeting, where it was they were trying to amicably resolve this matter. And there was one aspect which was discussed, whether an option could be given to wear a scarf similar to the uniform, as well as Mr. Idris there mentions. He's the vice president of the Muslim Okuta here in Udupi. He says at that point in time the Campus Front was very adamant and rigid about their stance and what they want in the matter. The question here is, if the Campus Front has all the time been maintaining that they have nothing to do with the hijab controversy, they're only backing these girls who are fighting for their rights, then why be rigid when a discussion like this is taking place? So what was their motive? Did they stand to gain politically here? Not just the Campus Front of India. If the Campus Front of India gained, would that help the SDPI? Would that help the PFI in turn? So it's a chain reaction of sorts that needs to be looked into. Really, was this issue something that could have been solved at the campus level itself? Because after Udupi, we've seen it spread like wildfire across the coastal region and now in almost all districts in the state, and we've even seen violence erupted. Could all of this have been avoided if the Campus Front really understood this matter and understood how serious it could get? And the problem right now has reached the High Court, and it's up to the High Court really to decide. And there are now students who are not attending classes. There's so much of drama unfolding, whereas this could probably have been avoided at a very initial stage itself.
Well, that's an important point. It's an important point, and it begins to tell you, Pranesh, just how entrenched the vested interests are.
Absolutely. The roadblock by the radical group is on record here. Mr. Idris Hude from the Muslim Okuta has gone on record, has spoken to Times Now to tell us that there was a chance for this issue to be resolved, that there were no problems before December 2021. What changed? Imran is also with us. Imran, are you hearing anything from the Campus Front of India, the SDPI, the PFI?
Well, yes, Pranesh, we spoke to the Campus Front of India as to what they have to say about this issue, and especially in the backdrop of the allegations coming from the Okuta, is that they try to resolve the matter there and then and there itself, and probably an amicable solution would have been found, which have been benefit students who are studying there. So they allege is that the students themselves reached out to them. They said that they want to wear hijab, and in fact they blame the MLA and the principal of the college for aggravating the issue so much that it's gone up to the state and national level, and probably international level also. People are speaking, which the MEA has said they have no business to speak into internal affairs of India. Now the question the college management is asking is that in fact they have tried to resolve the issue. In fact, the Campus Front of India secretary and they also blame that these were the people who were behind the students. We could have found an amicable solution, but they backed the students. They told them not to back down, but to continue the protest. Now this is but they blame the Campus of India not taking the ownership of this issue, but they say that they were reached out to them, and they blame instead the college management, especially the MLA Raghupati Bhatt, over this issue. Now, however, our colleague Deepak has to talk to many of the girl students, and many of the instances have brought that even Okuta is saying now that it could have been resolved amicably, but due to the insistence of the Campus Front, this issue snowballed into a huge controversy now.
Well, very important. Viewers, very, very important. Deepak and Imran reporting from the ground. Of course, we have with us our experts also as we await the resumption of the hearing in the High Court. And remember, this is a 3-judge bench of the High Court. And it is a very well composed, very well balanced bench, which also includes, of course, the judge who first began hearing this matter as the lone High Court judge, Mr. Dikshit. I want to very quickly go across to you, Deepak. Deepak, the composition of this bench is just as important as the matter it is looking into. A quick rundown and background on the judges involved here.
Yes, when Justice Dikshit R. Krishna was looking into the matter, he himself in fact opened this suggestion and he's told the petitioners and the respondents involved that this is a matter that needs to be looked into from a very niche perspective. It needs to be looked into from a very broader perspective as well, and he believed that referring it to a larger bench is something that he thinks is right. He in fact asked a suggestion as well at that point in time. Then some of the lawyers said that it's not required that a larger bench hear this matter. They were pushing for an interim order. At that point in time, it was decided that the Chief Justice will decide on this larger bench. The Chief Justice now himself is a part of this. J.M. Khazi, another justice, also a part of this particular bench. And now we have, of course, the older the justice who was, hearing this particular matter for about 3 days before it was referred to a larger bench. But now as a part of this large bench of the Karnataka High Court, which is hearing this. Now, this particular bench, of course, in itself has looked into diverse matters in the past. So this particular issue, of course, will have a massive...
Breaking news coming in. Asaduddin Owaisi also now continuing to wade into this entire issue. Just ahead, in fact, of the hearing, just about 8-10 minutes before, viewers, he tweets, he said this is humiliating for a community. Now, some people will say that, look, when the High Court is actually looking into this matter, no point trying to spread disaffection. This is a moment to try and calm frayed sentiments, not provoke, not make people think that this is about, at some level or the other, an assault on the dignity of Muslims. Because viewers, remember, even saffron shawls are not allowed. No religious, outward religious symbols are being permitted in class, viewers, by the court. This is not just about the hijab, this is about the uniform, the centrality of the uniform, the right of colleges to invoke the centrality of the uniform. This has very little to do with anything else, and that is the central message. What the bench will hear over the next few days, perhaps even pronounce in the interim some sort of an order, Pranesh, is whether wearing a hijab is integral to the practice of the faith. Nothing more. That is what they are going to determine in establishing that this particular order is not ultra-virus. But Owaisi is stepping in there and roiling the waters, Pranesh.
And this is bordering fear-mongering. This is humiliating a community. This is what happens when fundamental rights are suspended. Where is my dignity? Is this not an attempt to make us Z-category citizens? Power is not eternal. BJP must remember, tum zameen pe zulm likh do, आसमान पे इनकलाब लिखा जाएगा. So Asaduddin Owaisi is giving a call for inqilab, but in the process some would say, Rahul, that this is inciting passions, because the fundamental rights are not suspended. People are not stopped from wearing burqa, hijab, niqab, what have you. They have only been asked to follow rules that have been laid out by different schools and colleges across Karnataka. So on what basis Mr. Owaisi is making this claim, we don't understand.
I think it's just a bid to politicize this, to rally his base in Uttar Pradesh. Remember, he's campaigning very hard on the ground in Uttar Pradesh, and this is an attempt to try and consolidate the Muslim vote, and I think this is reprehensible. Nonetheless, let me go straight across to Neha. Neha, who joins us from the ground. Ground Zero. Viewers, Times Now, the only channel on Ground Zero in the build-up to this particular key, crucial hearing. Neha, what's unfolding on the ground there?
Well, we've been roaming the streets of Shimoga district from this morning, and one incident that took place rather startling over here from the government college in Shimoga was when 13 students in hijabs were asked to walk out of the classroom because they were not allowed to wear their hijabs to write the examination. Let's tell you, this is directly affecting their education. 10 of these students who were in class 10, they were supposed to write their preliminary examinations in the build-up to the final examinations a few months from now, and they in fact staged a to walk out. They said that they would not be sitting in the classrooms provided they were, of course, they were not allowed to wear their hijabs. And despite that, of course, the college, the school authorities over here, let's tell you what the High Court has said and why this is relevant to that. The Karnataka High Court has very clearly stated that religious symbols would not be allowed indoors. In fact, students have been restrained from wearing it in those institutions where the College Development Committee is taking a call on the uniform. However, in this government school that we were reporting from earlier, they very clearly allowed hijabs to be worn earlier, and it was only today that this issue has cropped up. And in fact, one of the students' parents, whom we also happened to speak to, did mention that this issue wasn't there earlier. That it is, of course, a matter of practicing their religion for them, which is why they've said that they're even willing to miss the preliminary examination just as a mark of protest. So it's rather unfortunate. But apart from that, largely, in fact, if I can just give you a view of how the Shimoga district is today, things have remained rather normal around educational institutions. There is section 144 that was imposed for a 200-meter radius around educational institutions. This right here where we are is just a little bit away from, the SP's office in Shimoga district. That's a normalcy, of course, is prevailing over here today across the district. But we'll really have to wait and see as to how much of an impact the High Court order has. Whether, of course, things start to turn turbulent or not is something that time would have to tell us. But let's remind our viewers what had happened over here just last week, where we saw a saffron flag being hoisted, where stone pelting took place and where students had to be lathi charged. And that's when all of the political drama over here in this particular district of Shimoga really started, with allegations and counter allegations being made of the students being instigated. But so far, barring the one incident that took place in that school, in the government school in Shimoga, things have remained peaceful.
Things have remained peaceful, and I hope they stay that way, viewers. Dispassionate assessment, cool minds are required as of now. The court is going to certainly approach this dispassionately, and I'm going to be going across to some of our guests in just a few moments. Do stay with me. I just want to get a quick overview. Pranesh, a large number of observations already made by the bench in the last hearing, which was which proved to be a bit of a turning point. Very quick overview of those.
That's right. Let's quickly tell our viewers what unfolded over the last 2-3 days. It began with a single judge hearing the case. That went on for 2 days, Rahul, and then a larger bench was constituted. This is a multi-faith bench which will now resume hearing the case, and Times Now is the only channel to have multiple reporters. We have Deepak Bopanna, we have Neha, and we have Imran on the ground in Shivmoga, Udupi and in Bengaluru. And let's look at this. Sanjay Hegde, who is the petitioner for the council, had said that there is no provision for uniform in 1983 Karnataka Education Act. This is that point that he had made in the court. The state government, misconstruing previous judgment, said Devdutt Kamath, who is counsel for petitioner. And then no prima facie case made out for any interim relief is what Prabhuling Navdgi, the Advocate General representing the state, said.
It's very important, viewers. Very, very important. Try understanding the three positions here. The position here by Sanjay Hegde is that no provision for uniform in the 1983 Karnataka Education Act, and therefore the particular institutions could not even have passed this particular order. Then you have very, very important, one of the lead counsels for the petitioners, and he says the state government misconstruing previous judgments to make a case out for the primacy of the uniform. And then you have, last but not least, no prima facie case made out for any interim relief. Now, this is very, very critical, viewers, because what is it that the petitioners want? The petitioners want, in the interim, as the bench, Pranesh, hears this entire issue, what they want really is some sort of an interim stay so that the students can enter with the hijab into their pre-university classrooms. And that is something that the High Court, at least in the last hearing, had not entertained.
Absolutely. The demand was for an interim relief. They said that till the court, a larger bench of the court decides on the matter, let classes go on seamlessly. But the court had made a request and said, please do not insist on wearing religious symbols to the classroom, and which is why today when the classrooms opened across different places in Karnataka, Rahul, there were many places, and Deepak and Imran can come in now, there were many places students wearing hijab were stopped politely by the school authorities. The parents tried to reason with the school authorities, but they were asked to remove their hijab before entering the classroom.
Let's go across to Deepak. Deepak, are those injunctions still in place, and are we seeing Deepak or Imran or whoever it is out there right now? Director Saab, who exactly is there? Imran is there. Okay, so Imran's back. Now Deepak has left the broadcast for a few moments. I think he's gone out there to get inputs from the court. We shall be seeing the hearing resume any moment now. In fact, it should be underway. We'll give you updates from the courtroom immediately. And I think that petitioners' plea challenging the hijab in fact is going to begin any moment now. But let me come out to Imran. Imran, what Pranesh was saying was very important. Today we've had so many instances of teachers taking off their hijab, even teachers that is, and students taking off their hijab and entering the classroom.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. One instance we can particularly say about Mandya is that the teachers were also not allowed wearing hijab inside the classroom. We spoke to the block education officer and the DDPI instructor there, their principal there. They said that they had issued instructions yesterday in the Mandya district that even anybody, whether it's a parent, teacher, student, anybody who is wearing hijab, they should not be allowed inside the gates before they remove the hijab. Now, there was, as far as the students is concerned, the High Court itself has given status quo very clearly that till the matter is resolved, no religious attire will be allowed inside classrooms. Now, as far as the teacher is concerned, this is the only instance so far we're getting from Mandya where the teachers were also not allowed inside the campus with hijab. Now, across Karnataka, in Kalburgi, in Mandya, in Hubli, in other places, in Shimoga, as my colleague Neha was there, who reported earlier in the morning today, we're seeing students refusing to remove their hijab, where the education officials informed them that they are following the High Court order, and if they have to get inside the classroom, then they'll have to wear a hijab. I beg your pardon, they have to remove the scarf. But students didn't relent, and in fact, some of them are asked to go back, even after tried several efforts by the officials to convince them to till it is a High Court order. Several instances, like we said, Kodagu, Shimoga also happened. The visuals are there in Hubli, in Gulbarga, also where the students are wearing hijab in a government school. But when the people came to know, the department issued instruction that they should also remove the hijab because it's a High Court order, and irrespective of whether government or non-government, Urdu or non-Urdu schools, they all have to follow the orders. So several places we're seeing this, the instances where students refuse to remove the hijab, but department officials, in fact, in the best, after trying to convince them, they were asked to go back home.
Well, the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, I'm sure the desk will just put this out, has come out also and said that this state holds no ground. This issue holds no ground in our state. This is what he says. This is after pro-hijab protests were reported in several districts of Bihar. So that's something that we need to note. Dr. Lubna Kamal, member of the IMPAR, Indian Muslims for Progress and Reforms, joins our panel. So is Deshat and Nigam. Let me first begin with you, Dr. Kamal. Where do you stand on this particular issue? How integral is the wearing of the hijab to the practice and the profession of the faith?
I am a practicing hijabi Muslim, and I've been wearing it since ever since I joined the medical college. And I was also, there were teachers who asked me not to wear hijab in their classes, so I would remove it. Because the Islam already is giving you that relaxation. As per Usul-e-Ishtihar, the boundaries of Sharia can be re-explored. This present situation is termed as Halat-e-Istirar, where someone is forcing you not to practice Sharia in school. So absolutely it's okay, and Islam relaxes you in order to maintain peace and calm, to do away with hijab for temporarily for some time.
Mayaz Khan, does the Sharia have a place in the classroom? Fundamental question here.
Is essential. It is first, But if you are attending an educational institution where you don't
debate here by saying that it is very appalling to see that we are only further stigmatizing and we are actually marginalizing the entire community.
Okay.
Having said that, if I go by the High Court order which was released by the Karnataka High Court, the concern here is that the courts of law has completely failed to ignore. I mean, they've completely ignored the fact that, when they're trying to talk about, at one aspect that, there's an interim order where they say that, they are trying to, say that, okay, there's an interim order and you cannot, you're no longer allowed to wear hijab. There is no standing ground coming from the state in terms of evidences saying that how does a hijab actually affect the public discourse here. The question goes back is that when the High Court is trying to pronounce an interim order here, the biggest challenge we face here is whether how does hijab comes out as a public, as a public nuisance. Second, the court has failed to protect the rights, of the students who have been exposed. You rather see that, the numbers, there are news and everything coming out where, the numbers, of those girl childs have actually been released out in public. So there is, I mean, this is appalling how the court has completely ignored the integral parts of the entire order. So having said that, when today's hearing, while we are waiting for it, they have to go back and look into it really, that on what basis we are trying to pronounce this order, in terms of the interim order. Whether, you're looking at the fundamental rights, whether you're looking at in terms of the absolute part, because that is exactly how they're trying to build the cover, that, saying that, it's not Article 19 or B25 is not a it's just not a fundamental right. Fundamental right is not just,
let me get the other view on
everything.
Fair enough.
It's more about the absolute side.
Okay.
So, I mean, that is something which is very important we have to look at.
Okay.
And again, when we talk about, coming back to the last part, when we talk about the Sharia, we're just trying to digress the entire conversation from a right of a child to go to, study, to bring it to somewhere in terms of law, from Sharia.
No, but Mayaz Khan, you're talking about the right to choose, the right to...
I mean, if we were to ignore...
Madam, can you hear me? Mayaz Khan, can you hear me?
The question here is,
no,
how does... yes,
One
I can
second.
Hear you.
If you just allow me just to ask you a small question. Mayaz Khan, you're talking about a very important right, the right to make a choice. How does somebody who's not an adult make a choice, exercise a choice? Under the law, under the age of 18, there are a large number of choices that you are not entitled to make, because the expectation is that you are not actually, you're impressionable, number one, and perhaps you cannot exercise judgment. And therefore, those choices are denied to you. Are you saying that a large number of these young girls, some of whom have not worn the hijab in the past, are suddenly exercising free will? Is that what you're saying? Or are they being pushed into doing so? Because out of the 6, at least 2 of the original agitators have very strong links to the Popular Front of India, which is a radical Islamist group, NIA designated radical Islamist group. And there are fears that they might in fact be coerced into doing things against their will, actually. That's the fear that is being expressed.
Right. Now, the question is that every time when, we are trying to bring up a row of this sort, a controversy of this sort, we always try and bring that, okay, fine, the problem is with the PFI, they are part of it, RSS is part of it. So, for one instance, let's just put all this aside, we're not talking about RSS, we're not talking about PFI, we're not talking about anybody here. We're talking about girls in terms of what the rights and what the law really talks about.
Mayaz Khan, you're not answering my question. I'm only simply asking you this. How is a child under the age of 18 expected to exercise a choice when the law itself puts a large number of curbs? You can't vote, for example, you can't drive, you can't drink, you don't have agency over your own inheritance. There are many curbs that are put. So
that if religion, I am not supporting here, that, wearing hijab is integral part of Islamic belief and your personal belief. I would rather put my question, my answer right here.
Then what's the problem with observing uniformity that has been, yeah, but if it's not part of your, if it's not an essential, integral part,
I am not denying the fact there is
then the uniform should be supreme, and this argument should immediately end.
Denial to the fact There is no denial. There is no denial to the fact that a uniformity is expected, and if a parent, because if a child is 18 before that, of course you just cannot say that, if tomorrow a child, if I'm raising a child, the child can be just thrown on the street and the parents cannot be held responsible. If the child is not under custody of the parents, the state is responsible for that. Having said that, of course I do not deny the fact that the uniformity is expected here. That there has to be, if you as a parent do not want your child to go to a state school which
that should end the matter, but we have a problem here, and one has to accept it. While there might be individuals on the right who might be wanting to push an agenda, you can't divorce the fact that there are certain radical elements that are also pushing their agenda. This entire issue is getting hijacked by vested interests. The fundamental question, Mr. Nigam, that the court is looking at is whether the wearing of the hijab, the custom itself, is integral to the practice of the faith. Am I wrong or am I right?
No, that is an absolute necessity, because
First, let me, Rahul, tell you, it is not established right, it's a claimed right. Right has not been established. No law specifically provides this right as of now. What is being claimed as a part of fundamental right. So you have to make that distinction. So anybody, therefore the courts will decide whether it's a part of fundamental right or not. Now, secondly, let me also point out some very important thing. This is the stage of an interim order. When somebody talks of an interim order, there are 4 parameters that one has to look into. One is prima facie case,
yes,
irreparable loss and injury, and balance of convenience and interest of justice.
Okay.
Now, these questions will only come into picture for the purposes of interim order if you have a laid down established legal or a fundamental right.
Okay.
And once it is not a claim, if it's an established legal right, interim order courts generally deny.
Okay.
Let me tell you.
Very important point. Deswendra Nigam, I'm just coming out to you. We are getting updates. The hearing has begun. Pranesh.
Fastest updates on Times Now. The judges have arrived, and judges, before the arguments are beginning, have made a request to all sections and asked them to be more responsible. Times Now obviously is responsible in its broadcast, and here, Rahul, we've simplified this debate for our viewers. What is the hijab hangama all about? Through 5 simple questions, let's try and break this down. Has state intervened and imposed ban on hijab in pre-university colleges? No, the state has not put a blanket ban. Hijab not singled out, pitch made for uniformity. Let's look at the next question. Have the BJP and the Sangh Parivar politicized this entire issue? All sides so far have politicized the fight. Opposition is backing students wearing hijab, which is leading to conflict.
Right.
Let's look at the next issue. Kerala High Court in 2016 said that hijab is an integral part of Islam. Now, despite, is there a legal precedent? The court will decide. Judiciary is divided. Kerala High Court in 2018 upheld right of school to not allow girls in hijab. There is also a Supreme Court order in the...
There, because it ties in very much with what you're saying. And Mr. Kamat, Devdutt Kamat, who has opened really this entire hearing, and he is of course also a member of the Congress at one time, and he's been criticized a lot for that, but that has very little to do, of course, viewers, with your arguments in court. You might be the member of the BJP or the Congress, but you have a right as an advocate to rise up in court and fight for whoever you want to. So that is a completely peripheral argument. Let's not get distracted by that. But nonetheless, Devdutt Patnaik comes out and says that government order is in teeth of Article 25 and reflects total non-application of mind, which is not something that previous high courts have actually said, Pranesh, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's right. I was coming to this. Denying entry of hijab, violation of Article 25 that gives right to practice faith. That's the question. Article 25 invoked in the Sabrimala case, in the Shani Shingnapur case, but court upheld equality, which is why we have been questioning the hypocrisy of the hijab lobby. Why are they not talking about these judgments? Why are they not talking about equality? Let's look at the next question. Denying entry. Will Sikhs have to remove turban to enter classrooms in government schools and colleges? Well, the turban held as an essential religious symbol of Sikhism by Punjab and Haryana High Court, while there is a debate raging over whether hijab is essential to Islam. That's the fundamental question. The jury is still out on that question. because turban has been held as an essential religious symbol of Sikhism by Punjab and Haryana High Courts, and there are as many as 3 judgments in the last 6 years alone.
Cross, very, very important points being raised there in that FAQ, viewers. Very, very important to understand what this particular issue is and where the High Court is actually looking to intervene and what the petitioners are actually saying in court. I want to go straight across to some of our reporters there on the ground. Imran there with us. Imran, what's the latest coming out of court? Imran, over to you.
Well, Rahul, this advocate Devdutt Kamath is challenging the order issued by the Karnataka government, and he says that 2 things: the GO emphasized wearing of headscarf not protected by Article 25, and to leave it to the discretion of CDC. Since the day one, the lawyers on behalf of the petitioners, Devdutt Patnaik represent some of the students of Kundapur, Sanjay Hegde represents some of the students from Udupi College, and Sajjan Puvaya represent the CDC, which are talking about this disciplinary committee. The 2 things they are very clearly since the day one have been saying that the order violates Article 25 of the Constitution, and also asking the court not to leave the issue of this hijab or scarf inside classroom to the management committee or to any MLA belonging to that management committee. These are 2 they have been opposing since the day one, saying that the order violates many of the fundamental aspects of the students there. One is that 25, and also the right to access to education, and also in the government order, the High Court had said that the uniformity which should be maintained, and as far as the dress code, which uniform dress code is left up to the CDC, college management committee of the school, which the lawyers have been saying that it should not be. In fact, state should do it, and do not leave the students at the mercy of these committees or also any MLA belonging to that committee there.
Very important, viewers. So the basic hearing is now underway, and we are going to get you live by minute detailed coverage. Yes, go ahead.
Harish, Rahul is sending us those updates. Kamath has said even before the Supreme Court and several High Courts, several cases have come where collective rights of an institution were pitted against rights of individuals. Then he goes on to say 2 things the government order emphasizes. What are these 2 things? Point number 1, wearing of headscarves not protected by Article 25. And then Mr. Kamath says point number 2 is that leaving it to the discretion of the CDC, which is the panel that decides. Kamath says that this argument is totally erroneous. As far as delegation to CDC is concerned, it is totally illegal under Article 25. The only restriction that comes, and in fact he has made another important point. He says 2 things. He says the argument is erroneous because under Article 25, and this is important, Mr. Deshratan Nigam, under Article 25, the only restriction that comes to the aid of the state is public order, which is what we have been discussing over the last few days.
Yes, in fact, if you look at it, has seriously raised public order issue. It is directly infringing upon your constitution and the secular nature of our constitution. So reasonable restrictions, none of the fundamental rights are absolute. There has to be reasonable restrictions. Now to say that in 1983 Act there was no provision, I think any lawyer worth of salt will tell you there is a concept of a delegated legislation where if it is not mentioned in the Act, that through delegated legislation, because rules, regulations can be made through delegated legislations. And that is what exactly has been done under Rule 11. Where the uniform has been decided. Now, another issue, as you just mentioned, was that about the uniform, that whether it can be there or not there. So, under Article 25, let me tell you again, reiterate that it's a claimed right. It's not an established right. An interim order will consider all.
Look what Mr. Kamath is saying. He is saying public order is state responsibility. Entry 1 of list 2, it's state's responsibility. This court must consider, will CDC, which comprises of MLAs and politicians, decide on the crucial point regarding constitutionality? Are they guardians of the constitution? No. Rahul, it is getting interesting by the minute.
And of course, you've had the Chief Justice who's saying the question is whether this right under Article 25 is absolute or relative right subject to certain restrictions. Mr. Nigam, what exactly do you mean by this?
any right, even your freedom of speech or right to life, which I believe is a far superior and sacrosanct rights than the right to hijab, itself has reasonable restrictions. You cannot have, in the name of freedom of speech, to hurt somebody's sentiment, or for example, your right to life should not hurt somebody else's right to life. So there can be reasonable restrictions, and our constitution says our fundamental rights are not absolute. That is what the judge has raised the query. Once they surmount this, then the issue whether it is an essential part or not will come into the picture. So why right now the constitution, whether it can be considered as an absolute right or whether reasonable restrictions can be imposed on such kind of issues which are not even essential to Islam, then I don't think petitioners have any case. The fact remains the courts have to go through secular nature of a constitution. They have to look at the institutional rights versus individual rights. Institutional rights are paramount, supreme as compared to individual rights. And to say that there is no irreparable loss and injury to these petitioners if they are on their own free will and volition avoiding the classes, the state is not stopping them. One. Secondly, they have the process of online. If they think that they are not going to go to the classes, breaking all the rules and indiscipline, they have given an option for online classes. So there is no irreparable loss and injury. And let me tell you, based on these parameters, if I was a judge, I'll put my reputation at stake. I would not grant an interim stay. Okay. Because that would be granting final relief in the garb of interim relief.
That's very interesting, very, very interesting. And that's really the thrust. That has been the thrust over the last few days, and the High Court has resisted it both occasions. I want to go straight across to Imran. Imran, what's the latest that you're hearing now from the court? What's the latest update from the ground there?
Absolutely, Rahul. The Kamath is challenging the validity of entire setting up this college development committee. He says that it is completely illegal, and also the Chief Justice said that he's questioning. The larger question is whether I quote him, whether Article 25 is an absolute right. Very clearly, some of the lawyers have been making the argument that Article 25 has been violated, to which Chief Justice questions whether it's an absolute right or is it subject to certain restrictions. Is certain restrictions are binding on it. Kamath goes on to say that it is actually CJ has raised a very important question, and he says that even in Thursday High Court order had said it had that ours is a country of plural cultures, religions, languages. Being a secular state, it does not identify itself with any religion at its own. Every religion has the right to profess and practice any faith. Such a right, not being absolute, is susceptible to reasonable restrictions as provided by the Constitution of India.
That's important. Are you saying that this is open conversation that is happening between right now the Chief Justice and the petitioner, Mr. Kamath, Devdutt Kamath? That's really what is actually transpiring, according to Imran there. Pradesh, just coming out to you, and before that, Mr. Deshratnam Nigam. Mr. Nigam, you are absolutely right. At this moment in time, the central question that is being put to test is whether every citizen has the right to profess and practice any faith of choice. That, of course, is not in doubt. However, such a right, not being absolute, is susceptible to reasonable restrictions as provided by the Constitution of India. So, if it turns out that this particular custom of wearing a hijab is not integral to the practice of the faith, then reasonable restrictions can be applied. Mr. Nigam.
Rahul, in fact, even if it is an essential part of Islam, reasonable restrictions can still be applied. 19.2 is not guided by any restrictions.
Right.
So, in a secular constitution, reasonable restrictions can be applied even if it is considered as an essential part of Islam. So, once they even surmount that it is an essential part of Islam, even then our constitution under Article 19, sub-Article 2, it will clearly points out and establishes that there are reasonable restrictions which can be applied to fundamental rights. This is the established position of law by the Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court in Catena of Judgments. So that cannot be disputed. And then whether it is an essential part of Islam or not, I can very easily debate and establish through Quran that it is not an essential part of Islam.
We're also getting news, of course, that there are agents provocateurs who are trying to push a different agenda of their own, inciting here in our country from outside, beyond our borders. Pakistan has come out and said that we should declare International Hijab Day. Yes.
Religious Affairs and Interfaith Harmony, Peer Nurul Haq Qadri has now urged Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan to mark the International Hijab Day on March 8 to express solidarity with the Muslim women facing issues of religious independence across the world. Here you have Pakistan talking about rights of women. Hundreds of women across Pakistan, across its 4 provinces, are persecuted daily basis, the religious, the ethnic minorities. And here now Pakistan now wants to meddle into India's affairs by having these things, and this comes just minutes after the protests broke out in Karachi. We have those pictures here. Viewers, just look at these pictures. They are even not sparing the small children without masks. And if hijab is so essential, why are these kids here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are they not wearing a hijab? This has now been hijacked by an international lobby that is peddling this. This is going from Karnataka to Karachi, and you also have the Khalistani on a tweet overdrive on social media.
Look, all of this, of course, is to be expected. What is important, of course, is whether there is also a question of public order, because that has also been raised in court. So viewers, there are many elements to this entire conversation, and we're going to break it down as we go forward. I want to go straight across right now to G.V. Krishna, spokesperson of the BJP. The charge against the BJP constantly has been, over the last couple of weeks, as this entire issue is unraveled in the public space, Mr. Krishna, and I'm asking you this question in all honesty, is that you have instigated students as well as, of course, institutions, as well as the Karnataka government, you as the party, to push this communal agenda forward. That is the charge against the BJP. How do you respond to this?
Definitely not. I am very sorry. Even Times Now came out with a lot of evidence and stories. Clearly how CFI took over from October, and there was a planned effort to create all Twitter accounts for these girls, and talking about Babri Masjid and other issues, finally coming to hijab. So this clearly says, and today's just before this news, there was a report that PFI, how through the CFI is trying to be rigid and taking it worldwide. So it's a planned conspiracy. I'm telling you very clearly, there are evidences for that, and in a very short time, I think the police will be able to break that. So in no way BJP government was involved. They were very, very, very helpful. In fact, they even offered them online classes till this issue is solved. Nobody was interested in that. So this clearly shows there was an agenda behind this, and they wanted to take advantage of this elections and to take it forward. So I feel in no way BJP was involved, and they should accept that it's a conspiracy to create a disturbance in the state.
Okay, that's very, very important. Let's quickly go across to Imran. Imran, any more details coming through the court right now? We are hearing that the arguments are getting more and more intense on this particular issue. What's the latest?
Well, absolutely, Rahul. In fact, this, as I said earlier, the whole premise of Article 25 Constitution, whether it has any riders to it, was being asked by the Chief Justice, and our Chief Justice asked the lawyer Kamath, particularly, is there any prohibition by the state government as far as wearing a headscarf is concerned? So these are the discussions which is happening right now. The Kamath is saying yes, there is a prohibition. He's citing the government order which was issued in February by the state government. They're saying that no religious attire will be allowed inside classrooms.
Well, I'm getting more updates. Harish sending more updates also from the courtroom, saying that even in Thursday order, High Court had said it hardly needs to be mentioned that ours is a country of plural cultures, religions and languages. Remember, viewers, this entire conversation is having some sort of a resonance with what took place on Thursday. So, Harish, putting this entire matter into context, telling us that the court has not strayed from its original logic and reasoning and is putting this into the larger framework of whether, in fact, rights are absolute under Article 25 of the Constitution. And that's really where this entire matter is going to focus over the next few days. And that's the reason why I was asking some of our guests, namely Ms. Mehaz Khan and Dr. Lubna Kamal, about the centrality of wearing this hijab. Now remember, viewers, that in other communities, with respect to the customs of other communities, and some of those customs have been integral to the practicing of the faith, the courts have intervened and restricted rights under Article 25. So it's not as if we are on unprecedented ground. In the context of Islam and hijab, very closely, viewers, there are at least 4 High Court orders, and I think Pranesh will get them out for you in just a few moments to give you those orders so that we get a perspective really on what has been said in the past in the courts by the High Court itself. So Pranesh, we're expecting that in just a few moments. But let me tell you, viewers, that at least on 4 instances, the wearing of the hijab has been interpreted by the courts. At least in 3 of those instances, viewers, the courts have said that it is not integral. Wearing or donning of the hijab is not integral to practicing that faith. In one particular iteration, the court has agreed that the hijab is part of essential practice of the faith. So that is very, very important to note. Quick cross to Dr. Lubna Kamal. Dr. Lubna Kamal, just from a scripture point of view, what do the scriptures say about the hijab?
See, as per Quran, it is essential, but nothing can be forced on anyone, be it a Muslim or a non-Muslim. There cannot be any compulsion of any kind at any point of time. So, I have quoted already that there is relaxation if you are being stopped by your higher authorities from wearing hijab. The Quran already has given relaxation in that, and that is why we should not blindly follow our politicians and Maulanas. We should try to find out the truth of Quran ourselves, and then is when we should practice. And these kind of protests that are taking place, these are actually un-Islamic.
Let's bring them in, viewers. This is getting bigger. This is getting more intense. Any moment now, viewers, we are going to have, of course, the AG, the Attorney General, getting into the picture and obviously trying to push the case from the perspective of the state. And that will be very, very interesting. More updates coming in. Pranesh.
Absolutely. Here, the petitioner, Mr. Kamath, has said that the government order that he was talking about is not that innocuous. They say prohibiting head staff is not a violation of Article 25 and delegated the matter to the CDC. The Chief Justice says
that the government is being too clever by half. It is already interpreted that the hijab is not integral to the practicing of the faith and therefore had tossed the issue to the CDC to decide, which is of course the council of the colleges.
This is what the petitioner
is claiming.
Yeah.
So he's assuming that there was some sort of a conspiracy to deny Muslim students their rights. Now, this is a very serious charge, viewers, being made in court, a massive charge, very provocative statement made by Mr. Kamath in court. The Chief Justice says they are saying on the basis of 3 rulings. Kamath, I'm saying that this is based on an erroneous understanding. Chief Justice Awasthi says, before coming to rulings, let us first understand what is Article 25. So now they're getting viewers very closely into the letter and spirit of Article 25. And need not I tell you that this really is going to be central to this entire hearing. Swapnil Kothari joins us. Swapnil Kothari, ball-by-ball account coming here on Times Now, wanting to bring you in. Article 25 at the heart of this matter. What's your interpretation? Is Article 25 absolute?
No, not a single fundamental right is absolute in the sense, because they are always subject to reasonable restrictions, and the Constitution has imbued every single fundamental right with a certain sense of a guarantee from the state or guarantee from the courts. But at the same time, it is subject to very, very reasonable restrictions like public order, law and morality. Hence the Chief Justice's question as to what is the meaning of public order. What the Chief Justice is trying to do, that before you look at any precedents, whether of Kerala or Madras or even Bombay, you need to go into the letter and spirit, as you rightly pointed out, of Article 25. And once you go in those things, and once you elucidate, rather once both the sides elucidate on the interpretation of Article 25 vis-a-vis whether hijab is an essential religious practice of Islam, that is where then the court is going to hinge that issue. And then, in my opinion, let me tell you, Rahul, the interim order, the way it came across, and if you've looked at the 3 or 4 pages of the interim order, that clearly tells me that that is pretty much going to be the final order of the court. I don't want.
Oh, you think so? You think so? That's an important observation that you're making, Mr. Kothari. You think so? You think that's going to be the final observation?
Yeah,
because that indeed is the case then.
Yeah, because it sounds a little odd to me that a court would say that, let institutions open up without any of the religious appendages going in and without anybody really trying to rake up an issue, because peace and tranquility is extremely important. Yeah. So the court is basically subtly trying to tell that this is what it is, and directly giving a message that it is subject to reasonable restrictions. And any court, and that is the reason where you saw Mr. Hegde also going into the defensive mode, where he said that when smaller questions can decide a particular issue like the Karnataka Education Act, then why go into larger questions such as the Constitution? But then that was an oxymoron in itself, simply because when it's posed before a larger bench, you yourself have agreed as the petitioners that let it go to a larger bench. You have to be prepared for larger questions.
Yes.
And when larger questions such as the Constitution, which even the court otherwise would take into play, because no act by itself is sufficient in itself unless it meets the mandates of the Constitution and it passes constitutional muster as the language that you use in practice of law.
Very important.
Exactly what the court is going to look at, and eventually then going to pretty much come to a conclusion. I'd be extremely surprised if it holds otherwise and says that, look, because then it knows that it opens up a Pandora's box as to
Pandora's box. Cases. It opens a Pandora's box. Viewers, it opens a Pandora's box. This is exactly the fear that is being expressed by the Attorney General in the past. He says that, can you imagine, any and every person will assert a claim under Article 25 and show up in class wearing whatever they please, saying that it is central to the practice of our faith, making a complete mockery of the concept of uniformity. Stay on with me, Sapnil Kothari. That's an important observation. Let me tell you, viewers, Justice Krishna Dixit observes the word law as used in Article 25 can be understood from Article 13(3), which mentions bylaws, notifications, etc. The observation is in context of Kamat's submission that banning of hijab cannot be delegated to CDCs. Very, very important, viewers. Kamat agrees that Article 13 includes delegated legislation. It includes delegated legislation which flows from primary legislation. I bow down to it. Kamat responds to Justice Dixit's observation. So quite clearly, Justice Dixit there pushing the envelope on the issue of Article 25 and whether restrictions can be actually applied in specific circumstances. Kamat now reading out various aspects of Article 25, morality and public order vis-a-vis essential religious practices. So certain curbs can be invoked on article or the freedoms that flow out of Article 25 on the grounds of public morality and public order, viewers. Now, of course, it will be for the AG to prove how wearing a hijab in a classroom violates morality and public order. That will be a fascinating discussion which will be taken up in just a few moments. I want to go straight across right now to the ground where we have with us Imran. Imran, very quickly, the matter now focusing on the centrality of Article 25. And this is exactly what is being said on the ground. A large number of students there are saying that this entire order is illegal because it came out of nowhere. We were never told about it. In fact, the order itself doesn't mention specifically what kind of clothes are allowed or not allowed. Very quickly, Imran, that's where this issue is. And this is what the various petitioners have been saying even to you.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. In fact, that is the centrality of the question. Now, in fact, they're dwelling more on Article 25 and where Chief CJ asked, does it come with reasonable restrictions? So there's both the Chief Justice and the lawyers are going detail into the Article 25 and what all reasonable restrictions are. When it is CJ in between asked the Kamath whether it specifically has the state ban hijab. If it is, let's talk about that. And so this is also Kamath in between brings in the High Court judgment of Kerala High Court judgment, where the whole idea of Quran injunctions are discussed. So all this is now boils down to now the centrality of the Article 25, whether Article 25 is being violated in this case. If there are reasonable restrictions, what are those?
Sir, input will be vital, and I don't know at what point the court will begin to call upon certain experts who can actually tell it whether Article 25 covers the wearing of hijab or not. That will also be a very important part of this entire hearing. Amina Sherwani, what's your position on this? Is wearing the hijab central to the practice, integral to the practice of the faith?
In fact, it is completely opposed to everything that the Quran says. Now, let us go to the spirit of books. We have a spirit of the Constitution. We have a spirit of Quran. The letters are a little different. Words may sometimes mislead you, but the spirit of a book, the spirit of the Constitution can never mislead you. The spirit of both the Quran and the Constitution is liberty, equality, fraternity, and education. And that is the spirit of the Constitution also, along with justice. So how is it justice to lock up women in clothes, to take away their freedom, to treat them as a piece of garbage that needs to be covered up, or a helpless little creature unable to protect herself, so she needs to be covered up and locked up? We have the law, we have the police, we have the strength of women, we have society, we have family. We don't need the hijab to protect us. The hijab, in fact, locks us up and makes us more susceptible to crimes happening against us. Women in ghungats and women in hijabs are even unable to speak up when something is done to them, whereas women who are out in the open, out in the public, can speak up, they can fight for their rights, they can fight to change laws, they can be visible. If you make women invisible, they will cease to exist in the public. But
Amina Sherwani, there are some girls who have come to the college, the pre-university college, and they are saying that, look, this is fundamental to our practice, the way we practice our faith. How can you deny us this? Are these women qualified to make this assessment on their own behalf?
We must ask them which Mullah Maulana or which of their parents have fed them this falsehood. I'm telling you, the word hijab appears 5 or 6 or 7 times in the Quran, and it does not appear in reference to women's clothing. It's a wall, it's a curtain, it's a screen. It is not a garment to be worn by either man or woman. No one can wear a hijab. 30 years ago, there were no hijabs. I have not seen this garment. It was not there at my grandmother's time, This is a completely new invention, which is hardly 20 years old. The girls are claiming it's been there for thousands of years. The word hijab means a curtain, or it means a screen, or it means a wall in the Quran. From where are they saying that hijab is mandatory? Can you wear a wall? Can you wear a screen? Can you wear a curtain? Are they garments to be worn by man, woman, cat, dog, anybody? No. The logic is already there. The first word of the Quran is Iqra, read. That is the true spirit of the Quran. That is the true spirit of our Constitution, which puts education. And now we have the right to education, liberty, equality, fraternity, justice.
No, but they're also saying that, look, this principle of uniformity should be applied across faiths. That tomorrow, then why aren't Sikhs who wear turbans, they also be disallowed from the classroom in the principle of upholding the uniform?
Because I hate uniformity. I would always break the uniform rules of my school, but I would not break them with a religious symbol. We would break them to be naughty, to trouble our, principal, to make a point. Young, we should all push the envelope to see what we can get away with it.
Okay, let me bring an advocate. Hang on, let me bring an advocate.
But religious symbols should be out.
Okay, religious symbols should be out. 1 second. Advocate Nilufar, spokesperson of the National Conference, joins us. Advocate Nilufar, we have Amina Sherwani saying that this hijab is an imposition by mullahs. This is not integral to the practice of the faith.
No, this has been provided in Al-Nur, where it is provided that you need to cover your head. Well, yes, you need to cover your head. Once it has been provided there, so it has not been imposed, but it is by way of our own Holy Quran. And then it is my choice whether I abide by those what has been laid down in the Holy Quran or not. That should be my personal choice. Why to force the people or the girls not to wear it because they want to get the education? Now kindly see the timing when this controversy has taken place. The timing is there are elections going in the UP and in 4 other states will be having the election. So in order to consolidate the majoritarian vote, what I could see and guess from the raised controversy, they just want to consolidate their majoritarian vote against those minorities. And you can see the series of the incidents which have taken place against the minorities.
1500 years ago, the Quran, the Prophet, Allah have already said that women are not to be locked up like this.
The cancellation of the places which were designated for offering namaz in Delhi. We have seen that controversy also. Then we have seen the bully and sully deals, and now we are seeing this hijab controversy.
Bully and sully deals, the boys who did it, the girls who did it are arrested. They are in jail at the moment. The bully sully deal gang has been arrested. It will be punished. Bully sully deal does not have anything to do with hijab.
And those had games, in fact, and those scarves, saffron scarves, and they were even given the free environment to host this saffron flag also. So I could see clearly, and everybody knows that this is political stunt which is being done by all those who want to have favors and out of this controversy.
Okay, even if it's a political stunt, why should Muslim women be locked up?
It is their
you tell me, why do Hindu women are safe from sati? Hindu women are safe from
one second. Let me just step in here. Advocate Nilufar, 1 second. Ms. Sherwani, 1 second. Let me just step in here. 30 seconds. Big developments happening in courts. Let me go straight across to Madhav Gopala Krishnan. Madhav.
Yes, interesting developments coming in, Rahul, from the court. In fact, details coming in of what is being submitted by the petitioner's lawyer. Kamat Singh students only want to wear a headscarf that will match the uniform. They've been wearing it for years. It's an innocuous practice. Chief Justice then goes on to say, what is Kumur? It is head cover which covers the hair on the head. Does it mean hijab? Kamat says, I'm grateful. I would like to bring it to this court's attention. A controversy is being created that being a Hindu is saying this, or that I being a Hindu is saying this. All the Chief Justice then tells the lawyer that, Mr. Kamat, you are a lawyer first. The Chief Justice then response saying that these students who are insisting for wearing headdress, they had been wearing it since when? Kamat says that they have been going in headscarves even since admission. There has never been insisting on uniform till this GO. Since when? And then the response of the lawyer for the petitioner is, since 2 years they have been going in headscarves. These are second-year students. They are not insisting on different uniform, only saying we will just cover our head with a headscarf. What is Kumur, once again, is a response that is coming in from the question that is coming in. Also important is the Chief Justice then tells Kamat, who is the petitioner's lawyer, is it your case that these girls have been practicing this for a considerable time? The response is that yes, right from admission time they have been wearing this till the GO came and created an issue. So you say that they have been wearing hijab ever since they took admission. The response then is yes. Now this is very, very interesting, Rahul, because there were pictures that had come out in the public domain that had shown how there were students not wearing the hijab in previous years.
Well, Madhav, on that point, it might be slightly technical, because since Mr. Kamat is referring to petitioners, it could be that a very small, and we know that a very small majority of the girls has been wearing the hijab. Most of them have not been wearing the hijab. So it's quite possible that he's only referring to the petitioners here and not to the general grouping. So that could also be something. But I want to very quickly bring in Swapnil Kothari also. Mr. Kothari, if you're there with me, how do you interpret what is going on right now in the court, with the Chief Justice asking what is Kumur, and then Kamat saying there is the head cover which covers the hair on the head. Does it mean hijab? And Mr. Kamat not really supplying the answer to that, but the Chief Justice saying then how long have these children been wearing the hijab for, etc., etc.
Rahul, what the Chief Justice is trying to do basically is trying to determine a factual position and trying to ascertain from the petitioners as to what the information that the Chief Justice could be having from the documents and from the affidavits and from other pleadings matches what the petitioner's advocate is saying. And what the College Development Committee has also said in its own affidavit. I'm sure they also have their affidavit, and if they don't, I'm sure they'll get a chance to put up their stand as well. Basically, by saying that 13(3) is a law, what the court is trying to do is that the state has got the power under delegated legislation to legislate a particular uniform. So what the court is saying is that do not say that the state does not have the power and on that ground assail the fact that the government order is wrong. So what the court is trying to indicate to the advocate for the petitioners is basically that, look, do not tell us that the state does not have the power. That state does have the power. Once it has the power, then we test it on the anvil of the fundamental rights, basically Article 25, and whether it's subject to reasonable restrictions. And not only that, but basically any argument, Rahul, if you will remember, let me bring this to the benefit of your viewers, that there was Maneka Gandhi's judgment in 1977 where a passport was impounded. She said that it's my fundamental right to travel, and which is absolutely correct. But then the court also came to a conclusion. Of course, it directed the state to give back the passport to her, but it said that any fundamental right asserted by an individual under Part 3 of our Constitution is subject to three major fundamental rights, which is it has to meet the test of Article 14, 19 and 21. Now here Article 14 gets flagrantly violated if you allow any petitioner to wear a hijab or say any other religious person to wear anything which he or she deems fit as an essential religious practice, because everybody sitting in a classroom will not be equal. And then of course Article 19 will come into play. That is the second prong, which is then subject to Article 19 to reasonable restrictions vis-a-vis there is a public order, law, morality, etc. So the court is trying to tell the petitioner's advocate that, look, this is our stand, this is what we've maintained in the interim order. So if you do not come up with an ingenuous argument, and whether you, in terms of whether to take a departure from Article 14 and 19 and to say that only Article 25 is sacrosanct, unless and until you convince us about that very, very seriously, we are going to maintain what we have maintained in the interim order. So basically the court is throwing back to the shit.
Kapil Madan wants to come in. Advocate Kapil Madan wants to come in.
So, Rahulji, we need to, I think my friend Swapnil Kothari ji raised the point of Article 14 and Article 25. Now, if you apply the argument of Article 14, that, I mean, there could be a situation if the court held that wearing of hijab is essential and integral to the religion of Islam. In that situation, if you don't allow these students to wear a hijab, while on the other hand, let's take an example, if there are some Sikh students who are going and attending classes in while wearing a pagadi or a dastar, in that situation, in fact, these students can argue that it is, I mean, the fact that you have allowed Sikh students to wear a turban, then in that situation, it basically hits Article 14. Because you are allowing a particular religion to follow a particular practice which is essential to their religion. However, at the same time, you are prohibiting a particular religion from practicing their faith.
Mr. Kothari, your response to that?
There is a caveat here. Yes. There is a caveat here. Provided the court holds that wearing of hijab or the headscarf is essential and integral to the practice of hijab. There is a caveat.
That's a caveat. That's an important caveat. That's why we are having this big hearing. But nonetheless, Mr. Kothari, on that particular argument that is being put forward by Mr. Madan.
Well, Rahul, what happens here is that once you hold that hijab is not an essential practice, regardless of whether you hold that or not, obviously it has to come to that conclusion that it is not an essential practice. Even if it comes to a conclusion that it is an essential practice of Islam, it will then be subject to, the dictates of public order, morality, because then the argument could be stretched that if we allow the Sikhs, if we allow the Muslims to wear the hijab, then we'll have to allow the Catholics also to wear, some sort of a cassock or something of that sort, and then we'll have to allow the Jains also to wear that. So that argument to say that then we have to stop them, that doesn't really apply when it comes to deciding a constitutional question as far as this particular case is concerned. In that sense, what will happen is that the court will then eventually come to a conclusion on the basis of the constitutional morality of Article 25 subject to 1419.
Okay, let me bring in Amina Sherwani on that point. The state says that the donning of the hijab, or at least the order says that the donning of the hijab might in fact be violation of public morality. How do you see this argument, Ms. Sherwani?
It insults my morality completely to see women locked up like this. It's high time that it's very upsetting for anybody who is modern and forward looking, who believes in the Constitution and who believes in Islam, to watch this travesty going on where women are locked up. This is just a patriarchal ploy. And as I said, the women who committed sati would willingly sit on their husband's funeral pyres. But when the law was passed, they would be physically pulled away, and those that were making them sit on the pyre would be arrested and put behind bars. Similar action is ultimately going to be needed to liberate women, because nothing happens on its own in this country. We are so enmeshed in religion, in the wrong kind of religion, without having understood the spirit of our various religions, without having understood the spirit of our constitution. We only go by the letter, and we pick up the most convoluted letters where there may be some doubt, and we twist that doubt and we use that doubt to further reinforce patriarchy. To me, it is horrifying that after 5 generations of women and men of my family have personally fought.
More updates coming in. Very important point.
I have 18-year-old girls screaming that we want to wear the hijab.
Oh my gosh.
Screaming that we want to commit sati.
Okay, well that is a possibility. That is a possibility. And where do you draw the line? Viewers, that's very, very important. What Amina Sherwani is saying is very, very important. I just want to very quickly update certain other statements and points that are coming up. The whole idea of Quranic injunctions and hadiths is to reduce the rights and obligations to formulate certain standards of behavior of individuals in his conduct in obedience to the commands of the God. Kamath quotes from the Kerala High Court judgment. Now remember, I told you viewers that there are about 4 High Court judgments. One went in favor of the right to don a hijab, 3 others didn't. So I think Kamath is now, who is appearing for one of the petitioners, is reading out of this particular judgment. This court has to examine the dress code prescribed for women in Islam, and such prescription is an essential part of religion or not, and if it forms a part of essential religious practice, can be regulated under Article 25(1). Kamath quotes from the Kerala High Court judgment. Kamath, so I say wearing of headscarf is essential part of religion, intrinsic and integral part. Hijab, a symbol of modesty, faith, belief and constitutional right of freedom of religion. Hijab is an essential practice of Islam, is intrinsic and integral to the religion. HCs have held that right of women to have the choice of dress based on religious injunctions is a fundamental right guaranteed under Article 1425 of the Constitution. I will read out a Kerala High Court judgment in which Justice Mustaq has said, and he goes on to quote it. So I want to quickly go across to, once again, Amina Sherwani. Amina Sherwani, obviously the courts have differed. You have a very, very clear view that this is not, in fact, prescribed by the faith. Now, what if tomorrow a whole number of religious scholars were to come out and point out that this were the case? Would they be misleading the court? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they would be misleading the court, and I say, okay, even if they are able to prove this, then what do? We let our women be in the dark ages. Over and above all this, we have the Constitution, which says that parda is a malpractice. The Quran, by the way, also says it, but these convoluted men can do anything. And I don't know, sometimes public pressure, people bow down. They bow down to Shabano judgment also. And so I hope people do not bow down to these bullies anymore. And women have been
Advocate Nilufar, where do you come in on this point that Ms. Sherwani is raising, that I just hope that people don't continue to bow down to these religious conservatives?
Once we are allowed to take the birth, it's not the question of the modernization, it's the question of the religion. When my religion provides...
But madam, if it is a question of the religion, then I'm asking you this question, very, very important. No, very, very important. Miss Nilufar, listen to me, please listen to me, please, madam, please listen to me. 30 seconds, 30 seconds, madam, please listen to me. Give me 30 seconds, please. I won't take much more of your time. Now, I want to ask you a question. The Dukhtaran-e-Millat issued a fatwa in the valley saying if you don't wear a headscarf, you will throw acid. Now, why did it need to issue this fatwa if it was such an integral part of Islam? Why wasn't it being automatically followed? This
and
custom?
Rahul is throwing acid on women's faces an integral part of Islam. Next they will say throwing acid on women's faces is also an integral part of Islam.
You cannot thirst and enforce. You cannot thirst and enforce.
तो आप कहाँ थे जब ये हो रहा था?
That is my choice. But why are you forcing all those who
no, how can I, no. So are you saying that those women who are not
in the garb of some educational act?
Very important act. Very important point. Amina Sherwani, very important point. So are you saying that those women...
tell me which ayat in the Quran tells us that we can throw acid on women's faces? Please let them quote that ayat.
Kindly go through Surah Al-Nur. What does it say?
It says throw acid on women's faces.
It is your personal choice whether you want
to throw acid on women's faces if you don't listen.
Or not. You cannot say that
it says throw acid on women's faces.
We are liberated.
Next we will say the Quran
know about our rights.
Put women in parda, and if women don't obey, throw acid on their faces.
My
You're so upset about Bulli Bai and Sulli Bai,
all those what
but
have
you
been laid down in the
speak nothing
Constitution
about
itself.
when people say
It has
they
been
will
laid
throw
down in the
acid on
Constitution.
women's
Okay,
faces.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Purely political back
Madam, 1
controversy
second. Madam,
which has been
political,
given vent to.
political
Oh,
or
it
not?
is
1 second, 1
It
second.
is patriarchal politics to put women behind hijabs, to
Okay.
make them do sati, to
Never,
lock them up in
never.
gungas.
Do you mean
Now I want to ask you, Amina Sherwani. Amina Sherwani, I want to ask you this question. It's an important question. Now I am being told that Mr. Kamath is talking about modesty. Wait a minute. Advocate Niloufar, listen to this very, very clearly and closely. Mr. Kamath says this is about modesty. That men and women in the faith are enjoined to be modest. So then I want to ask, why are only women, Ms. Sherwani, being pushed to cover up? What about the men? Should they not also be wearing the hijab? Should they not be wearing the burqa?
I have seen young people walking, the woman covered in black with one eye showing, and the boy wearing a tight-fitting pair of jeans with a completely tight-fitting t-shirt. Muslim boy next to the Muslim girl, brother or husband, I don't know. No modesty for the man. Completely revealing all his angles from everywhere, and the woman looking like a tent walking next to him. Then Islam is not in danger. Then Islam is not in danger. And the Quran says, very clearly the Quran says that women are strong beings. Women don't need to be down. They have to be out in the open.
It's all political. It's all political. They're saying it's all political. That's what Niloufar is saying. Let me bring in Mohan Krishna. It's all political, sir. You timed it to the UP election. Advocate Niloufar says you timed it to the UP election.
I'm very amused by how the Niloufar is speaking in such a way. This has not been instigated by any of the BJP and BJP organizations. First of all. Second thing, I don't know, Mr. Niloufar, I did not disturb you. Please don't disturb me. Please don't disturb me. Let me put my point. Let me put my point.
Had it been done in Kashmir, you would have seen ULA against those students. Had it been in Kashmir.
Let's show some respect. Allow him to make his point. Then I have a question for you.
This controversy.
Allow him to make a... Okay, ma'am, you've spoken. Now calm down. Take a breath. 1 minute. Let him have his say. 1 minute. 1 minute, Ms. Niloufar, calm down. Yes, Mr. Krishnan, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, it has not been instigated or prompted by anybody. It is very unfortunate that we are discussing about hijab. We are not discussing about hijab. We are discussing about hijab as a uniform. And that is in schools and colleges. Okay, let us discuss only about hijab in schools and colleges. Is there practice? Is there any practice in any country there? If it is though, why the hijab has been banned in so many countries worldwide? Being an Islamic country, Malaysia, being an Islamic country, so many countries have banned it. Even France has banned it. So then they have not raised the voice. Now they are raising the voice. We are not talking of hijab ban. Let's understand basically. It is not hijab ban at all.
No,
we are talking of
okay, Niloufar, Miss Niloufar, you were talking about the holy book, you were talking about the Quran. I have a question. Do you remember what the Samajwadi party leader said? She said, if you touch our hijab, we will chop off your hands. Haath tan se juda kar denge. Which book, which kitab says this, ma'am?
That can be the personal comment which she has made. It is better to ask her. But
you take a position, condemn what she said. This is clear provocation. Why incite people? No, what is this mindset? Sar tan se juda, haath tan se juda. What mindset is this?
Okay, 1 second.
You're stopping girl students.
No, 1 second. Let's bring some panel. Let's bring some balance to this panel. 1 second.
We don't have the tolerance for other religions.
Advocate Ji,
tomorrow you'll be telling please
Advocate Niloufar, listen to your fellow panelist. Ms. Sherwani also has a point of view. She may not be wrong. You yourself are saying that it's an optional custom. I mean, if it's an optional custom, are those women who are not following the religious custom, are they committing some sort of apostasy? That's the fundamental question. Are they apostates? That's the question that needs to be asked. Are they blasphemous? And I want to bring in Ms. Sherwani on this point. Ms. Sherwani, Ms. Advocate Niloufar seems to be suggesting that anyone who is not following that practice out of choice could tomorrow be very, very legitimately declared an apostate. That's serious.
Let me tell you, Hazrat Khadija, the first wife and also the boss of our Prophet, she was his boss, and then he married her and she married him. They fell in love. She never ever wore. I mean, as it is, a hijab is something you cannot wear. She never wore any veil. She was out in the public. She was conducting her business. She was up and about everywhere. She never wore the veil. There was no question of her wearing the veil. Hazrat Aisha also, you know, the Quraysh women went to battle. When they were in battle, their clothes were lifted up to their knees. They were serving what you have said. They were fighting. They were wielding the sword. And they were not wearing hijabs and covering themselves at all. Even their legs were open up to their knees when they were in the battlefield. So excuse me. Excuse me. This is history. This is history. Please read it. Further, women were to be active, we are to participate in society, we are to go and do flood relief if there is flood, we are to go into battle if there is a battle to defend our country. We are not to hide behind chadars, we are not to cover ourselves and disappear from society. Women have to participate in society even more than men. It is women's job to bring order into society, to bring justice into society, to bring equality into society. That's a woman's job. Under Islam, it is Hazrat Khadija who first believed the Prophet. She was the first witness. She was the first Muslim. Who can follow the religion more than her? And she never wore a hijab. She never ever wore a hijab. She was financially independent.
Where have you read this?
She supported the Prophet. He supported him financially, emotionally. She was his pillar of strength, and when she believed in him, then he believed in himself. And this is one woman who was witness to Islam. She was the first person he came and told what he had heard. She believed him, and that is why Islam existed, because she believed him. Had she not believed him, I don't know what would have happened to Islam. So there is Allah, there is the Prophet, and then there is Hazrat Khadija, the most important woman, the first Muslim, the one who never wore a hijab, the one who conducted her business, the one who was out in public. And she did not feel ashamed, or she was not an hour Prophet did not tell her, but Allah did not tell her
ladies,
to
1
cover
minute,
herself.
more updates coming in from the court. Let me cut straight across to our reporters on the ground. This is heating up, Mr. Kothari and Mr. Madan. These issues, of course, we can keep debating, but importantly, what is considered by the judges is really of primacy. I want to go across to Deepak. Deepak, the question now is coming down to previous judgments, precedents, etc. I just want to ask you, what is the objective here of the petitioner? Do they want an interim state today, or now have they given up on that strategy, and are they now getting to the brass tacks, the basics, where they're going to argue about the donning of the hijab and its integral nature?
Now, they're delving into, larger aspects, especially because up until now, while we were looking at the case that came up, one of the petitions, of course, was from the 6 girls from the Udupi government PU college. Now with, we heard Mr. Kamath say that from day one, they have been wearing the hijab. It looks like he's not just referring to the Udupi colleges, he may be referring to some other colleges as well. So it now, of course, while the court order, the interim order that is already in place, either the petitioners are looking at either a stay on that particular interim order because it has affected them to a large extent, because their argument up until now was under the constitution. It is their right to profess a religion and practice their faith, which allows them to wear a hijab, and they're arguing time and again, as the court even questions whether the practice of hijab is essential to the constitution. You're looking at the petitioners repeatedly say that it is an essential part and it should be allowed. The court, of course, right now did go into the Quran as well, where the petitioners quoted certain verses from there. Apart from that, the Kerala High Court judgment as well is being read out. So a lot of aspects are really being brought in now into the picture. We'll have to see at the end of these arguments whether there's a request that will really come in from the petitioners, because like you hinted rightly, Rahul, it looks like the petitioners could be eyeing for a stay on this particular interim direction that has come in, while the hearing on this
goes on in court. He now refers to the Shirur Mutt case. A religion may not only lay down a code of ethical rules, it may prescribe rituals and observances which are regarded as integral integral parts of religion, and these observances might extend even to matters of food and dress. As a citizen council, I may not agree with the headscarf. I may personally think it is regressive. I may feel that there should be uniform, but that does not matter. It must be seen from the perspective of the believer. This case is totally covered by Bijo Emmanuel case. Nothing else is needed. Kamath reads out excerpts of the B.J. Emmanuel case judgment. I want to bring in Mr. Swapnil Kothari. Mr. Kothari, here it is, the Shirur Mutt case. I've also referred to it in some articles I've written for the Times of India, etc. It's an important case, isn't it?
Well, it is. But, let me tell you, Rahul, and for the benefit of the viewers, that the high courts are courts of coordinate jurisdiction. The Kerala High Court may have held thrice that something is very essential. It's an essential religious practice. Bombay High Court could have held once. Punjab and Haryana High Court could have held it twice. It doesn't really matter because the High Court will say that, sorry, we are not bound by any of the judgments of our coordinate jurisdiction courts because these are courts of coordinate jurisdiction and they are fully entitled to have a ruling on the basis of what they think is perfect according to the Constitution or within the dictates of the Constitution. Now, the other point which, as you're seeing on your screen, Rahul, that the court is asking a very particular question to Mr. Kamath when he says that, when he's talking about Malaysia and quoting a Malaysian judgment, the very immediate retort was there from the court, the question that is Malaysia a secular or an Islamic country? And unfortunately, sheepishly, Mr. Kamath had to say that it is an Islamic nation. So the court simply brushes aside the Malaysian court judgment right away there, saying that, look, if it's an Islamic country, we don't even need to get into this. We have to compare, say, apples with apples and not apples with oranges. Secondly, as far as the argument that because Sikhs are allowed to wear turbans, anybody else should also be allowed to wear hijabs, and tomorrow Catholics should be allowed to wear cassocks, and Jains should be allowed to wear, a simple garb of, which is a transparent film garb, kind of, which Jains wear, is a very specious and a facetious argument because these arguments hold good within the four walls of the room, not when it comes to a public institution. And the very simple point is that turbans in Sikhs is not essential because there are several Sikhs who do not wear turbans. So the court, even if there are several scholars on one side who say that yes, it is an essential religious practice, and on the other say don't. These are very, very debatable issues, and the court is very unlikely to hold that it is an essential religious practice for the practice of Islam because there are several girls who are not wearing it. And the very fact that it is a secular country, it is not an Islamic Republic of India. So that is where the constitutional dictate of Article 25 being subject to 14, 19 and 21 is going to come into play. Let me explain it once again to my fellow panelist, Mr. Kapil Madan, that what I tried to say is that the court is going to test Article 25 dictates and permissions subject to 14, 19 and 21. That is the way the law has been held since 77, Maneka Gandhi's judgment. So any assertion under a fundamental right other than 14, 19, 21 has to meet the parameters.
Well, let me also bring you in on this. This is important. Bijoy Emmanuel case,
yes.
and let's just focus on that. Is when two students in India who belong to the Jehovah's Witness stood up in attention to the national anthem but did not sing it. Our Supreme Court upheld their right to remain silent, invoking Article 25. Right. Now, how did this play?
Well, this is exactly what I'm trying to say, that because the court did not, the Supreme Court itself held that just because you don't stand up for the national anthem or you don't sing it, even if I were to stand but not sing it, or even if I were to sit, that doesn't mean that I'm any less religious. It really gives me that freedom, because to force me to sing a national anthem would amount to an infraction of my fundamental right of not to sing. That doesn't make me less of a nationalist. So there is nowhere under the National, I think Emblems Act or whatever that is, I don't remember the particular act, but which mandates that I'm supposed to stand for the national anthem or I'm supposed to sing for it. So the court has given me that freedom. And under Article 25, it does not violate 14, 19 and 21 if I do not, sing it. So by drawing the same parameter here, you cannot tell me that I am supposed to wear and go. The state has got the right to implement a uniform policy. Even if it's a private institution, all the more it has got the right. And even if it's a public institution, if the state, which is what the issue here is, that it is a public institution, that's why the government order is infractious of Article 25, which is what the Attorney General is going to say. It is not, because I have got a right to make a law, and don't take away that right to make a law. It is a delegated legislation. So on that prong, Mr. Kamath will not succeed. And on the second prong of whether it's an essential religious practice, he is not going to be able to succeed because there are going to be variegated views on that, and the court is not going to be able to say one way or the other, and it cannot say for a fact. Where the court cannot assert a positive when there isn't sufficient clinching evidence to assert a positive, especially in religious private matters. That is what the law is. So the court cannot come to a conclusion when there are variegated issues, sort of differing views on that. Once it comes to that conclusion, then also again on that prong itself, it is going to say, sorry, we have to look at 19.2, which is public order and morality. Even Article 25 is supposed to say that tomorrow. What stops somebody from saying that I want to offer prayers and want to conduct rituals on the court grounds, or in the ground of a court, or even in the grounds of a school or a college, because those permit me, and where am I hurting anybody? Now, what kind of a spectacle that would be? And I'm talking of any religion. I'm not talking only of Islam. I'm talking of any religion. So if you allow this, this becomes a precedent. And if once this becomes a precedent, it will be quoted in several other things that, look, the court allowed in High Court of Karnataka allowed this. So let us allow here. So this is not going to hold any water. Let me tell you that Rahul, this is going to meet its fate the way it is. This government order will not be considered as unconstitutional. 99.99%, I'll just leave 0.01% off chance because I'm not the judge. But let me tell you, from the way the court is putting up questions, the court is directly indicating, and the way it gave the interim judgment, and the way
well, in the meantime, let me tell you, viewers, in the meantime,
refused to hear the interim application.
Okay, important points being made by Swapnil Kothari. Pranesh, the politics is raging, isn't it?
Absolutely. We have a reaction coming in from Congress. Former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, has now reacted. He is putting the onus on the BJP. Siddaramaiah says the BJP lit the fire and the BJP is now apologizing. Let's play out what he said.
On the hijab issue, sir. Today you also wore a black band and protested against hijab issue, sir.
Who?
Congress party, sir. You were also, I saw black band wearing.
Yes, it was a silent protest against the hijab, because hijab issue is created by BJP only.
Okay, sir.
RSS Sangh Parivar people only. See, this saffron shawl was supplied by BJP only. It is supplied by RSS workers only. They only created in order to consolidate Hindu votes.
Sir, the Home Minister is blaming Congress, saying that they're part of a conspiracy, sir.
No, it is not a conspiracy at all. Did we create this?
The Home Minister is saying blaming Congress and SDP.
No, it is they only created. And they are appealing to the people to maintain peace and peace. They created the problem and they are appealing.
Well, let me tell you, viewers, just a short while ago, we played out a very, very important soundbite. And that soundbite firmly indicted the PFI. Pranesh, didn't it? This was the PFI. Okay, Chief Minister Bomai speaking. Let's go straight across. Karnataka Chief Minister.
Parents and the headmasters there. And the management committee. I think that is better.
So Siddaramaiah is alleging that it is all state government, sir. The entire issue.
He is opposition leader. So he has to politicize it.
Well, let's viewers try to play that entire bite again, because obviously, the Karnataka Chief Minister was asked point blank his views, and I think we've had a bit of a problem. But Pranesh, earlier, a very important grouping that is also a grouping of Muslim organizations on the ground had made a very important observation. And we are talking about the Vice President of Muslim Ukuta, Idris, who hinted at the fact that the Campus Front of India, which is the student wing of the PFI, SDPI, which are NI designated radical organizations, are the ones who have been pushing this entire matter. It's not so much the BJP, but it is these groupings. Now that coming from within the community, I would presume is a very big declaration, isn't it?
Absolutely, and the timing of it, Rahul, comes at a time when the state government has alleged that there is a hidden hand which is lighting the fire, which is provoking the people, and Deepak Bopanna has been speaking to people on ground, and according to multiple accounts.
And you know what was said, Pranesh, was the fact that several meetings were held with parents to come to some consensus over hijab and look at the option of wearing a scarf as the color of the uniform. So, you know, this whole talk that we've been having in the newsroom that perhaps some sort of a middle ground can be found. The Campus Fund of India viewers even rejected that middle ground, and that's very, very crucial because the matter may not have escalated this far. So clearly there was an attempt to polarize, an attempt to make Muslims feel in this particular district or in the surrounding districts that they were under a sense of siege.
Now, if you go by what Mr. Idris Hude is saying, he's made 5 important points. Point number 1 that Mr. Hude, and we have the soundbite, will play it out, but listen to what I'm saying, viewers. Point number 1, this is Idris Hude, the Vice President of the Muslim Okuta. He says, several meetings held with parents to build consensus. Point number 2, looked into option of wearing a scarf as the color of uniform, but you see, the PFI affiliate would have none of this. Point number 3 by Mr. Hude, consensus on staff from parents, but the campus front opposed. Who is the campus from? The students and parents are the stakeholders.
The question is, you know, why is an organization such as this, that has been under the lens of investigative agencies, being given such primacies? And that's the question. And therefore, questions will then obviously be asked of some of the petitioners, the 6 petitioners, 2 of whom are related to PFI members, in fact, and their motivations. So this gets more and more complex as we go forward. Viewers, listen in to what the Vice President of Muslim Ukuta actually said to Times Now. Very, very important. And after that, we'll play out the Chief Minister's bite.
एक तरफ से आप बोल रहे हैं कि उकुटा की तरफ एफर्ट्स डाला गया कि ये समस्या यहाँ पर ही हल हो जाए, कैंपस के अंदर ही, इतना ज़्यादा बढ़े नहीं. हम अभी देख रहे हैं कि सिर्फ उडुपी में ही नहीं, बहुत सारे कर्नाटका में बहुत सारे जिलों में ये इशू बहुत बड़ा हो गया है. क्या आपको लगता है कि कैंपस फ्रंट जो ये इशू को सपोर्ट कर रहा है, उनको थोड़ा पीछे हटना था ये विवाद से, ताकि ये इतना नहीं बढ़ जाए?
ये जो कैंपस फ्रंट जो है, उनको जो लोगों को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो एक ऑटोनमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. हमारा जो मेंबर है वो हमारा एक कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम के तहत हम सब कुछ यहाँ के तक 10 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मिलके एक फेडरेशन बना है, इसको उकुटा कहते हैं. इसमें हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के मस्जिद भी और दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट भी शामिल है. तो यहाँ कोई इंडिविजुअल इसका मेंबर नहीं बन सकता है. तो हमने उनको कहा था, लेकिन उन्होंने तकरीबन मान लिए थे. जो हमने कहा, हमने जो सजेशन दिया कि ये जो वो कलर वही जो उन्होंने अपने इसमें देते, यूनिफॉर्म में देते, वो दुपट्टा को ये लिए, वो मान लिए थे. तो हमने इसको तकरीबन उनको मनवाने में हमें कामयाब हुए थे. लेकिन वो यहाँ पे क्या हुआ, ये लोग तो बहुत रिजिड रहे कि वो भी बिल्कुल नहीं डालना चाहिए, ये कहा. ये तो इसमें थोड़ा रोड़ा बनाए.
On the hijab, one small reaction, sir. Many colleges, we're seeing the students wearing hijab, not going allowed inside, citing the High Court. What do you have to say on that, sir?
See, everybody has to follow the High Court directions. And in the meantime, I think we should leave it alone to the school and colleges management, parents, and the headmasters there, and the management committee. I think that is better.
So Siddaramaiah is alleging that it is all created by the state government, sir, the entire issue.
He is opposition leader, so he has to politicize it.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the Newshour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the Newshour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch Newshour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in 2 boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी 2 कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
समाजवादी सरकार होती तो 1 साल बना के तैयार कर देगी।
मैं हिंदू हूँ, मगर हिंदुत्ववादी नहीं हूँ।
Elections that set the tone for 2024. Five state elections, 1 destination. Times Now, your election news headquarters.
The path to Delhi runs through Lucknow.
गलती होने पर ये कहकर ना टाल दे कि लड़कों से गलती हो जाती है।
The biggest build-up.
जिस दिन भगवान हमारे सपनों में ना करके कहते हो कि आपकी सरकार
आपके सपने में भगवान आ रहे होंगे और कह रहे होंगे कि अरे अपनी नाकामयाबियों पर अब तो रो जाओ।
आप अपने दरमियान में तय कर लो कि इन सबसे बड़ा हिंदू कौन है।
The biggest news breaks first.
Good evening. You're the news here on Times. I'm Madhas Gopalakrishnan. There's some big breaking news coming in at the moment, and there's a bloodbath at Dalal Street. 1,700 points is the fall that has been reported as far as the Sensex is concerned. That's a big breaking news coming in at the moment. Massive development there as far as the stock market is concerned, with the Sensex crashing over 1,700 points. That's the information coming out at the moment. Let's go across to Hina for more on this. Hina, this is a big development indeed. The Sensex crashing over 1,700 points in recent days as well. We have seen similar crashes take place, but this is one of the larger falls that we've seen in recent days.
Well, it's over 3% cut, Madhav, that we are currently witnessing in Sensex as well as Nifty. So clearly this Monday, is not really looking very good for Dalal Street. One of the reasons is what's happening between Ukraine and Russia and the kind of statements we are getting from the United States of America with how, the attack may actually happen very soon, and how Russia is also now trying to escalate this entire matter. As a result of this, there has been a sharp spike in crude oil prices. In fact, overnight we saw Brent crude price crossing $75 a barrel mark, which is a 7-year high level that we're talking about, which added a lot of uncertainty on, for investors globally. As a result, in India too, we saw uncertainty, and what we are witnessing in India right now is the impact of what's happening around the world. So globally, there's a lot of weakness because of what's happening between Ukraine and Russia, and second, because of which the spike in oil prices is another cause of concern right now, and it's the weak global cues that are having an impact here on Wall Street as well. As we speak, Sensex and Nifty, in fact, have seen a cut of about 3%. Sensex had lost about 1,700 odd points. It was the biggest crash, in fact, that we've seen on a single day on the Wall Street in over 10 months. Investors would have lost a lot of money, but of course, nothing really can be done about it because it's all global, and there's nothing to look forward to as well as far as the domestic market is concerned. Budget was the last big trigger for us. Budget has gone. So now everything that we see on the Wall Street will be a reflection of what happens globally. For investors, it's clearly a time that is very, very tough, and they'll have to wait and watch what happens next.
All right, thanks so much for joining us, Hina, with that update there as far as the stock market crash is concerned. We'll keep coming back to you for more details. All right, we have more updates now coming in from the Karnataka High Court that is hearing the hijab matter. The question now is a debate on whether it is an essential religious practice. Justice Dixit asks, is essential religious practice is absolute or susceptible to regulation by state bylaw? The response to the petitioner then is that as far as ERP is concerned, that very doctrine connotes that it is not related to economic, financial, political or secular activity. The Chief Justice says that then Article 25(2), how does it stand? Under Article 25(2), the response coming in from the petitioner's lawyer, Kamath, is that the state has been given the power to restrict any economic, financial, political or secular activity associated with religion. This very concept means other core religious activities of religion can be restricted. The response then coming in is that even a core religious practice, if it offends public order, morality and health, it can be regulated. Can Article 25(1) and 25(2) be read separately? The response then coming in from Kamath is that it can. We have Deepak and Imran both with us. Very interesting arguments being put forth by the petitioner's lawyer there, Imran, where he says that Article 25(1) and Article 25(2) can be read separately, and he says that the entire debate surrounding what is an essential religious practice and Article 25's two subclauses are being debated now in the courtroom.
Well, absolutely, Madhav. This is a two issue which became centrality to the whole debate, and because of which Justice Dixit asked that a larger bench should hear this matter is because of the two issues. One is that whether Article 25 of the Constitution is being violated by the Karnataka or government order issued in February. Second thing is their access to education is being denied by Karnataka government, bringing up this order saying that this disciplinary committee of the school will decide on which is the uniformity and which is consists of religious attire or which is not. This is the two issues which the lawyers have been sanctioning. On one issue, they are very firm that the CDC has to go. They're saying that it's the state's prerogative to decide what is a uniform dress code and whether the uniform dress code, and they're saying that it should not be left at the mercy of these disciplinary committees, and they said that the hijab is very fundamental to the practice of Islam, and but not giving this the state discriminatory in his order and that even illegal point of attorney giving this the power to the CDC to decide what is essential in faith and what is not essential.
All right, and all of this getting very political as well. At the same time, responses coming in from the assembly. Deepak, in fact, short while ago, Imran himself spoke to several leaders, current chief minister, former chief ministers as well. The entire issue will, of course, be looked at from the political point of view as well, because that has been the allegation that all of this is being done for political purpose. This is a charge that is being traded by both the Congress and the BJP. But Deepak, very important submission that was given a short while earlier is that this is a practice. Wearing the hijab is a practice that has been done since the time that several of these students, at least the petitioners in this case, have actually taken admission in their respective institutions. That is going to be a very important argument that the court will also be looking at in this entire case. Deepak.
Yes, Madhav, the biggest bone of contention, especially in the Udupi, government PU girls college, has been that whether the girls have been allowed to wear the hijab from day one. While some of the girls have said that they wore it in the beginning and they were asked not to wear it, schools went into holidays because of COVID, they came back, the issue was once again flared up. There's another theory that comes up from, the school management. Then, of course, we spoke to some of the classmates of these protesting girls who have once again said that the hijab was never allowed. The girls never wore it in the past. There was one instance where they wore it and the administration said they should not, so they were seated in class without a hijab. So who is really to believe? And then now when the petitioner in court is saying from day one of admission, the hijab was being worn. So that now really raises a question whether he's referring to this particular college or he's referring to some of the other institutions where hijab has not been an issue. And there are many cases like this, including the Kundapur Government College, which we saw about 27 girls being locked out of, the college gates. And this particular college, when I spoke to some of the officials, of course, they didn't want to come on record. They have maintained that hijab has been worn by most of these girls, and they have not been objected to it. So, now since an objection is coming in from the protesting students on the other side, they have stopped them from coming into the campus wearing up a hijab. So it's not very clear which case is the petitioner really referring to. As far as the politics here is concerned, it's heating up. We saw my colleague Imran speaking to the leader of the opposition in the Karnataka Assembly, Mr. Siddaramaiah, who said that they held a silent protest today, and he believes that the government is creating this issue on one hand and then apologizing or asking for people to rather maintain calm on the other. The chief minister has said that the opposition leader's job is to hit out, and this is not an issue that should be blown out of proportions, and the college management should settle it. Now this is the key aspect here, Madhav. If the college management and the parents could have settled this issue in Udupi, that is where the issue of campus front really comes in through various reports and information that we've gathered over the last 1 week. What is becoming more and more certain is that this particular issue involving these 6 girls and the college management could have been very much resolved within the campus without it spreading so aggressively in different parts of the state, if not of the intervention or aspirations, political really, of certain organizations. Okay. That has been established through various means. So all of this definitely needs to be looked into. Even
all right, certainly the intervention of different organizations will be looked at, Deepak, but there's a quick update coming in from the court. In fact, this is a submission being given by the petitioner's lawyer, Kamath. He says that if Islamic scripture of Holy Quran is obligatory, courts duty-bound to act on it as a part of Article 25. Then Justice Dixit questions saying that is what all is said in Quran essential religious practice? Kama then responds saying, no, I don't mean that. Justice Dixit then says, Quran is seen as the first source of Islamic law. You are extensively quoting from the Quran. You have to tell us what is stated in the Quran. Is it treated as an inviolable injunction? Tell us. So details being sought from by the petitioner on this issue as to how essential the practice of hijab really is. Very, very interesting. I'm going to introduce our guest with us. Malvika Avinash, spokesperson of the BJP, is with us. Deshratan Nigam, lawyer. Manas Thapar, lawyer and political analyst. Mariam Nasir Alvi is also with us, lawyer. Mohammad Asif Hussain Sohail is a political analyst and social activist joining us. But I first and foremost want to get a response from Dr. Zeenat Shaukat Ali, Islamic scholar, on this issue. Dr. Zeenat Shaukat Ali, you've written on this issue as well in recent days since this entire controversy broke out. But this, I think, is going to be a very, very important question that is coming in from the bench, where the justice says that is what all is said in the Quran essential religious practice, and the petitioner himself says, no, I don't mean that. And then the judge goes on to say that the Quran is seen as a source of Islamic law. You're quoting extensively from it, but what all stated in the Quran is treated as an inviolable injunction. Now that is a very, very important moot point as well while examining what is an essential practice. Dr. Zeenat Shaukat Ali.
There are 5 essential practices of Islam. That is your kalama, your shahadat, your salat, that is your prayers, your roza, that is your fasting, your zakat, that is your charity, and the performance of Hajj. These are the 5 essential elements of Islam. So this is what the Quran is saying that you follow, and this is what you call the essential practices. We call it the pillars, the 5 pillars of Islam. And when we come to the hijab, this issue of clothing has varied. It has changed even in Arabia. People have worn different forms and different types of clothing as you have gone on. And even as far as the present issue is concerned, I would use the word khimar and jilbab of the dress. There is no particular, injunction that enforces this on you. So, so you would say that it is not fardur ain or fardur kifaya. That means that whether it is individual or collective, there is no compulsion in it. And if you look into the translations of the standard English translation of Abdullah Yusuf Ali, there is no punishment prescribed. So the point is that when you are talking about the hardcore, essential of Islam, I am bound as an Islamic scholar to owe my first allegiance to God. And God does not say it. The Quran does not say it. So with a very clear conscience and with the learning that I have acquired and the little reading that I have done of the Quran, I have not come across, and therefore you have found that over the years this entire concept has evolved. You see, the elitists used to dress in a certain way, the slaves used to dress in a certain way. So it was said, because you have to be proved that, you are a lady holier than thou, so this is the way you dress. And, so these kind of arguments went on. But when we talk of the Quran as a primary source of Islam, and I believe that to be a primary source of Islam, there is no injunction to say that this is, yes, it says that you cover yourself. Oh, Prophet, tell your wife, your daughters, your sisters, and the believing women, when you go out, you cover yourself. You do not expose your private parts. You dress modestly, you dress chastely, you dress decently. And now coming to the understanding of what is happening in the present modern days, if we come into the Muslim countries. Okay. You see, and one more point I'd like to make, if you give me 30 seconds more.
Sure.
That in the 1970s in Egypt, there was a movement. This was really not an arguable point, really, and not come to the fore, you see, of an identity assertion. It happened as an identity assertion in 1970s in Egypt, when the Muslim women were fighting against British colonialism, and they wanted to say, this is what we are, and this is, you cannot take this away from us. So they treated this as a kind of a political liberation. But that happened to be within the context of a political liberation. And so therefore, when we come to today, when I was coming to this reference of all Muslim countries, you look at all the Muslim countries, You know,
very, very important point you're making there. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, but there is an update coming in from the court, Zina Shaukat Ali. I'm going to quickly come back to you and as well as the other panelists, but this is very important. The petitioner's lawyer is submitting that the CDC is a MLA committee. Can they decide whether headscarf should be worn or not? What is public order will be decided by an MLA committee. Is it not an executive committee, says Kamath, the petitioner's lawyer. Justice Dikshit then responds saying, do you mean to say that MLAs are not aware of constitutional provisions? So where really is the objection coming in over here? Very, very important points. Let me bring in fact, some of our other panelists as well. Mariam Nasir Alvi, I want you to come in on this. You know, objecting to it merely by the fact that there is an MLA, at least at this point of time, we don't know what the court is going to do further, and we wouldn't want to second guess what the bench is doing, but certainly the question coming in from the bench when the point that the MLA is the head of the CDC committee says, do you mean to say that MLAs are not aware of constitutional provisions?
Madhav, the question here, the court is just going into a basic inquiry right now. And the submission here is not limited to whether or not an MLA is passing these rules, but as to whether the CDC itself is empowered enough to make a rule that abrogates a fundamental right guarantee. And having said that, I just want to bring across one point. The speaker before me mentioned namaz as an essential religious practice. I just want to point out that the Quran does not describe the vidhi of namaz. It doesn't describe whether or not it should be done in groups or whether or not it should be done in public places. It just says that you should be offering namaz. However, the hijab, there are very clear directions. So let's not, I would suggest, and I think the court is also going to
very important point, ma'am, because just now that is the point that we were debating. I just want you to elaborate on the point you just made. Which are these clear directions? Because Zina Shaukat Ali says there is no inviolable injunction. Please clarify on that point.
See, the limitation of what should be covered and what should be uncovered, number one, and number two, the thickness of the cloth. So these are two important aspects, and it's not the hijab that is. The hijab is just a literal construct. It is actually aura. What are the physical limitations of your body that are allowed to be viewed in public? So again, if you had let me complete my sentence, I would have said, let's not go into what the Quran says. Let's just stick to what the Constitution says. And as far as the CDC is concerned, the court is just making an inquiry, and the petitioners are submitting that even if the CDC were empowered to make laws regarding uniforms in schools, are they allowed to make a law that abrogates their fundamental rights?
No, before I go across to other panelists, I want Zina Shaukat Ali to come in on this, because you made a very forceful point that there is no inviolable injunction in the Quran as far as the wearing of the hijab is concerned. Other panelists says that don't look at the Quran, look at the Constitution. So who will define then what is essential religious practice? Zina Shaukat Ali.
You see, when we're looking at, just now, at this point of time, that's a very important question. But what are we looking at this point of time? Is this the hijab an essential religious practice in the sense that it is being practiced today and, what the courts are going into? So here, there is no injunction. Yes, you cover yourself, and you cover yourself well. You cover your private part. The word used is your private part, your sexual parts. You cover them. And there is no doubt about that for both men and women. And when women go out, do not expose your private part. And you cover yourself decently. Now, that has no larger definition. As far as prayer is concerned, as far as namaz is concerned, the word is salat, and the word is connection with God. And the word is, how does one perform this? You have to understand that in the Abrahamic tradition, there was a routine, a line, when the religion has come, it's called an Abrahamic tradition because the traditions of Hazrat Ibrahim.
All right, I have to interrupt at the moment. The Prime Minister is speaking on the campaign trail in Jalandhar. Let's cut across live to that.
मंच पर विराजमान सभी वरिष्ठ महानुभाव, मैं आज मंच पर भी और इधर सामने भी कई पुराने हमारे साथियों को देख रहा था। बहुत दिनों के बाद सबका दर्शन करने का मुझे मौका मिला। मैं बहुत आनंद अनुभव कर रहा था। सब चेहरे पुराने पुराने मुझे आज नजर आ रहे हैं और कैप्टन साहब ने भी याद करवाया कि पंजाब केसरी का वीर शहीदों के नाम एक कार्यक्रम रेगुलर चलता था। विजय जी से मेरी बहुत पुरानी दोस्ती रही, तो मैं हर बार उनके इस कार्यक्रम में आता था। और वो सही बात है, कैप्टन साहब से उस समय मेरा निकट परिचय आया। एक बार वाजपेयी जी के साथ भी मेरा आना हुआ, लेकिन पंजाब की धरती के साथ मेरा बहुत जुड़ाव रहा है, आप जानते हैं। साथियों, गुरुओं, पीरों, फकीरों, महान क्रांतिकारियों और जनरलों की धरती पर आना अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा सुख है। मैं सभी गुरुओं को प्रणाम करते हुए जालंधर की धरती से शक्तिपीठ देवी तालाब की देवी माता त्रिपुर मालिनी को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। आज मेरी इच्छा थी कि इस कार्यक्रम के बाद देवी जी के चरणों में जाकर के नमन करूं, देवी जी का आशीर्वाद लूं, लेकिन यहां के प्रशासन ने, यहां की पुलिस ने हाथ ऊपर कर दिया। उन्होंने कहा हम व्यवस्था नहीं कर पाएंगे, आप हेलीकॉप्टर से ही चले जाइए। अब ये हाल है सरकार का यहां। लेकिन मैं मां के पास दोबारा जरूर आऊंगा, मां के चरणों में सर झुका के रहूंगा। मैं बाबा बंदा सिंह बहादुर, महाराजा रणजीत सिंह, लाला लाजपत राय, वीर शहीद भगत सिंह जी, शहीद उधम सिंह जी और दोआबदा गांधी पंडित मूलराज शर्मा जी के चरणों में श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। आज जम्मू कश्मीर के पुलवामा में हुए आतंकी हमले की हमारे वीर शहीदों की तीसरी बरसी है। मैं पंजाब की धरती से भारत मां के वीर शहीदों के चरणों में श्रद्धापूर्वक सर झुकाता हूं। अभी 16 फरवरी को संत रविदास जी की भी जयंती है और मेरा सौभाग्य है कि जिस काशी से मैं लोकसभा का सदस्य चुना गया हूं, उस काशी में रविदास जी की स्मृति में एक बहुत बड़ा निर्माण कार्य आगे बढ़ रहा है। कुछ ही वर्षों में रविदास जी का वो भव्य स्थान, जैसे इन दिनों आप विश्वनाथ धाम को देख रहे हैं, वैसा ही भव्य संत रविदास जी का स्थान बनाने का संकल्प लेकर के मेरे लिए सौभाग्य है, मुझे ये सेवा करने का भी सौभाग्य मिला है। मैं आज संत रविदास जी के चरणों में भी श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। भाइयों और बहनों, अभी कैप्टन साहब भी बता रहे थे, ढिंडसा साहब भी बता रहे थे, यहां करीब सब लोग ऐसे हैं जिनके साथ मुझे काम करने का मौका मिला है, मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखने का मौका मिला है। पंजाब से मेरा बहुत भावात्मक जुड़ाव रहा है। पंजाब ने मुझे तब रोटी खिलाई है जब मैं बीजेपी के साधारण कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर यहां गांव-गांव में भटकता था, काम करता था। उस समय पंजाब ने मुझे संभाला हुआ है। पंजाब ने मुझे इतना कुछ दिया है कि मैं इसका कर्ज उतारने के लिए जितनी सेवा करता हूं, मुझे उतनी ही और मेहनत करने का मन करता है। अब मेरी ये सेवा नवा पंजाब के संकल्प के साथ जुड़ गई है। बीते वर्षों में आप सभी ने देश के लिए मेरी मेहनत देखी है। हम देश के लिए जो संकल्प लेते हैं, वो संकल्प को हम प्रकल्प बनाते हैं और प्रकल्प को परिपूर्ण करने के लिए जीवन खपा देते हैं। पंजाब में एनडीए गठबंधन की सरकार बनेगी और ये पक्का है, अब पंजाब में एनडीए सरकार बनने जा रही है। पंजाब में विकास का नया अध्याय शुरू होगा और इसका विश्वास पंजाब के एक व्यक्ति को, खास करके मेरे नौजवानों को मैं ये विश्वास देने के लिए आया हूं कि आपके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए हमारे प्रयास में कोई कमी नहीं रहने देंगे। साथियों, आज पूरा देश मिलकर नए भारत के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। नया भारत तब बनेगा जब इस दशक में नवा पंजाब बनेगा। नवा पंजाब जिसमें विरासत भी होगी, विकास भी होगा। नवा पंजाब जो कर्ज से मुक्त होगा, अवसरों से युक्त होगा। नवा पंजाब जहां हर दलित भाई बहन को मान मिलेगा, सम्मान मिलेगा, हर स्तर पर उचित भागीदारी मिलेगी। नवा पंजाब जहां भ्रष्टाचार और माफियाओं के लिए जगह नहीं होगी, कानून का ही राज होगा। इसलिए पंजाब का नया नारा है, नवा पंजाब भाजपा दे नाल। नवा पंजाब, नवा पंजाब, नवा पंजाब नई टीम दे नाल। नवा पंजाब नई टीम दे नाल। ये नई टीम विकास के डबल इंजन की है। जब एक इंजन सेंटर का हो और दूसरा इंजन सूबे का लगेगा, जब दोनों इंजन पूरे 5 साल चलेंगे तो पंजाब भी डबल ताकत से आगे बढ़ेगा। मुझे खुशी है कि आप पंजाब में बदलाव के लिए अभूतपूर्व उत्साह दिख रहा है। पंजाब न अब बंटवारावादियों का साथ देगा, न अवसरवादियों को मौका देगा। पंजाब अब भाजपा के नेतृत्व वाले गठबंधन को मौका देगा। साथियों, पंजाब की धरती वो धरती है जिसने देश को दिशा दी है, देश को हौसला दिया है। जब हमारे समाज में अंधियारा आया तो गुरु नानक देव जी जैसे गुरु आए। गुरु अर्जुन देव और गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी जैसे गुरुओं ने देश और धर्म की हिफाजत की। जब देश भूख और भूखमरी की चपेट में आया तो पंजाब ने हरित क्रांति से देश का पेट भरा। लेकिन जिन लोगों को पंजाब की पहचान में आस्था नहीं है, वो अपने सियासी हितों के लिए इसे तबाह करने पर तुले हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, हमारा पंजाब सीमावर्ती राज्य है। इसकी सुरक्षा, इसकी शांति देश की एकता अखंडता के लिए जरूरी है। इसलिए पंजाब को एक ऐसी सरकार की जरूरत है जो देश की सुरक्षा के लिए गंभीरतापूर्वक कदम उठाए और राज्य को सुरक्षा दे। कांग्रेस का इतिहास गवाह है कि वो कभी पंजाब के लिए काम नहीं कर सकती, और जो काम करना भी चाहता है वो उसको आगे हजार रोड़े खड़े कर देती है। और अभी अभी कांग्रेस के नेताओं के बयान से पता चलता है कि उन्होंने कैप्टन साहब को क्यों हटाया। उन्होंने खुद कहा है कि पंजाब सरकार को हम नहीं चलाते थे, कैप्टन साहब की सरकार को दिल्ली के नेता कह रहे हम नहीं चलाते थे, भारत सरकार चला रही थी। इसका मतलब यह हुआ कि कांग्रेस की सारी सरकारें रिमोट कंट्रोल से चलती है, दिल्ली से एक परिवार चलाता है, संविधान के आधार पर वो राज्य सरकारें नहीं चलती है। और कैप्टन साहब ने फेडरलिज्म के सिद्धांत के अनुसार अगर भारत सरकार के साथ मिलकर के काम किया और भारत सरकार ने अगर पंजाब के साथ मिलकर के काम किया तो भारत के संविधान के अनुरूप काम किया कि नहीं किया भाई? किया कि नहीं किया? हमने संविधान का आदर किया कि नहीं किया? हमने फेडरलिज्म का आदर किया कि नहीं किया? यहां कांग्रेस के नेता आकर के कहते थे कि कैप्टन साहब हमारी नहीं सुनते थे, भारत सरकार से, भारत सरकार और कैप्टन साहब की सरकार मिलकर के पंजाब को आगे बढ़ाना चाहती थी, ये रोड़े अटकाते थे। और जब रोड़े अटकाने की उनकी ताकत इतनी बढ़ गई कि आखिर उन्होंने कैप्टन साहब को ही विदा कर दिया। भाइयों बहनों, हम पंजाब के लिए सरकार किसी की भी हो, हम फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर में विश्वास करते हैं। हिंदुस्तान के हर राज्य का भला करना ये भारत सरकार का दायित्व है। हमने प्रयास किया, लेकिन कोई परिवार रिमोट कंट्रोल से सरकारें चलाए, संविधान की परवाह न करे, तब तो देश में तनाव ही पैदा होगा, और यही काम ये परिवार कर रहा है। भाइयों बहनों, हमारे गुरुओं ने, संतों ने कहा है, पाप का घड़ा जब भरता है तो फूटता भी है, और कांग्रेस को उसके कर्मों की सजा मिल ही रही है। आप देखिए आज कांग्रेस पार्टी की क्या गति है। आज उनकी अपनी ही पार्टी बिखर रही है। कांग्रेस के ही लोग अपने नेताओं की सारी पोल पट्टी खोल रहे हैं। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, आपस में लड़ रहे लोग पंजाब को स्थिर सरकार दे पाएंगे क्या? पूरी ताकत से जवाब दीजिए। स्थिर सरकार दे पाएंगे क्या? पंजाब का भला कर पाएंगे क्या? पंजाब के सपने पूरे कर पाएंगे क्या? अपनी कुर्सी बचाने में जुटे ये लोग पंजाब का विकास कर पाएंगे क्या? साथियों, आजादी के बाद इतने दशकों में पंजाब के पास कम ही विकल्प रहे। हम जब अकाली दल के साथ थे, और आज अकाली दल का एक दूसरा रूप ढींडसा साहब के नेतृत्व में हमारे साथ आज भी है, हम जब अकाली दल के साथ थे तो उन्हें बड़ा भाई मानकर हमेशा हमने अपनी छोटी भूमिका को स्वीकार किया था। दिल में सिर्फ एक ही बात थी, जिस बात में पंजाब का भला होगा वही करेंगे। एक समय ऐसा था, अकाली दल के पास पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं था, भाजपा के लोगों के समर्थन के बिना अकाली की सरकार नहीं चल सकती थी। और उस स्थिति में कुदरती न्याय तो ये कहता था कि डिप्टी सीएम बीजेपी का बनना चाहिए था। मेरा साथी मनोरंजन कालिया डिप्टी सीएम बनने के हकदार थे, लेकिन उस समय भी हमारे साथ अन्याय हुआ। बादल साहब ने अपने बेटे को ही डिप्टी सीएम बना दिया। उसके बावजूद भी पंजाब की भलाई के लिए हमारे पास ज्यादा एमएलए थे, सरकार घर जा सकती थी। हमने वो पाप नहीं किया, क्योंकि हमारे दिल में सिर्फ और सिर्फ पंजाब का उज्जवल भविष्य है। पंजाब का भला हो, पंजाबियों का भला हो, पंजाबियत अमर रहे, इसके लिए हमने अपने राजनीतिक हकों को भी दरकिनार करके पंजाब की चिंता की है। भाइयों बहनों, लेकिन पहली बार बीजेपी सबसे बड़े और भरोसेमंद विकल्प के रूप में, एक सही विकल्प के रूप में आज पंजाब के सामने आई है। पंजाब एक बार बीजेपी को मौका देगा तो बीजेपी पंजाब का कल्याण करके देगी, ये मैं आपको विश्वास देता हूं। और मुझे खुशी है कि अब हमारे साथ कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह जी जैसा, ढींडसा साहब जैसा एक प्रभावी अनुभवी नेतृत्व भी हमारे साथ जुड़ गया है। पंजाब को हम मिलकर के आगे बढ़ाएंगे। साथियों, जालंधर पंजाब का इतना बड़ा औद्योगिक सेंटर है। देश में करीब 70% स्पोर्ट्स के सामान जालंधर में बनते हैं। यहां के उद्योगों के लिए, एमएसएमई के लिए कितनी संभावनाएं हैं। हम जब वोकल फॉर लोकल कहते हैं तो जालंधर के हर उत्पादों को एक ताकत देते हैं। लेकिन कभी कांग्रेस के मुंह से वोकल फॉर लोकल सुना क्या आपने? सुना क्या? अब उसमें कोई बीजेपी है क्या? वो आपका सामान, उसका सम्मान बढ़े, आप जो पैदावार करते हैं उसकी ताकत बढ़े, तो उसमें कांग्रेस का जाता क्या है? लेकिन वो भी, उसके लिए भी उनके पेट में दर्द होता है। भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस की नीतियों ने यहां की इंडस्ट्रीज को तबाह कर दिया, रोजगार खत्म कर दिया। इस हालात को भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार ही बदल सकती है। अभी पंजाब में व्यापार कारोबार को जिस तरह माफियाओं के कब्जे में दे दिया गया है, ये खेल भाजपा सरकार में नहीं चलने दिया जाएगा। भाजपा की सरकार में यहां का व्यापारी बिना किसी अत्याचार के, बिना किसी खौफ के अपना व्यापार करेगा। इस बात का मैं आप सब पंजाब वासियों को भरोसा देने आया हूं। भाइयों बहनों, देश में आज जहां जहां डबल इंजन की सरकार है, वहां डबल तेजी से विकास हो रहा है। डबल इंजन की सरकार गरीबों को बिना भेदभाव पक्का घर बनाकर दे रही है। डबल इंजन की सरकार गरीबों को बिना भेदभाव मुफ्त वैक्सीन लगवा रही है। डबल इंजन की सरकार गरीबों को बिना भेदभाव मुफ्त राशन दे रही है। डबल इंजन की सरकार बिना भेदभाव गांव का भी विकास कर रही है और शहरों का भी विकास कर रही है। डबल इंजन की सरकार पंजाब में ज्यादा तेजी से सड़कें बनवाएगी, ज्यादा तेजी से पंजाब में आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण करेगी। भाजपा सरकार आएगी तो जालंधर समेत इस पूरे क्षेत्र में कनेक्टिविटी को बढ़ाया जाएगा, उद्योगों को गति देने के लिए काम किया जाएगा। भाइयों बहनों, डबल इंजन की सरकार विशेषकर छोटे किसानों की छोटी छोटी जरूरतों पर ध्यान दे रही है। आज पंजाब के 23 लाख से ज्यादा किसानों के खाते में 23 लाख से ज्यादा किसान, अकेले मैं पंजाब की बात कर रहा हूं, 23 लाख से ज्यादा किसानों के खातों में किसान सम्मान निधि का पैसा सीधा उनके बैंक में जमा हो रहा है। किसानों से एमएसपी पर फसल खरीदी भी भाजपा सरकार ने 2 गुनी से ज्यादा बढ़ाई है। हमने ये भी सुनिश्चित किया कि खरीद का पैसा सीधे किसानों के बैंक खातों में जाए। कोरोना की वजह से वैश्विक बाजार में खाद के दाम बढ़े, लेकिन हमने पूरी ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया कि ये इतना बड़ा बोझ आया है, हिंदुस्तान की तिजोरी पर बहुत भयंकर बोझ आया है, लेकिन ये बोझ हम किसानों के माथे नहीं जाने देंगे। हमने किसानों को वो बोझ ट्रांसफर नहीं किया, सरकार की तिजोरी खाली की, लेकिन किसानों को खाद उसी दाम से देते रहे जो पहले हम देते थे। सारा बोझ हमने सहन किया। साथियों, डबल इंजन की सरकार किसानों की आय बढ़े, खेती पर होने वाला खर्च कम हो, इसके लिए काम करेगी। देश ने ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग और नेचुरल फार्मिंग की दिशा में भी बड़ा अभियान शुरू किया है। पंजाब में इसका ज्यादा से ज्यादा विस्तार धरती मां को भी बचाएगा और पंजाब के किसानों का फायदा भी करेगा। साथियों, आज एक तरफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए है, जिसकी विचारधारा पंजाब और पंजाबियत से जुड़ी है। हम गुरु नानक देव जी के 550वें प्रकाश पर्व और गुरु तेग बहादुर जी के 400वें प्रकाश पर्व को पूरे देश में और दुनिया में पूरे सम्मान के साथ मनाते हैं। हमने बाबा साहब आंबेडकर की 125वीं जयंती पूरे विश्व में मनाई थी। हम गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी के वीर साहिबजादों की स्मृति में 26 दिसंबर को वीर बाल दिवस की घोषणा करते हैं। हम बंटवारे की विभीषिका की याद में पंजाब पर वो गांव कितने गहरे हैं, वो पंजाब के लोग जितना जानते हैं, वो दिल्ली में बयानबाजी करने वालों को पता नहीं है। ये विभाजन की विभीषिका कितना घा पंजाब के सीने पर लगा है, उसको भी भुला दिया गया था। हमने तय किया उस विभीषिका की याद में 14 अगस्त को विभाजन विभीषिका स्मृति दिवस की हमने घोषणा की। लेकिन ये लोग पंजाब की विरासत को नजरअंदाज कर रहे हैं। ये लोग पंजाब की धरती पर लूट, खसोट, भ्रष्टाचार और माफियावाद की फसल उगा रहे हैं। साथियों, हम देश की सीमाओं को मजबूत करते हैं, सेनाओं को अधिकार देते हैं, लेकिन उनके नेता सेना के लोगों को गुंडा कहते हैं। हमारे सैनिकों की शहादत पर सवाल उठाते हैं। ऐसे लोगों की नीयत कटघरे में है, उनकी मंशा पर सवाल है। साथियों, पूरा पंजाब गवाह है कि हमने 1984 के सिख दंगों की जांच के लिए एसआईटी बनाई, उसके पीड़ितों की मदद की, लेकिन दंगे के आरोपियों को पार्टी में बड़े पद देकर कांग्रेस ने हमेशा आपके जख्मों पर नमक छिड़कने का काम किया है। कांग्रेस का कंट्रोल जिस परिवार के पास है, वो पंजाब से अपनी पुरानी दुश्मनी निकालता है। जब तक कांग्रेस उस परिवार के कब्जे में है, कभी भी पंजाब का भला कांग्रेस नहीं कर सकती है। साथियों, भाजपा सरकार अपने कामकाज के भरोसे चुनाव लड़ती है। जिनके पास कामकाज का हिसाब नहीं है, कुछ ऐसे लोग भी पंजाब में झूठ का खेल खेलने आ गए हैं। पंजाब में आकर ये पंजाब को नशा मुक्त करने की बात करते हैं और ये लोग खुद गली मोहल्ले में शराब के ठेके खुलवाने के एक्सपर्ट हैं। पंजाब को इनसे भी सतर्क रहना होगा। ये पंजाब को नशा माफियाओं के हवाले करना चाहते हैं। और आप लोग ये आप भी याद रखिए, ये वही लोग हैं जो सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पर सेना से सबूत मांग रहे थे, पाकिस्तान के सुर में सुर मिला रहे थे। साथियों, ये कैसे लोग हैं, इनका चरित्र कैसा है, मैं आपको बताता हूं। 2014 का जब चुनाव था, मैं गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री था और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मुझे प्रधानमंत्री पद का उम्मीदवार घोषित किया था और मैं चुनाव अभियान के लिए पूरे देश में दौड़ रहा था। राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के नाते वहां का काम भी करता था। एक दिन हुआ ऐसा कि मुझे पठानकोट आना था और पठानकोट से हेलीकॉप्टर लेके मुझे हिमाचल के दौरे पर जाना था। आप हैरान हो जाएंगे, कांग्रेस के नामदार, उनके युवराज, वो सिंपली एक पार्टी के एमपी थे और कुछ नहीं थे। उस दिन उनका भी अमृतसर के आसपास कहीं कोई कार्यक्रम था। मेरे हवाई जहाज को उड़ने नहीं दिया गया। मुझे पठानकोट पहुंचने में 1-1.5 घंटा देरी हुई। जब पठानकोट पहुंचा तो मेरे हेलीकॉप्टर को नहीं उड़ने दिया। क्यों? क्योंकि उनके युवराज पंजाब के किसी दूसरे कोने में आने वाले थे, इसलिए मुझे हवाई यात्रा करने से रोक दिया गया था। ऐसा सत्ता का दुरुपयोग एक परिवार के लिए कैसा होता था 2014 में। और हेलीकॉप्टर सूर्यास्त होने की तक ही चल सकता था, सूर्यास्त होने से पहले उड़ जाना पड़ता था। मेरे हिमाचल के 2 कार्यक्रम उस समय इतनी दौड़ धूप के बीच कैंसिल करने पड़े थे। इस प्रकार से अपने विरोधियों को रोकना, परेशान करना, ये कांग्रेस के कारनामे रहे हुए हैं भाइयों। इस प्रकार की परेशानियां हर विपक्ष को कांग्रेस पिछले 50-60 साल जब भी मौका मिला है यही करती रही है। साथियों, पंजाब की धरती से गुरु नानक देव जी ने हमें सिखाया था, मानस की जात सब एक ही पहचान दो, एक ही पहचान वो। हमारे गुरुओं ने समाज में कोई भेदभाव नहीं किया, धर्म की रक्षा के लिए बलिदान दिए। महाराजा रणजीत सिंह जी ने काशी में विश्वनाथ मंदिर के लिए सोना दिया और उसे सोने से मढ़वाकर उसका गौरव लौटाया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज उन्हीं आदर्शों को लेकर काम कर रही है। आज काशी में भव्य विश्वनाथ धाम एक बार फिर देश के प्राचीन गौरव का प्रतीक बनकर हमारे सामने है। भव्य अयोध्या की जिस भावना को हमारे आदि कवि महर्षि वाल्मीकि जी ने हमारे सामने रखा था, वो आज साकार हो रहा है। पंजाब में भी हमने करतारपुर कॉरिडोर का भव्य निर्माण करवाया है। स्वदेश दर्शन योजना के तहत पंजाब के पवित्र स्थानों को जोड़ते हुए हेरिटेज सर्किट का विकास किया जा रहा है। भाइयों और बहनों, जब हम विरासत को आगे बढ़ाते हैं, अपने पवित्र स्थलों पर सुविधाएं बढ़ाते हैं, तो इसका लाभ वहां के लोगों को ही होता है और देश भर से आने वाले यात्रियों को भी होता है। देश भर से जब श्रद्धालु वहां पहुंचते हैं तो किसी की रोजी रोटी बढ़ती है, किसी को रोजगार मिलता है। साथियों, पंजाब की सेवा वही पार्टी कर सकती है जो दल से ऊपर देश के लिए सोचती है, देश के लिए बात करती है। मैं पंजाब के लोगों को यह आश्वासन देना चाहता हूं, हम पंजाब के विकास के लिए कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। हम पंजाब के युवाओं के लिए, पंजाब की नशा मुक्ति के लिए कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। और मैं पंजाब के लोगों से एक बड़ा गंभीर सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। मेरी बात को गौर से सुनिए और जो माताएं बहनें यहां मुझे सुनने आई हैं और जो माताएं बहनें घर में टीवी पे मुझे सुन रही हो, तो मेरी बात को गौर से सुनिए। आप कल्पना कीजिए, आपके पास बंगलो है, गाड़ी है, खेत है, खलिहान है, अच्छी खासी कमाई है, सुख चैन की जिंदगी है, कोई कमी भगवान ने रखी नहीं है, कोई कमी गुरु महाराजों ने रहने नहीं दी है, सब कुछ है। कल्पना कीजिए, लेकिन आपका जवान बेटा नशे की लत पे चढ़ गया, उसमें ही अगर डूब गया, मेरी माताएं बहनें मुझे बताएं, ये मिलकत आपकी किस काम आएगी? ये बंगला किस काम आएगा? ये गाड़ी किस काम आएगी? अगर बेटा बर्बाद हो गया तो आपके लिए क्या बचेगा? आपके संतान बर्बाद हो गए तो आपके लिए क्या बचेगा? क्या मेरी माताओं बहनों को उन्होंने जो अपने संतानों के लिए सपने देखे हैं, उन सपनों को पूरा करने के लिए हमें एक माहौल बनाना जरूरी है कि नहीं है? नशे से मुक्ति का अभियान हर मां, हर परिवार को बचाना, उनके सपनों को साकार करने के लिए जरूरी है कि नहीं है? भाइयों बहनों, ये मुहिम किसी के खिलाफ नहीं है। दिल में बड़ा दर्द होता है। मैंने पंजाब की धरती पर काम किया है। पंजाब का मुझ पे कर्ज है, मैं कर्ज चुकाना चाहता हूं। मैं इस युवा पीढ़ी को बचाना चाहता हूं। दोस्तों, मेरी माताओं बहनों, मैं आपके दुख को समझता हूं। मैं आपको, संतानों को एक सुरक्षा का वातावरण देना चाहता हूं। आप मुझे आशीर्वाद दीजिए, पंजाब के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आशीर्वाद दीजिए, हमारी नई पीढ़ी के लिए आशीर्वाद दीजिए। ये सत्ता का खेल नहीं है, न ही सत्ता की भूख है। आपने मुझे प्रधानमंत्री बना दिया है। अरे लोग 6-6 महीने प्रधानमंत्री रह करके भी जिंदगी में बहुत संतोष अनुभव करते हैं। मुझे तो आपने 2-2 बार बनाया है। मैं आपके लिए मेरी जिंदगी खपाना चाहता हूं। मैं अपने सुख के लिए नहीं हूं, मैं आपके सपनों के लिए हूं। मैं आपके सपनों को साकार करने के लिए हूं। और इसलिए अगले 5 साल नवा पंजाब का समय होगा। 20 तारीख को इसी संकल्प के साथ एनडीए को जिताने के लिए वोट देना है। आप सबको घर घर जाना है। जाएंगे, घर घर जाएंगे, लोगों को समझाएंगे, इन संकल्पों की बात बताएंगे, नवा पंजाब बनाएंगे, भारी मतदान करवाएंगे। मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। दोनों मुट्ठी बंद करके मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not banditing. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You asking whether he should lead? I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है।
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic.
Good evening. Here with the news here on Times Now. Maldas Gopal Krishnan. First, a quick look at the headlines. Petitioners once again put patriarchy on a pedestal by calling wearing hijab an essential practice in Islam. Hearing to continue in the High Court tomorrow. Curbs imposed on protests in Udupi, but radical group incites, claiming judiciary pressure. Is it another bid to create unrest again?
रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
Congress MLA Zamir Ahmed sparks big row ahead of hijab hearing, defends regressive mindset, says rate of rapes in India high because women don't wear the hijab.
ये नया भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath makes fiery comment over hijab row, says constitution not Shariat will be followed. Dream of Ghazwa-e-Hind will not come true even till Qayamat. Big setback to the Stalin government. Top court refuses to stay the CBI investigation in the Lavanya case. Asks Tamil Nadu government not to make it a prestige issue by opposing the High Court order.
कि जो जवान हमारे साथ ड्यूटी कर रहे थे वो आज उस कंडीशन
BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof.
Third anniversary of dastardly Pulwama attack. Opposition continues to doubt the valor of our braves. Now KCR joins the Saboot gang. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the Saboot gang, claims some in opposition insulted the valor of our braves by seeking proof of surgical strike on Pakistan.
2, 1, 0.
ISRO successfully launches the Earth Observation Satellite. The space agency's workhorse launch vehicle PSLV placed the 3 satellites into the intended orbit. Stock markets witness a sharp plunge amidst a global sell-off across all sectors. Sensex tanks over 1,700 points. Nifty sinks below 16,900. Russia-Ukraine tensions grow. India steers clear of conflict but closely monitors the situation. Delhi mulls diplomatic options. After France, now Germany intervenes to build consensus. And the hijab hearing is to resume at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. That's the breaking update coming in. But in fact, there's been a lot that has been discussed within the courts today. Let's quickly go for a roundup to Deepak. Deepak, a lot of questions are coming in from the court as far as several aspects. One is, what is an essential practice? And also, in fact, demanding that has anything been codified in the Quran that, you know, that would make it violative or some kind of an inviolable injunction that has been given as far as the practice of wearing hijab is concerned. That, as well as the fact that MLAs are part of committees, some of the arguments that were put forth by the petitioner's lawyer before the bench today.
Yes, Madhav, that's a very key aspect of the hearing that's been taking place, and in fact over the last few days that has been brought up time and again. This was brought up by Justice Krishna Dikshit while he was hearing the matter alone. It was brought up once again while the 3-judge bench is hearing this particular matter, whether wearing of a hijab is essential to Islam and whether it's an essential religious practice in Islam, and also whether everything that's written in the in the Quran is whether all of it should be mandatory to be practiced. So these are aspects that were asked of the petitioner. There were some quotations or citations that were made from the Quran. Apart from that, verdicts of the Kerala High Court. They were also bringing in the matter that was debated, and also an order that was pronounced in Malaysia as well. So a lot of aspects, of course, now are being brought into this particular matter, and because this matter is so very important, you will of course look at many more citations probably coming in from the Supreme Court as well. As today itself, in one of the aspects, the court itself asked if there is a Supreme Court hearing in this particular matter, and the petitioner saying that they will come back with that particular aspect. Now, most importantly, today, if you look at the petitioner's argument, it is mainly that they are now requesting somewhere that a middle ground be reached, because they're not very satisfied with this interim order that's in place. They are saying that even if the headscarf of the same color of the uniform is allowed, and that would be more than sufficient. They've also here said that many of these students since admission have been wearing hijab. So all of these elements, of course, are going to be very interesting how it will be taken up in court, and what the court really makes of it towards the end of it. The government side of the arguments, of course, still remain. Tomorrow, once again, at 2:30, the hearing resumes. Again, the aspect of whether day-to-day hearings are going to continue as well is probably going to come up tomorrow. We'll have to see when the hearing really concludes, and if by the end of the week, if we are going to really look at any sort of judgment. But if you look at the veracity of this case, it looks like it could take much longer, and during that time, it is really up to these school and college managements to ensure that the situation is controlled within the campuses, and we don't see any sort of untoward incidents. Today, of course, we've seen small instances of students wearing hijab, going into the campus, not being allowed, asked to take out hijabs outside the campus, and then some of them walking out. Right now the High Court directive is pretty clear that their interim order applies to those colleges where there is a college development committee which has prescribed a uniform, and this aspect applies to the classroom. So probably these college and school managements could take in some of these directives and probably impose these rules inside the classrooms, instead of having students stand outside the campuses, telling them to take off the hijab. It is of course creating a little bit of confusion. Probably better management at the micro level could help contain the situation in a far better manner.
Also, Deepak, take us through who all are the lawyers in this case, because we understand that before the matter was adjourned for the day today, the court took note of various lawyers who are yet to make their submissions. How long on the basis of that can we expect these day-to-day hearings to go on before the court finally, of course, comes up with its decision in this matter?
Well, mainly Mr. Kamath, of course, is arguing on behalf of the protesting girls, and we've also had another advocate, Tahir, who's also part of the petitioners. We've also had Mr. Hegde as well, who's part of the petitioners from the government's end. We've had a couple of lawyers, including Mr. Sajan Puaya, who represents the College Development Committee. Their side of the arguments, of course, still to be presented. A lot of arguments will come up tomorrow as well. So probably now we'll look at a day-to-day hearing as well, if it is requested by the advocates. But considering how big this particular matter is, considering the fact that Karnataka High Court already is burdened with a lot of backlog in terms of cases, the judges themselves, of course, have to squeeze out time for this particular hearing, because it's not a single bench, it's a 3-judge bench. All of them need to find a time and sit down, hear this particular matter, and probably hearing it day to day probably could also result in a faster verdict, which could find a solution to this impasse. So all of this needs to be looked into. So it's going to be very interesting how tomorrow things pan out inside the Karnataka High Court in this particular hearing.
All right, Deepak, I'd like to thank you for joining us with all those updates as far as this particular case is concerned. We'll continue to track this case for sure in the courts tomorrow. And moving on, in the midst of a raging debate on the hijab, there's a bizarre logic that has been given by a Congress leader, that is in fact the party MLA Zamir Ahmed, who has said that not following the hijab system is leading to increase in rape cases. The BJP is lashed out of the Congress, daring Priyanka to slam the leader.
तो आप बता रहे हैं कि जो लोग सब लड़कियों को इंडिया में हिजाब पहनना चाहिए तब रेप नहीं होगा क्या?
सबको जो हिफाजत से रहना सबको पहनना करके नहीं बोलता नहीं, कंपलसरी पहनना करके। अभी मुसलमान के अंदर भी जो है हर एक दिन हिजाब पहनना नहीं, जिसको अपनी फिक्र होती, जिसको डर रहता है, जिसको अपनी खूबसूरत के सामने वाले को नहीं दिखाना चाहिए, वो हिजाब पहनते, जिसको पहनना पहनो, नहीं पहनो।
तो आपको लगता है कि कोई जो लड़की हिजाब पहनी हुई लड़की विक्टिम नहीं हो सकती?
हिजाब
क्योंकि
पहनने से क्या है तो उसका सेफ साइड होता है उसका। अभी बुरी नजर किसी की पड़ती नहीं।
हिजाब मतलब मुसलमान के अंदर, इमाम के अंदर गोशा पर्दा बोलते हैं। वो शायद उनके घर में औरत बच्ची है नहीं मालूम है मेरे को, अगर औरत बच्ची होता तो मालूम होता था। ये हिजाब रखने का मतलब क्या है? ये हिजाब क्या, औरत बच्ची जो होती है, जो बड़ी होने के बाद जो है उनको गोशे पर्दे में रखते हैं, यानी उसकी खूबसूरती होती है। अब उसकी खूबसूरती दिखना नहीं चाहिए, उसकी खूबसूरती छुपाने के लिए वो रखा जाता है। आज आप देखे होंगे कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
India is run by constitution laid by Ambedkar ji, not by Maulanas, not by the laws laid by Maulanas. Arif Muhammad Khan is categorically stating that there's nothing like hijab in the Quran. So, but they have to build up some rationale for hijab, and that's why they keep doing this. I mean, now rape won't happen because of hijab. And the girl who happened to be spearheading this, there are other pictures of that girl wearing special sort of jeans and in other dresses also. So it's just all because of the elections, and all tend to push an agenda, push a narrative within the country.
It's a very sad remark from a responsible elected representative. Majority of the women in India do not wear hijab. Only those who believe in Islam, they are wearing hijab. Does it mean to say the others are getting raped or sexually harassed? This kind of provocative statement vitiate the atmosphere. I appeal to him to be more responsible and work towards the normalization of the situation.
We're going to slip into a very quick break now. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Over 30 years, they have been your ears on the ground. They have tracked every election, every historic victory, every rising star, every surprising twist. For 30 years, they have witnessed Indian democracy dance. Be a part of history. Don't miss March 10. Be with Times Now, India's election news headquarters.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states.
To pay tribute to martyred CRPF Jawans who lost their lives in the Pulwama terror attack, students and youth of Lolab Valley in Kupwara district of North Kashmir organized a protest rally at Trusan and Dherian to condemn the Pak-sponsored terrorism in Kashmir. That's the information coming in. Let's go across to Sohail for more on this. Sohail, in fact, students there protesting in Kupwara there against, the attack and the rise of terrorism, the terrorist attack, I beg your pardon, and of course also paying tribute to the martyred CRPF Jawans who lost their lives in the Pulwama terror attack.
Well, correctly, the students and local residents in North Kashmir's Lolab area, they took out this protest march to condemn terrorism, and precisely they took out this rally to pay tributes to CRPF Jawans who lost their lives 3 years ago on this day in Pulwama terror attack. The students and the locals and the residents of this area paid tributes, and we have seen throughout the day several functions were held across Jammu and Kashmir, in fact in Kashmir Valley, to pay tributes to all CRPF Jawans who laid their lives for the nation in this particular terror attack. And even political parties, in fact Bharatiya Janata Party and several other small political parties, they visited the support and paid floral tributes to martyrs.
All right, stay with us. In fact, Sohail, as India salutes the supreme sacrifice, doubters strike again. On the 3rd anniversary, KCR echoes Rahul and seeks proof of the surgical strike.
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi on asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking. Come on, let the government of India show It is a responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king.
Prime Minister Modi has slammed the army doubters. Listen in.
हम देश की सीमाओं को मजबूत करते हैं, सेनाओं को अधिकार देते हैं, लेकिन उनके नेता सेना के लोगों को गुंडा कहते हैं। हमारे सैनिकों की शहादत पर सवाल उठाते हैं। ऐसे लोगों की नीयत कटघरे में है, उनकी मनसा पर सवाल है। और आप लोग ये आप भी याद रखिए, ये वही लोग हैं जो सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पर सेना से सबूत मांग रहे थे, पाकिस्तान के सुर में सुर मिला रहे थे।
Mr. KCR, the Chief Minister of Telangana, on a day when we are commemorating the anniversary of Pulwama, when we are paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama, goes ahead and questions the surgical strike, demands proof for surgical strike, only and only to defend Rahul Gandhi's atrocious commentary against the Indian Army, calling the surgical strike Khoon ki Dalali, and the most shocking act by a chief minister, and only because he wants to target Himanta Biswa Sarma. To echo the line of Pakistan, this has become the DNA of certain political parties like the Congress and KCR and his party.
All right, and in fact, even as the doubter lobby, in fact, raises questions as far as proof is concerned, they must listen in to these braves for whom the nation comes first. They appeal to netas to not politicize surgical strike.
The second surgical strike was carried out by Air Force. They were able to decimate Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. I am right now at here at the Channi CRPF center. It was from this place on that fateful morning when the bus had left along with the 40 CRPF personnel. It reached Lethpura. That was the time when suicide bomber banged into the vehicle and 40 CRPF personnel lost their lives. Right now I am joined by senior CRPF officer Kamal Sisodia. I'll be talking to her. Today is a very important day that everybody is paying homage. 1.3 billion Indians are paying homage to these CRPF martyrs.
Jai Hind, myself Kamal Sisodia from 76 Battalion CRPF. Today, it's definitely a great day to reckon upon and memorize the sacrifices of martyrs of Pulwama, where the 40 brave men of CRPF laid down their lives for the altar of their duties. And out of them, 5 martyrs were from our battalion, that is 76 Battalion from Jammu Channi Himmat. At one point of time where the people in the world are celebrating Valentine's Day on 14th February, we, the soldiers of the nation, and so many our citizens of India, we are all paying homage to the martyrs of Pulwama.
आज अपने लोगों को याद कर रहे हैं, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
भाई हमारे जवान को जो अटैक हुआ है वो पीछे से हुआ है, सामने से होता तो उनको अच्छा रिस्पांस करते। और दूसरा ये शहीदों पे जो पॉलिटिक्स होती है वो नहीं होनी चाहिए, इससे हम लोगों को बहुत हर्ट होता है।
उस टाइम का जो माहौल है, जो उस टाइम का, वो तो आज भी बड़ा दुख लगता है सर उस चीज़ को देख के कि जो जवान हमारे साथ ड्यूटी कर रहे थे वो आज उस कंडीशन सर जिन्होंने सर हमारे लिए खुद यहाँ से मिठाई का और उसका एक साथ हमने जो जश्न देखा था कि इकट्ठे बैठ के मनाएंगे, और वो इस हाल में मनाने बड़ा बहुत ही दर्दनाक और उस बड़ा घटना हुई। जैसे ही मेरे को फ़ोन पर पता चला और मैंने इनको फ़ोन करने की कोशिश की तो ऑलरेडी सर इनका फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ, और जैसे पता चले तो बड़ी ही जैसे कि शरीर बिल्कुल साथ है दिए नहीं सर।
Moving on to news coming in. As far as COVID is concerned, India's daily tally of COVID-19 cases continues to be on a decline. 34,113 new cases were recorded in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate is now at 3.19%. Meanwhile, Delhi reported 804 fresh COVID cases with positivity rate of 1.5%. For the first time in the third wave, weekly deaths from COVID-19 witnessed a decline across the country. India reported around 3,300 fatalities in the last week. As per official reports, India does not have immediate plans to allow COVID-19 booster vaccine doses for all adults. Will also hold off immunizing children between 5 and 15 years of age till there's authoritative scientific evidence. Keeping in mind the decreasing trend in COVID-19 cases, the Delhi government reopened schools for primary and middle sections from today. We're slipping into a very quick break. More news and updates in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Thinking of millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in 2 boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी 2 कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You're asking whether he should lead. I think
Can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching Times Now, India's election news headquarters. Viewers with a strong narrative built around the issues ranging from Kisan, agriculture, caste, communal polarization, what have you, even COVID fight back. Phase 2 polling to 55 assembly constituencies spread across 9 districts in western and Rohilkhand region of Uttar Pradesh is underway. In fact, one more hour, in another 30-40 minutes, the polling will come to an end. And this is the biggest coverage of what's happening on the ground. Let me quickly open this up. Akanksha, Mohit, Mayank, Arunil, all joining us live. Akanksha is standing by in Bareilly. Akanksha, you've been speaking to people there. What are the main issues on which people lined up today to vote?
Key issues here on which people relied while voting here were employment, development, women's security and law and order, just like any other assembly constituency in Uttar Pradesh. Now BJP is saying that they have fulfilled all the promises in the last 5 years, but opposition is denying it and saying that the present government needs to go and it needs a little change. We'll go across and speak to few people here who, some of them also faced issues while casting their vote. Sir, अभी आपने वोट दिया है, आपको कोई इशू फेस हुआ है इसमें?
नहीं मैम, मुझे तो अभी कोई इशू ऐसा फेस नहीं हुआ है, बट थोड़ा सा लग रहा था कि
किन मुद्दों पे यहाँ, किन मुद्दों के आधार पे यहाँ वोट कास्ट किया?
देखिए, मैंने यहाँ पे विकास के नाम पे वोट किया है और जो इस वक्त महंगाई है बहुत ज़्यादा चरण पे चल रही है और पेट्रोल आज 100 रुपये लीटर करीब पहुंच रहा है और थोड़ा सा रेट डाउन इंक्रीज होना चाहिए।
ऑल राइट मैम, आई विल जस्ट स्पीक टू यू। आप अभी अंदर बात कर रहे थे कि आपको कोई इशू फेस हुआ है अपना वोट कास्ट करते हुए, क्या है आप थोड़ा बताइए।
नहीं, ऐसा कोई इशू नहीं था, बस ये था कि उन लोगों ने एक साथ 4 लोग अंदर थे। जनरली एक वोट करता है फिर दूसरा एंटर करता है, लेकिन अंदर 4 लोग थे तो फिर मुझे ये लगा कि किस वजह से 4 लोग अंदर हैं, क्या इशू है, इसलिए बस।
विमेन सिक्योरिटी की बरेली में हम बात करें तो आप कितने संतुष्ट हैं उससे? पिछले 5 साल में आप जब घर से बाहर कदम रखते हैं तो आपको कैसा लगता है, आपको सेफ फील होता है या नहीं बरेली में?
देखिए, बरेली में ऐसा कोई वैसा वो नहीं था कि मतलब थोड़ा सेफ था, लेकिन हम और स्टेट्स में देखें, वो स्टेट्स के और सिटीज़ में देखें तो हम लोगों को लगता है कि हाँ उतना सेफ नहीं है।
ऑलराइट सर, आपसे अगर हम विकास की बात करें, विकास का मुद्दा है, रोजगारी का मुद्दा है।
Okay, that's Akanksha from Bareilly. Let's go to Mayank in Bijnor. Mayank, let's talk about the turnout today. It has been brisk.
Yes, Pranesh, as is rightly suggested, the turnout has been brisk and it has reached the level of 60%. What should be noted here is that the point that should be noted is that this district is considered to be the stronghold of all the political parties other than the BJP, and that's why they would have hoped that people would come in large number to vote for them, and looks like they have heard their wishful thought that they had. We have some people here who will answer our call and what were their agendas and what compelled them to come to the polling station. We will ask them one by one. Sir, आपने यहाँ पे वोट किया, अभी आपको कोई यहाँ पे कोई परेशानी हुआ वोट करने में?
नहीं, कोई परेशानी नहीं, बिल्कुल शांतिप्रिय मतदान हुआ।
तो सर आप किन मुद्दों पर यहाँ पे वोट किए हैं?
देखो, यहाँ मुद्दा है सुरक्षा का, यहाँ मुद्दा है डेवलपमेंट का। डेवलपमेंट का अगर देखें तो यहाँ सड़क बिजली पानी की स्थिति अच्छी है, एक मेरठ रोड थोड़ा ख़राब है, उस पर काम चल रहा है। और यहाँ लेकिन हम लोग चाहते हैं यहाँ रेलवे लाइन मेरठ से इसको जोड़ें, बिजनौर को मेरठ मेट्रो से जोड़ें, यहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी बने, यहाँ एम्स भी बने, ये हमारा मुद्दा है। और
अंकल आप बताइए, आपका क्या मुद्दा है और यहाँ कोई परेशानी हुई आपको वोट डालने में?
यहाँ एक तो मुद्दा नहीं, परेशानी यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं हुई, बहुत बढ़िया है, सबने मिलजुल कर वोट डाला। मुद्दा ये है, सबसे पहला तो एक सरकारी कर्मचारियों का मुद्दा है जो पेंशन नहीं हो रही। जब एक बात सुनो, सबकी, तुम्हारे चाहे प्रधानमंत्री हो, मुख्यमंत्री हो, जितने भी चुन के गए हो, उनकी सबकी पेंशन है, तो सरकारी
कर्मचारी का जो प्रॉब्लम है वो आपके लिए एक बड़ा मुद्दा है।
हाँ, क्यों नहीं पेंशन है। दूसरी चीज है कि वित्तविहीन अध्यापक हैं, उनका आज तक मानदेय नहीं, पहली सरकार में मानदेय दिया जाता वो मानदेय भी खत्म। तीसरा मुद्दा ये है कि आज भी किसानों के खेत में जो गाय चुग रही हैं, वे अब भी जाकर देखो, यहाँ इस सड़क पार से कितने लोग ऐसे मिलेंगे जो लट लिए हो खड़े होंगे, रात में एक टॉर्च लेकर खड़े होंगे और उन्हें रात में भगावेंगे और दिन में वे खेती कराएं या उन्हें देखो। तो ये भी बड़ा
we'll ask more individuals to say their opinion of what were their agendas of voting. सर आप बताइए, क्या मुद्दा है आपके लिए और क्या इस वजह से आप यहाँ वोट कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, वोट तो हमारा अधिकार है, वोट हमारा कर्तव्य है, हमको वोट करना चाहिए। मुद्दा तो यह है, सुशासन का मुद्दा है, कानून व्यवस्था बहुत बेहतर है। पहले क्या होता था, माताएं बहनें निकल नहीं पाती थी, किसी के कुंडल छीन ले जाते थे,
डेवलपमेंट आर द की इश्यूज इन बिजनौर। लेट्स गो टू उत्तराखंड बिकॉज उत्तराखंड देयर आर, इट्स अ थ्री कॉर्नर्ड फाइट। बीजेपी, कांग्रेस एंड ऑल्सो द आम आदमी पार्टी। मोहित भट्ट इज स्टैंडिंग बाय। यस मोहित।
Well, yes, Pradesh, it's a three-cornered fight over here in Uttarakhand, and we know for a fact that how this time around Aam Aadmi Party is very aggressively canvassing over here in Uttarakhand, and we know for a fact that how there are host of issues of people over here. Now, Pradesh, I come from Uttarakhand. If you give me a few seconds, I'll just explain that the main issue of people over here is employment, road connectivity, and healthcare services. Now, Pradesh, my village is around 40 kilometers away from the main market, from the main district, and if somebody has an issue, health issue over there, then he has to move over to that particular area, 40 kilometers, and the road connectivity is not well. So that is the issue which people over here face. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि सबसे बड़ी जो समस्या पहाड़ के लोगों की होती है, कहा यह जाता है पहाड़ का पानी, पहाड़ की जवानी, पहाड़ के काम नहीं आया है। कैसे 21 साल हो गए हैं उत्तराखंड को बने हुए, अभी तक जमीन पे क्यों फर्क नहीं आया? किन मुद्दों पे आप वोट देते हैं?
हम तो एक तो ये है कि जो 5 साल जो सरकार रही, बहुत बुरे हाल। एक तो बेरोजगारी इतनी बढ़ चुकी है कि पूछने वाला कोई नहीं है। ये महंगाई के खिलाफ हमारी तो लड़ाई है, और बाकी ये जो हमारे युवा लोगों को गुमराह किया गया कि हम।
आप ये बताइए कि अगर ये स्वास्थ्य का मुद्दा कितना बड़ा मुद्दा है, क्योंकि गांव देहात में जो है यहाँ पे हॉस्पिटलों की समस्या बहुत ज्यादा होती है।
स्वास्थ्य के बहुत बुरे हाल है। एक सरकार कहते हैं कि हम डबल इंजन की सरकार में कि हम स्वास्थ्य सुविधा देंगे, मगर हमारा जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट अस्पताल है उसकी बहुत बुरी हालत है।
सो दे यू हर्ड पीपल ओवर हियर, विल टॉक टू पीपल। सर, मुद्दे क्या है यहाँ के लोगों के, अगर आपसे जानना चाहें तो किन मुद्दों पे आपने वोट दिया है?
मुद्दे तो यह है कि बेरोजगारी है, स्वास्थ्य सेवा है, और मतलब काफी है।
अच्छा, एक बात बताइए, यहाँ के जो युवा हैं उत्तराखंड के, खास तौर पे अगर आगे की पढ़ाई करनी हो, उनको नौकरी के लिए जाना हो, तो उनको नीचे की तरफ जाना पड़ता है। जैसे उत्तराखंड में कहते हैं कि नीचे की तरफ मतलब देहरादून की तरफ, हरिद्वार की तरफ, बाकी जगह दिल्ली की तरफ जाना पड़ता है। यहाँ पे सुविधाएं क्यों नहीं हो पाई इतने साल?
अभी तक इसके लिए कोई कदम ही नहीं उठाया सरकार ने, किसी ने भी,
चाहे कांग्रेस हो चाहे बीजेपी हो,
किसी ने भी नहीं उठाया। और इसलिए अब की बार जो मुद्दा ये रखा गया है कि यहाँ पे मेडिकल कॉलेज और इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज खुलेंगे।
So there you heard Pradesh people over here. Sir, आपसे जानना
चाहिए। Ranjita also joining us from Haldwani. Now, one of the issues that came up during the day, Ranjita, and this was a controversy, that the AAP candidate SS Kaler accused the chief minister. उन्होंने ये आरोप लगाया कि मुख्यमंत्री और उनकी पत्नी कुछ ऐसे कपड़े पहन के वोटिंग बूथ पे गए जो पोल कोड का वायलेशन है।
बिल्कुल, देखिए वोटिंग वाले दिन इस बात का खास ख्याल रखा जाता है कि आचार संहिता का उल्लंघन ना हो, कोई भी ऐसी बात न कही जाए, कोई भी ऐसे सिंबल का इस्तेमाल ना किया जाए जो इस दायरे में आता है। तो आम आदमी पार्टी के उम्मीदवार की तरफ से जो कहा गया है वो अपने आप में उसको लेकर अब ये कह रहे हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं जिस पोलिंग स्टेशन पर वो गए हैं उसको वहां के वोटरों को प्रभावित करने का ये एक मामला बन सकता है। जहां तक पूरे उत्तराखंड की बात की जाए तो 70 विधानसभा सीटों पर आज पोलिंग हो रही है। बचे हुए 30 मिनट सिर्फ हैं क्योंकि 6 बजे तक पोलिंग होनी है। जिस तरह का ट्रेंड निकलकर सामने आ रहा है, जिस तरह के प्रतिशत निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं, उसमें यह साफ तौर पर देखा जा रहा है कि जिस 2017 और आज की वोटिंग जो है वो लगभग एक बराबर है। 1-2% का आगे पीछे हो सकता है, लेकिन उसी तरह से वोट डले हैं। सेकेंड हाफ में वोट जो डाले गए हैं वो ज्यादा निकलकर लोग सामने आए हैं और खासकर जो 3-4 पोलिंग स्टेशन, चाहे वो हल्द्वानी विधानसभा की बात करें या फिर लाल कुआं जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हरीश रावत की कंस्टिट्यूएंसी है वहां की बात करूं, या फिर कालाडूंगी जहां अभी मैं मौजूद हूं यहां की अगर बात की जाए तो महिलाएं जो है वो बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा ले रही हैं। महिलाओं की एक लंबी कतार हमने कई पोलिंग स्टेशन पर देखा और महिलाएं ये कहकर घर से बाहर निकल रही है कि उन्हें पता है, वो जागरूक है, पढ़ी लिखी है, उनको पता है सरकार से क्या चाहिए और हमारा वोट और एक वोट का कितना महत्व होता है, इस बात को वो समझती हैं, इसलिए वो वोट के लिए निकली हुई हैं। उत्तराखंड में अब सत्ता परिवर्तन होता है या फिर बीजेपी एक बार फिर सत्ता पर काबिज होगी, ये 10 मार्च को पता चलेगा।
रंजीता, थैंक यू फॉर दैट क्विक अपडेट। प्लीज बने रहिए हमारे साथ। मयंक, आई एम कमिंग टू यू, बट अरुणिल इज स्टैंडिंग बाय इन Panaji. Yes, Arunil, robust voting in Goa. What were the issues? Jobs, environment?
Well, Pranesh, very impressive voting in Goa. Are we going to see a change? Because the voting percentage until the 5 p.m. was more than 75%. Basically, more people are voting in the state of Goa. So, is it hinting towards a change of leadership in the state of Goa? That is a big question that arises. Goa may be blessed with scenic beauty, natural beauty, but the politics that the people of Goa have witnessed was of dirty politics. Many people have defected from their own party. In fact, the Congress party, which had won 17 MLAs last time, 17 MLAs were there from the Congress party. BJP had only 13, but out of the 17, 16 MLAs from the Congress party had defected in the opposition camp, that is towards the BJP, and only 1 MLA was left with the Congress party. With me are some of the people who just voted now. Sir, what are the issues on which you voted at present? Can you please tell us what are the issues that mar the state of Goa at present?
I have voted for an honest person, an educated person who has no criminal charges, because I have been born and brought up in this state, in this city of Panjim for the last 50 years, and I have seen the roads have become, what were beautiful roads have become like dug up roads. They have not been filled on time, the potholes are not been filled on time, it is all become a dusty. There are street lights which in the night are not glowing. Certain times of the day the street lights are glowing, and the night time it's become a very dirty city to stay. There's congestion of traffic, there's no police in certain no entry zones, and it has become a tamasha for anybody to come into the city, get elected and not doing anything.
We will speak to some more people also over here. Pranesh, you tell us, you voted on what all issues, what are the issues that affect Goans, what are the issues that you voted for?
I voted on, you want the views of what Goa is going to vote for, because a lot of hopping is going on. And this time, looking at the trend of the voting, what you said just now, 75%, it shows that there is going to be a change this time in Goa.
Well, Pranesh, if we also look at it, one of the significant aspects I am reporting from the capital of Goa, Utpal Parrikar, the son of Manohar Parrikar ji, the person who basically built the BJP in the state of Goa, he was denied a ticket from Punjab. He is contesting independent over here. So whether the Saraswat Brahmin votes, the caste to which Manohar Parrikar ji belongs,
Babush Montserrat, who had won the by-elections and then defected, left the Congress, joined the BJP. So an interesting fight there. 75.29 is the voter turnout in Goa till 5 p.m. Robust, I must add. Let's go back to Mayank. Mayank is in Bijnor. I believe, Mayank, you have people who want to speak to you.
Yes, Pranesh, a lot of agendas and manifestos, especially from the opposition parties, revolved around the issues pertaining to women and their safety in the state, and that's why it is very important to hear from them that what are their agendas and why did they vote for the party that they voted for, whatever party they chose for this round of election in the state. Madam, आप यहाँ पे वोट करने आई हैं आज, तो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा आपके लिए क्या है?
मैंने सबसे पहला जो मुद्दा किया है वो महिला सुरक्षा, सुशासन। देखिए, गुंडे यहाँ से या तो कहीं ऊपर है अपने ठिकानों पे या अंदर है। जो गुंडा राज होता था, मेरे सामने मेरी माँ की चेन खींची और उसको धक्का मार के आज भी उनकी पीठ में दर्द होता है, उनकी हड्डी क्रैक हो गई थी।
पहले से बेहतर,
पहले से बहुत ज्यादा बेहतर है ना। और ये गाय बैल का जो मुद्दा उठाते हैं, ये भी तो किसान ही है छोड़ने वाले, गाय बैल भी तो वही छोड़ते हैं फालतू वाले।
मैडम, आप बताइए, आपका क्या मुद्दा है?
मैंने आज मतदान किया है और राष्ट्र हित के लिए मतदान किया है मैंने। और हम योगी जी की सरकार में आगे बहुत सुरक्षा है, नारी सुरक्षा है, और उन्होंने गरीबों को मकान दिए हैं, राशन दिया है, 1 महीने में 2-2 राशन। आज तक कभी सी सरकार में इतना कुछ नहीं मिला जितना हमें आज इस सरकार में मिल रहा है। और हम
1 मिनट, ना तो महिला सुरक्षा, हाथ रस्म महिला के साथ लड़की की क्या हुआ था उसके, रात के 2 बजे इन्होंने पहले उसके साथ रेप करा, फिर 2 बजे उसका, जबकि हिंदू धर्म, 1 मिनट शांत, मैं नहीं बोल रही थी उस समय।
आप बताइए मैम।
हाँ, आज यहाँ हुआ कांड हुआ रेलवे स्टेशन पर, दिन के 12 बजे लड़की के साथ रेप हुआ और उसका आज तक पता नहीं चला कि वो किसने करा था। उसे इन्होंने दबा लिया, बीजेपी वालों ने, फिर शासन ने दबा लिया। दूसरी चीज, 1 मिनट और,
जितनी सुरक्षा लड़की की बीजेपी के राज में है ना, इतनी किसी के में नहीं हुई। लड़की आज भी रात के 12 बजे, मैं कोटा रहती हूँ और मैं कोटा से अपना वोटिंग करने के लिए आई थी। वहाँ बेटी को पढ़ाती हूँ और बेटियां वहाँ 12 बजे तक फिरती रहती हैं। इतनी सुरक्षा मैंने कभी नहीं देखी किसी के राज में, और मैं अकेली आई हूँ वहाँ से, पहले नहीं आ सकती थी मैं।
मैंने अपना वोट राष्ट्र हित के लिए दिया है और मैं सरकार से बहुत खुश हूँ, क्योंकि इस सरकार ने बहुत कुछ किया है। सिलेंडर है, और मेन बात तो यह है कि उन्होंने कोरोना काल में बहुत लोगों की सहायता करी, राशन दिया, सिलेंडर दिए, बहुत सहायता करी है। हम उनका जितना एहसान माने उतना कम है।
Well, Pranesh, you can rightly hear that there are conflicting opinions on the point of women's security and welfare. Right. Some women are also saying that they preferred nationalism while casting their vote, but there are certainly conflicting opinions, and that is certainly
Only
the beauty
channel
of our
getting
democracy.
you the pulse of the people from the ground. That's Times Now, India's election headquarters. I thank all of you for joining us with those updates. In other news, poll-related news that we are tracking closely. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee thanked people for casting their votes in favor of the TMC. Mamata, who had visited Uttar Pradesh last week, contended that a party decided against contesting elections in UP in the larger interest. Punjab BJP candidate SR Ladher's star was allegedly attacked by unidentified individuals while he was out campaigning in Ludhiana. The Ludhiana police have registered an FIR. Ahead of Punjab polls, Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has promised a host of freebies in various sectors, says will provide 1 lakh jobs for people in Punjab if Congress comes to power. Addressing a press conference, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said that if voted to power in Punjab, the party will work with centre on issues of national security.
प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा, जब प्रधानमंत्री आए, प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा में सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा देश की सुरक्षा है, उसके ऊपर राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, उसके ऊपर दोनों तरफ से राजनीति हुई। मैं उधर भी दोनों तरफ से उन्होंने राजनीति की। आम आदमी पार्टी कभी भी देश की सुरक्षा के साथ समझौता नहीं करती।
We've had a short break on Times Now, viewers, but a lot of exclusives lined up as we hit super prime time. Please stay with Times Now.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
for decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे? She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist. आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can. Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance? You ask me whether he should lead. I think can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum. Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं? Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states.
Welcome back. In other news that we are tracking closely, the market is abuzz with the latest development. The government-run Life Insurance Corporation (LIC) has filed draft papers to sell 5% of its shares. The papers have been deposited with market regulator in a bid to raise nearly $8 billion. In a latest, former chairman of Turkish Airlines has been appointed as Air India's new CEO and MD. Announcing the new appointment, Arasan's chairman N. Chandrasekharan said that Ilker is an aviation industry leader who led Turkish Airlines to its current success. Bringing the crypto debate back on the discussion table, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has said that there is complete harmony with which her department is working with the Reserve Bank of India on all issues, especially cryptocurrencies.
Not just on crypto, but on every other thing as well. I think in the last few years you would have noticed that there is complete harmony with which we are working, respecting each other's domain, also knowing what we have to do with each other's priorities, and in the interest of the nation. There's no turfing here.
Rising geopolitical concerns amid Russia-Ukraine tensions have spooked the markets globally. Even the stock market in India has slumped. Sensex crashed over 1,700 points and closed at 56,406 points, while Nifty ended below 16,000 mark. And news just coming in that the retail inflation accelerates to 6.01% in January. This is just above RBI's upper limit. Food inflation has surged to 5.43 in January as compared to 4.05% in December. With that, a short break on Times Now, viewers. But on the other side is a debate-altering disclosure on the hijab row. Stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉस थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You asking whether he should lead? I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy and survival.
Samajwadi सरकार होती तो एक साल में
Exclusive of Madha's Gopalakrishnan. First up, a quick look at the headlines. Petitioners once again put patriarchy on a pedestal by calling wearing hijab an essential practice in Islam. Hearing to continue in High Court tomorrow. Curbs imposed on protests in Udupi, but radical group incites, claiming judiciary pressured. Is it another bid to create unrest again?
रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
Congress MLA Zamir Ahmad sparks big row ahead of hijab hearing. Defends regressive mindset, says rate of rapes in India is high because women don't wear the hijab.
नया भारत संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath makes fiery comment over hijab row, says constitution not Shariat will be followed. Dream of Ghazwa-e-Hind will not come true even till Qayamat.
हमारे साथ ड्यूटी कर रहे थे वो आज उस कंडीशन
BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof.
On third anniversary of dastardly Pulwama attack, opposition once again doubts the valor of our braves. Now KCR joins the Saboot gang. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the Saboot gang, claims some in opposition insulted the valor of our braves by seeking proof of surgical strike on Pakistan. Big setback to the Stalin government. Top court refuses to stay the CBI investigation in the Lavanya case. Asks Tamil Nadu government not to make it a prestige issue by opposing the High Court order. Stock markets witness a sharp plunge amidst a global sell-off across sectors. Sensex tanks over 1,700 points. Nifty sinks below 16,900.
2, 1, 0.
ISRO successfully launches Earth observation satellite. The space agency's workhorse launch vehicle PSLV placed the 3 satellites into the intended orbit. Russia-Ukraine tensions grow. India steers clear of conflict but closely monitors situation. Delhi mulls diplomatic options. After France, now Germany intervenes to build consensus. On the 8th of February, some ugly scenes were witnessed in Shivamoga in Karnataka. A group of saffron-clad students hoisted a saffron flag at the government first grade college, and that triggered massive confrontation between pro-hijab and anti-hijab groups. Stones were pelted, public property damaged, and cops provoked to lathi charge the protests. Several arrests have been made in the aftermath, and now the cops have exclusively told Times Now that incriminating evidence from them has been seized. Evidence that points towards PFI SDPI's involvement in mobilizing masses against the denial of entry to hijab-clad students into classrooms.
Sir, I'd like to ask you, there have been allegations not only in Shivamoga district but even in Udupi, where college managements have alleged the involvement of communal groups such as several communal forces, external forces in the arrests that you have made. Have you found any of those accused to be linked to any groups, or be it STPI, CFI or any other groups for that matter?
So far, the student arrests that have happened, we haven't seen any such links with any other organizations. We have checked all their phones, and we have found certain material which will be part of our investigation.
All right, Neha has broken this big story. Joining us live at the moment from Shivamoga, we also have with us Deepak and Imran live. I'm going to come across to you first. Neha, take us through what your sources are indicating. What is the nature of this evidence? What is the information that they have gathered through the course of the investigation? And who are these individuals? How many of them were perhaps involved from these organizations, that is the PFI and the SDPI?
Yes, Madhav, it was earlier in the day when we did speak to, the SP of the district over here, Lakshman Prasad, and he did mention that while the people arrested did not have a direct link to these organizations, we did in fact, do a little investigating on our own, and now we have top sources who tell us that one of the people who was actually arrested on that day, on February 8th, happens to be in fact a man named Rahil, who did have some links to the SDPI over here locally in Shivamoga district. Let's also tell you that we pick up that in many of the FIRs that have been filed, there are a total of 9 FIRs that have been filed, both again, a majority of them by the students themselves. And even when we did speak to some of the students, they mentioned that they were just attacked by a group, by a mob over there when they were just peacefully standing outside their college. They were attacked saying that they were wearing saffron shawls. Now, as far as the involvement of these groups is concerned, it would be important here to again go back to what the SP said about the information that they're scrutinizing the phones of the students. Let's break this down. There are WhatsApp groups over here. In fact, one of the WhatsApp groups that was created on February 5th, as per top sources, we do understand, one of the groups that was created on February 5th had a lot of messages that, in fact, called out to students, asking them to come out on the streets, asking them to protect their religion, and asking them to even wear shawls. Now, this is important over here because this was 3 days prior to when the actual protest happened on ground. So was this planned in advance? Was this, orchestrated? That is what, of course, the police also would now like to focus on. But what we do have at this point in time is that one of the people who's actually been arrested also over here is again not only the students, but there are other forces also that the police is looking into right now.
Okay,
and they're going
Neha,
to
stay with us because there's more to the story. In fact, that's not the only evidence of this being a carefully crafted conspiracy. A federation of Muslim groups in Udupi has come out and revealed that most of them are on the same page about the hijab, and only the campus front was against finding a consensus.
एक तरफ से आप बोल रहे हैं कि उपुटा की तरफ एफर्ट्स डाला गया कि ये समस्या यहाँ पर ही हल हो जाए, कैंपस के अंदर ही, इतना ज़्यादा बढ़े नहीं. हम अभी देख रहे हैं कि सिर्फ उडुपी में ही नहीं, बहुत सारे कर्नाटका में बहुत सारे जिलों में ये इशू बहुत बड़ा हो गया है. क्या आपको लगता है कि कैंपस फ्रंट जो ये इशू को सपोर्ट कर रहा है, उनको थोड़ा पीछे हटना था ये विवाद से, ताकि ये इतना नहीं बढ़ जाए?
ये जो कैंपस फ्रंट जो है, उनको जो लोगों को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो एक ऑटोनमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. हमारा जो मेंबर है वो हमारा एक कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम के तहत हम सब कुछ यहाँ के 10 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मिलके एक फेडरेशन बनाए, इसको कोटा कहते हैं. इसमें हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के मस्जिद भी और दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट भी शामिल है. तो यहाँ कोई इंडिविजुअल इसका मेंबर नहीं बन सकता है. तो हमने उनको कहा था, लेकिन उन्होंने तकरीबन मान लिए थे. जो हमने कहा, हमने जो सजेशन दिया कि ये जो वो कलर वही जो उन्होंने अपने इसमें देते, यूनिफॉर्म में देते, वो दुपट्टा को ये लिए, वो मान लिए थे. तो हमने इसको तकरीबन उनको मनवाने में हमें कामयाब हुए थे. लेकिन वो यहाँ पे क्या हुआ, ये लोग तो बहुत रिजिड रहे कि वो भी बिल्कुल नहीं डालना चाहिए, ये कहा. ये तो इसमें थोड़ा रोड़ा बनाए.
Deepak is with us and he's brought us this exclusive story. Deepak, this is a very, very important voice, in fact, that needs to be heard, because here you have Muslim Ukkuta and saying that the parents as well as school authorities were all in talks to try and find the scarf as a possible via media solution. But Campus Front was rigid about their position that it should only be hijab. Now, this really goes to show that Campus Front was at some level or the other trying to gain from this entire issue. Right, Deepak, I think we've a problem with your audio there. We will try and rectify that, but let me go across to Imran on this aspect. Imran, this is very significant. The interview that Deepak has done very clearly goes to show that there were attempts at reconciliation. For any problem, of course, both sides need to sit together, talk, and they were trying to find the solution in the form of a scarf, but it was Campus Front, the students' wing of the PFI SDPI, that was very rigidly against it, and it is perhaps, the only reason that a solution could not have been found on ground.
Well, absolutely, Madhav, looks like because the Ukkuta it's a conglomerate of all the Muslim organizations in the coastal belt, especially in Mangaluru, and they're saying openly that they tried their best efforts to resolve the issue. It's because of the steadfastness and the CF Campus Front became a stumbling block in actually finding a solution to this problem, which could have been resolved easily at the Udupi College level, but it snowballed into a major controversy, probably beyond the expectation of what they were looking for, but it is clearly has taken up a state and international level now, with others parties jumping into it, trying to take advantage out of this issue now. Now the question is that this is when we spoke to Campus Front of India, they blame it on the MLA Raghupati Bhatt and the management, saying that earlier they blamed them, saying that they did not budge and they were adamant on this issue, but Ukkuta coming on record clearly saying that they almost had to find an amicable solution to it, but because of insistence of Campus Front, that it continued.
Well, that is very important. That is very important. Imran, stay with us. I'm told Deepak is back with us as well. Deepak, the interview that you have done is very, very significant, because it is not just there in multiple locations. In fact, in Shimoga also, the role of the PFI, the SDPI, the outsiders, quote unquote, who have been referred to time and again, now is becoming, or at least appears to be becoming, increasingly clear to the investigating authorities, and that is why this organization is clearly under the scanner.
Well, Madhav, this is the Muslim Ukkuta of Udupi, is an umbrella organization that have several organizations and people and leaders who are a part of this. They try to discuss issues pertaining to the community here. This, of course, has been a raging issue now for about a month. The Ukkuta, of course, has been discussing and debating this. Now, they say they were almost reaching a consensus with the parents. The Campus Front was very rigid. Now, the Campus Front, which until now, of course, has been maintaining that they came into the picture only after the protest for hijab began in the institution, through various details that have emerged over the last 1 week, it has become almost certain that they were in touch with the girls much before that. What's even more surprising is that the Campus Front, which was very forthcoming in reacting to the media, in fact coordinating most of the press meets, even with not just with themselves but also with the protesting students, have all of a sudden decided to go incommunicado. They're not receiving phone calls, and not speaking to the media whatsoever after details of their links with the protesting girls emerged before before the protest actually began in the campus. And also what I'm hearing from the Muslim community here is that they didn't want this issue to blow out of proportions. They wanted it to be contained within the campus itself, and there is some sort of anger against the Campus Front and its activities and their involvement in this matter, which has now led to massive escalation and also its ripple effect in other campuses.
All right, please stay with us, Deepak, as well as Imran and Neha. We're going to go across to our guest who's joining us. With us is Shahid Ali, advocate and president of the United Muslims Front. Mr. Shahid Ali, on two counts, in fact very significant, because the role of the SDPI PFI, in fact, as far as the violence in Shimoga, while that is what sources are telling us, on camera, on record, you have this individual of the Muslim Ukkuta who's coming out to say that yes, we were in talks, parents as well as school managements, etc., were all in talks to try and find a solution in the form of a scarf, but it's the Campus Front of India that threw a spanner in the works, that insisted on the hijab, and perhaps while they were looking for a solution, the very fact that they're coming out taking the name of Campus Front of India somewhere indicates that there is a huge amount of reservation, if not anger, against the role of the Campus Front of India.
In fact, I could not get your question fully, but...
No, let me explain the question to you, sir. The question is very simple. The parents, the school administration were all in talks, and this is what the students have also spoken about in the past. They were trying to find a solution to the form of wearing of a scarf, but Campus Front of India insisted that no, it must be the hijab. And therefore, the Campus Front of India sort of prevented a solution from being found. This is what the Muslim Okuta is saying on record, on camera.
In fact, as far as the Campus Front of India is concerned, I am not the spokesperson of Campus Front of India. But I would like to say one thing only, that the government, on the one hand, is not letting we Muslims in India to live peacefully. They have been instigating every off and on. For last 7 years, we are being instigated. They just have been trying to find out the faults. When the Supreme Court says, please form the laws on triple talaq, then they went even to the framing of laws against the Quran. But when the Supreme Court say, please frame laws on this honor killing and all, but they are not making any law. So as far as when the corona was spread up in India, then the Tablighi Jamaat was held responsible. So they have been finding fault every on without there being any fault.
I would urge you, sir, to come to the subject at hand. And the subject at hand, of course, is being heard by the courts. We all know that the courts are seized of this matter. There's a hearing again tomorrow. But the question that is, you're raising, of course, questions of the BJP. The Congress over there too has done that, saying that it's being done on purpose. But the fact is also that Campus Front of India has played a role in fomenting or at least aggravating the situation. Would you not agree?
India is run by Constitution, and Constitution has to be upheld. The matter is being subjected through the Honorable Court. Then why the politicians are making that kind of statement? Why the goons? Why the goons having saffron in their neck have been making this slogans against Muslims? Why they have been withholding girls from going to schools and anywhere else?
Well, sir, goons appear to be on all sides. Goons appear to be on all sides, and certainly goons turning up at educational institutions is not desirable from any party or any particular organization. That certainly is not what we would like to see in our educational institutions. We'll have to leave it there for the moment. Mr. Shahid Ali, I'd like to thank you for joining us. Also like to thank our reporters Deepak, Neha, as well as Imran for joining us with all of those details. We're going to slip into a very quick break now, but coming up on the other side, Congress MLA defends regressive mindset, says rate of rapes in India high because women don't wear the hijab.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations 2 living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमोशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months.
Days after Priyanka Gandhi fanned flames and said that be it a bikini, ghungat or pair of jeans, it's a woman's right to decide what she'll wear. Now her MLA has crossed the line. Congress MLA Zamir Ahmed has linked hijab to rape. He claimed that India records the highest number of rape cases because women don't veil their face.
हिजाब मतलब मुसलमान के अंदर, ईमान के अंदर गोशा पर्दा बोलते हैं। वो शायद उनके घर में औरत बच्ची है नहीं मालूम है मेरे को, अगर औरत बच्ची होता तो मालूम होता था। ये हिजाब रखने का मतलब क्या है? ये हिजाब क्या, औरत बच्ची जो होती है, जो बड़ी होने के बाद जो है उनको गोशे पर्दे में रखते हैं, यानी उसकी खूबसूरती होती है। अब उसकी खूबसूरती दिखना नहीं चाहिए, उसकी खूबसूरती छुपाने के लिए वो रखा जाता है। आज आप देखे होंगे कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
It's a very sad remark from a responsible elected representative. Majority of the women in India do not wear hijab. Only those who believe in Islam, they are wearing hijab. Does it mean to say the others are getting raped or sexually harassed? This kind of provocative statement vitiate the atmosphere. I appeal to him to be more responsible and work towards the normalization of the situation.
India is run by constitution. Constitution laid by Ambedkar ji, not by Maulanas, not by the laws laid by Maulanas. Arif Muhammad Khan is categorically stating that there's nothing like hijab in the Quran. So, but they have to build up some rationale for hijab, and that's why they keep doing this. I mean, now rape won't happen because of hijab, and the girl who happened to be spearheading this, there are other pictures of that girl wearing special sort of jeans and in other dresses also. So it's just all because of the elections, and all tend to push an agenda, push a narrative within the country.
We're going to be slipping into a quick break, but stay tuned to Times Now. Coming up on the other side is a super exclusive, no freedom to choose here. Shocking intolerance report, a story buried by all channels.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
Can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months.
Welcome back. Another big story that Times Now is tracking. This is a story of shocking intolerance, viewers, over WhatsApp status. Yes, Virendra Chaudhary sustained injuries after his friend Pasha, along with his aides, thrashed him, assaulted him for putting up a pro-BJP status on WhatsApp. 2 people have been injured while 5 have been arrested so far by the police. Pinning the blame on complainant, the accused has said that the cops have ignored their version and have released CCTV footage showing how men belonging to Gaur Rakshak Dal and wielding weapons attacked them. Let's listen to reactions coming in and then I open it up.
मैंने एक स्टेटस लगाया था कि मैंने बीजेपी को वोट दिया था, तो इसलिए मैंने स्टेटस लगाया था कि वोट फॉर बीजेपी। तो इस बात पे सलीम पाशा के नाम के लड़के ने मेरे को गाली पास की थी, कमेंट में गाली पास की थी। उसके बाद गाली गलौज हुई थी। उसके बाद हम शाम को गौ सेवा करके आ रहे थे अपनी, हम गौ सेवक हैं, हम गाय सेवा करने गए थे, हम 2-3 भाई थे। तो उसने हमें शेजवान नगर में पकड़कर 20-25 लड़के उसके साथ थे, उन्होंने हमें मारा था। उसके बाद हम वहाँ से जैसे निकल के मतलब कंप्लेन लिखवाने जा रहे थे, तो फिर उसके साथ के साथियों ने कम से कम 800-900 लड़के थे उसके साथ, बहुत भीड़ थी। उन सब ने हमारे साथियों को मिलकर बहुत मारा और हमारे पवन भाई को और रवि भाई को मतलब उठा लिया और घर में बंद कर लिया था और उनके ऊपर तेज़ धार तलवार से, छुरों, चक्कुओं से उनके ऊपर हमला किया था। और उसके बाद पवन भाई मतलब डर गए थे, तो दूसरे कमरे में चले गए थे। उन्होंने गेट लगाया और उसके बाद 112 पे कंप्लेन की। उसके बाद पुलिस वहाँ पहुँची, उसके बाद पुलिस ने उन्हें निकाला। उसके बाद हम थाने में गए, फिर हमने अपनी रिपोर्ट दर्ज कराई।
Priyank and Nukul, both are colleagues now live on the broadcast. Good evening to both of you. Priyank, what are the details in the FIR? I think we've lost Priyank there, but Nukul, you've been speaking to the police sources. What are they indicating? What happened here?
So what has happened that it is a case of intolerance, absolutely, as you mentioned, but at the same time we need to understand that what has happened last night is that Virendra Chaudhary, who is the victim and who is the complainant of the issue, had reached out to the police and lodged an FIR. Why? Because he put out a status on WhatsApp mentioning that he has support of one particular party after the polling that the first phase had happened. But the accused, what he had done, he had abused him for putting out the status. And when Virendra Chaudhary tried to talk to this man and tried to resolve this issue and went to Ghaziabad to resolve the issue, that's when the quarrel happened. And the victim, who is Virendra Chaudhary, he went to the Ghaziabad with 2 and 3 of his allies. At the same time, what we have noticed that when he went to Ghaziabad, there were 7 to 8 people from Salim Pasha's allies. They were out there and they beat him up. When he returned home and again tried to lodge a FIR in the police station after the incident had taken place, when they realized, the accused realized that this is what is going to happen and they're trying to file an FIR, that's when they went after him and they beat him up. Now, one thing that again the Virendra Chaudhary, who has mentioned that one of his friends, who is Ravi Thakur, had sustained a forehead injury from a very sharp tool, as he had mentioned. At the same time, in the retaliation, what we have seen that the accused, who is the Salim Pasha, is the guy who also had filed a complaint on the basis of CCTV footage, saying that the Gaurakshak and people who are the allies of Virendra Chaudhary had came after him in a very large number and tried to beat him up. Now we need to understand. We need to also understand that it is again intolerancy. Now, one person who is trying to support.
That's one version. Priyank is back with us. Priyank, what are you picking up? What happened?
See, Pradesh, both the sides have given the complaint, but certainly it was the members of the BJP supporters who were initially attacked. And according to the police investigation also that has come up, that's why the accused side has been put into arrest. But the CCTV also shows that how there were a group of individuals who were wearing saffron color, stole also, were chasing two individuals. But the police is yet to investigate that which this incident happened after the attack or it happened before the attack, because the FI copy also not clearly states the exact timing and the chat which happened in between both the individuals. But what Nukul had also brought to our viewers was the WhatsApp chat, which shows that at around 10:35 the first threat message was given to the victim, and after which this pre-planned attack happened. The complainant on the second side is still awaiting for their FI to be lodged, and what we have got to know that two individuals have been arrested by the Noida police regarding this particular issue.
Let's talk about the nature of injuries, because the reports suggest that sharp weapons were used, that this was a planned attack.
Yes, certainly, because all these CCTV footage and the kind of injuries which has been reported by the doctors also in the medical legal report clearly suggests that there were blunt object injury which happened because of which these individuals were, injured. And not only that, Pradesh, if you look at the CCTV footage clearly, it's quite clearly visible that there were a group of individuals. But the big question is that whether who started the fight or what happened after that, merely because of supporting a particular political party and putting in on the WhatsApp, status. This fight has escalated. Both the sides can claim that there were, initial rivalry on what happened during the pre-poll, giving the, slips for the casting vote could have escalated this. But clearly, the WhatsApp chat, screenshot which we have managed to access clearly state that this fight triggered because of political inclination towards a particular party, and because of which this fight has started. So it's a very shocking trend which is coming into light after looking at the kind of injuries which has happened to individuals and the manner in which the accused side were also chased.
And Priyank, if what you're saying is true, if this is because of intolerance, then why is there no outrage? Where is the Ansari gang, the Ansari brigade that looks for an opportunity to start a placard campaign on social media, Nukul? Why are they silent now? How many people you think have tweeted on this? Nukul?
Yes, of course, it's clearly one case of intolerance, and we have seen as Priyank mentioned that there are recent trends. We have seen that the people are becoming intolerant about these situations. At the same time, one more thing that is need to be noteworthy here is that from the Virendra Chaudhary allies is one guy who is Ravi Thakur, had sustained a forehead injury on his face, and he also mentioned that there was a sharp tool that was used to beat him up, and that's why he sustained the injury.
All these are part of the FIR.
Now,
we are not saying it. It is documented, and Pratibha is now joining us with details of the FIR. Yes, Pratibha, what does it say?
That's right. We have the complaint copy that had been filed by Virendra. Let's take a look at that. And he clearly talks about what exactly happened, talking about the sequence of events. He start with, करीब 5 बजे, he was just going, मेरे साथी अतुल और अजय, and they were talking about how गौ माता का उपचरण करके वापस अपने घर जा रहा था. कि सलीम पाशा नाम का लड़का उसी समय वह जगह पहुंचा और अपने साथ, he is talking about how 30 people had gathered there as well. This is a complaint copy. He talks about how when he was just returning after putting up that WhatsApp status, there were 30 people who gathered there. 30 लोगों के साथ हमारी टीम पर हमला किया. So they were attacked there, and after they were attacked by about 30 people, they were going back, and that's when they were also abducted. That's the charge that he has given in the complaint copy. He is talking about how when he was heading back, not just was he attacked by 30 people who were present there at the spot, but also some of them abducted.
So beating for supporting the BJP, that's the charge from people who were attacked, assaulted. But total silence from the Intolerance Brigade. The Ansari League is silent, not in action, missing in action here. I thank all of you, Priyank, Nukul and Pratibha, for joining us with details on this one. We move on, viewers, with a strong narrative built around issues ranging from farmers, agriculture, caste, communal polarization, even COVID fight back. The phase 2 of polling to 55 assembly constituencies spread across 9 districts in western Uttar Pradesh and Rohilkhand region of the state has come to an end. Uttarakhand and Goa have also registered robust voting. Mayank is joining us live. Mayank, you have been speaking with voters who lined up from early this morning to vote. What were the issues? Just sum up the day's development for our viewers.
I lost your question.
What were the issues that people were talking about through the day today?
Well, Pranesh, in the Bijnor district, which was considered to be the bastion of BSP until they were routed by the BJP, people highlighted the development concerns that they had in the past years. They also pointed out the massive development work that the current government did, but they have also alleged some sort of lapses from the administration in the past few years. So it will be interesting to see how they have voted and what will be the outcome of the elections. The fate of as many as 89 candidates have been sealed as voters of these districts have exercised their right to vote. We'll ask some of them and ask their agendas of what compelled them to vote and choose the party they have chosen for the next 5 years in Lucknow. Sir, आपके लिए सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या था इस चुनाव के लिए?
मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा ये था कि बिजनौर हर तरीके से कटा हुआ था और आज बिजनौर से मेरठ से बिजनौर, बिजनौर से देहरादून और बिजनौर से नैनीताल हम लोग 4-वे हाईवे से जुड़े हुए हैं. हमारे यहाँ गैस की पोजीशन इतनी खराब थी कि हमें सिफारिशों से सिलेंडर मिला करते थे. पहले कभी सोचा भी नहीं था कि हमारे बिजनौर के अंदर पाइपलाइन आएगी, गैस पाइपलाइन आएगी. और अल्टीमेटली मैं एक सबसे बड़ी बात बताता हूं, सबसे बड़ी चीज जीवन है, मेरा भी आपका. लाइफ इज प्राइम. यहाँ पर कोई भी मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज नहीं थी. एक पुराना सा एक यहाँ पर सरकारी अस्पताल होता था. अगर किसी का एक्सीडेंट हो जाए, कोई ट्रॉमा सेंटर नहीं होता था. यहाँ से या तो मुरादाबाद जाना पड़ता था या मेरठ जाना पड़ता था या सीधा वो गंगा जी जाता था अपने दाह संस्कार के लिए. थिंग्स वर इन वेरी बैड शेप थैंक्स टू द प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट.
अंकल, आप बताइए आपके लिए सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या था और किन मुद्दों पर आपने इस बार चुनाव में वोट डाला है?
सुरक्षा का मुद्दा.
समझा सकते हैं क्या पहले कैसे था?
पहले जो महिलाओं की चैन खींचती थी, कुंडल खींचते थे, अब ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. 5 साल पूरे बढ़िया बीते हैं. सुरक्षा की वो है.
सर, आप बताएं कि आपके लिए सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या था इस चुनाव में और किन मुद्दों के ऊपर आपने वोट किया है?
बेसिकली जो नॉर्मल है वो तो आप सबको पता है कि सुरक्षा, मगर मैंने जो अपना वोट किया है मैंने जैसा मकान योजना, उज्ज्वला योजना और आपका आयुष्मान कार्ड योजना, ये गरीबों को जो घर देने का काम किया है ये योगी सरकार ने किया है.
सर, आप बताएंगे कि आपके लिए बड़ा मुद्दा क्या था इस चुनाव में?
देखिए, अपने जो बिजनौर छोटा सा शहर है, ये बहुत बड़ा नहीं है. पहले बहुत ज़्यादा डेवलपमेंट यहाँ नहीं था, लेकिन अभी पिछले 5 सालों में, जैसा भाई साहब ने भी पहले कहा है कि चिकित्सा की अगर बात करें तो मेरठ या मुरादाबाद जाना पड़ता था, लेकिन अपने ज़िले में जो वर्तमान सरकार है उसने एक मेडिकल कॉलेज देने का काम किया है तो और ट्रॉमा सेंटर एक देने का काम किया है. उसके अलावा अगर मैं बात करूं पश्चिमी यूपी का जैसे ये जिला है, तो पहले यहाँ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए किसान इतना परेशान रहता था कि वो अपने 12 पे ट्रैक्टर और इंजन लगा लगा के पानी दिया करता था। लेकिन आज की डेट में बिजली इतनी बढ़िया आ रही है, देहात में 18 घंटे और शहरी क्षेत्र में 22 से 24 घंटा बिजली आ रही है। तो मेन मुद्दा हमारा ये रहा वोट देने का।
अंकल आप बताएंगे कि क्या आपका मुद्दा था?
देखिए, हम लोग जो मध्यम वर्गीय लोग हैं, हम लोगों के लिए 3-4 चीजें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हैं: सड़क, बिजली, पानी और सुरक्षा।
इसी के मुद्दों पर आपने वोट किया?
जी, और मेन चीज ये है कि पानी की तो इस क्षेत्र में कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन सुरक्षा और सबसे बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण, जब 2017 में हमने वोट किया था तो उस समय जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सप्लाई का टाइम था वो इस डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर में भी 10-12 घंटे मुश्किल से लाइट आ पाती थी, और इवनिंग आवर्स में तो लाइट आती ही नहीं थी, रात को 10 बजे 11 बजे लाइट आती थी। और इस 5 साल के अंदर सरकार ने इस क्षेत्र में बहुत बेहतरीन काम किया है। आज
Right, Pranesh. So, as you can hear, that people have pointed out the welfare, such as the Ujjwala Yojana.
That's the mood on ground in Bijnor. Let's go to Goa. Arunil Sadadater has been reporting. Yes, Arunil, robust voting registered in Goa also, upwards of 75%.
Well, that is right, Pranesh. More than 75%, around 75.41% until 5 p.m. So in the last 1 hour, how much voting exactly happened? It is definitely expected to exceed more than 80% in the state of Goa. If we look at it, Pranesh, what are the core issues that we have been traveling to different places? Many of the people have been saying that unemployment remains a major concern in the state of Goa. But also one interesting point that the people are pointing is that the candidates that they had voted last time, they had defected to the opposition camp. So they are not getting very stable candidates. That is also a major problem that many of the people on the ground have pointed towards. Basically, this points towards how Congress had won 17 MLAs, but around 16 of those MLAs had drifted or jumped ship to the BJP rank. Now with me is one of the person from Panji, the capital of Goa. What are the issues that are prevalent in the state of Goa? What are the issues that you voted for in Panji?
Major issues are unemployment because to get job is very difficult. But I am doing my own business because nobody is helping me.
Well, Pranesh, if you look at it, many people are also saying that when any tourist comes to the state of Goa, they only see those sparkling lights on the Mandovi river or the casinos that are made up over there. But what they are saying is that the Aam Aadmi has nothing to benefit from these casinos. It is only the mantris and the MLAs who are making profits out of it. One interesting aspect is that the Congress party, basically the future of the Congress party mainly depends upon how TMC and the Aam Aadmi party perform. If the Aam Aadmi party and the TMC are able to make dents into the vote bank of the Congress party, then certainly it is advantage BJP. But the BJP is also contesting for the first time without Manor Parrikar ji. So whether his charisma will be missing this time, whether that will impact the fate of BJP, that is also a big question that arises.
All right, let's go to Uttarakhand, which is seeing a three-cornered fight between the BJP, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress. Ranjita हमारे साथ हैं. Ranjita, क्या प्रमुख मुद्दे थे जिन पे आज लोग बाहर आए और उन्होंने वोट डाला?
देखिए, चुनौती भरा प्रदेश है। जाहिर तौर पर उत्तराखंड का ये ट्रेंड हमेशा से रहा है कि 5 साल एक पार्टी की सरकार और अगला जो 5 साल है वो दूसरी पार्टी की सरकार बनाएगी। और चुनौती बीजेपी के सामने ये कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, 3 मुख्यमंत्री बदले बीजेपी ने अपने कार्यकाल में, और इस बात की कोई सफाई जो है वो बीजेपी के पास नहीं थी कि पिछला मुख्यमंत्री उन्होंने क्यों बदला, क्योंकि कई गंभीर आरोप जो है वो मुख्यमंत्रियों पर, भ्रष्टाचार सहित कई आरोप जो है उन पर लगते रहे। कांग्रेस ने इस मुद्दे को भुनाने की भी कई है वो कोशिश की, लेकिन कांग्रेस की जो अंदरूनी लड़ाई रही, चाहे वो हरक सिंह रावत को कांग्रेस में शामिल करवाने का मामला हो, हरीश रावत को मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा बनना था, या फिर कई ऐसे नेता जिनकी टिकट लास्ट मोमेंट पे कटी और उसके बाद वो कांग्रेस के ही रिबेल के तौर पर अलग अलग सीटों पर विधानसभा चुनाव लड़े हैं। आज 70 सीटों के लिए वोटिंग हो चुकी है, 10 मार्च को इसको लेकर काउंटिंग होगी। लेकिन जो हमने यहां ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग की, जो लोगों से बातचीत हुई है, उसमें 2-3 अहम कॉमन जो चीजें निकल कर आई है वो ये कि महंगाई का मुद्दा लोगों को परेशान कर रहा है, नौकरी लोगों को चाहिए और विकास, खासकर जो उत्तराखंड के लिए कहा जाता है कि उत्तराखंड एक ऐसा स्टेट है जहां टूरिज्म के नाम पर जो है रेवेन्यू वो बहुत बेहतर होता है। चारधाम यात्रा को जिस तरह से प्रभावित किया था उत्तराखंड त्रासदी ने, उसके बाद चारधाम यात्रा को डेवलप करने के जो वादे बीजेपी ने किए उसका क्या हुआ,
बताएंगे कि जनता का क्या फैसला हुआ है। थैंक ऑल ऑफ यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस विथ योर इनपुट्स। वी आर टेकिंग अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक, बट व्हेन वी रिटर्न वी विल टेल यू व्हाट्स गोइंग ऑन बिटवीन यूक्रेन एंड रशिया. Germany has warned Moscow of serious consequences. Stay with us.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts. Because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmaja Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो का
सकते। हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था, क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter.
1997.
Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months. Prestige, supremacy, and survival.
And here's the latest as far as Ukraine-Russia tension is concerned. It is keeping the world on edge, viewers, with fears of Russian invasion looming large. Times Now is getting you the most in-depth global coverage. Here's what experts are saying.
India is already being affected by these heightened tensions. Oil prices today have reached a 7-year high. India is one of the world's largest oil importers. Even the LNG prices in the world markets have gone up. And India is also a big buyer of LNG from overseas. So our economy is already taking a hit.
That the problem is being presented is as if somehow some big burden lies on India's shoulders and we are the only country that will be affected if there is a war between Russia and Ukraine. The entire world will suffer in different ways. We will certainly have collateral damage, there's no doubt. But beyond that, we are not going to be affected. Yes, if international trade is disrupted, if there are other kind of economic consequences because of sanctions, we may have difficulties with regard to the CATSA legislation. If there are tighter sanctions, we may have problems in actually doing financial dealings with Russia. These days we are managing it somehow, but if they become really tight, then it will become more difficult. So there are these consequences, but these will not affect only India. It will very seriously affect Europe.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them. I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं.
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
690 assembly seats in 5 states. 7-phase elections over 2 months.
Nation wants to know. First up, a quick look at the headlines this hour. Petitioners once again put patriarchy on a pedestal by calling wearing a hijab an essential practice in Islam. Hearing to continue in the High Court tomorrow. Curbs imposed on protests in Udupi, but radical group incites, claiming judiciary pressure. Is it another bid to create unrest again?
रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
Congress MLA Zamir Ahmed sparks big row ahead of hijab hearing, defends regressive mindset, says rate of rapes in India high because women don't wear the hijab.
संविधान के अनुरूप चलेगा, शरीयत के अनुरूप नहीं। गजवाए हिंद का सपना कयामत के दिन तक भी साकार नहीं होगा।
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath makes fiery comment over hijab row, says constitution not Shariat will be followed. Dream of Ghazwa-e-Hind will not come true even till Qayamat.
On third anniversary of dastardly Pulwama attack, opposition continues to doubt valor of our braves. Now KCR joins the Saboot gang. Prime Minister Modi hits out at the Saboot gang, claims some in opposition insulted the valor of our braves by seeking proof of surgical strike on Pakistan. Big setback to the Stalin government. Top court refuses stay on CBI investigation in the Lavanya case. Asks Tamil Nadu government not to make it a prestige issue by opposing the High Court order. Stock markets witness a sharp plunge amidst a global sell-off across sectors. Sensex tanks over 1,700 points. Nifty sinks below 16,900.
2, 1, 0.
ISRO successfully launches Earth observation satellite. The space agency's workhorse launch vehicle PSLV placed 3 satellites into the intended orbit. Russia-Ukraine tensions grow. India steers clear of conflict but closely monitors the situation. Delhi mulls diplomatic options after France. Now Germany intervenes to build consensus. And today marks 3 years of the Pulwama attack, in which 40 personnel of the CRPF were killed. And as India salutes their supreme sacrifice, doubters strike again. On the 3rd anniversary, KCR echoes Rahul and demands proof of surgical strike.
There is nothing wrong with Mr. Rahul Gandhi on asking for the proof of surgical strike. What was wrong? Even now I am asking. Come on, let the government of India show. It is a responsibility. There are apprehensions among the people. BJP makes mispropaganda, false propaganda. That is why people are asking for a proof. And in democracy, you are not a monarch. You are not a king.
And earlier on the campaign trail, Prime Minister Narendra Modi tore into the Saboot gang.
हम देश की सीमाओं को मजबूत करते हैं, सेनाओं को अधिकार देते हैं, लेकिन उनके नेता सेना के लोगों को गुंडा कहते हैं। हमारे सैनिकों की शहादत पर सवाल उठाते हैं। ऐसे लोगों की नीयत कटघरे में है, उनकी मंशा पर सवाल है। और आप लोग ये आप भी याद रखिए, ये वही लोग हैं जो सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पर सेना से सबूत मांग रहे थे, पाकिस्तान के सुर में सुर मिला रहे थे।
And veterans also slammed the Tukre mindset of those questioning the valor of our forces. Let's take this across to our guest. Joining us is Tom Varakan, who is a national spokesperson of the BJP. Colonel S. Denny, retired defense expert, is with us. Krishank is a spokesperson of the TRS, and Tehseen Poonawala is a political analyst joining us live. Let me begin with you first. Krishank, ex-serviceman, several political parties are coming out to say that this is in fact an insult to the sacrifice of our soldiers. It is unacceptable to make these comments. Why should this be recurringly, several years later, once again be raked up by the Chief Minister of Telangana?
When our Chief Minister was the first one to announce 25 lakhs to the martyrs of Pulwama, we definitely respect the martyrs' sacrifices. But why did the question arise? The question arose because a Chief Minister
All right, I think we've lost that line there with Krishank. Let me get a quick response from Tom Varakan of the BJP. Tom Varakan, your response to Krishank. Krishank says we respect the forces and that we have in the past, given 25 lakhs as ex gratia to the martyrs. It's wrong for you to come out and say that there is any kind of insult to armed forces on part of the Telangana Chief Minister. Tom.
Madhav, this gentleman has been an intrigue to this nation. First he says the constitution should be rewritten. Then he comes out and calls Rahul Gandhi a buffoon. After that he proceeds and says, well, he wants evidence. Now what all do we believe in him?
First thing, the question here is,
He says about the armed forces, there was intelligence input, why didn't we act? Now the whole issue is, these are counter questions that can be raised. 26/11, 15 hours, Madhav, it took for the NSG to reach Mumbai because no decision was taken. And if he turns around and asks his friend the buffoon this very question, I don't know whether he'll answer. Now the issue is political. He wants to find a space in Delhi, and he finds that as Rahul is isolated currently among in the opposition space, he wants to occupy that space. Okay. And this is the entire exercise that he's running towards it. He is the chief minister. He is the same chief minister who called Delhi the Sultanate and what we popularly call the slave dynasty. Now he wants to support the slave dynasty because this is all what he said. This is not the BJP saying all this. Okay. And now he wants to play the slave, the kingmaker, what have you. Okay. He's just trying to prove that he also ran.
Krishank, because he lost his line in the middle of there. Krishank, this is a statement aimed at attracting attention on the national platform. That's why such an issue or such a statement is being made by the Chief Minister of Telangana.
Madhav, why would we want attention? Did we ask Assam Chief Minister to speak such kind of language? He abused a parliamentarian asking who his father is, and we condemned it strongly. And why did he abuse? Because so and so parliamentarian has asked about the surgical strikes proof. Well, he has asked the question. If the government of India has anything such, they should show. But abusing is not an answer, and that is why we have condemned. And today our nationality is questioned. The same government of Telangana, which respected the martyrs and announced 25 lakhs. Okay. Not only that, recently
it was begun by Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma, the Chief Minister of Assam. Quick response from you, Tom, before I go across to other panelists. Quick response, please.
Well, you can call Rahul Gandhi a buffoon. That is accepted, okay? And you call him part of the slave dynasty. No, come on. Why you preach what you practice? Don't teach us and don't give us certificates from you. We don't need certificates from the Chief Minister of Telangana who wants to write the constitution again. Okay. He has no business being the Chief Minister of Telangana after he says what he said about the constitution.
Let me bring in other panelists. Tehseen Poonawala, there are those who say that something should be above politics. Why repeatedly are we dragging in our armed forces into the political arena? Perhaps there was no reason to do so immediately. If there was a statement that was made by one political leader in Assam, certainly it does not behove any political party to repeatedly rake up these issues. They've been debated in the past. Was there any need to rake it up right now? Shouldn't something be about politics?
At the onset, let me pay my tributes to the martyrs of Pulwama. We bow down to them, and my thank you to the retired army ex-serviceman who's on our panel. It is because of people like him that we are safe and we owe our freedom and liberty to them. I just have two very quick points to make. Tomji, I'm giving you specific names, give me specific answers. I'm quoting Times of India. Srimati Geeta Devi, her husband was Ram Vakil. He was martyred in Pulwama. Sanmati Devi, wife of Maneshwarji, and Manju Lamba, wife of Rohitash Lambaji, all martyred in Pulwama. They're all on Times of India saying all the promises made by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji have not been fulfilled. Point number two, Tom Vadakanji, I want very specific answer from you. When the Pulwama attack happened, we know that the Honorable, again I'm quoting Times of India, was shooting. We know after the shooting he was briefed about Pulwama. He then does in Uttarakhand a rally. Doesn't give up the rally. In the rally, does not even mention the terror attack, doesn't even pay tributes to our farmers. Do you think what is happening by what Prime Minister is up to is justified? When will our martyrs' widows get justice? And why did the Prime Minister not pay tribute to our martyrs on 14 February? He knew about it 3 years later as a rally, and he's attacking the Congress, does not pay tributes. Do you think this behoves the Prime Minister?
BJP, you can ask those questions of the BJP. Does that mean that we repeatedly ask for this sabut? And doesn't that at some level or the other
I have a counter question, Madhav. 26/11, their dynast, the Prince of Wales of the Congress Party, was partying when 26/11 was happening.
I'm very grateful you asked that. I'll answer that.
No,
I'm grateful.
asking you
I'll answering it. I'm
when
answering
your
it
dynamics
specifically,
was
but you'll answer
partying on
mine.
26/11, what were you doing? I mean,
Grateful.
this is
Grateful
one
for
thing.
that question.
And
I'm
it took
answering it specifically.
17 hours.
I'm answering it
took
specifically.
17 hours to send the
I understood.
NFC
I understood. Please allow me to answer it.
For the 26th
Okay, I've understood. Yeah,
now answer those questions. We are doing everything possible for the
Please allow me to
martyrs.
answer. I've
Don't
answered.
worry
your
about
question.
that. Our concern for the martyrs are much more than the dynamics.
Okay, please allow me to answer.
And
He's
that's already
repeated
done.
himself 4 times, not allowed me to
Just
answer.
because
Grateful for that question.
Okay, Tom, you've asked the question.
Quickly,
Listen to the response.
I'm going to respond, but I hope, like I
Take it up.
respond
Rest assured, we have top priority for the
Tom
martyrs.
Varkan,
We don't
the
party
serviceman on the
around.
panel has not yet spoken. Quick response from Tehseen. Very quickly, please.
Grateful for the question. I'm specifically going to answer it, but I hope you answer my specific question, not run away from it. Rahul Gandhi in
I'm not
2008.
running away from anything.
Thank you, Tom. Rahul Gandhi was not the Prime Minister, is not the Prime Minister. I've asked about a constitutional position of Prime Minister. You brought up 26/11. Why was Narendra Modi, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, doing a press conference while energy operations were on? Why did he go to the house of my friend Martyr Hemant Karkare offering 1 crore checks? And last but not the least, will Narendra Modi ji apologize for that appalling behavior on 26/11? Specific questions. Also answer, why did he not
Tehseen, the questions are flying back and forth. Answers, however, are not forthcoming. But I want to bring in the only serviceman on this panel. We have very limited time, and that's why I have to go to him. Colonel Diddy, when you hear this kind of heated political rhetoric, somewhere or the other, we put this question across to a CRPF Jawan earlier in the day, and he was almost moved to tears. And he was begging netas that please don't politicize such issues, because this is something that will really demoralize our forces. However, the lessons don't seem to be learned.
Oh, absolutely. And firstly, I would also like to place my humble homage to all the fallen heroes of Pulwama. And I would start off with what Mr. Tehseen always does, and it's a very good gesture which he always mentions whenever I've been a part of his show, that he always pays respect to the veteran who is there on the show. And that actually is a gesture, is a small gesture, but it matters. And here is what my point lies, that for a soldier, these gestures matter. So when you ask a question, in a democracy, there is absolutely no problem. Everybody is answerable, including the armed forces. But we should know that if that particular question is politically motivated, then does it help the armed forces? Just for a moment, think about those soldiers, officers and men of the special forces who went across, carried out those surgical strikes. What would be there going on in their mind today? What would be those people who would have placed their lives on, for the nation, and today the nation is asking, show us the surgical strike. I really don't understand when people say that we trust the armed forces, but we want the proof of the surgical strike. Now, who will give the proof? The government of the day does not give the proof. The proof has to be from the army. And once again, at the last, I would just like to say, governments will come and go. Political parties will change, alliances will change. The Indian army, the Indian armed forces will remain the same under the constitution for the people of this country, defending it till the last.
The army, in fact, will continue as an institution. It continues like a rock to safeguard our borders, and as in fact one of our panelists mentioned, to allow us to lead our lives with freedom and liberty. On that note, I'd like to leave it with our panelists. We'll have to slip into a very quick break for the moment.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts, because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
For chai time charcha makers, for daily commuters, for high flyers, for 9 to 5 professionals, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India make a judgment. From stories that shake the nation to opinions that shape them, I delve deep into the biggest news of the day and uncover every fact, every source, and every statement through debate and discussion. Get a 360-degree perspective on every story and get a conclusive closure. Join me, Navika Kumar, on the News Hour at 9, only on Times Now.
What is on my agenda? Information, not unnecessary aggression. Persistence, not pandering. I keep my ears to the ground, eyes on issues that truly matter. Because getting the whole picture is my focus, not hostility. People, not propaganda, is my priority. No bluff, no bluster, no bias. Because your agenda is my single point agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Padmija Joshi, weeknights at 10 p.m.
Do you think you can sail in two boats? वो कहा जाता है ना कि आप दो कश्ती में पाँव नहीं रख सकते।
हम कौन सी दो कश्तियों में पैर रख रहे थे? हम तो हिंदुस्तान की कश्ती के साथ।
तो आप अपनी बात को कहते हैं कि वो वादा था, टेम्पररी भी वादा था। क्या आप उस वादे से नहीं मुकर रहे?
She asks tough questions like no other journalist because she understands India's power corridors like no other journalist.
आपने कहा आपके अंदर एक गुस्सा भरा हुआ है कि छेड़छाड़ हुई है हमारी इतिहास के साथ।
हम अजीमुशान शहंशाह गाते रहे उस आदमी के लिए जिसके कैरेक्टर में कितने फ्लॉज थे, उस आदमी के लिए जिसने हिंदुस्तान से मोहब्बत ही नहीं की।
She takes on the masters of Indian politics like no one else can because she speaks for you the way no one else can.
Does Rahul Gandhi have the capability of leading an opposition alliance?
You ask me whether he should lead. I think
can he lead? भारत की जो नीति है कि टेरर के साथ समझौता नहीं होगा, उसमें तालिबान से बातचीत नहीं फिट होती। गए थे तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा था और जब आया है तो ये कौन सा नीरज चोपड़ा है?
जहाँ पे भी मैं गया उससे पहले भी और बाद में भी सभी लोगों की दुआएं और सभी लोगों का साथ रहा है।
No holds barred interviews across the political spectrum.
Principles don't matter. No. Ideals don't matter. 1997. Okay, so you're saying 1997 में misogynistic थे, अब नहीं?
Because your voice must be heard, your questions answered above all else. Frankly speaking, with Navika Kumar.
Priyanka Gandhi said that be it a bikini, ghungat or a pair of jeans, it's a woman's right to decide what she'll wear. Now her party's MLA Zamir Ahmed has crossed the line, linking hijab to rape, claiming that India records the highest number of rape cases because women don't veil their face.
हिजाब मतलब मुसलमान के अंदर, इमाम के अंदर गोशा पर्दा बोलते हैं। वो शायद उनके घर में औरत बच्ची है नहीं मालूम है मेरे को, अगर औरत बच्ची होता तो मालूम होता था। ये हिजाब रखने का मतलब क्या है? ये हिजाब क्या, औरत बच्ची जो होती है, जो बड़ी होने के बाद जो है उनको गोशे पर्दे में रखते हैं, यानी उसकी खूबसूरती होती है। अब उसकी खूबसूरती दिखना नहीं चाहिए, उसकी खूबसूरती छुपाने के लिए वो रखा जाता है। आज आप देखे होंगे कि हिंदुस्तान के अंदर मेरे ख्याल से रेप रेट जो है वो सबसे हाईएस्ट हिंदुस्तान के अंदर है। वजह क्या है? ये गोशे पर्दे में नहीं होने की वजह से।
India is run by constitution laid by Ambedkar ji, not by Maulanas, not by the laws laid by Maulanas. Arif Muhammad Khan is categorically stating that there's nothing like hijab in the Quran. So, but they have to build up some rationale for hijab, and that's why they keep doing this. I mean, now rape won't happen because of hijab, and the girl who happened to be spearheading this, there are other pictures of that girl wearing special sort of jeans and in other dresses also. So it's just all because of the elections, and all tend to push an agenda, push a narrative within the country.
Markets abuzz with the latest development, with the government-run Life Insurance Corporation of India filing draft papers to sell 5% of its shares. The papers have been deposited with the market regulator in a bid to raise nearly $8 billion. The latest, the former chairman of Turkish Airlines, İlker Aysi, has been appointed as Air India's new CEO and MD. Announcing the new appointment, Tata Sons chairman N. Chandrasekaran said that İlker is an aviation industry leader who led Turkish Airlines to its current success. Bringing the crypto debate back into the discussion table, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has said that there is complete harmony with which her department is working with the Reserve Bank of India on all issues, especially cryptocurrencies.
Not just on crypto, but on every other thing as well. I think in the last few years you would have noticed that there is complete harmony with which we are working, respecting each other's domain, also knowing what we have to do with each other's priorities, and in the interest of a nation. There's no turfing here.
We're slipping into a quick break, but Nation Wants to Know will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Millions of Indians watch me because I put the hard facts first. Because my viewers know the difference between raising the voice and raising the bar. They choose factual news that speaks for the nation. Right information that helps them make the right choices. Hard facts that bring the truth closer. I am the voice of a nation where facts alone triumph. On India Upfront, I lead with the hard facts because the nation trusts facts first.
For decision makers, for the opinionated, for the unsure, for dinner time debaters, from metro stations to living rooms.
We present the facts and help India